Chapter 1. The Promotion Tonight. In the viral ecological zone, to become a wizard, one must first ascend to knighthood, enhancing the essence of life through beneficial viral augmentation, hunting the devourer beasts, consuming their cores, and thus qualifying to open a meditation space. Roman closed the book, stretching his limbs as he surveyed the meager confines of his single-room dormitory, scarcely 10 square meters in size. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have elapsed. Just yesterday, I achieved a life essence of 2.0, successfully ascending to knighthood. Now, my sights are set on becoming a wizard. 3 years prior, Roman had been a student from Huaxia, fortuitously transported to this realm, where he became the second son of a noble family. In this medieval world reminiscent of the West, it was customary for younger sons to be cast out upon reaching adulthood, and Roman was no exception. With a letter of introduction from his family in hand, he joined the corpse hunting brigade, tirelessly slaying the undead in the viral ecological zone. Research by the wizards indicated that prolonged exposure to this zone facilitated the ascension to knighthood, albeit at the peril of greater dangers. 30,000 years ago, this world bore a striking resemblance to ancient Earth, until one fateful day when the mana cataclysm erupted, unleashing the rampaging devourer beasts, and pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. In the face of this calamity, a segment of humanity discovered the means to open meditation spaces, becoming wizards capable of wielding spells. They established numerous academies dedicated to devising strategies to combat the mana ecosystem. Eventually, the wizards resolved to counter the threat with a viral approach, unleashing a multitude of undead and monsters to create a viral ecosystem that would stand against the mana ecosystem. Those who survived within this virus were endowed with varying degrees of enhancement, and upon reaching a certain threshold, their life essence increased, granting them the power of a knight. Such individuals were henceforth known as knights. Chip, display the current physical data. Ding. Task initiated, commencing analysis. At that moment, a three-dimensional representation of his body manifested in Roman's mind, a beam of white light coursing over it. After a brief interval, ding, analysis complete, results are as follows. Physical strength, 3.0 neural reaction speed, 2.5 vitality, 1.8 soul saturation, 100 life essence, 2.0. The chip, embedded within Roman's soul, was a fortuitous gift from his transmigration, its origins unknown, yet possessing the ability to record and analyze data, functioning as a secondary brain. Through this, Roman established a model of his physical data, enabling him to monitor his cultivation progress in real time, where a value of 1 represented the average human level, with a physical strength of 1.7 indicating his strength was 1.7 times that of a regular person. However, the true determinant of ascension to knighthood lay in the life essence. This comprehensive metric was influenced by both vitality and soul saturation. Roman had invested considerable effort to quantify his life essence. Life essence not only encompassed the physical energy sustaining bodily functions, but also included memories and spiritual energies. Achieving a life essence of 2.0 marked a significant milestone toward becoming a knight. Roman clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, convinced that he could fell a bull with a single blow. Yet, for the majority of those aspiring to wizardry, the real challenge was only beginning. A life essence of 2.0 represented both a pinnacle and a bottleneck throughout history. Only a select few had managed to transcend it and become wizards. The rationale behind this was that while the virus enhanced physical vitality, biological augmentation, there was no corresponding change to the entity's soul. It was not particularly challenging to improve one's vitality through diligent practice in the viral ecological zone, but the soul was a different matter altogether. The viral ecological zone offered no assistance in breaking through the bottleneck of life essence. To achieve this, one had to venture into the mana ecological zone. Only by slaying a devourer beast and consuming its core could one hope to surpass the limitations of life essence. Devourer beasts were not easily vanquished like the undead or mutated creatures, and the mana ecological zone was fraught with peril. It was said that even wizards had to tread carefully within, for countless wizards had perished there. Nonetheless, Roman remained resolute in his decision to venture forth, for he aspired to become a wizard and to live a life of greater splendor. Knock, knock, knock. A series of raps echoed at the door. Roman opened it to find a middle-aged man clad in leather armor, wielding a weapon, a captain of the corpse hunting brigade. The captain greeted Roman with a hearty smile, his demeanor warm as he spoke. Roman, the supplies and equipment are ready. Is there anything else you require? Roman glanced past him at the several carts laden with supplies, their canvas bulging at the seams, containing everything he needed. After inspecting the load to ensure everything was in order, he handed the captain half a magic stone, saying with a gentle smile, "Thank you for your efforts. Let's embark." With that, he took the reins of the cart and set off toward the barracks. The captain hesitated for a moment, then gathered his resolve to speak. "Roman, I implore you to reconsider. The mana ecological zone is exceedingly perilous. The Devour beasts are not to be underestimated. Every year, wizards fall there. He my Abbacedo not go." He and Roman's father were friends, and he had promised to look after Roman. Having spent 3 years together, the captain had witnessed Roman's growth and regarded him almost as a surrogate son. Moreover, he appreciated Roman's character. He bore none of the airs of nobility, speaking gently and modestly, earning the respect of the corpse hunting brigade. Seeing him risk his life for a nebulous hope in the mana ecological zone weighed heavily on the captain's heart. However, Roman shook his head resolutely, stating, "I understand the dangers, yet I must go. I am determined to become a wizard." He recognized the captain's intentions. Having become a knight, he could remain in the brigade, biding his time until he could ascend to a minor nobility, acquiring lands and estates in a few years. But how could that possibly compare to the allure of wizardry? Even the most novice wizard apprentice could effortlessly slay a knight given sufficient preparation. Even the pinnacle knights would not escape unscathed. Naturally, this would rely on the use of runestones or magical artifacts. Yet the mere fact that the highest-ranking knights could fall to the most rudimentary of wizards underscored the vast disparity. The sensation of possessing such immense power captivated Roman deeply. Thus, from the moment he learned of the existence of wizards, he resolved to become one, eschewing the triviality of knighthood or the mundane exertions of worldly power. As for danger, in this world, where was there not peril? Over the past 3 years, the mana ecosystem had spread. Thrice humanity had barely managed to stave off disaster through the viral ecological zone, with countless noble knights succumbing along the way. Those lofty noble knights perished like ants in the face of calamity. Hence, even without becoming a wizard, one could expect only a few more years of survival. Only a wizard could offer him a sense of security. Seeing the boy's determination, the captain realized further persuasion was futile and sighed. "Since you are steadfast in your decision, I shall not dissuade you further. However, I offer one last piece of advice. Do not venture too deep, merely skim the surface." Chapter 2. The Lickers. This was Roman's final patrol. Outside the hunting corps encampment, countless ghouls roamed, and his duty was to assist in their eradication. However, eradication was a misnomer. A more accurate term would be suppression. The ghoul virus was a creation of the sorcerers, intended to curb the spread of the mana ecosystem. Thus, the act of hunting ghouls was primarily a preventative measure against the onslaught of corpses and mutated beasts, ensuring that the viral ecology remained within manageable bounds. This was reflected in the hunting corps directives. During each patrol, each soldier was required to eliminate only 10 ghouls, while any encountered mutated beasts would be dealt with by the knights, either through extermination or containment. The sorcerers further encouraged the control and containment of these mutants, even promising greater rewards for their capture, as these creatures could serve as experimental subjects or be cast into the mana ecosystem to wreak havoc on the extreme predators. As Roman rode, surrounded by soldiers, along the cobblestone path, he watched as they dispatched small ghouls with swift, decisive strikes. Thanks to the corpse-repelling powder, the ghouls instinctively shied away from them, as if encountering a natural enemy. Through deliberate efforts by the sorcerers, humanity had achieved a symbiotic relationship with the virus, manifested in 3 significant ways. Firstly, humans had developed immunity to the virus, rendering them impervious to transformation into ghouls. Even if bitten, a mere application of medicine sufficed. The ghouls wandering about were produced from a maternal source, resembling more of an insectoid species than humanity. Secondly, the corpse-repelling powder, once applied, caused ghouls to retreat. At present, due to this powder, the ghouls fled at the sight of the soldiers. Had they not been slow, it would have been difficult to gather the requisite 10 ghouls per person. Thirdly, there was a resolute effort to contain the tide of corpses and the mutated beasts. The powder's ingredients were derived from the mutated beasts, emitting a high-level biological scent to drive away the lesser ghouls. Yet it proved ineffective against a horde or a mutated beast. Thus, the hunting corps mission was to prevent these outbreaks. In summary, a dynamic equilibrium had been maintained between humanity and the viral ecology, ensuring that the latter served human interests without posing a threat. Much like the coexistence of tigers and lions, preserved yet restrained within controllable limits. Attention, we have entered an ecologically dense area. Beware of mutated beasts. Just as Roman's thoughts meandered, he heard the voice of the captain. Looking around, he realized the cobblestone path had vanished, and he now stood in an expansive grassland. The ground beneath him was as soft as a carpet, adorned with a riot of colorful flowers, while butterflies danced in the air, and a refreshing, fragrant breeze wafted about. Were it not for the ghouls lurking nearby, one could scarcely believe this was a world ravaged by catastrophe. In this viral ecology, the deceased ghouls enriched the soil, fostering plant growth. In the interior regions, ghouls were extensively utilized as fertilizer, much to the delight of the farmers. Ghouls had a penchant for raw meat, and farmers would dangle meat before them, compelling them to till the fields and grind grain, serving as beasts of burden. At that moment, the captain remarked, "Roman, I hear you intend to capture ghouls. Why not do so here?" Roman nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us place the raw meat in the cage." The soldiers unloaded a massive iron cage from Roman's cart, placing a bloodied cow within. The ghouls, akin to sharks sensing blood, converged upon it, but halted in their tracks due to the corpse-repelling powder clinging to the soldiers. The soldiers opened the iron gate of the cage and retreated. Upon perceiving the absence of threat, the ghouls surged forward, ravenously devouring the cow's flesh within. "Close the gate," Roman commanded, and the soldiers released the ropes, trapping the ghouls, who remained blissfully unaware as they continued to feast. The soldiers hoisted the cage onto the cart and covered it with a canvas. The captain suggested, "Why not camp here for the night?" The soldiers scattered corpse-repelling powder around the campsite and prepared a hearty soup from dried meat, relishing in their meal. "The dragon hunter crossbow," a voice exclaimed nearby, and the captain, holding his dinner, looked astonished. "I never expected you to bring one of those." The dragon hunter crossbow was a massive siege weapon, typically mounted on a tripod, boasting immense penetrating power capable of swiftly incapacitating extreme predators. Roman accepted his meal, casually wiping the components with butter as he replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. Those from affluent families are always prepared. I've spent a considerable portion of my earnings on this over the past few years." The captain chuckled. "So, you've been tirelessly hunting monsters just for that contraption?" "To be honest, it seems somewhat precarious. I've heard those extreme predators are remarkably agile. Can such a cumbersome crossbow truly be of use?" However, Roman merely shook his head, reluctant to delve into the subject, and pointed to the commotion in the distance. "Aren't you going to manage that ruckus?" The captain glanced in the direction Roman indicated, where soldiers were jubilantly gathered, enjoying hot pot and singing, encircled in merriment. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that a boxing match was underway, pitting a robust soldier against a frail ghoul. The soldier washed off the corpse-repelling powder, and the ghoul immediately lunged at him. Starved since its inception, it had never tasted fresh meat. Were it not for the sun's light facilitating photosynthesis, it surely would have perished. Yet, just as it prepared to bite, a metal bar obstructed its mouth. It was adorned with a helmet, a cage preventing it from reaching any food. Food was tantalizingly close, yet unattainable, driving the little ghoul into a frenzy as it instinctively flailed its arms in a futile attempt to strike the soldier. The soldier, capitalizing on the ghoul's clumsiness, nimbly evaded its swipes, landing heavy blows as the surrounding soldiers cheered in encouragement. The ghoul boxing match was one of the few forms of entertainment for the hunting corps, often accompanied by betting and gambling. "Go, ghoul. Smash that scoundrel. Win, and I'll treat you to meat. Hey, strong, have you not eaten? You can't even handle a ghoul. I place my bet on you. Hurry up and counterattack." Yet, some soldiers frowned, feeling a pang of sympathy. The ghouls bore an unsettling resemblance to humans, albeit in a grotesque form, possessing limbs and heads. To use them for amusement, despite their role in providing protection and labor, seemed utterly reprehensible. Roman watched this scene unfold, finding it amusing. In a similar setting, on Earth in a previous life, one could only wonder if such occurrences mirror the present. Ding. Curiosity detected in the host. "Would you like to initiate a simulation task?" "No. Do not waste computational power. Maintain vigilance." Roman resolutely declined. After a while, the ruckus of the boxing match subsided. Despite the soldiers' discontent, they could not oppose the captain, a knight. For ordinary men could not defy him. Thus, after dealing with a few troublemakers, tranquility was restored. Just as Roman prepared to rest, an alarm suddenly blared from the chip. Warning! Warning! An object is approaching from the northwest. There is an 80% chance it is a licker. Chapter 3. The Trap. The licker is a mutated beast, posing a significant threat to humanity under the viral ecosystem. There are two such menaces, the corpse tide and the mutated beasts. Their formidable destructive power, coupled with their disregard for corpse-repelling powders, makes them fiercely aggressive towards humans. Nevertheless, even in the face of stronger mana ecosystems, humanity hesitates to eradicate them completely, opting instead for containment and control. It is often more advantageous to cast them into the mana ecosystem to be devoured by the extreme beasts, employing poison against poison. This is evident within the corpse hunting teams, where there are no rewards for slaying mutated beasts. Instead, reporting them to the Wizard Academy yields greater rewards for their containment. In the camp before them, with Roman's warning, chaos erupted as the members of the corpse hunting team fled, leaving their belongings behind. The captain shouted, "Hurry, everyone retreat. Report to the Wizard Academy. Gold coins and magic stones await us." He turned to Roman and declared, "Roman, as knights, we shall stand our ground and buy time for our comrades to escape." Roman nodded, contemplating the empty iron cages on the cart, and remarked thoughtfully, "I have an idea. Let us contain them and transport them to the mana ecosystem. These mutated beasts will be of use to me." The captain expressed his surprise. "I have no objections. The rewards will be even more substantial. Just tell me how to proceed, and as long as it does not endanger our lives, we will follow your lead." Roman replied nonchalantly, "We need to capture one of them alive." Moments later, Roman was prepared, standing at the edge of the camp alongside the captain, ready to confront the approaching lickers. Each corpse hunting team typically included 1 or 2 knights who enjoyed the best tents and finest food. Yet their singular duty was to secure the escape of others when mutated beasts appeared, marking them for future tracking. Ding. Licker distance. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. The chip incessantly updated their proximity. Roman unsheathed his broadsword, opting against a bow, for the lickers possessed tough hides that rendered ordinary projectiles ineffective. In his line of sight, the grotesque visage of a licker materialized. With a unified shout, Roman and the captain charged towards it. The licker moved with remarkable agility, its sharp claws and teeth, and its tongue, capable of ensnaring and entangling its prey like a frog, rendered ordinary people mere victims. However, knights were no ordinary individuals. They were equally swift and immensely strong, wielding heavier and sharper weapons while clad in spiked steel armor that the licker's fangs could not penetrate. "Captain, do not kill them. Merely incapacitate their ability to fight," Roman shouted as he severed one of its claws with his sword. The captain found himself ensnared by a crimson tongue, while other extreme beasts surrounded him. Unfazed, he grasped the tongue, activating a sharp blade from his gauntlet, twisting his palm to sever it, and swung his broadsword. A flash of light saw several lickers lose half their bodies, the remnants clinging to them. "Apologies, I may have been a tad too forceful," the captain said with a sheepish grin. Roman lamented the loss of several lickers, recognizing their potential as formidable assets. Yet upon witnessing their continued struggle, he quickly added, "No matter, just ensure they receive plenty of meat. Save a few horses for me to feed them later." The captain readily agreed. "No problem. At this rate, our team should have retreated far enough. We can make our escape. Let us hurry." As the lickers drew nearer in number, Roman and the captain hastily retreated. The lickers, poised to pursue, suddenly caught a whiff of fresh blood. It was fresh meat. To them, this was an unparalleled delicacy, as many lickers had never tasted flesh since birth. Before them lay 3 whole cows, their lifeblood flowing like the nectar of hell, irresistibly drawing the lickers in. They had grown weary of photosynthesis. They craved meat. Thus, countless lickers ceased their pursuit, transforming into a pack that lunged towards the source of the tantalizing aroma, eagerly entering the iron cages to feast upon the flesh. From a distance, Roman and the captain observed the scene, prompting the captain to inquire, "Do your cages truly hold the lickers?" Roman replied calmly, "These are products of the wizards. They use them themselves, so they are assuredly effective." The captain expressed astonishment. "Oh, they must be quite expensive. Where did you acquire the funds?" However, Roman possessed a chip that allowed him to precisely manage material ratios, ensuring a high success rate. As he gathered his thoughts, Roman noted the distant silence and mused, "Now is the time. Let the gate fall." With that, he sliced through the rope, causing the iron gate to descend, trapping dozens of lickers within. Lickers, lacking vision, relied primarily on their sense of smell and hearing. The clang of the gate, resonating through the air, initially raised their alertness. Yet with no immediate threat, they resumed their feasting, quickly devouring the cows. When they finally attempted to leave, they discovered they could not escape the confines of the cage. Deprived of both smell and hearing, they flailed about chaotically until exhaustion set in. Hours passed, and Roman and the captain wielded their long swords, dispatching those that had evaded capture before arriving at the camp to behold nearly 30 captured lickers, a swell of pride surging within them. The captain laughed heartily. To capture so many at once is a first for me. When I am old, I shall regale my grandchildren with tales of how I once captured 30 mutated beasts without a scratch on myself. Roman, equally satisfied, recognized the advantage this group of lickers would offer him within the mana ecosystem and urged, quickly, mark them with a tracking beacon. Once they are released into the mana ecosystem, you shall never have to worry about sustenance again. In the eyes of the wizards, the utility of mutated beasts is twofold. Firstly, to produce corpse-repelling powder, and secondly, to cast them into the mana ecosystem, letting them battle the extreme beasts, thus curbing the expansion of the mana ecosystem. Consequently, different degrees of handling mutated beasts correspond to varying levels of reward, ranked from lowest to highest as kill, mark, capture, and release. Hence, the captain's earnest assistance to Roman was entirely understandable. Chapter 4. The Devourer of Extremes. 3 days later, before the viral quarantine zone, Roman waved farewell to the corpse hunting team. The captain patted Roman on the shoulder, earnestly encouraging him, "Keep it up, lad. If successful, your family will ascend to wizardry." Roman chuckled, shaking his head. "I am merely an apprentice wizard. I do not yet merit the title of wizard. But will my departure leave you unaffected?" Upon hearing this, the team members displayed expressions of reluctance. Had Roman chosen to remain, it was likely he would have stayed with them, thus ensuring the presence of 2 knights in their ranks, greatly enhancing their safety. His departure, therefore, represented a significant loss for them. Yet, the members bore no resentment. Roman, as a knight and a scion of an esteemed family, deigned to associate with them, a kindness they felt unworthy to demand further. Instead, they held him in gratitude. One member presented a bow and a quiver of arrows, saying, "My lord Roman, please accept this small token of our appreciation." A compound bow. Its power is likely around 6 stones. Though it exceeds the capabilities of ordinary bows, it remains insufficient to harm the Devourer of Extremes. "You would do better to keep it for dealing with the walking dead and mutated beasts," Roman replied, declining the offer, feeling unworthy of such a gift. "Moreover, as a member of the corpse hunting team, it is only natural for me to fight alongside you. There is no need for special honor." However, the captain insisted, approaching Roman and whispering, "This is not intended for the Devourer of Extremes. I have learned of a piece of intelligence. Amber, the firstborn of the Sterling family, has also been promoted tonight and recently entered the mana ecological zone." Amber, the heir of the Sterling family? Roman pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "You mean this compound bow is meant to confront knights?" The enmity between the Sterling and Roman families was legendary, their hatred extending to their offspring, who were inclined to kill upon sight. In the lawless mana ecological zone, such encounters were bound to become even more ferocious. The captain nodded, stating, "Indeed. The compound bow possesses enough force to penetrate plate armor and pierce a knight's body, while the arrows are laced with poison. A single hit would suffice to slay a knight." Although aware that they were seeking to curry favor with a potential future wizard, Roman felt a sense of gratitude and promptly vowed, "If I succeed in my ascension, I shall ensure that you or your descendants serve as my retainers." With that, he bid farewell to the corpse hunting team and stepped into the quarantine zone. Between the realms of the virus and mana lies a quarantine zone devoid of the ubiquitous walking dead, instead populated by vast expanses of antlers, barbed wire, and concrete barriers. Scattered among these obstacles are alchemical landmines, with only a few narrow paths for passage. The extensive fortifications reminded Roman of Normandy Beach on Earth, littered with steel and concrete, the only difference being the absence of the sea and the distant roars of beasts. As Roman led his cart along the path to the quarantine zone, the canvas-covered iron cage behind him shook rhythmically, its captive zombies and lickers struggling within, their low growls punctuating the air. This commotion swiftly attracted the attention of the guardians of the quarantine zone, and several 4-meter-tall, bald men clad in black leather coats appeared on either side of the path. Their pallid faces devoid of whites in their eyes, cold black orbs fixated on Roman. Yet, they refrained from attacking, merely allowing him to pass. These were tyrants, mutated beasts with rudimentary intelligence, capable of identifying the devourers of extremes entering the quarantine zone and launching attacks. With their protection, countless devourers had met their demise within the quarantine. The lickers and tyrants. It was evident that the sorcerer's biological technology surpassed that of Earth in many respects. As Roman assessed the situation, he recalled snippets of information he had overheard. Sorcerers, when exploring the mana ecological zone, had to accompany a multitude of lickers and tyrants, akin to hunters with their hounds. Yet, even with such measures, they had failed to eradicate the mana ecology. Beep. Alert. Alert. A significant presence of crimson essence detected. The central nervous system is being corroded. Hallucinations are expected in 30 seconds. Hearing the alarm, Roman hastily donned a gas mask. The crimson essence was to the devourers what oxygen is to humans. It constituted the very foundation of the mana ecology. This indicated that Roman had reached the edge of the quarantine zone and was about to enter the mana ecological zone. The mana ecological zone was a forbidden territory for mortals, not only due to the formidable and ferocious devourers, but also because the crimson essence posed a lethal neurotoxin to all beings beneath the rank of sorcerers. Alongside the hallucinations, it carried spores that absorbed human life essence, nurturing the mana flower within the body. Thus, mortals venturing into the mana ecological zone must wear protective masks. Ding. Mask activated. Activated carbon durability, 24 hours. Timing begins now. At this moment, the chip provided a notification, and Roman steadied his mind as he crossed a barbed wire obstacle under the watchful gaze of the tyrants, stepping into a desolate wilderness. Before him lay a vast expanse of undulating hills, composed of rubble, earth mounds, and the remains of structures long forgotten. These obstacles loomed in layers, obstructing Roman's view. Silent as a dark forest, concealing latent dangers. Roman swallowed hard, steadying his resolve, reflecting, "My magic stones are only sufficient to purchase a gas mask. This means I must locate and slay a devourer within 24 hours. He then recalled Amber, who had entered the mana ecological zone before him, secretly hoping not to encounter him, for killing him now would yield no benefits and would only squander valuable time. Roman urged his cart toward his destination. The surroundings eerily quiet, so much so that he could hear his own heartbeat, with gusts of wind whistling sharply through the hills. The devourers had consumed vast quantities of life essence from animals, evolving a territorial awareness. After years of conflict, they had acknowledged humanity's claim to the land and would not approach unless provoked. Hence, to find a devourer, Roman needed to venture deeper into the mana ecological zone. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, commanding the chip, maximize computational power, search for the devourers. This meant that Roman's senses were now sharper than those of a dog, and his hearing surpassed that of a bat. Beep. Alert. Alert. At 3 o'clock, approximately 1,000 meters away, a devourer has been detected. Upon receiving the alert, Roman's heart sank. This was not the news he had hoped for. He retrieved his map, discovering that he was still 5 kilometers from his destination. Initially, he had planned to find a favorable terrain, set bait, and lay an ambush to hunt the devourer, for no human, aside from sorcerers, could confront a devourer head-on. Without the aid of a sorcerer, Roman, relying solely on his knightly prowess, realized he would need external assistance to hunt the devourer. However, having encountered one prematurely, his immediate thought was whether he could avoid it. Yet, looking at the map, the direction of the devourer's appearance lay directly in line with his intended path. There was no alternative but to take a detour. Roman muttered, "Let us hope it does not discover me before I arrive." As he spoke to himself, he shifted direction, uncertain of how acute the devourer's perception might be, whether it could detect him. Yet, he had no choice but to rely on luck. Roman wrapped his horse's hooves in cotton, with the horse holding a wooden stick in its mouth, gently urging it forward. Securing the canvas covering the 2 large cages behind him, stuffing key areas with cotton to ensure no sounds escaped, and scattering corpse-repelling powder along the path to mask any scent. Following the map, Roman circled widely around the devourer, soon nearing success in avoiding its detection. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. A violent explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the earth. The chip calculated the situation, and the conclusion it reached tightened Roman's chest. The site of the explosion aligned perfectly with Roman and the devourer, forming a straight line with Roman positioned in the center, flanked by the devourer and the explosion at either end. This implies that should the devourer seek to investigate the explosion, it must inevitably pass through Roman's location. At that moment, the chip emitted a warning. Beep. Alert! The devourer is approaching. Cursing vehemently, Roman could not afford to conceal his intent, urging his carriage to accelerate towards the danger. However, burdened by 2 iron cages, his speed was insufficient to evade the devourer's senses. Soon, the advancing devourer detected Roman's presence, drawn by the alluring fragrance of life essence. In comparison to the explosion, the essence of life represented the very purpose of its existence. Consequently, it swiftly altered its course, charging towards Roman, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. The chip continued to sound alarms, and Roman's eyes widened in terror. In his current state, facing the devourer would be tantamount to certain death. Fortunately, he had prepared a contingency plan, which, while uncertain in its efficacy, was the best solution he had derived after extensive inquiries. He unfastened the reins of his horses and, with a sharp crack of the whip, sent them scattering in all directions. The chip promptly relayed feedback, indicating that the devourer had halted, momentarily perplexed as the once concentrated essence of life now appeared divided into 4 sources, leaving it unsure of which to pursue. Seizing this opportunity, Roman summoned his knightly strength, personally took the reins, and sped towards his destination. Luck was on his side this time. After a brief hesitation, the devourer opted to chase the horse nearest to it. Once distanced from the creature, Roman exhaled a sigh of relief, cursing the individual responsible for the explosion as he pressed on. Before long, he arrived at his destination, a sandy expanse pockmarked like the moon. This site was a newly formed battlefield, the deep craters a testament to the impact of sorcerer's spells, and the residual magical aura would instinctively repel the devourer. Much like a dung pit devoid of gold, the devourer would not venture here without an exceptionally enticing prey. But with gold, the scenario changed. Roman produced a small cage containing a pulsating, tentacled flesh orb. The orb was a vivid crimson, its tentacles a delicate pink, swaying gracefully as if engaged in an exquisite dance. This was the mana blossom, said to embody a portion of the life essence absorbed by the devourer, signifying that the mana blossom itself stored this essence. Holding the mana blossom, Roman descended to the bottom of the crater, where the cages containing the zombies and lickers were already positioned. The doors of the cages were connected by pulley ropes, ensuring everything was in place. Roman drew his knight's sword and plunged it into the mana blossom, causing a blue liquid to flow forth, resembling the rupture of a fruit. The blue liquid pooled on the ground, transforming into a mist that gradually dissipated. This was the essence of life. In the next moment, the chip announced, "Beep." Detection of the devourer approaching. Roman swiftly concealed himself behind a large rock, gripping 2 ropes tightly. Shortly thereafter, the ground trembled as a towering devourer emerged. With its 4 limbs firmly planted, it cautiously surveyed the surroundings, then ambled toward the mana blossom. Upon witnessing the evaporating essence of life, it disregarded all else and lunged forward to consume it. The essence, now transformed into mist, was inhaled by the devourer, whose face lit up with ecstasy. Meanwhile, the zombies and lickers in the adjacent cage became unusually agitated, relentlessly battering the iron bars as if they had spotted the most tantalizing delicacy. Yet, the devourer, captivated by the essence of life, paid them no heed, its feeble mind unable to contemplate anything else. Observing the opportune moment, Roman yanked on the ropes with all his might, flinging open the cage doors, unleashing nearly 100 zombies and lickers upon the devourer. The viral genes, modified by the sorcerers, meant that all zombies and mutated beasts not only craved human flesh but also desired the flesh of the devourer. Compared to Roman, who had scattered away with the corpse-repelling powder, the devourer, being much closer in the crater, smelled far more delectable. The lickers pounced on the devourer, gnashing their teeth, their sharp claws frantically clawing and tearing at its flesh. The zombies surged forward as well, voraciously biting into the colossal devourer. In a desperate struggle, the devourer thrashed its body, emitting piercing howls of fury, flinging a licker aside and crushing several zombies beneath its foot. Typically, the devourer would avoid confronting mutated beasts and zombies, for these products of viral ecology were mere shells, devoid of any life essence. Conversely, through the sorcerer's genetic engineering, the mutated beasts and zombies developed a penchant for the devourer's blood and flesh, which rendered encounters with them a burdensome task. Were it not for the vast disparity in power, the devourer would have long been devoured. Indeed, at present, it struck down foes with the ease of a giant entering a daycare, wreaking havoc. The zombies and mutated beasts, though no match for it, still recklessly hurled themselves at the devourer, driven by their insatiable hunger. Chapter 6. Obtaining the beast core. The zombies and lickers were utterly feeble, hardly a match for the devourer beast. However, one could not blame them. After all, they existed at the very bottom of the viral ecosystem. As for the more formidable tyrant, with Roman's current capabilities, he was utterly incapable of exerting control over it. Nevertheless, the zombies and lickers managed to inflict some damage on the devourer beast, desperately gnawing at its flesh with an insatiable greed. As if they had stumbled upon an exquisite delicacy that they could only taste once in a lifetime, they successfully ensnared the devourer beast in a deep pit. While the life essence oozing from the mana flower continued to evaporate, prompting the beast to hastily absorb it. Yet, the incessant harassment from the zombies and lickers persisted. Consequently, the devourer beast's dim-witted mind became frenzied, violently tearing at the zombies and lickers in a desperate bid to vanquish them and enjoy the bounty of the mana flower's life essence in peace. Observing the devourer beast's temporary inability to escape, Roman wore a cunning smile of triumph. He ascended to a vantage point, tearing down a canvas to reveal the dragon-slaying crossbow. This formidable weapon possessed two firing modes, a simplified mode that allowed the knight to wield it on his shoulder, offering agility and ease at the cost of power, and a heavy strike mode that required a tripod and additional bowstrings on the ground. The simplified mode could not penetrate the devourer beast's thick hide. Only the heavy strike mode would suffice. After a cumbersome process of loading, the steel bolt, as thick as an arm, accumulated enough kinetic energy before hurtling forth, piercing the devourer beast and embedding itself deep into the ground. Yet, this still failed to inflict any mortal wound. In fact, the devourer beast lacked a vital point, as it could regenerate from any injury thanks to the life essence stored within its core. Roman did not expect to slay it with this shot. All his actions were merely preparatory for the final strike. Once he succeeded, he immediately readied a second bolt. Sensing impending doom, the devourer beast attempted to flee, but the lickers and zombies surged forth, restraining it. The dragon-slaying crossbow unleashed 3 successive bolts, pinning the devourer beast firmly to the pit's bottom, rendering it immobile. The zombies and lickers swiftly tore away large chunks of its thick hide. At that moment, Roman sprang into action, brandishing his longsword, his fighting spirit erupting. With a swift leap, he charged towards the pit, striking with blinding speed at the feasting lickers. After an arduous battle with the devourer beast, the lickers were already at their limit. Roman's knightly prowess surged forth, quickly overwhelming them and sending the remaining zombies scattering with a sprinkle of corpse powder. As silence enveloped the scene, only Roman and the pinned devourer beast remained, staring at each other in a tense silence for several seconds. In the next instant, both parties moved. Roman drew his scalpel and leaped onto the back of the devourer beast, targeting the wound inflicted by the lickers. With a swift thrust, he plunged the knife in and began to excavate, aiming directly for the beast's core. The devourer beast, unwilling to yield, shook its body violently in an attempt to throw Roman off. However, 3 spear-like bolts held it fast to the ground, rendering it immobile. In retaliation, it unleashed its trump card against Roman, a life essence drain. A wave of blue mist emanated from Roman, flowing into the devourer beast, causing Roman to feel an immediate weakness, his limbs growing heavy as if filled with lead. Drip, drip. Life essence drained away. 1, 9, 1, 8, 1, 7. Damn it, give me the core. I won't die here. The sensation of weakness threatened to lull Roman into slumber, yet he urged himself to remain vigilant. Wielding his knife with all his might, striving to extract the core before succumbing to unconsciousness, the devourer beast, sensing its impending demise, accelerated its absorption of life essence. Thus, a race against death commenced between man and beast. Thanks to the attacks from the lickers, Roman evaded the thick outer hide, delving into the softer muscle, his hand reaching in to effortlessly retrieve the core. The core was palm-sized, a spherical object riddled with pits that glimmered with blue light, undoubtedly encasing a rich life essence. With the core extracted, the devourer beast crumbled into dust, swept away by the wind. Roman tidied up briefly before departing the scene. Although this was a battlefield, and the devourer beasts were scarce, the commotion could potentially attract others. Thus, Roman prudently chose to leave, seeking refuge to digest the core. Just then, the chip emitted an alert. Beep, beep. The sound indicated an approaching life form, with an analysis revealing a human. Damn it. Roman recalled the earlier explosion and cursed. They're definitely here to reap the rewards. He could not allow them to succeed. But with a significant portion of his life essence depleted, his strength reduced to that of an ordinary person, engaging in conflict was ill-advised. He promptly made a decision and fled in a chosen direction. Shortly after Roman's departure, a figure appeared at the site of the fallen devourer beast. It was a tall, sullen-faced young man, whose expression revealed his displeasure as he gazed upon the carcass in the pit. Gritting his teeth, he noted the dragon-slaying crossbow bolts on the ground, as well as the distant crossbow mechanism, quickly deducing Roman's actions, which only fueled his anger further. This young man, also aspiring to ascend as a mage, had a method similar to Roman's, setting traps to lure the devourer beast, creating favorable conditions for a decisive kill. However, the distinction lay in his wealth. He did not require zombies or lickers to fight with crossbows, relying instead on runic stones, as he lured the devourer beast into his trap. Preparing to utilize his runic stones, the beast unexpectedly turned at the last moment, darting in the direction Roman had fled, significantly diminishing the explosive rune's effectiveness. The young man found himself in a weakened state, unable to pursue, and by the time he arrived, Roman had already killed the devourer beast and extracted the core, leaving him with nothing. The magic circle on the stone activated, and images of the past few minutes materialized before the young man. Once the playback concluded, he gritted his teeth in fury. Humph. Black hair, purple eyes, scum of the Phoenix family. Even if you didn't steal my prey, I will still see you dead. With a cold smile, he declared, given your earlier display of agility, your strength has surely diminished to below that of a knight. I shall take advantage of your weakness. With that, he set off in pursuit of Roman. Chapter 7. Ascension to Apprentice. As Roman pursued his quarry, he arrived at a second battlefield, where the potent aura of a powerful sorcerer lingered. This land, grievously afflicted by desertification, was a desolate expanse of yellow earth, riddled with ravines that evoked images of the Lust Plateau. In such terrain, one could easily conceal oneself, as finding a hidden presence would require days and nights of searching. The loamy soil allowed Roman to effortlessly excavate a burrow large enough for concealment. Once inside, he sealed the entrance with yellow earth, leaving only a minuscule gap for breath, thus creating a flawless hiding spot. He then produced a pouch of zombie blood and scattered it around his refuge. The noxious odor emanating from the blood would dissuade the voracious beasts from approaching. Although this tactic did not entirely obscure his whereabouts, it would ensnare the creatures in confusion and dilemma. It was akin to placing a putrid pile beside a delectable cake. Would one still desire the cake amidst such foulness? With everything arranged, Roman retrieved a beast core, encased in the flesh of the voracious beast, from which blue mist began to rise, a manifestation of the core's life essence. The essence would dissipate rapidly once separated from the beast, losing its potency within an hour, necessitating swift consumption. This urgency prompted Roman to select this precarious location over the safer inland option for his ascension to sorcery. Without hesitation, he unwrapped the beast's hide and consumed the core, feeling a surge of energy erupt within him, causing his hair to stand on end and his pores to open wide. This energy coursed through his limbs, but more significantly, it surged toward his brain, plunging him into the sea of consciousness. In this ethereal realm, Roman beheld countless shimmering light points, flowing gracefully like a galaxy. These luminous dots, forming a constellation of mental power, symbolized the life essence, which comprised both vitality and mental energy. Upon ingesting the beast core, the excess life essence began to decompose, augmenting his physical strength while the mental energy flooded his consciousness, crafting a celestial expanse. He deftly manipulated the points of mental energy, arranging them from dots to lines, and from lines to surfaces, recalling intricate patterns from memory, akin to assembling a complex puzzle. As the light points in the sea of consciousness dwindled, Roman finally completed the construction of this spatial realm. Upon opening his eyes, the fatigue from his skirmish with the voracious beast evaporated, and strength surged anew throughout his body. In that moment, Roman had ascended to the rank of a level 1 apprentice sorcerer. Within his consciousness, a beautifully intricate space floated, a meditative realm essential for any apprentice seeking the path of truth. However, this nascent meditative space remained imperfect within the sea of consciousness. The spatial walls continuously shed light points, dimming as more fell away. Every human who ascended to knighthood received the foundational knowledge for constructing a meditative space. Yet further advancement in meditation techniques required enrollment in a sorcerer academy. Thus, the next step for Roman was to select a sorcerer academy to join. Dusting off the earth from his body, he pondered while reviewing the data presented by his chip. Physical strength, 5.0. Neural reaction speed, 4.0. Vitality, 3.5. Soul fulfillment, 200. Life essence, 3.0. A burst of exhilaration filled him as he noted the substantial increase in his metrics compared to before his ascension. His physical prowess now surpassed that of a formal knight, propelling him towards the stature of a grand knight. The metric for soul fulfillment, in particular, piqued his interest. A realization dawned upon him. Since his arrival in this world, his soul fulfillment had remained unchanged. This implied that 100 was the standard for a normal individual. And upon becoming an apprentice sorcerer, the figure had doubled. The stark distinction between sorcerers and mortals lay in mental power. Could this be quantified? If he could successfully quantify mental energy, it would greatly enhance his future cultivation. Thus, he commanded the chip, establish a task to analyze my hypothesis. Ding. Task established, comparison in progress. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Chip data, physical strength, 5, 0. Neural reaction speed, 4, 0. Vitality, 3, 5. Mental power, 2, 0. Life essence, 3, 0. The average human's mental power stood at 1, 0. And through quantification, Roman's mental power was revealed to be double that of an ordinary person. He pondered whether sorcerer factions adhered to this standard, but with the assistance of the chip, he surmised it would not be a challenge to ascertain. As he mused to himself and gathered his belongings in preparation to depart, an alarm blared. Beep. Warning. A life form approaches from 10 o'clock, 1,000 meters away. Preliminary assessment. Human. Roman froze, recalling the individual responsible for the prior explosion that nearly led to his demise. He speculated on the approaching figure's intentions, likely searching for a hiding spot to ascend, just as he was. With no desire to engage, he resolved to flee in the opposite direction, uncertain of the stranger's nature. However, moments after vacating his refuge, another alert blared, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. Beep. Warning. A voracious beast approaches from 10 o'clock, 1,500 meters away. This imbecile is deliberately drawing monsters toward me. Why else would they converge here? Roman conjectured that if this were indeed the case, the individual must be Ambar. With this realization, he bolted, unwilling to confront the individual. Leveraging the chip's formidable computational capabilities to analyze the gathered data, Roman deduced Ambar's predicament, possessing a runestone, harboring resentment from previous encounters, and intending to lure beasts for personal gain. To evade the ferocious creature's pursuit, he need only outrun the person beside him. As long as he could outpace Roman, Ambar's strategy of baiting beasts would succeed. Following their earlier skirmish, Roman appeared to Ambar as a shadow of his former self, while Ambar, equipped with the runestone, had a clearer path to escape. If the voracious beast found Roman, Ambar could seize the opportunity for a bountiful harvest. How cunningly plotted. But I refuse to be ensnared in this charade. Once I ascend to sorcery, I shall be the first to eradicate the Sterling family. Chip. Devise a secure escape route. Beep. Analyzing sensory information. No absolute safe escape route identified. A map materialized before him, dotted with red points representing voracious beasts. Roman smirked coldly as a thought surged within him. Since escape is unfeasible, then let us not flee. Huh. You wish to lure beasts, do you? Do you think you are the only one capable of such tactics? Chapter 8. Luring and counter-luring monsters amidst the countless ravines of the Lust terrain. Ambar swiftly navigated through. His elongated figure darting like a fleeting shadow, enhanced by the power of the night. Although his speed was impressive, it paled in comparison to the relentless pursuit of the voracious beasts behind him. The beasts, faster and more agile, moved with remarkable swiftness despite their massive forms, often leaping ahead of Ambar, forcing him to veer abruptly. It was easy to envision that if Ambar's reflexes faltered even slightly, he would be ensnared by the voracious beasts, only to have his life essence drained. Yet, the labyrinthine nature of the ravines served as his salvation. Moreover, the beasts appeared to have their own agendas, with some seeming to sense other prey and breaking away from the pack. After several sharp turns, the number of voracious beasts chasing Ambar diminished significantly, reaching a manageable level where he could rely on his runestone. With determination, he retrieved the runestone and hurled it towards the pursuing beasts, whispering an incantation, "Activate." Just as a beast prepared to leap, it crashed into a mass of dark green acid, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded, stumbling clumsily to the ground. Not one to linger, Ambar made several more sharp turns, leaving the beasts far behind. Once he halted, he doused himself in the blood of a zombie to further conceal his presence. The wounded voracious beasts, their injuries emitting a blue mist, began to heal, fully revived. They expanded their senses in search of the elusive human who had evaded them. Yet, all they could detect was the foul stench of the zombie's blood, devoid of the alluring scent of life essence. Just when one was about to give up, it caught a whiff of life essence emanating from another direction and immediately turned to pursue it. Once assured of his safety, Ambar emerged from his hiding place, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he observed the retreating forms of the voracious beasts. He was confident they were off to hunt Roman. And under the assault of so many beasts, Roman would either perish or be gravely injured. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to deliver a final blow, annihilating his rival. Gazing in the direction of the arrows, he saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance, the roars of the voracious beasts drawing near. Along with a familiar figure, Roman. Previously, he had lured monsters to Roman. Now, Roman was returning the favor. Damn it! How did he discover me? Ambar cursed. Bewildered as to why, in such a vast battlefield, Roman was fleeing towards him. As long as he could run fast enough, it would be Roman who would meet his demise. However, at that moment, the side effects of the runestone took hold. A mortal using the runestone would fall into a transient state of fatigue and dizziness. Though fleeting, in the fast-paced chaos of battle, it could prove decisive. Thus, Ambar was unable to evade the third arrow, which pierced through his armor and plunged into his back with tremendous force. The poisoned arrowhead causing a numbing sensation in his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Before he could comprehend the situation, Roman dashed past him, snatching away the pouch containing his runestones. Goodbye, brother. You were the sole hope of your family becoming a wizard, right? Rest assured, once I become a wizard, I shall eradicate your entire lineage, ensuring you all reunite in hell. Just as Ambar was about to utter something further, the voracious beasts behind him lunged with ferocity, greedily absorbing his life essence. In no time, a lifeless body lay upon the yellow earth, scattered by the winds. With his rival extinguished, Roman felt a surge of satisfaction. His timely counterattack was facilitated by his awareness of Ambar's position. The chip had amplified Roman's senses, allowing him to detect Ambar's application of zombie blood. While the dim-witted voracious beasts had been deceived, Roman was not so easily fooled. Once the scent molecules of the zombie blood were captured by the chip, even the faintest traces, undetectable to the average person, revealed Ambar's location as clearly as a lighthouse in the night. After all, who else would be applying zombie blood in this region if not the human who had previously lured monsters and then vanished? A common individual without such heightened perception might have fallen victim to Ambar's schemes, but Roman, having encountered him, promptly executed a counterlure. Seizing the moment of Ambar's disorientation from the runestone's side effects, he launched an arrow that ensured Ambar's demise. Roman fled swiftly, the roars of the voracious beasts echoing behind him, relentless in their pursuit. He navigated through several sharp turns, utilizing his enhanced agility to distance himself from the beasts. Beep. After a thorough scan by the chip, he noted the absence of voracious beasts in the vicinity. Hearing the chip's notification, Roman breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to pause for a brief respite before vacating the perilous mana ecological zone. The previous commotion had likely alerted the entire region's voracious beasts. On the virtual map, a dense cluster of red dots encircled him from all directions. Without the chip revealing the full map, he would have had a slim chance of survival amidst the fog of war. As he took a bite of food and reflected on the merits of the chip, an alarm blared once more. Beep. Alert. Alert. Numerous voracious beasts detected in the vicinity. What? More of them? Roman's heart raced as he abandoned his contemplations and hastily turned to flee. He twisted and turned, shaking off several waves of voracious beasts. Yet, just as he barely evaded one group, another would immediately close in, once even managing to siphon a small amount of his life essence. During a sharp turn, his smaller mass and low inertia allowed him to outmaneuver the pursuing beasts, but just beyond that corner, he collided head-on with another voracious beast. The runestone exploded into a fireball, sending the beast flying, granting Roman a moment of escape. Afterward, he inquired why the chip had failed to warn him. The chip displayed a linear trajectory of the voracious beast, indicating it had charged straight at him with such speed that the chip could not issue a warning, as if it had a specific target in mind. Roman felt a sense of unease and commanded the chip to enhance its detection capabilities, soon noticing an unusual sight. A bird was inexplicably soaring through the sky. In the desolate mana ecological zone, where not a blade of grass could thrive, how could any avian life persist? Even if one existed, it would soon become a meal for the voracious beasts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He halted, disregarding the voracious beast pursuing him, and brandished the pouch of runestones, shouting, "Esteemed wizard, if you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall be forced to hurl this pouch of runestones away." The next moment, a green fireball erupted from an unknown source, striking the face of the pursuing voracious beast. Chapter 9. Negotiation and hesitation. The fireballs erupted, sending the devouring beasts flying in all directions, followed by more fireballs that caused chaos among the others. Compared to the runestones, these fireballs exhibited a significantly greater power. After sustaining just one hit, many devouring beasts could hardly recover. "Chip, have you detected the source of the attack?" Roman inquired. "Beep. Perception is being interfered with by an unknown force field. No findings." Amidst his swirling thoughts, the devouring beasts were obliterated. And after suffering a direct strike, they finally experienced an emotion known as fear, scattering in disarray. Roman stood quietly, observing the retreating figures of the devouring beasts. His expression serene, but his eyes glinting with a flicker of red light. Before long, several figures clad in gray robes appeared before him. "You're not wearing a gas mask. Are you an apprentice wizard?" One of them remarked coolly, despite realizing that they were attempting to lure him into a trap. Roman feigned ignorance, understanding that their intentions were singularly focused on coveting the runestones in his possession. For both mortals and wizards, this pouch of runestones represented a significant fortune, making the covetousness of this group entirely plausible. As anticipated, the leader of the group pretended to have just noticed Roman, smiling as he said, "Ah, it seems my junior has just been promoted. You must be unaware of a certain rule among wizards. Are you referring to?" Roman continued to play the fool. "Equivalent exchange?" Roman scoffed inwardly. Only when strength was commensurate could there be an equal exchange. Given the current disparity in power, a straightforward theft would suffice, rendering any notions of indebtedness unnecessary, unless there were other constraints preventing them from acting. Roman's thoughts raced as he observed the positions of the other wizards. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him, and he commanded, "Chip, analyze the micro-expressions of these individuals." Ding. Task established, commencing analysis. Before long, the results emerged, confirming Roman's suspicions that this was merely an impromptu gathering. The positioning and expressions of the group indicated a subtle mutual wariness. With this realization, Roman devised a plan. Producing the pouch of runestones, he smiled and said, "No problem. Senior, I can give you these runestones, provided you escort me to the reporting location." Roman continued to smile, shaking his head. "I don't believe you, Senior. If you could have killed me, you would have done it by now." Pointing towards a few other apprentices nearby, he added, "I suspect you're worried about giving someone leverage, right? After all, wizards killing one another doesn't reflect well." Yet, he remained defiant, sneering, "If I refuse, do you think you can leave this place unscathed?" Roman shook his head. "I may not walk out of here alive, falling to the devouring beasts, but before that occurs, I will expend all the runestones in my possession, while you will exhaust your energy, summoning more devouring beasts, ultimately gaining nothing." The wizard apprentice was taken aback, exclaiming, "You figured it out." Roman shrugged. "What is so difficult to guess? Those devouring beasts are quite abnormal. Make your decision quickly. As long as you safely escort me to my destination, I'll hand over the runestones. I trust wizards are embodiments of rationality. You wouldn't undertake a fruitless endeavor." Upon hearing this, the young man fell into contemplation. Roman was correct. With individuals around him hindering his actions, he could not openly strike Roman down. Continuing with the old method of luring beasts to exhaust Roman was time-consuming and ultimately unproductive. However, agreeing to the apprentice's terms left him feeling resentful. Caught in a quandary. At that moment, several of his companions expressed impatience, urging, "Hey, Colin, are you done yet? Make a decision quickly. We still have to travel." Ultimately, the wizard named Colin relented, saying, "Fine, I agree. I swear before the eye of judgment." Roman's heart soared. This meant that until they reached the reporting point, he would have the protection of this third-level wizard apprentice. Once they arrived, local wizards would take over, ensuring his safety. After reciting some convoluted incantations, Colin summoned an eye bound by chains, and the two recited their oaths. Essentially, Colin vowed to safely escort Roman to the apprentice reporting point, while Roman promised the runestones as a reward, with the stipulation that neither party would attack the other during the journey. As soon as the words were spoken, the Eye of Judgment cast chains that intertwined with both their bodies. Roman felt an added layer of binding upon his soul, which made him somewhat uneasy. Thus, he commanded, "Chip, scan this illusion and conduct a component analysis." Ding. Task established, commencing scan. Scanning complete. No abnormalities detected. It appeared that the level was too high, rendering the chip incapable of perceiving anything, unable to gather data. Even the most formidable analytical capabilities were rendered moot. However, this incident deepened Roman's understanding of the wizard's enigmatic and formidable nature, filling him with newfound aspirations for the future. With the constraints of the Eye of Judgment in place, the atmosphere between Roman and Colin relaxed significantly. Throughout their journey, Roman transformed into an inquisitive child, incessantly posing questions. Colin, I just saw you effortlessly annihilate the devouring beasts. Does this mean that once one reaches your level, they need not fear them anymore? Roman glanced around and continued. When you confronted me earlier, why didn't your companions come to your aid? It seemed like your relationships were somewhat strained. Colin replied with a hint of resignation. Well, it's surprising that we have a good relationship. I'm not from the same academy as them. We're out here together primarily for. Just then, they arrived at the academy's recruitment point, and Roman felt a surge of excitement. However, upon looking closer, he found it completely deserted. At this moment, Colin sighed and said, our main purpose for coming out here is to conduct joint recruitment. So, what do you think, Junior? Would you be interested in joining my academy? Chapter 10. Choosing a college. Roman was safely delivered to the admissions point, the contract fulfilled. Deep within his soul, the Eye of Judgment lifted its restraints. Yet Roman felt no excitement. Instead, a tempest of anxiety swirled within him. The individuals he had just clashed with turned out to be representatives from various wizarding academies, which explained their mutual disdain. Reflecting on his own conduct in the mana ecological zone, he pondered how these academies would perceive him. As a first-level wizard apprentice defying a third-level apprentice, he was undoubtedly a prime example of overstepping one's bounds. Beside him, Colin observed Roman's conflicted expression with a sense of satisfaction. Wasn't he just full of bravado moments ago? Now he was at my mercy. At that moment, Roman stifled his tumultuous thoughts, took a deep breath, and forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. He turned to Colin and inquired, May I ask which academy you belong to, Senior? I wish to remember, and make sure to avoid your academy. Colin chuckled coldly, fully aware of Roman's intentions. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of sincerity as he extended an invitation. The Virus Sage's cottage welcomes you to enroll. Roman expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your kind offer, Senior. I will certainly consider it. But in truth, he had no intention of doing so. At that moment, the admissions area was bustling with a series of tents. Following the directions, Roman entered the outermost one and filled out an application form under the watchful gaze of an elderly man before proceeding to the second tent. Inside, an old woman greeted him with a smile she believed to be warm, yet it appeared rather sinister. This is the qualification assessment. Now, place your hand on this crystal ball. Roman complied, and upon contact, the crystal ball emitted a milky white glow. However, he was too preoccupied to notice. As he sensed strands of light penetrating his consciousness, entwining around his meditative space. These threads slithered like serpents across the intricate patterns of his meditative space, occasionally colliding or tightening around certain designs, reminiscent of quality inspectors on Earth who would test structures by tapping on them. Anxiously, Roman observed as the light strands caused more luminous points to fall from his meditative space, accelerating its disintegration. It was only when the threads withdrew from his consciousness that the old woman explained, the stability of your meditative space is a crucial indicator. If it disintegrates upon mere contact, then there is little need for cultivation. Seeing that his meditative space had not suffered significant damage, Roman sighed with relief and casually inquired, What is my stability level then? The stability level depends on the precision of the patterns you've drawn. Your meditative space's patterns are remarkably standard, almost identical to those in the books, warranting a 5th level rating. Roman felt a swell of pride. Of course, I possess a high-precision neural chip. Crafting standard patterns is exceedingly simple. Yet, the old woman doused his pride with cold water. However, the quality of your mental energy leaves much to be desired. The beast you killed, the devourer, had issues. Part of its life essence was not properly digested and purified before its demise, resulting in a muddled mental energy that hastened the collapse of your space. Roman understood her implication. He had used the mana flower to lure the devourer, which had just ingested the life essence of the flower when he struck it down, leaving that essence undigested. It was akin to a person dying with undigested food in their stomach, leading to impure nourishment. With a wry smile, Roman shook his head. What could he do? He had no power, no mentors to support him. Achieving this much was already his limit. With a stability rating of 5 and a purity rating of 2, the average evaluation landed at 3. After receiving the completed application form from the old woman, Roman stepped out of the tent. Next, it was time to select an academy. He opened a pamphlet detailing the various academies, noting not only the Virus Sage's cottage, but also others with peculiar names such as the Flesh Opera House, Blood Bell Tower, Symbiotic Garden, and Life Lighthouse. Upon perusing the introduction page, Roman discovered that these names were somewhat reflective of the fields their respective academies specialized in. Broadly categorized into two types. The unpleasantly named academies, like the Virus Sage S Cottage, Bone Circle, and Flesh Opera House, typically focused on foundational research and biological principles. In contrast, those with more palatable names, such as Symbiotic Garden and Life Lighthouse, were inclined towards applied technological research. Which type should I choose? Roman pondered. As a wizard, I seek power to rise above others. Thus, I must select the discipline that best facilitates my growth in combat prowess. Therefore, it seemed that the academies focused on fundamental research were more suitable for him, as a deeper understanding of these principles would enhance his strength. Knowledge is power. Compared to applied research, fundamental research delves deeper, often producing wizards with superior combat capabilities. Conversely, the applied schools derided the fundamental ones as a bunch of mad butchers, obsessed with live experiments. With slight embellishments, they transformed into bloodthirsty fiends. Additionally, the ruthless competition within the fundamental schools could also deter many. Having made his decision, Roman closed the admissions pamphlet and walked towards the tent of the fundamental school. He was indifferent to the live experiments. On the path to truth, sacrifices were inevitable. As long as he wasn't the one making them, he was fine with it. As for the fierce competition, he had his chip as a powerful asset. With a golden finger, what did he have to fear? The distinction between the fundamental and applied schools was stark. The tents were divided into black and white, lining the pathway like a commercial street on Earth. The admissions pamphlet provided only a brief overview of each academy, while wooden signs in front of the tents contained more detailed descriptions. Chip, initiate scan, and record. Roman refrained from entering any tent, instead jotting down the detailed information for each academy. After completing his cursory examination, he promptly commanded, ding. Task initiated, analysis commencing ding. Analysis complete. Results are as follows. Virus Sage S Cottage, Flesh Opera House. Roman reviewed the basis for this conclusion. The commonality between the two lay in their expertise in micro-level research. Enlightened by earthly knowledge, he understood that genes are the foundation and essence of life. Studying genetics equates to investigating the source of power and understanding the formation of strength. Only then could one attain greater combat capability. Moreover, he possessed a distinct advantage in micro-level research due to his chip, whose formidable computational power would aid in capturing microscopic molecules. Thus, Roman made his way toward the Flesh Opera House, decisively abandoning the Virus Sage S Cottage due to Colin's presence. Upon entering the tent, he was greeted by a hooded wizard apprentice, their face obscured by mist. After receiving the application form, the apprentice remarked blandly, "I'm a stability rating of 5. It seems you are a diligent child." It's a pity about the purity level. The apprentice then looked up at Roman and continued, "The basic benefits are posted at the entrance. If you have no objections, please sign this contract." After reviewing the contract and confirming its validity with his chip, Roman signed his name. The apprentice gestured toward the back of the tent, saying, "Wait there. We will depart for the academy shortly." Chapter 11. Faction Struggles. Roman lifted the curtain and stepped into the space behind the tent, where several rows of chairs were sparsely occupied by 15 young men and women. Upon his arrival, they cast a fleeting glance in his direction before returning to their own activities, immersed in silence. The atmosphere within the tent was hushed, with everyone striving to minimize noise, creating a stifling sense of oppression that hung in the air. Roman also noted that these young individuals possessed sharp, venomous gazes reminiscent of hardened criminals, evoking thoughts of inmates in a maximum security prison. Truly, those who dared to enter the principal faction and become battle wizards were anything but ordinary. Finding an empty seat, Roman was about to sit down when a voice called out to him, "Hey, Roman, over here." He turned to see a handsome blonde youth waving at him. His name was William, hailing from an aristocratic family, belonging to the same noble faction as Roman's family. In the realm of mortals, the nobility was divided into various factions and alliances, perpetually embroiled in conflict. The Sterling family, the adversaries of Roman's lineage, had been behind the demise of the late Ampor. Most wizard apprentices hailed from noble backgrounds, and the animosities of their forebears continued to echo within this tent. Looking around, Roman observed that these youths formed small clusters, separated by seemingly short yet insurmountable distances, occasionally casting each other glances filled with cold disdain. Amused by the scene, Roman chuckled softly, sensing that these youngsters had yet to adapt to their new identities, oblivious to the fact that they were now wizards. The power resided within themselves. Mortal power struggles were but fleeting clouds, insignificant in the face of the path of truth. However, Roman concealed his disdain and smiled at William. William, you've come to the blood and flesh opera too? Huh. Roman, you're here as well. William laughed, playfully patting Roman on the shoulder. Look at you. A knight now. You've bulked up. Then, lowering his voice conspiratorially, he added, let me tell you. I killed a member of the Macchiato family during my promotion in the Mana District, just as the recruitment team passed by. They admired my combat prowess and decided to grant me preferential admission. Hearing this, Roman couldn't help but think of Colin, who had also slain an Anpor before the recruitment team but had received no recognition. Instead, he was left to suffer the consequences of his actions. With a sigh, he remarked, I killed an Anpor too. Why wasn't he as fortunate as you? William's eyes sparkled as he slapped Roman's shoulder enthusiastically. Well, brother, I hear the Sterling family is quite wealthy. This time they invested heavily in Anpor, acquiring a plethora of runestones. No wonder those folks looked so grim. His tone deliberately rose, attracting the attention of another group of youths within the tent, who then cast several icy glares at Roman, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. He smiled wryly at William and replied, You're just inviting animosity upon me. William, unfazed, laughed. What do you mean by inviting animosity? The enmity was already deep-rooted. He spoke as if his words alone would alter their hostility. Is the academy located in the Mana ecological zone? Roman inquired. Of course. Where else would it be? William replied. We will delve deeper into the Mana ecological zone, and some people are bound to perish. With that, he extended his hand, a smile on his face that was both charming and persuasive. Roman, let us join forces. Indeed, as a scion of a duke, William had a knack for manipulation. Roman thought to himself, yet outwardly he responded with feigned sincerity. Sure, let us unite and support one another. We shall surely survive until the end. Afterward, William began introducing the members of their small group, consisting of 3 men and 1 woman, all possessing knightly prowess, with William himself having reached the level of a Grand Knight. Just then, a recruitment mentor, his face shrouded in mist, entered the tent and addressed the assembly. Children, the recruitment is concluded. I will now lead you to the academy. Roman found the voice somewhat familiar, and as the mentor dispelled the mist from his face, he revealed himself to be Colin, their senior, a 3rd-level apprentice, and their lifeline for the next month. Let us get along well, he said, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering with delight upon Roman's displeased expression. Finally, he waved his hand. The carriage is outside. Gather your belongings and board. Damn it, Colin was definitely being intentional. That scoundrel. Roman cursed inwardly, knowing Colin anticipated that he would avoid his academy. Deliberately claiming allegiance to the Virus Sage's chamber, steering Roman towards the choice he desired. Yet, there was also the possibility that if Roman chose the application faction instead, Colin's scheme would unravel. Years later, Roman would come to understand the truth. Colin had witnessed his duel with Anpor and deduced that he was a battle fanatic prone to extremes, certain that he would opt for the most radical of the 2 principal faction academies. Had Roman chosen the application faction, it would mean he had misjudged his path, rendering him inconsequential in Colin's eyes. William, noticing Roman's troubled expression, approached with concern. What's wrong, Roman? Do you know Senior Colin? Roman shook his head in denial. No. But is he the one who promised you preferential treatment? William nodded affirmatively. Yes. Back then, he summoned a pack of devourer beasts to attack me. After I survived, he promised me special treatment. It turned out that it was merely a test. Colin never intended to claim Roman's runestones. Roman's expression darkened further. Even without the runestones, Colin would have spared him. Yet, he had foolishly offered them up, believing he had struck a great bargain. How foolish of him. Roman wished he could slap himself. This marked the first lesson on his path to becoming a wizard. The strong do not concern themselves with the protests of the weak. It is more akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Thus, filled with a sense of bitter resentment, Roman boarded the carriage, embarking on the journey to the academy. The carriage was sizable, comparable to a medium-sized bus on Earth. The group of youths gazed out the window, observing other carriages leaving the encampment in succession. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Other academies have large contingents of knights and apprentice wizards escorting them, yet we have only 1 apprentice and a driver. Immediately, someone shot him a disdainful look and teased. You really don't know? Yet you dare to enroll here? Do you know why the academy is called the Blood and Flesh Opera? And no. I just thought it sounded cool, so I signed up, the boy replied awkwardly. Because they believe that only the strong are worthy of standing on the shore of truth. The journey to the academy begins with a process of elimination, and elimination signifies death. Thus, this is a path paved with blood and flesh. How could one expect favorable conditions? Chapter 12. Inside the carriage. Mana ecological zone. Outside the carriage, the sun blazed high in the sky, while the wooden cart, devoid of air conditioning, created an unbearable heat within. The glass windows, sealed tight, impeded any semblance of airflow, intensifying the stifling atmosphere. Soon, the occupants of the carriage were drenched in sweat, with some individuals, burdened by their strong body odor, permeating the space with an unpleasant scent. Most of the young nobles inside were ill at ease in such conditions, their faces betraying their discomfort. Yet, none dared to request disembarkation, for they were within the mana ecological zone. There have been instances when someone attempted to leave the carriage, only to fall victim to a sudden ambush by a devouring beast, meeting an untimely demise. At that moment, Colin, who was supposed to protect them, merely observed with indifference. When questioned about his lack of action, he responded with a disdainful remark. This statement rendered the group of young nobles wary of leaving the carriage. They preferred to endure the oppressive heat and odor rather than risk exposure outside. Inside the carriage, they were united in their misfortune, should they encounter a devouring beast. Colin would have no choice but to intervene. A small mercy, however, existed in the form of a designated compartment at the rear of the carriage for relief. Merely a hole in the floorboard to prevent extreme discomfort from holding their bladders. Nonetheless, the young ones were repulsed by this makeshift lavatory, finding it excessively filthy. Roman, out of curiosity, took a glance and was instantly reminded of the pit latrines back in rural Earth. The thought of a month-long journey in such conditions left the young nobles with expressions of utter despair. During their travels, they occasionally encountered other academy caravans, whose carriages were opulent and well-guarded, starkly contrasting with Roman's group's disheveled state, especially when faced with mocking jeers from the others. Many began to regret their decision to join this inhumane academy. Yet, bound by their contracts, they had no choice but to silently endure. In this harsh environment, all suffered, except for Roman, who seemed to revel in the discomfort, exuding an air of comfort and ease, as though the stench and heat around him had no effect. He remained dry, his skin still bearing the youthful pallor and cleanliness, even radiating a subtle fragrance. Many young ladies were drawn to him, intrigued by this peculiar constitution. After advancing to the rank of a level 1 apprentice, Roman discovered a remarkable enhancement in his bodily control. With the chip's precise manipulation, he could effortlessly command every muscle's contraction, every nerve's transmission, and even the secretion of sweat, as well as the enviable flexibility of his male attributes. By deliberately slowing his blood flow, he cooled his body. Through endocrine regulation, he remained sweat-free, maintaining clean pores, and by blocking his sense of smell, he ignored the odor of sweat in the carriage. His physical comfort allowed him to read wizarding texts in the midst of such adversity, reminiscent of great minds studying in bustling marketplaces. After acquiring this ability, Roman contemplated altering his genes to enhance his physical capabilities. However, lacking the requisite knowledge, he ultimately refrained. At this moment, a question arose in Roman's mind. If a level 1 apprentice possessed sufficient mental acuity to control their body, why could the other apprentices not do the same, enduring the torment of their harsh environment? The answer lay in the absence of a chip. While their mental faculties were developing, their brains remained akin to those of ordinary humans. It is well known that the human body is a labyrinth of complex information, and an ordinary brain cannot process it all at once, leading to selective filtering to protect itself. This resulted in the level 1 apprentices being unable to perceive their own bodies, and without perception, control was unattainable. Roman, however, was different. He possessed a chip, akin to an intellectual amplifier, aiding him in processing the myriad signals from his body, thereby circumventing the protective mechanisms. The chip proved to be remarkably useful, indeed. Happiness stemmed from comparison. Observing the suffering of those around him, Roman felt a surge of satisfaction, first from enhanced perception and then from bodily control. The chip was a tailor-made enhancement for wizards. The chip scanned, recorded, and transmitted memory. Leaning against a girl seeking relief from the heat, Roman resumed his reading. Before embarking, all apprentices had received a set of foundational texts, including wizarding knowledge, basic meditation techniques, fundamentals of inscription, and basics of potion making. These materials occupied a significant portion of his time. Ding. Task initiated. Scanning. Scanning complete. Memory conversion in progress. As soon as the chip finished its announcement, a torrent of knowledge flooded Roman's mind, imprinting itself firmly in his memory, though akin to rote memorization. He had not truly comprehended the information. Thus, for much of the time, he appeared to be reading, while in reality, he was utilizing the chip's formidable computational power to assimilate this knowledge, internalizing it as his own experience. Within less than a day, Roman had mastered all the knowledge from the foundational texts, after which he found himself at leisure, seeking further ways to pass the time. It was then that he sensed a surge of magical energy. Some of the young men in the carriage were startled awake and glanced outside, while others, accustomed to the ordeal, continued to wallow in their despondency. At that moment, explosions erupted outside the carriage, fireballs soaring through the air as Colin unleashed his full might. Under his strange yet potent spells, the devouring beasts were repeatedly vanquished, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the occupants within. Unlike the previous fleeting glimpse, Roman observed Colin's battle in its entirety, gaining a more visceral understanding. Watching Colin wreak havoc, the only thought that crossed his mind was, all fear in the world stems from insufficient firepower. Thus, he promptly commanded, "Chip, assess Colin's combat strength. Benchmark against Earth's military units." Ding. Task initiated. Recording data. Filtering material library. Commencing comparison. Comparison complete. Colin's combat strength is approximately equivalent to that of an enhanced infantry platoon from World War II. So formidable? Roman marveled inwardly. That unit was equipped with universal machine guns and mortars, as well as submachine guns. Colin, as an apprentice, possessed such immense power. What would a fully fledged wizard be capable of? At this moment, he shared the sentiments of those around him. The power of wizards is indeed terrifying. Chapter 13. The Great Night. Throughout the afternoon, Colin repelled several waves of devourers, while Roman and the others in the carriage observed the entire ordeal, further solidifying their resolve to remain within the confines of the vehicle. During this time, Roman collected additional combat data on Colin, gaining a clearer understanding of the capabilities of a third-level wizard apprentice. Based on the standards of the German Army's organization during World War II, the combat strength of a third-level apprentice ranged between that of a platoon and a company, with the strongest not exceeding company level. Although this was merely data from Colin alone, Roman deemed it quite representative. Venturing alone through the Mana ecological zone was no trivial task, especially while escorting a group of inexperienced newcomers devoid of combat prowess. If Colin lacked strength, he would hardly dare to undertake such a responsibility. Therefore, among third-level apprentices, Colin's abilities were undoubtedly formidable, sufficiently representative of a significant portion of his peers. At that moment, an unexpected event interrupted Roman's contemplation. The carriage came to a halt. After enduring the monotonous swaying reminiscent of a minor earthquake throughout the day, everyone had grown accustomed to it, with several even dozing off during the motion. The sudden stop caught them off guard. Peering out of the carriage window, they discovered that night had fallen, and numerous campfires flickered outside, signaling their arrival at a campsite. "Hey, sardines. Congratulations on surviving the first day? Ahem, you really stink, having been pickled all day." "Ha." Colin laughed heartlessly. Yet no one in the vicinity displayed any signs of discontent. Over the past day, they had all witnessed Colin's formidable prowess and his capricious temperament, and none dared to provoke him at that moment. Once he had laughed to his heart's content, Colin composed himself and stated solemnly, "This is a battlefield relic. The residual magical energy here can repel the vast majority of devourers, making it relatively safe. We shall camp here tonight." However, no one among the youths made a move to disembark, clearly intimidated by the dangers outside during the day. Not to mention Colin's unpredictable nature. Who could determine the veracity of his words? Even if they were true, a battlefield relic might not completely repel the devourers. A fact Roman was acutely aware of, having experienced a similar incident where the creatures were drawn to his hiding place in such a structure. Noting the situation, Colin shrugged dismissively. "If you choose not to believe me, so be it. It's a pity, for this is the only water source within 100 miles, along with basic bathing facilities to cleanse your stench-ridden bodies." Upon hearing this, several girls could no longer restrain themselves and rushed from the carriage towards a few rudimentary stalls in the distance, preferring to die cleanly rather than live in filth. Roman was among the last to exit the carriage. Unlike the others who wore expressions of urgency, he maintained a calm and composed demeanor, instantly capturing Colin's attention as the latter stole several glances in his direction. "Chip, scan the surrounding magical energy residue and compare it to relics 1 and 2. Roman commanded silently. Ding. Task initiated. Scanning in progress. Scanning complete. Results are as follows. The residual energy here is 20 times that of Relic 1 and 15 times that of Relic 2. Relics 1 and 2 were the battle sites Roman had encountered during his advancement to an apprentice, and the chip had already recorded the intensity of the residual magical energy. No wonder this place was referred to as a safe zone by the wizards. It appeared that as long as the radiation intensity was sufficiently high, it could indeed deter the devourers. Roman murmured to himself, "Let us name this relic, since there is water. We shall call it the water source relic." He believed he would inevitably have to venture into the ecological zone for missions in the future. And as battlefield relics served as safe havens for wizards, understanding them early on would be advantageous for his survival. Days later, within the sweltering and swaying carriage, "Hey, Roman. Are you practicing the night breathing technique?" Roman, with closed eyes and a unique rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, caused a stir beside William. Upon opening his eyes and smiling, he replied, "Well, since I have nothing better to do, I'm just practicing a bit." However, Roman was not merely dabbling. Unseen by William, he accessed his physical data: stamina, 7, 1, neural reaction speed, 6, 5, vitality, 3, 7, mental strength, 2, 0, life source quality, 4, 0. In just 6 days, his stamina had increased by 2, 1, neural reaction speed by 2, 5, and life source quality by 2, 0. The chip's assistance was indeed remarkable. Roman felt a surge of excitement within. He understood the principles of enhancement. The breathing technique regulated his endocrine system, which in turn stimulated internal viruses, activating life energy that fortified his limbs. The sole challenge lay in the inefficiency of the enhancement process, as humans could not finally control their bodies. Whether it was the endocrine system or the viruses, they could only rely on instinct, lacking a cohesive strategy, resulting in a significant waste of potential energy on unnecessary enhancements, such as the appendix or a third leg. Yet, with the chip's assistance, Roman achieved complete mastery over his body. The chip meticulously allocated life energy, making the enhancement more precise and targeted, utilizing 100% of the life energy effectively. Thus, Roman's training progressed at an astonishing rate, achieving in mere days what others accomplished in years. However, 2 days prior, his progress suddenly stagnated. Despite stimulating life energy, his data showed little growth. The Great Night breathing technique was a family secret, and by referencing cases from his ancestors, Roman discovered that each of his forebears had advanced during times of war. Hence, he conjectured that further growth could only be achieved through practical combat. Turning to William, he proposed, "William, I feel as though I'm rusting away from boredom. After we set up camp today, let us spar to test my training results." Upon hearing this, William perked up, asking, "Are you sure?" "Roman, I am a great knight. Are you certain you wish to challenge me with your knightly strength?" William was indeed a great knight, an invaluable source of data. Roman's heart raced with excitement, though he maintained a facade of calm as he replied, "Absolutely. To be honest, I've hit a bottleneck in my strength and am seeking a breakthrough through actual combat." William nodded approvingly, "Your reasoning is sound. I too had to fell over 1,000 foes before I could break through. But that point of eruption varies from person to person, and you must find it for yourself." Roman expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, William. I appreciate it. Don't mention it. I've been so idle I might as well be rusty. But you, don't blame me if I knock you down." William grinned wickedly. Later that evening, at the campsite, after a flurry of blades and swords, Roman was sent sprawling. "Roman, are you coming again?" William chuckled, his eyes filled with admiration. Once more. Roman, covered in dirt and dust, rose once again, unable to recall how many times he had been knocked down. "Chip, have you analyzed William's physical data yet?" Ding. Analysis complete. Results are as follows: stamina, 10. 1. Neural reaction speed, 10. 3. Vitality, unknown. Mental strength, unknown. Life source quality, unknown. Stamina and neural reaction speed exceeding 10. Was this the strength of a great knight? Roman whispered to himself, raising his gaze towards William, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. "Good spirit, Roman. It seems you possess not only skill with the sword, but also commendable fighting spirit. Prepare yourself." With that, the two charged at each other like thunder clashing with earth. Yet, at that moment, an arrow suddenly flew from an unknown direction, aimed directly at Roman. He quickly swung his sword, deflecting the arrow, but its tremendous force left his hands tingling. An ambush. The assailant possesses knightly strength. Chapter 14. The assailant Roman and William ceased their sparring, their gazes warily fixed on the direction from which the arrow had been loosed. Noble youths, with whom they were acquainted, hurried forward, weapons in hand, their eyes intent on the unknown ahead. At that moment, Roman noticed the camp was abuzz with activity, as various carriages converged from all directions, forming a vibrant assembly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were recruitment carriages from the Blood and Flesh Opera House. The gathering of mortals was substantial, and it was improbable that there was only a single recruitment point for the academy. Today, these carriages had converged here, disembarking throngs of new students who would camp for the night. The arrow that had been shot originated from within one of the groups of students. Unable to discern the assailant, Roman's expression darkened as he sneered. "Are you avenging Ample? Let me tell you, he was slain by my hand. Before his demise, I flayed him, transforming him into a blood eagle." He cried out for a name, but despite his desperate pleas, no one came to his aid, and he perished in despair. Over the course of 3 years in this realm, Roman believed he had not wronged anyone aside from Ample. Now, being inexplicably targeted, he surmised that the remnants of Ample's affiliations had not been thoroughly eliminated. Thus, Roman exaggerated Ample's fate in hopes of inciting the assailant into revealing themselves. "Enough, you scoundrel!" A voice thundered, and a figure burst forth, sword drawn, aiming straight for Roman. The chip's calculations confirmed the assailant was a knight. "Excellent. Just what I need to see some blood." Roman retorted with a cold laugh as he unsheathed his own sword, charging towards his opponent. Harnessing the power of the knight, Roman's form blurred, creating an afterimage as he collided heavily with the assailant. In an instant, a multitude of blades gleamed, the air filled with a cacophony of clashing steel. "Chip, establish a guidance task, calculating optimal kill methods." Ding. Task established, commencing guidance. Thrust. Elevate 30 degrees, slash downwards at 45 degrees. The blade, imbued with formidable force, penetrated the armor, entering through the ribs. However, the armor's obstruction prevented the sword from delving deeper, leaving it ensnared between the armor and the ribcage, immovable. Roman had fallen into a trap. The enemy had calculated the entry point perfectly, avoiding the heart, allowing for an easy recovery due to the knight's constitution. At that moment, the assailant revealed a triumphant smirk, lunging forward with their sword aimed at Roman. With his long sword compromised, Roman found himself exposed, perilously at risk. Yet, he remained unfazed. All of this had been anticipated by the chip's calculations. He swiftly advanced, enveloping his opponent in a close embrace, rendering their sword useless. In the next heartbeat, Roman drew a dagger from his waist, stabbing repeatedly into the assailant's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and the opponent lost their capacity to retaliate. Subsequently, Roman extracted his longsword, raising it in preparation to sever the assailant's head. However, before he could deliver the fatal blow, a hand grasped the blade's edge. Roman was taken aback. Someone had managed to bypass the chip's detection and approach him. Turning, he discovered a wizard apprentice clad in gray robes. The apprentice spoke coolly. "Young man, my team has suffered casualties. The evaluation of the mission will diminish. Would it not be better to negotiate some compensation and let this matter rest?" Roman coldly replied, "But why was no one there to stop him when he attacked me?" The wizard shrugged, spreading his hands. "That concerns your team's wizard. How could I possibly know? Your life or death is of no consequence to me." Roman turned to seek Colin, finding him perched atop a distant carriage, leisurely munching on fruit while observing the scene with keen interest. Upon meeting Roman's gaze, Colin cheerfully waved. The stark contrast between the two leaders irked Roman, causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. "Then I demand all his possessions, including every article of clothing, all luggage, and personal items," Roman declared through clenched teeth. "That is agreeable." The apprentice responded readily, "As long as I can ensure he remains alive." Shortly thereafter, Roman received a chest filled with assorted items and 15 magic stones, while the youth before him was stripped bare. Once healed by restorative magic, the boy glared at Roman, fury radiating from him. "You are strong. No wonder you could kill Ample. Just wait, I will soon become a great knight. I will avenge him." Yet, Roman seemed indifferent to the boy's words. He weighed the magic stones in his hand, and before the boy's eyes, he set fire to his clothing and personal effects, incinerating them completely. Without casting another glance, he strode back toward his camp. Behind him, the boy felt a profound humiliation, his voice seething with anger. "This shame will be etched in my memory forever. Remember my name. I am Carl. I will not rest until this debt is repaid." Meanwhile, William approached Roman, clapping him on the shoulder. "Well done, Roman. That fool is Ample's childhood friend. It is said they were as close as brothers, perhaps even more than that." William discerned the unspoken reproach in Roman's words regarding his earlier inaction. However, he defended himself brazenly. "I was merely gathering information, and do you know where Carl learned you killed Ample? From our convoy?" Roman speculated. "Indeed," William replied grimly. "It seems someone is already stirring the pot. The peace we've enjoyed is about to shatter. Prepare yourself, Roman. War is imminent." At this moment, the chip emitted a tone, causing Roman to pause thoughtfully and murmur, "It has already begun." This statement piqued William's interest, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean by that, Roman?" The chip had not directly detected the devourer beast, but indicated that the magical energy of this relic was diminishing, nearly indistinguishable from the first and second. This would not deter the devourer beast. William surveyed the area, noting the ongoing revelry, the atmosphere devoid of any sign of impending conflict. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to trust Roman's intuition. "I will notify everyone at once. Remember to keep it discreet. These oblivious people around us make for the perfect fodder," William decided solemnly. Then noticed Roman walking away. "Hey, Roman, where are you going?" "You truly are." William couldn't help but chuckle at this reckless teammate. Finally offering a word of caution, "Be careful, and find us when it's all over." As night fell, Roman wandered through the darkness, the air thick with a restless energy. After days of tension, these youths craved a celebration. They kindled bonfires, raised their cups in merriment, and the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. A few boys hummed tunes, while lovely maidens exchanged glances, hand in hand, stepping away from the fire. In the shadows beyond the bonfire's glow, a dark veil enveloped the scene, reminiscent of a benevolent mother concealing desires, murderous intent, and schemes, shrouding them while leaving the world's finest aspects basking in the light. The night afforded Roman an advantage. He needed no deliberate concealment to surveil Carl, who sat before the bonfire, clad in borrowed attire, sipping drink and recounting tales of himself and ample to two enraptured girls, their faces aglow with excitement. It was easy to envision that if Carl's storytelling proved captivating enough, the two maidens would gladly offer him consolation for the night. Roman sat cross-legged on the sandy ground, a composite bow in hand, embodying a seasoned hunter. Nearby, in the darkness, the sound of heavy breathing and melodic cries emerged, but he paid them no mind. Thus, Roman waited in silence, and at long last, he heard the long-awaited roar. The devourer beast was upon them. Chapter 15. The Uprising Silence. Newcomers, remain calm and stay in place. There are 43rd level wizard apprentices here, sufficient to handle any threat. Outside the camp, a series of explosions erupted, with arcane flashes illuminating the sky and the anguished cries of the devouring beasts filling the air. As the wizards exerted their control and the power of magic surged, the newcomers gradually settled down. More wizards ventured out to confront the devouring beasts, including Carl's team leader, while Carl remained by the campfire, anxiously gazing towards the outside world, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. In the shadows, Roman revealed his fangs, drawing his bow, nocking an arrow, taking aim, and releasing. The composite bow imbued the three-pronged arrow with tremendous kinetic energy, traversing several meters in an instant to pierce Carl's chest. "Hey, Carl, continue telling us your story about Ambal." With the flames of war temporarily distant, the girl beside Carl shifted her focus to the fervor of romance. Carl hung his head in silence. Why is Carl silent? Is he still grieving? Fear not. Once this tale is over, I shall keep you company for the night. A teasing older sister playfully nudged Carl. However, at that moment, Carl collapsed to the ground, an arrow having pierced his heart. The older sister stood frozen in shock. And before she could react, two more arrows shot from the darkness, striking Carl's head and extinguishing his life entirely. With a piercing scream, the camp, which had just regained its composure, erupted into chaos once more. Fear began to accumulate, and many young men and women, like startled birds, teetered on the brink of losing control. Just then, someone shouted, "The devouring beasts are coming." This ignited the powder keg of panic, plunging the campsite into utter disarray. Screams, trampling, curses. Many blindly brandished their swords, resembling frenzied demons, attacking anyone who approached. It was the dead of night, visibility was poor, and the crowd could not discern truth from rumor, their hearts filled with dread of the unknown. The chaos and fear further consumed their rationality, amplifying the turmoil. The architect of this mayhem, Roman, swiftly navigated through the darkness, heading towards the predetermined meeting place with William, dispatching anyone who obstructed his path with a sword. Regardless of the consequences, Roman moved in a straight line and, after felling countless obstacles, soon arrived at his destination, a cave with a narrow entrance. Its passage so constricted that only one person could pass sideways, a perfect sanctuary. Who goes there? Halt. Suddenly, a heavy hand clapped on his shoulder, accompanied by William's excited voice. "It's you, Roman. So, did you take care of Carl?" He felt no shred of sympathy. Even as the perpetrator, he bore no guilt. To him, The deaths of these strangers mattered not. William then handed Roman a water flask, grinning as he said, "Don't worry, as long as it's not us. That's all that matters. The Academy's resources are limited, and these people outside are future competitors. The more that perish, the better." At that moment, the only girl in the group wrapped her arm around Roman's shoulder, softly saying, "Exactly, you were kind to them, but these people might stab you in the back. Even now, we don't know who informed Carl about Ambal's death. I sincerely hope that person meets their demise in this turmoil." The girl, named Josie, was a captivating serpent. As she drew closer, Roman felt a surge of wariness and politely pushed her away. Apart from Josie and William, there were two twins with piercing gazes, rumored to be William's personal guards. Given William's unsavory nature, it was clear that his guards were not virtuous either. Thus, Roman harbored no trust for any of them, suspecting on more than one occasion that one of them might be the informant who had disclosed information to Carl. Nonetheless, Roman had no choice but to ally with them for survival, as the devouring beast had breached their defenses. "Warning! Warning! A horde of devouring beasts is approaching. Stay hidden," Roman whispered urgently. Upon hearing this, William quickly produced several vials of zombie blood, urging Roman and the others, "Hurry, apply this to yourselves. We must go deeper into the cave. The further we retreat, the less likely the devouring beasts will find us." Just then, Josie exclaimed, "Wait, William. That bunch from Machito is coming this way. It seems they've discovered this cave too." William immediately peered outside the cave, seeing around 20 armored knights ascending the slope. While behind them, the roars of the devouring beasts and the blasts of magic echoed relentlessly from the camp. Roman then suggested, "This cave seems spacious enough to accommodate both our groups. Why not let them in?" "Absolutely not," William and Josie responded in unison. William pointed to a rotund individual inside, declaring, "Do you see that fat man? He belongs to the Moore family, who allied with the Sterling family last year to plunder your territory." He then indicated a tall, lanky figure, stating, "That one is from the Jones family, coveting Josie's wealth and intending to kidnap her, forcing a union through the birth of a child. And I needn't mention my own situation. I recently killed a member of the Machito family. If we let them in now, not only will they not be grateful, but they would relish the opportunity to eliminate me." Hearing William's words, Roman realized his previous simplifications were naive. In his eyes, wizards embodied reason and self-interest, unlikely to engage in pointless slaughter. Yet, he overlooked the inertia of human thought, which remains influenced by past experiences. Therefore, Roman ceased to insist and acquiesced to William's proposal. Upon reaching a consensus, a cruel smile spread across William's face. "Now, we have a perfect opportunity to annihilate our enemies. If we let this slip by, we'll surely regret it when we encounter them in the Academy later." Soon, everyone revealed their trump cards. The Mute brothers produced two massive axes. Josie unveiled a runed stone. Roman displayed a poisoned composite bow, while William brandished 5 vials filled with a glowing red liquid, resembling volcanic lava. With a triumphant grin, William declared, "Of course, I've invested significantly to ensure their complete eradication." Chapter 16. The first encounter within the cave. William and his companions reached a consensus, revealing their trump cards. At this moment, Roman inquired, "William, tell us about our adversaries. How many knights do they have, and how many are of the greater rank?" Joss gasped anxiously, expressing her concerns. "We only have 4 knights and 1 greater knight. Despite possessing rune stones and potions, our chances of success in a direct confrontation remain slim. Moreover, regarding that unfamiliar individual, I harbor a foreboding feeling. After all, you are well acquainted with nearly everyone in our circle." After observing for a while, Roman posed another question, "William, that unfamiliar face seems to be quite close to the Macchiato brothers, and their demeanor appears rather submissive. Does this evoke any thoughts for you?" William glanced over, closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, shook his head. "I still lack any insight. Nonetheless, the battle we must fight is inevitable. Prepare for combat." At this juncture, Roman suggested with a sardonic smile, "Given that the enemy is strong and we are weak, let us draw them in first. Then unleash a concentrated attack to catch them off guard." "Excellent. Both of you are truly talented," William praised with a smile. "Furthermore, I would like to add that after our initial ranged assault, the Mute brothers should engage in close combat to ensure the complete annihilation of their probing forces, thereby achieving maximum psychological impact." He concluded solemnly, "Lastly, please remember that time is on our side. As long as we can hold out until the arrival of the voracious beast, victory will be ours." With the strategy established, they commenced their execution. Meanwhile, approximately 20 individuals, led by the Macchiato brothers, reached the mountainside, gazing at the cave from a distance. One of the brothers seized a subordinate and asked, "Is that the cave?" The subordinate nodded vigorously, grinning as he replied, "Indeed, boss. Earlier, I went inside to relieve myself and discovered it was narrow and deep. The voracious beast can't possibly enter." "Splendid." The Macchiato brothers patted the subordinate's shoulder, praising him. "If this is true, there will be a substantial reward afterward." At this moment, one of their companions urged, "Enough of the idle chatter. Let us take control of it." He then turned to the subordinate, instructing, "You take 5 men inside to assess the situation. If you encounter any danger, report back immediately." "Yes, boss." The subordinate responded loudly and then lowered his voice to ask, "Boss, who is that person? Why do we have to tread so lightly?" With a swift motion, the Macchiato brother slapped him on the forehead, scolding, "Why ask so many questions? Just do as you're told. He has the qualifications of a 5th-tier sorcerer and is a key training subject of the academy, a direct disciple of a formal sorcerer. With a powerful backing, he possesses magical items." "Magical items!" the subordinate exclaimed in astonishment. "Such things cannot be purchased with money. Many 3rd-tier apprentices lack magical items. Yet a 1st-tier apprentice has received them. What does this imply?" It indicates the academy holds him in high regard, suggesting a profound background and a promising future. Such a person must be courted. With this thought, the subordinate instantly became invigorated, rallying 6 others as they hurried toward the cave. "I must ensure the cave is spotless. I need to clean up after my earlier business and perhaps even set up a cot to ensure that esteemed individual is comfortable." As the eager subordinate accompanied 6 knights, calculating how to ingratiate himself, Roman raised his compound bow. "Chip, calibrate the position, ensuring a single shot will suffice." Ding. A mission was established and guidance commenced. A phantom of an arrow materialized within Roman's retina. He adjusted the compound bow to align with the phantom and released the string. The poisoned arrow, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy, swiftly pierced the subordinate's skull. Before the remaining knights could react, the Mute brothers charged forth, their great axe cleaving 2 knights in half. Blood spattered, and as the last 2 knights finally reacted, it was too late. Roman dispatched one with an arrow, while the Mute brothers eliminated the other, rendering the world momentarily tranquil. The probing forces fell like wheat before the scythe. Initially startled, the Macchiato brothers advanced a step and shouted into the cave, "Brothers within the cave, I bear no ill will. The voracious beast is upon us. We merely seek a place to hide." The Mute brother, axe in hand and face concealed, remained silent, coldly observing him. Roman then raised his bow and called out, "This place is already occupied. Seek shelter elsewhere. Get the hell out. We will kill them all." As his words faded, a cacophony of expletives erupted from within the cave, suggesting a significant number of people were present. Faced with the overwhelming odds against their mere 15, the Macchiato brothers began to falter. At this moment, a discontented youth behind them scoffed, "Hey, are you 2 even capable? You can't even handle a simple cave. What good are you?" Feeling the disapproval from true power figures, the Macchiato brothers stiffened. Although they were greater knights, their sorcerer qualifications were only at the 1st tier. Without the support of a powerful figure, they would be relegated to the lowest ranks in the future. Thus, they resolved to cling to this influential benefactor, no matter the cost, to ensure his satisfaction. With steely resolve, they shouted into the cave, "I don't care who is inside. Vacate the cave immediately. Or else when I break in, I will slaughter you all." However, the Mute brother signaled downward with his thumb, igniting the second wave of assault. This time, the Macchiato brothers did not employ a probing tactic. All 15 of them surged forward, attempting to muster their greatest strength to seize the cave at the swiftest pace. "William, the enemy has committed all their forces. It's up to you now." As they entered the cave, Roman turned to William. William and Joss nodded with smiles. "Go rest at the back. We will handle things here. However, we will require your archery support shortly." Roman promptly agreed, stating, "I will shoot at them as they enter the cave, luring them deeper and triggering the traps you've set." Meanwhile, deep within the cave, explosive potions and rune stones emitted a faint, eerie glow. Chapter 17. Annihilation. The power of the knights surged forth, and in an instant, 15 individuals, including the Macchiato brothers, arrived at the entrance of the cave. At that moment, William commanded, "If we let them in directly, they will easily become suspicious. Therefore, you, the Mute brothers, must act as a barrier. Do not engage in prolonged combat, just create a diversion." The Mute brothers, wielding massive axes, stood like sentinels before the cave. The Macchiato brothers, with stern expressions, declared, "This is your last chance. Yield the cave, or face death." With that, they exuded an aura of battle intent, radiating the oppressive presence of a Grand Knight, causing the Mute brothers' movements to stiffen unnaturally. This was the unique technique of the Grand Knights, a battle aura that only those of equal rank or second-tier apprentices could withstand. In the next moment, the Mute brothers vanished from their spot, covering several meters in the blink of an eye, their heavy axes raised high as they struck towards the enemies. The Macchiato brothers were caught by the blow, yet they grinned maliciously, unfazed. Upon closer inspection, the heavy axe was halted by an invisible battle aura, like a suit of armor shielding them. Roman, standing nearby, also launched arrows. However, it was too late. Shield and spear transformed under the Grand Knight's control, and the armor-like battle aura suddenly detonated, creating a violent directional explosion that sent the Mute brothers flying, their fate unknown. With a swift motion, an arrow from Roman was deflected, and the Macchiato brothers bellowed, "Who else dares to challenge us? Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as them." At that moment, the Mute brothers lay crumpled against the stone wall, resembling a shattered fly. Chip, record data and assess combat capability against the wizard's strength. Roman commanded the chip. Ding. Task established, commencing analysis. Analysis complete. Combat power assessed to be within the range of second to third tier apprentices. The distinction between knights and Grand Knights lies in their ability to unleash battle aura, which manifests in various forms and provides substantial support in close combat, ensuring a crushing advantage over foes of lower ranks. Inside the cave, William ground his teeth, his face contorted with hatred, preparing to charge out and confront the Macchiato brothers in a life-or-death struggle. Roman and Josie quickly restrained him. Roman spoke solemnly, "The enemy is strong, and we are weak. They're in the light while we are in the dark. Engaging them head-on would play right into their hands. We must utilize the cave's terrain to have any chance of exterminating them." Josie concurred. Roman is correct. The layout of the cave is sufficient to give them a run for their money. William, regaining his composure, cast a venomous glance outside the cave. Seething, "Let them in. Use the talismans and potions to blow them to smithereens." Meanwhile, outside the cave, the Macchiato brothers, noticing the prolonged silence, called out once more, "Listen. If you do not respond, I shall assume no one is inside and will enter." After a few seconds of silence, the Macchiato brothers waved their hands, sending 2 knight-level subordinates to act as scouts as they ventured into the cave. Soon after, 2 screams echoed from within, followed by 2 heads being tossed out. The Macchiato brothers furrowed their brows. 2 knights had perished inside, indicating the strength of the guards. The ability to slay 2 knights suggested the presence of more knights, or perhaps a Grand Knight. The roaring of the devourer beast grew increasingly close, leaving them little time for contemplation. After a brief discussion, the brothers commanded all remaining knights to launch a full-scale assault. 11 knights led the charge, followed by the 2 Grand Knights, as they entered the cave in single file. The passage was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through. And as they stepped into the cramped space, an eerie silence enveloped them, as if danger lurked in the shadows, prompting a foreboding sensation in each heart. Be cautious. The killers of Toman and Ward must be hiding within. First, we must locate their bodies, the Macchiato brothers ordered quietly. At that moment, the leading knight gasped in horror. They had discovered the bodies of the 2 fallen knights. The Macchiato brothers urged, "Quickly inspect the bodies and report back to me." Moments later, the subordinate reported, "Boss, the corpses bear no other wounds. They were cleanly beheaded with a single strike, the cuts precise and swift." The faces of the Macchiato brothers paled, and they shouted, "Retreat immediately," for only a Grand Knight could sever the heads of 2 knights in one blow, indicating that at least one Grand Knight lay hidden deeper within the cave. The cave's terrain was exceedingly disadvantageous for them. Previously, out of caution, they had instructed their subordinates to lead the way while they remained at the rear. However, the narrow passage limited their ability to provide timely support. This meant that Grand Knight William could slaughter the knights at the front with impunity, while the Macchiato brothers, constrained by the terrain, could not intervene. If traps were set, the consequences would be dire. Thus, they ordered a retreat to regroup and reform their ranks for another assault. But it was too late. A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by the sickening thud of a head hitting the ground. Who is it? Who dares? Crack. Boom. The sound of severed heads echoed again, and explosions of battle aura followed in quick succession, sending several knights flying in an instant. The confined space amplified the force of the directed explosions, sending a multitude of individuals hurtling through the air, mirroring the fate of the Mute brothers. The Macchiato brothers immediately activated their battle aura for defense, standing resolute against the onslaught of the shockwaves, while their subordinates were obliterated in the narrow passage. They felt no sorrow for their fallen comrades, but were instead engulfed in hesitation. The enemy possessed a Grand Knight, and engaging them head-on could result in casualties on their side. Was it worth risking their lives simply to attach themselves to a powerful ally? At that moment, Roman shot an arrow that shattered a vial, releasing a red liquid that instantly rendered the air dry and scorching. Following the trajectory of the arrow, the Macchiato brothers glanced down, their eyes widening in horror as they exclaimed, "It's an explosive incendiary potion. Run!" They fled, but just as they reached the cave's mouth, Josie's voice rang out, chanting, "Web spell, activate." It was a runestone. The Macchiato brothers' faces turned pale with fear as their legs became immobilized. Looking down, they found their feet ensnared by a web. The younger brother lost his balance and fell to the ground, completely trapped in the web, unable to move. Then, the potion detonated, its third-tier apprentice power amplified by the confined space, easily shredding the battle aura defenses of the Grand Knight. In an instant, the elder brother was reduced to a mere pulp, while the younger brother, lying in the web, sustained less impact and miraculously survived, albeit severely burned. The only stroke of luck was that the explosion had incinerated the web, allowing the younger brother to regain his mobility, and he promptly turned to flee. Outside the cave, the roars of the devourer beast grew ever closer. As the younger brother emerged from the cave, he was confronted by a young man who blocked his path. What a bunch of useless fools. 2 Grand Knights couldn't even handle a cave. Lord Ganner, it's not that we didn't try. It's just that they had lava potions and runestones. The younger Macchiato brother quickly defended. He added, "And all our potions and runestones have long been offered to you." Ganner raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is what you say true? Did it contain such items?" Chapter 18. Negotiation Beware. Lord Cannon. This is a level 3 apprentice sorcery. With that exclamation, the younger Machito hurled a knight's sword, striking the potion midair, causing it to detonate prematurely. As the smoke cleared, both individuals emerged relatively unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled, with Cannon himself appearing equally disheartened and covered in soot. Is this truly the power of a level 3 apprentice? Cannon murmured, his gaze lost in thought. "Are you all right, Lord Cannon?" The younger Machito inquired anxiously, only to be brusquely shoved aside. "Get away, you worthless fool." Cannon spat, his hands glowing with sorcery. At that moment, 2 more potions were tossed, engulfing him in a fierce explosion. Inside the cave, William wore a sinister grin. Smugly addressing Roman and Josie, the explosive potion is akin to a level 3 apprentice sorcery, regardless of the outsider's background. He certainly lacks the prowess of a level 3 apprentice, thus his demise is assured. In the Machito family, Josie added with a knowing smile. As William reveled in his sanguine prospects, he suddenly noticed Roman's grave expression and curiously asked, "What troubles you, Roman? Is something amiss?" "It is premature to celebrate." "They are still alive," Roman replied calmly. Outside, as the smoke dissipated, Cannon found himself encased in a massive mercury sphere, its surface marred by scorch marks. A testament to the potency of the explosive potion. Inside the cave, William gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It is a magical item. Where did this boy come from?" Magical items are capable of casting sorcery and are regarded alongside potions and runestones as the 3 great aids of wizards. Through these, low-level wizards can wield high-level sorcery, serving as artifacts for overcoming superior foes. Among these, magical items are the most coveted, as they can be recharged and reused, unlike single-use potions and runestones. Despite their power being inferior to true high-level sorcery, magical items remain exceedingly rare, even sought after by many level 3 wizards. The fact that this unfamiliar youth, merely a level 1 apprentice, possesses such an item implies he is backed by a high-level wizard or is of significant importance to the Academy. Killing him would provoke the wrath of the Academy and high-level wizards, a consequence that William, Josie, and Roman, each of noble mortal lineage, could scarcely endure, indicating their only recourse would be to submit. At this juncture, Josie proposed, rather than killing him, "Let us keep him at bay outside the cave and employ the devourer beast to do our bidding." William shook his head in dismay. "That is not feasible. I have heard of a prophetic sorcery that can trace causality and uncover the simplest of death causes." Roman's expression darkened slightly as he calmly suggested, "What if we allow him entry? He merely seeks refuge, and our strength is not lacking. If he wishes to confront us, he would have to contend with considerable resistance. If he is a competent wizard, he will surely understand." William remained apprehensive, but what if he is not a competent wizard? What if he insists on fighting to the death? Then we shall heed Josie's advice, resolutely defend this position, and eliminate him by proxy. We will deal with the aftermath later, Roman declared decisively. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Cannon's expression soured as he grappled with the formidable strength of the cave's defenders. Equipped not only with rune stones and great knights, but also with potions of level 3 apprentice sorcery. He was uncertain how many explosive potions remained. But he understood that after enduring 2 detonations, the energy of his magical item was reduced to a mere 30%. Without energy, it would be no more than scrap metal. Bereft of his magical item, he would possess no advantage, rendering him no different than the Machito brothers. At that moment, the cries of the wounded echoed from below as the devourer beast feasted, its dark form illuminated by flickering blue lights of life essence. Even more concerning was the fact that some of the new students, in their panic, had fled up the mountain, inevitably drawing the attention of the devourer beast. The stalemate could not persist. Cannon stepped forward, announcing loudly, "I am Cannon, of 5-tier qualifications, a direct disciple of Mentor George and a key figure in the Academy's training. Surely, you would not dare to slay me. If you allow me to enter and take refuge, you will gain my friendship. And what of your explosive potions? Though the energy of my magical item is low, it is sufficient to dismantle this cave before I perish, ensuring we all meet our end together." This blatant provocation incited the younger Machito to vehemently curse and bluster. "Who the hell are you? We are backed by a wizarding family. If we perish, you shall not escape either." "Indeed, I am most curious to see when the Machito family became a wizarding family," William retorted with a cold smirk, stepping out of the cave to mock the Machito brothers. "It is you." The facade shattered, the younger Machito's face contorted with rage as he surged towards William, intent on dragging him down in death. Yet, in the next instant, a mercury tendril pierced through his chest, emerging from the other side, ensnaring them both. Before delivering a vicious twist, blood sprayed forth, and the younger Machito fell lifelessly. As the enraged roars of the devourer beast grew ever closer, Cannon addressed his fallen brother with indifference. "As minions, you have performed admirably, yet at this critical juncture, kindly take your leave." He then intensified the output of the magical item, ensuring the younger Machito was thoroughly vanquished. Before turning to William, "I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. It is now your turn to honor your promise." At that moment, Roman and Josie emerged from the cave, Roman smiling enigmatically. "There remains one final step. Let us jointly swear an oath to the Eye of Judgment and sign a non-aggression pact." "You are indeed cautious," Cannon chuckled. "No wonder you can triumph against the stronger." After the pact was established, the group relaxed their guard, appearing nonchalant as they ventured into the cave. Outside, the roars of the devourer beast drew nearer, soon reaching the cave's entrance. Thud, 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 roar. Ultimately, the creature emitted a frustrated roar, relinquishing its pursuit of the cave to chase after other apprentices. "Are we safe now? Should we venture outside to check?" William sighed with relief, stating, "The devourer beast should not lie in ambush at the cave's entrance." Roman replied, "I suggest we wait a little longer. I have an unsettling feeling about this crisis." Chapter 19. After the war, curious, isn't it? Josie inquired. "What is so peculiar about it? With just a handful of wizards, it would be impossible for them to defend every point. It is entirely normal for a few to slip through. Every year, some lives are lost on the journey." Roman shook his head. "No, that is not what I mean. The wizards must know that the residual magical energy here is minimal, incapable of repelling the devouring beasts. Yet they still chose this place as a campsite." He paused, his tone grave. William continued, as if it were a premeditated plan to gather us together and then offer us up as prey for the devouring beasts. A heavy silence ensued. At that moment, Cannon scoffed. "A bunch of ignorant bumpkins. Do you not realize this is the tradition of the Flesh and Blood Opera House?" William, filled with youthful fervor, shot him an angry glare, and Josie frowned in displeasure. Were it not for the constraints of the Eye of Judgment, it seemed a brawl would have ensued. Only Roman smiled amiably. "We are but novices in the wizarding realm, still grappling with much. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could enlighten us, my lord." Cannon nodded appreciatively at Roman's contrasting demeanor. "You are commendable, unperturbed by feudal emotions, always mindful of your purpose, maximizing benefits. Such qualities are indeed rare." Lighting a cigarette, he continued, "The Flesh and Blood Opera House primarily trains battle wizards, whose members excel in survival and combat within the mana zone. Thus, overcoming the fear of devouring beasts is of utmost importance." At this juncture, Roman queried, "Are you suggesting that this devouring beast attack was merely a means for the Academy to toughen us up?" "Even so, the casualties are devastating." Cannon shrugged, exuding helplessness. Originally, the devouring beasts would have been kept at bay behind the defensive line. Even if there were losses, they wouldn't be so severe. However, an unforeseen riot erupted simultaneously with the appearance of the beasts, leading to mutual slaughter. A riot? William exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't those wizards care? Their departure created a breach in the defenses, allowing the devouring beasts to infiltrate. William was at a loss for words, only concerned with their own interests, entirely oblivious to the bigger picture. How selfish. Cannon elaborated. The primary issue was the absence of a high-ranking wizard to command. Once a high-ranking wizard arrived to direct operations, the situation stabilized immediately. Meanwhile, outside the cave, tranquility gradually returned. William proposed, since the commotion outside has subsided, shouldn't we venture out? Josie agreed without hesitation. The cave was too filthy for her liking, and she wished to leave immediately. Roman, however, expressed reservations, uncertain of the safety beyond the cave. Although the roars of the devouring beasts had ceased, the sounds of magical explosions persisted, indicating that the battle was far from over. At that moment, Cannon added, "My mentor has placed a tracking spell on me. If it is safe outside, he will come looking for me. Having a reliable ally is quite advantageous." A shared thought crossed the minds of William and the others. Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from outside the cave. "Cannon, are you in there? Come out. It's safe now." Outside the cave, smoke lingered in the air, remnants of magical explosions scattered about, alongside the bodies that had been cleared away. Apprentices recorded the aftermath, shaking their heads in dismay. The casualties were indeed severe, and it was easy to surmise that this year's incoming class would be significantly smaller than in previous years. Consequently, the Academy decided to suspend land transportation and instead utilize airships to transport the new students. William and his companions gazed in awe at the immense airship, marveling at the wizarding world's wonders. Only Roman maintained a calm demeanor, having been exposed to advanced Earth technology. His perspective naturally surpassed that of William and the medieval aristocracy. Thus, he focused on another matter entirely. Chips, scanning the faces of survivors, comparing them to pre-disaster records. Ding. Task initiated. Scanning commenced. Upon completion, it was revealed that the current number of new students was approximately 40 of the pre-disaster count, while third-level apprentices accounted for about 90. The scan also detected Colin's body. Only a mere 30% remained. How devastating. Even third-level apprentices had suffered losses. And with Colin's death, the conspiracy against me would dissipate like smoke. This outcome brought a secret satisfaction to Roman. It meant that the competition within the Academy would be significantly reduced, and the resources available to him would dramatically increase. William observed this as well, a knowing smile gracing his lips. We owe our fortune to Roman this time. We were able to prepare in advance, avoiding disaster and reaping the rewards of survival. Josie chimed in playfully. That only grants you the opportunity. The actual gains will depend on the wizard's aptitude. William dismissed her concern. We both possess fourth-level aptitude. As long as we steer clear of that insufferable cannon, we won't miss out on our share. By the way, Roman, what is your aptitude level? Third level. Roman replied, touching his nose, feigning a hint of bashfulness, and chuckled, I hope you'll look out for me in the future. William laughed heartily. Don't be disheartened. Third-level aptitude is quite respectable, at least better than first or second levels. If you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out. Josie's gaze turned sultry as she licked her pink lips. Here is my room number. Do come visit your sister when you have the chance. Under the influence of the chip's enhancements, Roman's appearance was markedly improved. His features became more refined and fair, coupled with the display of wisdom and ruthlessness, rendering him inexplicably attractive to the ladies. Whether for fleeting pleasure or future investment, Josie was more than willing to indulge with Roman. He smiled in response to her invitation but soon forgot it. The path of truth was fraught with peril. Who could know her true intentions? To seek pleasure through risk was, indeed, unwise. Moreover, in a world where slavery existed, wouldn't that be a far safer choice? As Roman opened the door to his room, he found it small, akin to the sleeping compartments of a train on Earth, a bed against the wall, a table beside it, and a restroom by the door. Though modest, he was quite satisfied. He had learned from Canon that such rooms were initially reserved for new students with fourth-level aptitude or higher. A third-level student like himself was limited to a two-person accommodation, while first and second levels were relegated to communal dormitories, living in a collective manner. This was the silver lining of a reduced population. Fewer individuals meant more resources for survival, less competition, improved quality of life, diminished conflicts, and harmonious interpersonal relationships. As Roman pondered his next steps, the airship's intercom announced, "It is now dinner time. Passengers wishing to dine may proceed to the dining hall." His stomach grumbled, reminding him that he had gone nearly a whole day without sustenance. Adrenaline had allowed him to overlook his hunger, but now that the danger had passed, it surged forth like a tide. It was time to eat, lest he truly starve. Roman rose and made his way to the dining hall. The hall, capable of accommodating hundreds, was sparsely populated at that moment, with only a few dozen individuals seated, ravenously devouring their meals. In the adjoining buffet area, food was continuously replenished. The fare was delightful: roasted chicken, duck, and ample portions of meat, culminating in a delicious mushroom soup. After a hearty meal, the intercom crackled to life once more. The airship has arrived at its destination. All new students, please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion to complete your enrollment process. Chapter 20. The floating city. Roman followed the throng of people as he disembarked from the airship. Before him stood a colossal steel structure, resembling an inverted thumbtack, broad at the top and slender at the base. The upper portion featured an enormous disk that obscured the sun, while the lower section was deeply embedded within a vast mountain range. This was the floating city. It was astonishingly immense. Roman heard the gasps of awe from the newcomers around him, and his mind conjured relevant information. The floating city was a creation of ancient wizards, with the manufacturing techniques long since lost to time. Centuries ago, the first dean stumbled upon this ancient wonder while exploring a hidden realm, subsequently establishing an academic institution. The existence of the floating city was one of the prerequisites for the Wizard Academy's survival. The mana ecological zone was rife with monstrous creatures, some of which even the mightiest dean could not contend with. In such perilous moments, the floating city served as an escape mechanism, no matter how formidable a foe. The creatures could not soar through the skies, while the floating city could effortlessly ascend to altitudes of 10,000 meters, evading insurmountable threats. Thus, it was often remarked that while the mana ecology expanded and consumed the viral ecological zones, tales of the Academy's downfall were scarce. Nearly every academy had endured for centuries, precisely because they could flee when danger loomed. Guided by a third-tier apprentice, Roman and the others navigated through the labyrinthine steel corridors and eventually halted before a chamber. Roman was the first to enter, greeted by an elderly man seated at a desk. The old man gestured to a hefty tome, saying, "This book contains descriptions of all the Academy's disciplines. You have 5 minutes to peruse it, and then make your selection. If you cannot decide, I shall assign you to a random discipline." Roman's expression soured as he furrowed his brow. 5 minutes? How could one possibly read all of this in such a short time? The old man shrugged. Regulations are regulations. I suggest you make haste. 5 seconds have already elapsed. Humph. This is clearly an attempt to force a random choice upon me. Roman muttered silently, commanding the chip, initiate scanning tasks, filter information. As Roman swiftly flipped through the pages, he managed to finish just as the clock ticked to 4 minutes and 59 seconds. At that moment, the chip chimed, ding. Scanning complete. 60% of irrelevant information has been discarded. Establishing filtering tasks. Ding. The filtering results are as follows. How absurd. Such a thick volume. And 60% of it is mere drivel. It is indeed laden with malice. Were it not for my chip, I would surely be unable to resist. Roman grumbled as he transferred the information into his memory bank. The Hunters team, primarily responsible for executing various missions outside the floating city. Proficient in potion crafting and enchanting items. Member benefits include cumulative advantages from all 3 disciplines, discounts on shop purchases, and a weekly stipend of potion runestones. Member obligations, mandatory assignments in the ecological zones. We have the best conditions. Do not hesitate. Choose us. In addition, there were various other disciplines. Upon reviewing them, Roman noted that all but the mutation discipline required new students to undertake missions in the ecological zones, and the more stringent the requirements, the greater the benefits. Wizards valued equitable exchange, so it was not difficult to surmise that these missions were fraught with peril. The Blood and Flesh Opera House indeed lived up to its reputation. At this juncture, the old man, noticing Roman's silence, chuckled, "Since you are indecisive, I shall proceed with a random assignment." "No, I have made my decision." Roman interrupted before the old man could finish. "I choose the mutation discipline. Engaging in external missions would undoubtedly be hazardous." Roman possessed a chip, eliminating the need to risk his life for resources as others did. Thus, he resolutely opted for the least perilous and most liberating path, the mutation discipline. With a sardonic smile, Roman remarked, "You speak so much, Do you harbor ulterior motives towards me? Be forthright. There is no need for subterfuge. Your reactions remind me of many things, such as my being the first to select a discipline and the 5-minute reading limit. These privileges, surely, they are exclusive to me. The old man's various constraints had but one objective: to diminish Roman's contemplation time, facilitating the imposition of suggestions and influences to steer him towards a choice aligning with his desires. Yet, he had not anticipated Roman's keen perception, which not only filtered out a significant amount of superfluous information but also swiftly distilled the essentials and unraveled his stratagem. Consequently, the old man could only offer an awkward smile. Then I shall speak plainly. Lord Mark invites you to join the hunter's team, offering you an additional enchanted item atop the existing benefits. Do you realize this privilege is reserved for those of 5th-tier qualifications? The head of the hunter's discipline was indeed aware of him. Roman paused momentarily before deducing it must be due to Colin's influence. Without a shred of hesitation, he decisively shook his head. No, I still choose the mutation discipline. What nonsense. High benefits equate to high mortality rates. With the chip in hand, he believed he could procure enchanted items through his own efforts. There was no need to dance on the knife's edge, risking his life for benefits. Staying true to his principles, he resolutely rebuffed the temptation. After a brief exchange, the old man called in the next candidate. Roman exited through another door, trailing the shadowy servant through the convoluted corridors until they arrived at the dormitory zone, where other apprentices passed by, indifferent to Roman's presence. Eventually, the shadowy servant vanished before a door. Roman retrieved his room key, his consciousness sinking into the meditative space. He directed a thread of mental energy to the key, which flickered momentarily before he inserted it into the door's slot. Open sesame. With a mere thought, Roman pushed the door open. The room was designed with 2 bedrooms, a living area, and a bathroom, a bedroom, a laboratory or study, all meticulously cleaned and tidy. Roman nodded in satisfaction, tidying up his belongings before opening the academy map to head to the dining hall. Chip, scan the academy map and student handbook, input into memory bank. Ding. Task initiated, scanning in progress. Scanning complete, information transmitting. As Roman dined, he absorbed the newly acquired information. The floating city was known to comprise 5 distinct zones: the dormitory zone, trade zone, experimental zone, mining zone, and forbidden zone. The latter was particularly emphasized in the student handbook, warning against proximity without elucidating the reasons, prompting Roman's imagination to wander. What monstrous treasures might lie sealed within? Chapter 21. The meditation space. In comparison to the dormitory area, the experimental zone was more populated yet remarkably tranquil. Cloaked wizards hurried past, engrossed in their own pursuits, appearing particularly focused and reclusive. After navigating a series of twists and turns, Roman halted before a grand door and pushed it open. According to the information in the student handbook, the lecture hall was designated for academic presentations by wizards, serving as a classroom for various public courses on ordinary days, and as a venue for welcoming new students at the beginning of the term. Inside the classroom, a sparse gathering of a dozen individuals occupied the seats, each displaying a range of expressions. Some stared vacantly, others surveyed their surroundings, and a few were absorbed in their reading. Roman glanced at the title of one book, discovering it to be Fundamentals of Meditation. It appeared he was not the only one engaging in clandestine study. Upon his entrance, a few heads turned to acknowledge him before returning to their own affairs. Although their demeanor remained aloof, it was less hostile than during their initial encounters in the tents. With fewer newcomers, resources had become more abundant, reducing competition and fostering a more harmonious atmosphere. Roman chose a random seat and closed his eyes, centering his thoughts in anticipation. Soon, a wizard clad in black robes entered, prompting the students to sit up straight and hold their breaths. The black robe signified a formal wizard, a figure akin to a deity for the apprentices in the classroom. The black-robed wizard surveyed the room and spoke in a measured tone. It has come to my attention that the courage-building exercise resulted in unforeseen incidents, significantly diminishing the enrollment numbers. Congratulations on surviving to the end and reaping the benefits that follow such calamities. To attract new students, all departments have augmented their benefits. The hunting teams have even made magical items available, and even our Department of Transformation has increased the number of complimentary inquiries from 1 to 3. At this juncture, he paused, scanning the room before continuing. Being expelled from the academy means being cast into the mana ecological zone without any form of protection. Lacking wizardly prowess, one is bound to become prey for the devouring beasts. As his words settled, many students exhibited expressions of dread, and the atmosphere in the classroom turned palpably tense. sensing the desired effect had been achieved. The black-robed wizard smiled with satisfaction. The persistent disintegration of the meditation space arises because its mental energy does not originate from within you, but from the life essence of the devouring beasts. Therefore, to halt the disintegration of the meditation space, you must replace the mental energy of the devouring beast within it with the mental energy generated through your own meditation. The space continues to collapse, thus, you must continuously meditate to replenish it. All present comprehended the black-robed wizard's meaning. A headache replaces a headache. A pain in the foot replaces a pain in the foot. Ultimately, the entire self must undergo a transformation. After allowing time for reflection, the black-robed wizard added, thus, the meditation space you are currently experiencing is a pseudo-meditation space. Only after it has been transformed into a true meditation space will you be considered second-level apprentices. Finally, I wish you all good fortune, children. With that, the black-robed wizard turned and departed without lingering. In the classroom, expressions varied widely. Some students appeared calm, others excited, some dismissive, and others perplexed. If the meditation space must be reconstructed, why then construct a pseudo-meditation space? Could they not simply create a true meditation space directly? One student inquired, puzzled. Roman listened for a while, perceiving little valuable information. After commanding his chip to record the appearances of those present, he turned and left. A month swiftly passed. Clutching his textbooks, Roman exited the lecture hall when a girl called out to him. Roman, I didn't understand many parts of that class. Could you possibly tutor me tonight? Her large, watery eyes and striking features exuded an irresistible allure. Roman replied calmly, 1 magic stone for 5 questions, 2 magic stones for 2 hours. The girl blushed slightly and stammered, see, could I pay in another way? Perhaps by ensuring you have a comfortable night. Roman shook his head with a smile, no. I am in urgent need of magic stones. As a gesture for being a loyal customer, I will offer you a discount. 1 magic stone for 7 questions. 2 magic stones for 2.5 hours. The girl pouted in discontent. Fine, you bloodsucker Roman, I wish you a solitary life. Roman merely chuckled nonchalantly and hastened away. Magic stones served as currency among wizards, possessing significant purchasing power, and Roman was in dire need of them. He quickly made his way to the shop, producing a magic stone and addressing the clerk, I would like the Inferno and Black Moon breathing techniques. The clerk retrieved 2 crystal orbs and handed them to Roman, stating, aside from these 2, you have purchased all the night breathing techniques in our store. Roman had been a frequent visitor, solely acquiring night breathing techniques, leaving a lasting impression on the clerk. Handing over 2 magic stones, Roman replied nonchalantly, understood. The chip emitted a prompt tone. Ding. Data interface detected. Would you like to connect? Connect. Roman commanded. Ding. Data reception complete. For the Great Night Breathing Technique. Information recorded as reference material for improvement tasks. At that moment, Roman inquired, what is the progress on improving the Great Night Breathing Technique? Ding. Comparison data has increased. Current progress is at 85. Roman nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, in 2 more days, I shall possess the improved breathing technique. Subsequently, Roman engaged in his daily mandatory practice, meditation. With eyes gently closed, he immersed his consciousness into the meditation space, where luminous specks floated down like snowflakes. The more snowflakes that descended, the dimmer the space became. This was a sign of the meditation space's disintegration. With a focused thought, Roman manipulated several patterns within the space, detaching them from the main structure. They recombined within the space, forming a matrix that rotated slowly, generating purer light points. These points represented Roman's self-generated mental energy. Under his guidance, the luminous points swiftly filled the dimming areas resulting from the disintegration, restoring brightness to those once darkened regions. As Roman activated the meditation matrix and controlled the light points to repair the meditation space, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged through him, causing his consciousness to be expelled from the meditation space. Chip, how were the results of this meditation? Ding. According to observations, the current true meditation space occupies 21, while the pseudo-meditation space comprises 76, with a structural deficiency of 3. The mention of structural deficiency caused Roman's heart to sink. Structural deficiencies indicated that the efficiency of meditation was falling below the rate of disintegration. If left unaddressed, he might lose the ability to meditate entirely before achieving a true meditation space. Losing the ability to meditate would signify the end of his journey as a wizard. To resolve this predicament, he must ascend to the rank of Great Knight. Chapter 22. The Noble War. The stability and dissolution rate of a wizard's meditation space are pivotal in determining their aptitude, the higher the stability. The greater the spiritual energy produced, and the lower the dissolution rate, the more conducive it is to the construction of a true meditation space. Roman's low purity of spiritual energy hastened the degradation of his meditation space, even with a stability rating of 5, which allows for the creation of the most formidable meditation matrix. It still succumbed to the barrel effect. It is akin to a well-structured house built with substandard materials. It will inevitably collapse. Roman must devise a method to delay this process. After analysis, the chip suggested that he become a knight. Upon successful ascendance, the spiritual energy within his meditation space would undergo a purification, significantly slowing the dissolution rate. Moreover, becoming a knight would extend his meditation duration. If he could prolong this time frame, his spiritual energy output would increase, greatly benefiting his advancement. Thus, Roman was resolute in his ambition to ascend to knighthood. However, a dilemma loomed before him. His practice of the breathing technique had reached an impasse. Regardless of his efforts, his physical metrics showed no improvement. Initially, he speculated it was due to a lack of practical combat experience, but after enduring fierce battles against Carl and Macchiato, his cultivation still yielded no enhancement. Therefore, an overhaul of his breathing technique was imperative. Fortunately, within the Wizard Academy, a veritable repository of knowledge, various nightly breathing techniques were available, and their low demand rendered them affordable. In the past 2 days, Roman had earned magic stones by tutoring others, acquiring every breathing technique available on the market, transforming them into nourishment for the chip to cultivate an improved breathing technique. At this juncture, a thought struck him. If the benefits of becoming a knight were so substantial, why was it not regarded highly by wizards, and why were nightly breathing techniques still so inexpensive? The chip's response was enlightening. This was a conclusion drawn from Roman's personal extrapolation. Individual differences among humans meant that this method might not be effective for others. Roman felt a surge of satisfaction. This revelation granted him a unique advantage. With his thoughts collected, Roman completed his evening rituals and prepared for bed. Just then, a knock echoed through his chamber, reminding him of his promise to tutor a girl. He recalled that she intended to pay her tuition with a certain intangible asset. Now that he had acquired the breathing techniques, the urgency for magic stones diminished. Should he? A mischievous grin crept across Roman's face. But he quickly extinguished the thought. The issues surrounding his meditation space were just beginning to take shape. The future remained uncertain. It was wise to prepare more magic stones as a precaution rather than indulge in reckless abandon. Steadying his mind and restoring his composure, Roman courteously opened the door to commence his tutoring session with the girl. 2 days later, in the trading district shop, he requested a vial of viral essence. Several days later, he commanded the chip to display his physical metrics: stamina, 9, 8, reaction speed, 9, 7, vitality, 9, 5, spiritual energy, 4, 3, life source quality, 9, 9, true meditation space, 21, pseudo-meditation space, 76, structural deficiency, 3, 2. Excellent. Through the enhanced breathing technique and the viral essence, his stamina, reaction speed, and life source quality were poised to reach 10, bringing him one step closer to knighthood. Observing the impressive metrics, Roman felt an invigorating thrill. He had achieved in merely 2 days what others might take decades to accomplish. Regrettably, this improved breathing technique was tailored exclusively for him, lacking universality. Otherwise, he could have profited handsomely. After a moment's disappointment, Roman refocused on his imminent ascendance to knighthood. The chip's analysis revealed that every knight's promotion necessitated enduring an exceptionally intense battle to unleash life energy and manifest battle aura. The chip had insufficient data regarding battle aura and spiritual essence, greatly limiting its capabilities. This implied that he must, like other knights, undergo high-intensity warfare to transcend his biological limits and awaken his battle aura. Yet, Roman was not without advantages. Through the chip, he achieved absolute mastery over every cell and gene within his body, ensuring his ascendance was biologically guaranteed. The sole consideration remaining was the psychological aspect. High-intensity warfare. Roman leaned back, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling with frustration. The only opportunity to engage in such warfare appeared to be outside the floating city, battling the extreme beasts. Yet, how could he, as a mere level 1 apprentice, confront such formidable foes? Passion does not equate to folly. Roman promptly dismissed this notion. His requirements for warfare were evenly matched, controllable, and intense. The first two ensured his safety, while the last guaranteed his successful promotion. Thus, Roman languished in vexation for several days until he received a letter from his family. heralding a turn of events. Following the defeat of Macchiato's brothers, William promptly informed their family through correspondence, also relaying Roman's triumph over Ambal and Karl. William hailed from the Marquis Sorin family, while Roman belonged to the Viscount Fincus family, serving as vassals to the Sorin lineage. Upon receiving William's letter, Count Sorin conveyed Roman's achievements to the Fincus family, prompting elation within the Sorin faction. They swiftly resolved to declare war on the Macchiato faction. As they journeyed to the academy, nearly all of Macchiato's new recruits lay slain. Lacking power within the wizarding community meant they could not rely on the wizarding circle for assistance. In contrast, the Sorin faction boasted 3 wizard apprentices, Joss, Roman, and William. Although they were merely the lowest tier of apprentices, the resources they could access were far beyond those of ordinary nobles. It resembled a corporate rivalry, where one company, backed by influential allies and capable of colluding with officials, executed a decisive strike against the other. Given this context, the Sorin faction believed they held the upper hand and resolved to capitalize on their advantage. Thus came the Fincus family's letter, and when Roman opened it, he felt as though a pillow had been delivered to his drowsiness. Among humans, the disparity between the two noble forces was negligible, guaranteeing a fierce conflict. Above humanity, Roman could easily steer the course of the war, leveraging wizarding resources. Evenly matched, controllable, and intense, that was his ideal warfare. During lunch, Roman, William, and Joss convened in a discreet corner of the dining hall. William, straightforward as ever, initiated the conversation. Chapter 23. Borrowing money. Josie shared the same concerns and echoed, "Indeed. We shan't risk punishment or jeopardize our lives for the trivial conflicts of mortals. Everything must be meticulously arranged." William, with a confident smile, replied, "Rest assured. This matter is easily resolved. Do you know what my major is?" "The Hunter Squad?" Roman speculated, having heard that the squad offered not only obvious benefits but also numerous hidden privileges. "Exactly," William declared with pride. "The Hunter Squad is exceptionally accommodating to its members. When such external obligations arise, they issue targeted missions that allow us to leave with proper justification. For instance, I have accepted a reconnaissance task near my family's estate. And both of you are part of the mission team." William elaborated, "The Hunter Squad controls all the airships of the Academy, including direct routes to our hometowns. We can travel free of charge when undertaking missions, which is quite convenient." Josie expressed her envy, stating, "I've heard the Hunter Squad offers the best benefits and privileges. Today's encounter has certainly confirmed that. My energy department lacks such advantages." Beside her, Josie consoled, "Don't regret it. One must sacrifice to gain. Look at Roman, he's safe. But does he receive any magic stone subsidies? Does he possess any enchanted items?" Roman nodded with a smile. "Indeed, without you, William, this noble conflict might not even transpire." William chuckled and sighed, concluding their discussion, "You need not flatter me. I am well aware of my struggles. However, I have compelling reasons to choose the Hunter Squad. And I trust both Roman and Josie share the same sentiment. To our futures, cheers." Afterward, the trio agreed to gather in 2 days for their departure and concluded their meeting. Upon returning to his dormitory, Roman mentally reviewed his plans, confirming their viability before picking up his books to attend the afternoon lecture. After class, the girl who had been receiving extra tutoring approached him as usual, posing various questions. Following a successful free session, the girl named Emma became attached to Roman. Even after he began charging for his tutoring, Emma remained enthusiastic, insisting he assist her with all her studies. Perhaps Roman's explanations were superior to those of the instructor, or perhaps his charm captivated her. Regardless, Emma was thoroughly smitten, paying him promptly each time. The battlefield is perilous, and Roman understood the necessity of early preparation. He resolved to procure a batch of potions and runestones. Yet his magic stones had all been spent on breathing techniques, leaving him financially strained and in need of borrowing. Emma did not immediately acquiesce to Roman's request, but instead, with a curious glint in her eye, asked, "Why do you need to borrow magic stones? Tell me the truth." Roman then recounted the tale of his family's conflict. Upon hearing this, Emma frowned and remarked, "Roman, you have just become a wizard. You may not have fully adapted to this new identity. We are no longer the same species as mortals and do not belong to their world. Engaging too deeply in their disputes will only squander your precious time." Roman understood this logic all too well and chuckled, "Thank you for the reminder. I am but a step away from becoming a great knight, and I require an opportunity for a battle to catalyze my ascension. The noble war presents an excellent choice." Emma, perplexed, inquired further, "Why strive to become a knight? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to invest the same time and energy into advancing your wizardry?" Roman thought to himself, I am also aiming to become a second-tier apprentice, but given the sensitive nature of the topic, he merely shook his head and replied, however, my magic stones are limited. I apologize for wasting your time. Emma, feeling embarrassed, responded, I'm sorry. Roman smiled gently, it's quite all right. The concern of such a lovely girl as yourself brings me much joy. I will find another way to address the matter of the magic stones. Though he appeared calm, the fleeting disappointment in his eyes did not escape Emma's keen observation. As Roman turned to leave, Emma called after him, Roman, I have something that might assist you. This was given to me by an elder in my family before I left. It guarantees my safety and should be beneficial to you. Roman took the item and, upon inspection, exclaimed in surprise, an enchanted item. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. What about your safety? Emma chuckled lightly, it's merely a loan. And I will be charging rent. As for my safety, I won't be accepting any tasks recently, so it will be of no use to me. Why not rent it to you and gain some benefit? Roman, touched, replied, thank you. I owe you a favor. What is the rent? I can swear by the eye of judgment. Though it was a rental, a fair exchange, Roman recognized that maximizing benefits meant Emma had other options. Lending to him was an act of kindness, while withholding was merely a matter of principle. With this enchanted item, Roman would no longer need to purchase numerous potions and runestones, significantly enhancing his safety on the battlefield. Therefore, regardless of Emma's ulterior motives, Roman felt nothing but gratitude. Noticing Roman's intrigued expression, Emma smiled brightly. Now it's my turn to set conditions. You have 2 days until your departure, correct? Before you leave, you must be my personal tutor and assist me with my studies. She licked her lips and added, remember, it's all aspects of learning. Chapter 24. Homecoming 2 days later. In the early morning, Roman pushed aside Emma's arm, turned over, and got out of bed, yawning and stretching broadly. The past 2 days had involved not only tutoring Emma in her magical knowledge, but also engaging in foreign language studies in bed. Roman, nearing the strength of a great knight, possessed ample physical prowess in all aspects, while Emma, being merely of knightly caliber, found herself easily overwhelmed by Roman, thus deeply appreciating the joy of learning a new language. Through their daily interactions, Roman learned that Emma hailed from a family of wizards. This revelation indicated that her parents, grandparents, uncles, and brothers were all practitioners of magic, giving Emma a head start with magical items at the beginning of her studies. Roman contemplated that if he could partake in some of her advantages, it would alleviate a considerable portion of his cultivation resources. However, after a moment's hesitation, he discarded the thought. Every gift that fate bestows comes with its price. He possessed a chip and was confident in his ability to secure the necessary resources for cultivation without resorting to dependence. Finally, he leaned down and kissed the sleeping Emma before departing the room. After a brief tidying up, Roman slung his bag over his shoulder and made his way to the airship port, as today was the day he had arranged to depart with William and Joss. Upon his arrival, he found his companions had been waiting for quite some time. In stark contrast to Roman's modest appearance, their entourage was much more grandiose. Joss was accompanied by 20 knights, each clad in formidable armor, while William had a contingent of about 7 or 8, all exuding an aura of great knights. It was uncommon for a mortal noble to command more than a handful of knights, let alone great knights. Thus, this assembly of 28 knights would be nearly invincible on the mortal battlefield. Noticing Roman's curious gaze, William explained. Roman shook his head and remarked, certainly not. I brought some wizarding supplies. It hardly seems necessary to make such a grand display when dealing with mortals, does it? A direct application of magic should suffice. At that moment, William threw an arm around Roman's shoulders and smirked. But you fail to understand, Roman. We must not only win the war, but also deliver a slap to the faces of certain individuals. Just chimed in, exactly. Consider it. Those ancient relics at home are merely knights or great knights, and now even great knights serve under us. Why should those old fossils not bow to our superiority? While Roman understood their perspective, he held a differing opinion. We wizards stand above all. Is there truly a need to engage in petty conflicts with mere mortals? If an ant spits at you, one could simply crush it without fuss. Mortal families are but ants. If they obstruct us, we can simply annihilate them. His chilling words momentarily stilled Joss and William's smiles. While they may detest certain members of their kin, they would never dismiss their family as mere insects to be exterminated at will. It is akin to disliking certain individuals from a region, yet not harboring animosity towards the entire nation. At that moment, an airship descended gracefully, and the group, in a tacit understanding, chose to overlook their differences as they boarded the vessel, engaging in light-hearted banter. A day later, in the viral ecological zone, Blood River Valley, Roman stepped out of the airship and inhaled the dry air deeply. In the distance, towering city walls emerged through the swirling sands, vaguely revealing a city with a commanding name, the Blood Court. The viral ecological zone lay in the northern part of the continent, characterized by a year-round arid climate. Hot summers and cold winters, with flat terrain. The east was grassland, while the west was desert and wasteland. This climate determined the local agricultural practices, which were predominantly pastoral, leading to the emergence of a nomadic civilization. In the perceptions of Earthlings, nomadic tribes followed water and grass, living a transient existence with everyone being a warrior. However, within the viral ecological zone, nomadism had evolved into a societal structure resembling the feudalism of Western Europe. This was exemplified by the tribe's pastures being fixed, much like farmland, as the grasses here grew abundantly, allowing for regular harvests without the need for constant migration. The cultivation of pastures benefited from a crucial agricultural technique known as zombie agriculture. The land was littered with zombies. Upon their demise, they enriched the grasslands, nurturing life and promoting robust growth in livestock. Thus, herders could harvest pastures like crops, leading to settled living and the development of population clusters, civilization, and social stratification. After years of conflict, two dominant mortal powers emerged in the viral ecological zone, the Blood Court and the Bone Shatter Court. They occupied the only two wheat-growing areas, evolving into a more advanced agricultural civilization, leveraging their civilizational superiority and the support of wizards to undermine the nomadic lifestyle. Now, having landed on the outskirts of the Blood Court, the group gazed at the capital city in the distance. Yet none intended to meander through the city as they had more pressing matters to attend to. Approximately 100 cavalrymen, divided into 3 groups. Each brandished a banner corresponding to the family crest of William and his companions. William exclaimed with excitement, "Look, our family cavalry has come to greet us." Joss teased, "How can you be so sure they are our own? What if they are enemies in disguise, here to ambush us?" William scoffed, "I doubt that. After all, the family passphrase I boast is classified information and not easily leaked." At this juncture, Roman interjected coolly, "Nothing in this world is absolute. We should confirm the passphrase first." Reluctantly, William acquiesced, "Very well. If you are all so cautious, let us adhere to the protocol." He gestured, and a mercenary from a great knight faction stepped forward, knocking an arrow and shooting it skyward, marking a clear line. William shouted, "Halt. State your identity." According to the customs of the grasslands, one dismounted to exchange passphrase, and failure to comply would result in the use of lethal force. The cavalry came to a halt, and one knight slowly dismounted and approached, stating, "The passphrase is, 'The Black Eagle banner stands proud.'" With the passphrase correctly spoken, Roman and Joss could not refute it, but an unsettling premonition stirred within Roman. At that moment, an idea struck him, and he commanded, "Chip, amplify perception." He then caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood and exclaimed, "William, something is amiss." Chapter 25 Encounter. Roman's voice broke the tension as William expressed his confusion. "What is wrong with these people? They seem off. We must not let them approach. It would be prudent to have the mercenaries search and interrogate them, to avoid revealing the chip." Roman had no choice but to speak thus. "Such caution, what if we are mistaken? Wouldn't that dampen the spirits of our soldiers?" William hesitated, his face betraying doubt. "If we are wrong, so be it. You are a wizard. Who would dare defy you?" Just as Roman was about to counter, he altered his words, "Prepare for battle. If they are indeed enemy impostors, we must eliminate them at once." With differing worldviews, further discussion seemed futile. The urgency of the situation called for unity despite their differences. With a wave of his hand, the knight mercenaries behind him swiftly assumed a defensive posture. Observing this, William remained vigilant. At that moment, horsemen rapidly crossed an arrow's distance, charging towards William and his companions. William muttered under his breath, "Why are they not slowing down?" He gestured, and a large knight behind him shouted, "Slow down immediately, or we will strike you down." No sooner had he spoken than the galloping riders reacted, a dark cloud of chaos descending upon William and his companions. "Enemies! All knights!" William gasped in alarm. This troop of fewer than 100 cavalry unleashed nearly 10,000 arrows, executing the knightly secret technique of 1,000 arrows in flight. With their extraordinary strength and reflexes, the knights could release multiple arrows in an instant. Coordinated, they created a downpour of arrows, leaving mere mortals with no chance of survival. Yet, regrettably for them, they encountered a wizard. Even a mere apprentice was sufficient to overpower them. Rather than ordering the knights to form a defensive line, William and Josh shouted, "Knights, attack! Annihilate them!" In the next instant, the enemy cavalry suddenly gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring down their faces, their legs giving way. Many horses stumbled, sending both rider and mount crashing to the ground. Even those that remained unscathed found themselves unable to advance, despite the knights' desperate spurs. At that moment, William's large knight surged forward, unleashing battle energy like a knife-piercing butter, plunging into the formation of cavalry. The mercenary knights followed closely, widening the breach and wreaking havoc. On the other side of the battlefield, a massive cloud of arrows swept across the sky, heading towards William and his companions. Joss retrieved a runestone, ready to activate it, but Roman interrupted. "Conserve that single-use runestone. Use my enchanted item instead." Arcane energy flickered in his palm, forming a luminous membrane that enveloped Roman and the others, akin to a great umbrella shielding them from the torrential rain of arrows, the clash producing a melodic sound. As the magical barrier dissipated, Roman, unscathed, astonished William. "Roman, where did you acquire such an enchanted item? Is it a benefit of the mutation system?" Roman, slightly annoyed, thought to himself, "Am I obligated to inform you?" At that moment, another twist unfolded. Within the enemy ranks, several bursts of battle energy erupted, and a few cavalrymen achieved unparalleled prowess, entangling with the large knight mercenaries, who found themselves ensnared and unable to escape. The remaining knights, nearly 100 in number, seized the opportunity to encircle and overwhelm their 20-odd knights. Witnessing this, William remarked coldly, "Among our enemies, only Machito possesses large knights. They are likely affiliated with Machito, and judging by their numbers, they have deployed their elite forces." Roman replied indifferently, "What is strange about that? We are wizards, the trump card of the Sorin faction. If they can eliminate us, what does it matter if they expend these warriors?" William frowned. "These mercenary knights hold considerable value for the upcoming war. We cannot afford to lose them." Joss concurred. "Indeed, especially the large knights. They are like a lethal weapon. Last time it was Roman. This time, let me take charge." She commanded loudly, "All knights, fall back to me." The mercenary knights, already harboring thoughts of retreat, were bound by the eye of judgment to fight fiercely. But upon hearing the retreat order, they fled without a second thought. Seeing the mercenary knights flee, the enemy cavalry's morale surged, and they began to pursue. However, the enemy leader suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He looked up towards William and his companions. William and his companions stood quietly, Roman's expression icy while Joss and William wore smiles. The large knight, seemingly struck by a revelation, shouted, "Stop. Do not pursue. We are retreating." But it was too late. Joss activated the runestone, softly uttering, "Poison cloud." A thick green mist ascended, enveloping the pursuing knights. In the next moment, they writhed in agony, dissolving into a pool of pus, the toxic fog rapidly spreading to engulf the large knights behind them. The large knights hastily summoned battle energy, forming protective armor. But the corrosive poison gradually diminished their defenses. It was not hard to imagine that before long, they would meet the same fate as their fallen comrades. With the tide of battle turning, the enemy leader dispatched a retreat order and turned his horse to flee into the distance, witnessing their commander's escape. The remaining knights lost their will to fight and followed suit. Thus, a small-scale skirmish came to an end. After the battle, it was reported that the enemy had a total of 98 knights, including 5 large knights. Roman and his companions had slain 54 of them, decimating more than half of their forces, while their own side suffered only a few minor injuries and the loss of a single runestone. In the realm of mortals, such results could not be deemed anything but glorious, yet William and his companions, being wizards, cared little for the mortal casualties. Their focus lay on the issues revealed by this conflict. William, filled with remorse, apologized to Roman. "I am sorry, Roman. I was too lax in my vigilance. I should have heeded your counsel to keep the cavalry at a distance." Roman replied nonchalantly, "I paid it no mind. But I am curious about one thing. How did these cavalrymen obtain your family's passphrase? Is it possible there are Machito spies within your household?" William insisted. "That is absolutely impossible. The Sorin family has stringent protocols regarding passphrase. If they were compromised, our family would be finished, and there would be no need for this battle." Joss supported William's assertion. "Those cavalrymen bore the banners of our 3 families, indicating they could respond correctly to any passphrase. Machito's spies are not that skilled." "Then where did they acquire the passphrase?" Roman pondered aloud. William chuckled. "Regardless of where it originated, we shall soon uncover the truth." At that moment, the distant sound of thundering hooves approached, a dark line thickening as it surged towards Roman and his companions. At the center of this dark line was the unmistakable insignia of the Soren family. This time it was genuine, for Marquis Soren was charging towards them. Chapter 26. Seizing command upon seeing the newcomers, William's lips curled into a slight smile as he exchanged a knowing glance with Josie, then stepped forward and said, "Father." Soren and Machito hailed from noble knightly families, boasting not just one but several great knights, along with a complete lineage of knightly heritage. This formidable strength made them coveted by the Blood Court, granting them the privilege of residing within its confines. Thus, when William was ambushed on the outskirts of the court, he hastily gathered his men and arrived at the scene. The Marquis laughed heartily as he approached, embracing William and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "Apologies for the unexpected incident. I didn't mean to alarm you. Come, let us head to the Allied Army's camp." He then turned to Josie and Roman, smiling amiably. "My dear nephews, your families are also at the Allied camp. Let us go together." "Wait, Marquis Soren." Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he sneered. "Is it possible that my brother has betrayed me by revealing our family's passphrase to the enemy in a plot to eliminate me? William, do not utter such divisive words." The Marquis, filled with fury, raised his hand to strike William, but William flicked his robe, halting his hand in midair. Meanwhile, several great knights behind William erupted with battle intent, gripping their swords with lethal determination. It was easy to imagine that should the slap land, conflict would undoubtedly ensue. The Marquis was taken aback. The Soren family had only a handful of great knights, while William alone matched that number. It was akin to one person possessing a nation's worth of nuclear weapons, instilling dread in the heart. Is this the power of a wizard? The Marquis was shaken to his core and quickly defended his eldest son. "William, you misunderstand. The enemy ambushed the troops sent to assist you and extracted the family passphrase under duress. It has nothing to do with your brother." William sneered derisively. "Is that so? But how can I discern the truth of your words? Perhaps you should relinquish command of the Allied forces to the three of us, and I might reluctantly believe that my brother harbors no ill intent." The Marquis stood there, dumbfounded. "Is this truly my son?" Seeing the old Marquis hesitate, William continued with a sinister grin. "I suspect you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Shall I use my brother's head to rouse your senses?" The Marquis quickly knelt, pleading, "No, no. The entire Allied force is under the control of the esteemed wizard." William laughed heartily, "Then let us proceed to the Allied camp." At this moment, Josie sidled up to William and whispered, "Did we not confirm that there were no internal issues within the Allied forces? Why treat your father this way?" Roman chimed in, "There is nothing strange about this. Seizing command of the Allied forces has long been our plan. The notion of an insider is merely an excuse. Even had we not been ambushed, William would have found another reason." William laughed boisterously. "Roman speaks the truth. We are noble wizards. How can we be commanded by mere mortals? Moreover, since father has always favored my brother, I shall wield the power of a celestial being to shatter his dignity." Roman chuckled, with William as an example. "My father's task should be quite manageable." Soon, the group arrived at the Allied camp, and William, Roman, and Josie dispersed to their respective military quarters. At the entrance of the barracks, Roman encountered the relatives of the original owner. Despite feeling no attachment to them, he managed to muster a faint smile. "Father, brother, it has been a long time." Roland stepped forward, coldly stating, "I assume you intend to follow William's lead and seize command of the family's military power. Let me make it clear, that is not going to happen. You are merely a level 1 apprentice and still a knight. How much real combat power can you possibly wield? What gives you the right to command us? Roland, before you stands a wizard. Mind your manners." Viscount Finkus pretended to scold. He may not be able to defeat you now, but that may not always be the case. He then turned to Roman with a smile. "Let us discuss this in the tent." Roman chuckled lightly and calmly replied, "The ambushed troops consisted of nearly 100 knights, 5 of whom were great knights. Do you know how we emerged victorious?" Roland scoffed. "Was it not because you hired a group of great knights? Without them, you would be a weakling. Your only advantage is being part of the Wizard Academy, which is a good platform. Do not mistake a platform for strength." Roman shook his head in amusement. "A weakling, you say?" Suddenly, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before Roland in a flash, swinging a heavy fist aimed at his forehead. Roland, startled, had not anticipated Roman's sudden aggression and quickly summoned his knightly power, countering with his own iron fist. With a resounding crash, Roland was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to rise, astonished. Have you become a great knight?" Roman shook his head. "Not quite yet. I need a bloody battle to break through." Viscount Finkus observed the bloodied Roland, pondering for a moment, then turned to Roman with a smile. Roman, you have triumphed. You are stronger than any of us. From this moment forth, the family army, including Roland and myself, shall be under your command. Any who defy this, including myself, shall face execution. The Fincus family was a knightly lineage, devoid of great knights, while Roman's combat prowess was nearing that of a great knight, making him the strongest in the family. In a world where power is revered, it was especially evident, even overpowering familial ethics, should a son possess sufficient strength. It was not unthinkable for him to command the army, or even have his father kneel in servitude. After securing the loyalty of the Fincus father and son, Roman commanded, "Prepare yourselves. Soon we shall attend the Allied War Council." Half an hour later, the meeting commenced, with Roman, Josie, and William forming the highest triumvirate, further leading the entire Allied force under the suppression of the mercenary knights. Our Allied force comprises a total of 8,400 soldiers, including 56 knights, 17 great knights, 35 controlling parasites, 263 mutated beasts such as the Devourer, and 20 Tyrant T-103s. In the conference room, William, Josie, and Roman sat side by side at one end of the table. After listening to his subordinate's report, William surveyed the room and addressed the officers from the three families seated on either side. According to our intelligence, our adversaries, the Machito Allied forces, possessed neither knights nor mutated beasts exceeding half our strength. Their only hope lies in prolonging this war, hoping for intervention from the Blood Court. We must not allow them to succeed. We must strike with lightning speed, crushing their army and seizing their lands. Therefore, I shall now commence the deployment of our forces. Chapter 27, 1 verses 3000. The following day, the coalition forces divided into three paths, advancing towards the territory of the Macchiato faction. Each faction matched its opponents accordingly, with the Finks family, under the leadership of Roman, charging towards the Sterling family. The numbers were overwhelming, with Roman commanding a battalion of 300 cavalry, including 7 knights, 1 near great knight, 15 manipulating parasites, 135 gluttons, and 7 tyrants. Lacking experience in commanding large armies, Roman wisely delegated the detailed execution to his father and brother, while he focused on the broader strategy. Swiftly, Roman established his initial target for assault, Liuxiang City. With a decisive gesture, the main force altered its marching course. Though Liuxiang City was not nearby, Roman refrained from ordering a forced march. Despite the repeated urgings from the Viscount and Roland, the Grand Army took its time, eventually arriving at the city after a slow half-day trek. The Viscount, filled with concern, advised, "Roman, I do not recommend attacking this city. Our slow pace has surely allowed the enemy to prepare. It would be wiser to feint an attack elsewhere and strike at the nearby Guiyuan city." Roland concurred. "Father is correct. Speed is of the essence. Yet we are moving at a snail's pace. Roman, do you understand military strategy?" In response to the skepticism, Roman calmly stated, "It is precisely to make the enemy vigilant, to concentrate their forces for a decisive confrontation, allowing us to achieve our objectives in one fell swoop. Liuxiang City is a significant urban stronghold. The enemy will not simply abandon it." The Fink's father and son were taken aback, realizing that Roman viewed the enemy with such disdain, as if they were merely weeds to be mowed down. However, with command resting in Roman's hands, they had no choice but to comply. Roman gazed at the rudimentary city, which resembled more of an earthen enclosure than a fortified settlement. The walls, constructed from compacted earth, barely reached 3 or 4 meters, even shorter than the tyrants themselves. Upon inquiry, Roman learned that the viral ecological zone lacked masonry skills. True stone walls were found only in the Blood Royal Court, which explained the nomads' proficiency in offense, but not in defense. Consequently, the garrison at Liuxiang City had no intention of fortifying their position and instead dispatched over 1,000 cavalry to meet them in open battle. At this juncture, Roman issued his orders. "Roland, you shall lead all cavalry to pursue and annihilate this force. No retreat without my command. Additionally, Father, you will command the mutated beast troops. Remain on standby until I signal." Roland accepted the command and gallantly led the 2,000 cavalry into the fray. At this moment, Viscount Finks interjected, "Roman, committing the entire army without reserves may lead to catastrophic consequences should unexpected circumstances arise." Roman replied coolly, "Do we not have the mutated beasts?" The Viscount turned pale, realizing that Roman possessed little military acumen, and patiently explained, "Mutated beasts are not easily controlled. Relying solely on them as reserves may prove unwise." Waving his hand dismissively, Roman stated, "It matters not. I can assure you the enemy possesses more than just those 000 cavalry. When the ambush reveals itself, Father, ensure your own safety. Viscount Finks was left speechless. Knowing there was an ambush, Roman still charged forward, leading him to perceive Roman as a madman. As Roland's cavalry raced farther away, nearly vanishing from sight, a mournful horn sounded, and around 3,000 cavalry emerged from another direction, bearing down upon Roman. At this moment, Roman was left with only a few hundred death warriors capable of controlling the mutated beasts, facing a formidable force of 3,000 cavalry. Viscount Finks exclaimed in terror, "This is dire. The Sterling's runic cavalry is among them." With a full 20 knights equipped with rune stones, Roman smirked coldly, "Understood. Inject the parasites into the death warriors and release the mutated beasts. Father, find a place to conceal yourself." After the injection of the parasites, the mortals could control the mutated beasts, albeit at the cost of their own lives, which would last only an hour. Then, to the astonishment of Viscount Finks, Roman opened a large chest and retrieved a colossal sword, akin to a door plank, grinning maniacally at the approaching cavalry, declaring, "Now, the bloodbath begins." Simultaneously, within the Sterling army, Sterling's Viscount wore a similar sinister grin. What of the sorcerer? He is surrounded. Due to Roman's deliberate dissemination of misinformation, Sterling had been forewarned of Roman's target, prompting him to gather heavy forces at Liuxiang City in preparation for an ambush. Initially, he had suspected Roman of a feigned attack, but after multiple reconnaissance missions yielded no anomalies, he resolved to seize the opportunity, committing all his troops to form a large trap outside Liuxiang City. Inside the city, 1,000 cavalry was tasked with drawing the main force, enticing Roman to divide his forces. Outside Liuxiang, Sterling hid over 10,000 cavalry, including 3,000 elite soldiers and 20 runic knights, his trump card, with the remaining 8,000 being hastily recruited troops of lesser combat efficacy. When Roland led the 2,300 cavalry away, Roman and Viscount Finks became isolated, prompting Sterling to gleefully command his 3,000 elite to advance. As long as they eliminated these two, the Finks family would be finished. However, they could not have anticipated that this was precisely what Roman desired. With sword in hand, Roman surged forward, charging towards the 3,000 knights with relentless vigor. Behind him, the family's death warriors injected themselves with parasites, commanding the gluttons and tyrants to follow Roman into the fray. As Roman charged, the commander displayed a mocking expression, signaling for the 3,000 cavalry to draw their weapons. Despite Roman being merely an apprentice sorcerer, they possessed the runic knight brigade, capable of effortlessly dispatching an apprentice sorcerer with their runestone sorcery. For the glory of the Black Eagles, the Sterling cavalry launched a resounding charge, bending bows and knocking arrows, unleashing a rain of projectiles upon Roman. Yet, Roman raised the massive sword above his head, deflecting the arrows with a flourish, kicking his steed's belly to accelerate his charge. One man, undeterred, collided with 3,000, as if a droplet of water merged with the ocean. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and the next, the colossal sword whirled like a windmill, severing limbs amidst the ranks of cavalry. Roman pierced through the throng, emerging unscathed. The sight of one man penetrating through 3,000 cavalry left the Sterling knights momentarily stunned, feeling a profound insult, and they charged at Roman once more. Come again. The massive sword whirled once more, and Roman plunged into the enemy ranks, adding to the countless severed limbs. This time, however, Roman's strength waned. Trapped within the melee, surrounded by hostile cavalry. As he faced impending doom, his expression remained fearless. With a swing of his sword, he cleaved through several foes, then produced a potion, pouring it into his mouth. Ding. Analyzing Berserk Potion. Physical attributes enhanced. Physicality, 10. 3, 9, 8. Neural reaction speed, 10. 2, 9, 7. Vitality, 10. 4, 9, 5. Mental strength, 4, 3. Life source quality, 9, 9. His bodily attributes surged, but he temporarily lost his rationality. Roman was engulfed in an overwhelming battle fervor, unable to suppress a roar, longing to tear apart all he beheld. Just before losing consciousness, he commanded the chip, Ding. Mission established, beginning takeover of mental faculties. Subsequently, Roman transformed into a relentless beast of slaughter. He barreled through the enemy ranks, cleaving left and right, sending more severed limbs flying. Under the might of the Great Knight, none could withstand his onslaught for even a second. In that moment, he resembled a celestial demon, a true harbinger of destruction. If the cavalry formation was a meat grinder, then Roman was the blade within it. Eventually, fear gripped the sterling cavalry, compelling the commander to deploy the Ace Runic Knight Brigade. Immediately, the air lit with sorcery as fireballs rained down upon Roman, erupting in violent explosions. The commander sneered, "Humph! What of the sorcerer? You possess sorcery, but do we not? We shall annihilate you just the same." Yet, the next instant, as the flames dissipated, they beheld Roman encased in a protective light membrane, utterly unharmed. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Roman raised his sword once more, resolutely continuing to strike down anyone in his path. Chapter 28. The eruption of battle chi in the rear of the Sterling army. Viscount Sterling inquired with concern. "What is the situation ahead?" "Good," the Viscount exclaimed with delight. "As long as we eliminate Roman, Finks will lose its upper hand. What is the current status? Has Roman been slain?" The Viscount furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. "How many men does Roman command?" The distinction between first and second-tier wizard apprentices and mere mortals lies primarily in their ability to utilize magical items, such as runestones, without incurring the penalty of weakness. In actual combat, they rely heavily on the prowess of knights. At their core, they remain mortals. This implies that, given sufficient numbers, depleting their magical supplies and countering their knightly strength could lead to an effortless victory. Yet, Roman's performance surpassed all expectations. As the Viscount sank into contemplation, a cavalryman urged, "My lord, we must dispatch reinforcements immediately. If we delay, morale will collapse. I have 10,000 mobilized peasants ready to form cavalry. I will send you 5,000. While the remaining 5,000 will hold off the enemy. Mobilized troops may possess lesser combat strength than regular soldiers, but with an entire populace ready for battle, sufficient numbers could still yield formidable fighting capacity." He intended to encircle and annihilate the Finks Legion entirely. At that moment, Roman had fully transformed into a relentless killing machine. Empowered by a potent concoction that granted him formidable melee capabilities, reaching the level of a Grand Knight. The Sterling family lacked Grand Knights, allowing Roman to dominate the battlefield without contest, dispatching foes instantaneously upon encounter. The Sterling Knights, positioned at the forefront, fell swiftly, causing the morale of the mortal cavalry behind them to plummet, leaving them hesitant and indecisive. Roman then surged into the fray, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. Ding! Detecting an attack, the defensive perimeter is assessed. Activating magical item. Ding! Evaluating energy consumption rate. At the current rate, the magical item can sustain its function for 3 hours and 5 minutes. Swords and blades struck against him. Yet a shimmering barrier of white light repelled each assault. The item's energy was utilized with remarkable efficiency, maintaining the protective glow precisely at the threshold necessary for defense. In that instant, Roman became an indomitable tank, impervious to blades and bullets, a force of nature as he cut through the ranks of the enemy, leaving Viscount Sterling astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. Observing Roman's ferocity, he committed an additional 5,000 reserves, amassing a total of 10,000 cavalry to encircle him, issuing orders to avoid direct contact and instead construct a blockade to exhaust Roman's resources. Roman is formidable now. What about tomorrow? In just a few hours? Once the energy of the magical item is depleted and the effects of the concoction wear off, will Roman still possess such prowess? Thus, with the reinforcement of 10,000 mobilized troops, the Sterling cavalry surrounded Roman, retreating from direct engagement while employing their superior mobility to harass him, continuously chipping away at the energy of his magical item with arrows. Even if some were caught, they would not linger in battle, decisively abandoning fallen comrades and fleeing. In an instant, Roman found himself unable to unleash his full combat potential, ensnared in a situation of extreme passivity. Yet, he had anticipated this development and prepared a second card to play. Faced with an onslaught of arrows and cavalry encircling him, a cruel smile crept across Roman's face. In the next moment, reinforcements arrived. Over 200 lickers and tyrants burst into the encirclement. Only knights could contend with the mutated beasts. With the Sterling Knights having been excessively depleted by Roman, the remaining mortal cavalry could offer no resistance against the abominations. Clad in restraining gear, the tyrants and lickers wreaked havoc, charging and slicing through the ranks as if in an unchallenged domain. The frenzied Roman seized the opportunity and charged toward the mutated beasts. Suddenly, the center of the encirclement erupted, with mutated beasts accelerating the demise of the Sterling cavalry, tearing through the blockade. As Roman seized the opportunity to engage and decimate the enemy, in mere moments, over 4,000 of the 11,000 cavalry had perished. Fortunately, The remaining 6,000 still retained their morale. After all, Roman was but one man. If they could slay Roman, all threats would dissipate. The Viscount shared this sentiment, believing that as long as they could eliminate Roman, sacrificing the entirety of their cavalry would be worth it to prevent any potential retreat. The Viscount even deployed a supervisory team. At this juncture, the critical threat was not Roman, but the rampaging mutated beasts. The Viscount inquired, "Where are our mutated beasts?" His subordinate, displaying visible concern, replied, "According to our pre-battle deployment, they should be in Flowing Fragrant City. Redeploying them would take at least an hour." Gazing at the rampaging beasts, the Viscount's expression darkened. He ultimately resolved, then redeploy them. Upon completion, release them directly targeting Roman. "And what about you, my lord?" Anate questioned. The Viscount replied solemnly, "The rampaging beasts must be contained. I shall lead my personal guard into battle. My knightly strength is precisely what is needed to counter them." With that, he charged into the fray, wielding a spear that pierced a liquor, dodging a tyrant's fist, and then thrusting through the tyrant's restraining gear to strike its neck, disrupting its central nervous system. The massive tyrant collapsed with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, witnessing their leader fight alongside them invigorated the Sterling cavalry, who began to fight with renewed vigor. Roman spotted Viscount Sterling and charged at him with his greatsword. The Viscount immediately retreated, evading while dispatching liquors and tyrants along the way. He understood his role. His knightly strength was meant for slaying mutated beasts, not foolishly facing off against the Grand Knight, Roman. Before long, the mutated beasts on Roman's side fell in rapid succession, relieving the pressure on the encirclement. Just then, a horn sounded in the distance, as 2,000 Finks cavalry, led by Roman's father, surged forth, crashing into the outer edge of the encirclement. After enduring a prolonged battle, the Sterling cavalry was on the brink of exhaustion. The sudden arrival of fresh troops decimated their last vestiges of strength, creating a gaping hole in the encirclement that began to split further apart. The Viscount, witnessing this, bellowed, "Where's the lure unit? What have they been doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, another cavalry unit appeared in the distance, closely pursuing the Finks cavalry. It was indeed the lure cavalry. The Viscount promptly issued orders, "Signal them to pursue the Finks cavalry. If we can hold them back, we will gain enough time to eliminate Roman." In a fierce entanglement, the battle once again reached a stalemate. At that moment, chaos erupted anew, as a surge of battle chi exploded within the encirclement, creating a powerful shockwave that sent a multitude of soldiers flying. In the despairing gaze of Viscount Sterling, Roman ascended to the rank of Grand Knight. At this point, all was settled. Chapter 29. Choosing a mentor to become a Grand Knight, to awaken battle energy, and to wield enchanted items signifies that Roman stands utterly invincible upon this battlefield. With the protection of battle energy, he requires no enchanted artifacts. Relying solely on his battle energy, he can withstand all forms of assault. Be it blades, bows, or the ferocious strikes of mutated beasts, none can inflict harm upon him. At this juncture, Viscount Sterling finally comprehends Roman's intentions. It is evident he has deliberately set a trap, using himself as bait to orchestrate a grand and bloody conflict, paving his path to becoming a Grand Knight. To this end, Roman has made extensive preparations, enchanted items, berserk potions, mutated beasts, even seizing command. However, overwhelmed by his fervor, he let out a sigh, melancholically issuing the command, "Fire the retreat signal." He then turned his steed towards the horizon and fled. Upon witnessing their leader's retreat, the morale of the Sterling cavalry instantly crumbled, losing all cohesion as they scattered in disarray. The Phoenix Legion pursued the fleeing troops, and in a short time, the ground was strewn with corpses, and rivers flowed with blood, as they relentlessly slaughtered their foes. Chip, display the data panel. Stamina, 10. 4. Neural reaction speed, 10. 2. Vitality, 10. 5. Mental strength, 4. 3. Life source quality, 10. 1. True meditation space, 21. Pseudo meditation space, 76. Structural deficiency, 3. 2. In addition to the enhancement of various metrics, Roman was pleasantly surprised to discover that the structural deficiency had not increased. Contrary to what should have happened given the original disintegration rate, its stability indicated an increase in the purity of his mental strength, which had mitigated the disintegration speed of the meditation space. Yet, the surprises did not end there. After a session of meditation, he realized that the output speed of his mental strength had surged by 20, while the duration of meditation had extended by 50. Overall, his meditation efficiency had more than doubled. Roman promptly checked the data. True meditation space, 22. 1. Pseudo meditation space, 75. Structural deficiency. 2. 9. Throwing his head back in laughter, Roman exclaimed, "With a single meditation session, I can generate at least 0 for units of mental strength, if allocated wisely. In just 2 days, I can fully restore the missing structure." Just as Roman's spirit soared, a voice emerged from outside the tent. "Lord Roman, the Viscount has summoned a celebration banquet in your honor, declaring you a great contributor. Your presence is essential." His thoughts interrupted. Roman felt an intense irritation. Despite the voice's utmost respect, he had issued a command that no one was to disturb him under any circumstances. The breach of this order infuriated him. He understood that this request stemmed from the Viscount as father and recognized the necessity for the Phoenix family to display Roman's presence to intimidate their adversaries and bolster morale. Yet, what concern was it of his? In this world, a second son leaving home equated to severing ties with the family, establishing an independent household. Moreover, Roman harbored no affection for his family. His involvement in the conflict was solely to achieve the rank of Grand Knight. Fundamentally, he was a volunteer soldier. Now that his objective was accomplished, why should he further embroil himself in political machinations and social engagements? Roman believed that a wizard should seek truth in the shadows, avoiding excessive interaction with mortals. It would be wise to limit contact with this butcher. The soldier outside discreetly warned him, then silently withdrew. Having participated in the war solely for the purpose of becoming a Grand Knight, with his goal realized, there was no need to linger here. As for the Phoenix family, they would have to fend for themselves. The soldier outside acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further words, and departed with a bow. Meanwhile, within the command tent, Viscount Phoenix sighed deeply after hearing the soldier's report and dismissed his subordinates. Beside him, Roland expressed his frustration. What does Roman mean by this? This is a celebration banquet for the family. As a member, how can he choose not to attend? The Viscount raised a hand to silence Roland, speaking earnestly. "Roland, remember that Roman has established his independence. He is no longer part of the family. Furthermore, from the moment he became a wizard, Roman Phoenix ceased to exist. Now, only Wizard Roman remains. Thus, do not attempt to constrain him under the family's name. It is beyond your capability and could provoke a formidable adversary." After speaking, the Viscount cast a wistful glance in Roman's direction, his eyes filled with an indescribable sense of melancholy. The following day, Roman boarded the departing airship, embarking on his journey back to the academy. Before his departure, he learned that William and Joss had also achieved victory and were currently assisting the family in consolidating their new territory, leaving them momentarily unavailable. Roman felt disdain, pondering, what merit is there in the squabbles of mere mortals? It is a waste of time that yields no tangible benefits. Consequently, he declined their invitation for a gathering, leaving only a message before departing alone. 3 days later, at the academy, Roman stretched lazily as he exited his chamber. Having neglected personal hygiene for several days, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with stubble on his face and unkempt hair falling over his forehead. The only anomaly was the brightness in his eyes. In meeting his gaze, one could perceive a flickering glimmer, which would surely elicit gasps of awe from any second-level apprentice present, for it was a sign of impending advancement. Following his ascension to Grand Knight, Roman's meditation periods had significantly lengthened, and the intervals between sessions had grown shorter. After days and nights of relentless meditation, he had finally reached a pivotal moment on the 3rd day, once he had cleaned up and restored his appearance. Roman recalled that he had yet to return Emma's enchanted item, so he took it with him, intending to return it shortly. Before long, in the dining hall, Roman let out a satisfied burp and inquired of Emma, who sat across from him. "I've returned the enchanted item. Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Emma lifted Roman's chin, gazing into his eyes, where stars seemed to shimmer. "You are on the brink of advancing to a second-level apprentice. Though you may not compare to those geniuses, it is still a commendable pace." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Roman pushed her hand away and retorted, "I heard you advanced last week. Canon did so even earlier. Compared to you geniuses, I am hardly noteworthy." Advancement involved chips, and he worried that Emma might delve too deeply into this matter, potentially exposing his secret. However, his concerns proved unwarranted as Emma swiftly shifted the topic. "Roman, after advancing to second-level apprentice, the Academy will assign us mentors. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Chapter 30. Second-level apprentice, choosing a mentor? Roman was taken aback. He had not previously paid attention to this matter and was hearing about it for the first time. As he was on the verge of promotion, the choice of a mentor was intrinsically linked to his future, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "Could you elaborate on that for me? I am willing to pay with magic stones." At that moment, he abruptly halted his words, reminded by his empty pockets that he no longer possessed any magic stones. Noticing Roman's predicament, Emma chuckled softly. Due to my family connections, I have access to all the information regarding the mentors of the mutation department, which I can provide to you free of charge, but with a condition. As she spoke, her fingers gently caressed Roman's cheek, and she bit her lip playfully. Furrowing his brow, Roman swatted Emma's hand away, declaring, "Let me make it clear. I do not teach foreign languages, only arcane knowledge." Emma, unfazed by his rejection, set aside her frivolous demeanor and solemnly responded, "Deal." The two exchanged a firm handshake, sealing their agreement. Upon returning to his dormitory, Roman entered a meditative state, determined to make a final push as a second-level apprentice. Before commencing, he commanded the chip, display the data for the meditative space. True meditative space, 96, pseudo-meditative space, 4, structural deficiency, 0. Only 4 remain. Moreover, the structural deficiency had been eradicated. Roman felt a surge of exhilaration. He was but a step away from promotion, which invigorated him immensely. As his consciousness immersed in the space, Roman adeptly manipulated the structural elements, constructing a meditative matrix and generating points of mental energy to rejuvenate the dim spatial structure, bringing it back to life. The Great Knight had extended the duration of meditation, amplifying output, allowing Roman's efficiency to soar above all others. If a qualification assessment were conducted at that moment, Roman's wizardly aptitude would undoubtedly be top tier. After several hours, Roman suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them, akin to a camera's flash. He then turned to the full-length mirror beside him, momentarily lost in contemplation. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the reflection exuded a rhythmic aura, unconsciously resonating with the souls of others and subsequently influencing their perceptions. An epiphany struck Roman, with a mere thought. A strand of luminous mental energy emerged from his fingertips, dancing under the guidance of his consciousness before dissipating into the air. As a second-level apprentice, the true meditative space allowed for a more profound connection between the mind and body, enabling mental energy to escape the physical form, resulting in an overflow phenomenon. The overflow of mental energy had a distance constraint, limited to 5 centimeters from the surface of the body. Beyond that, the energy would dissipate. Even without overflow, a robust reservoir of mental energy within the space would create a rhythm, exerting influence upon those nearby, altering their perception of the individual. For instance, the previously aloof Roman now radiated with the brilliance of the sun, imbued with an almost divine aura. Roman did not perceive this as an advantage. Wizards were the true pilgrims of darkness, seekers of truth, and should not be ostentatiously radiant. Fortunately, many wizards shared his sentiment and had devised methods to conceal the rhythmic emanation of their mental energy. Following the instructions in the texts, Roman regulated his breathing and focused his thoughts. In a short while, the peculiar rhythm vanished, and his demeanor returned to normal at that moment. He truly became a second-level wizard apprentice. Brimming with excitement, he exited his room and hastened to the experimental area, seeking the bulletin board of the mutation department to check the duty roster. After navigating a few turns, he arrived at the door of an office and knocked. "Who is it? What do you want?" came a hoarse voice from within. The benefits of the Blood and Flesh Opera House were divided into 3 categories: basic benefits, professional benefits, and mentor benefits, with the latter only accessible after advancing to second-level apprentice status. However, due to the limited slots for mentors, those with the most substantial benefits were in high demand. The sooner one advanced, the earlier they could choose, prompting Roman to rush over to register immediately after his promotion. "The door is unlocked. Come in." Roman pushed the door open, and the first sight that greeted him was a multitude of writhing tentacles, varying in thickness. The thicker tentacles branched into numerous thinner appendages, akin to fingers extending from a hand. Some of these tentacles shook test tubes, others stirred liquids with glass rods, and some even held a pen to record on paper. Though the scene was grotesque, it was undeniably efficient. The owner of these tentacles was an unremarkable middle-aged man, who, at that moment, stood at the lab table poring over a piece of parchment. Upon noticing Roman's entrance, he looked up and said, "Demonstrate your mental energy overflow for me." In response, Roman raised a finger and, with a thought, conjured a strand of mental energy, allowing it to sway in the air. The middle-aged man glanced at it and continued, "Extend it further. Let us see how far it can reach." Roman increased the output, and the mental energy strand elongated, resembling a tentacle reaching outward, ultimately dissipating at 6 centimeters. 2 days from now, bring this paper to participate in the next theoretical knowledge examination. Based on your exam results, you will choose or be assigned a mentor. Roman expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, but the tentacled man added, "By the way, I am Tigu, a student of Mentor Lychaf, specializing in bodily mutations. My mentor has no requirements regarding theoretical scores and offers free body modifications as a benefit." He waved his thicker appendage, showcasing, "See? Isn't it convenient and impressive?" Roman's lips twitched as he nodded. Yes. I will consider it carefully." With a silent vow to avoid Mentor Lychaf, he departed the experimental area and headed to Emma's dormitory, where they had arranged to continue their lessons. Chapter 31. The Dark Agency. Several hours later, in Emma's room, Roman opened the mentor introductions and commanded, "Chip. Scan records, transmit to memory zone." Ding. Task established, scanning initiated. Moments later, a deluge of information flooded his mind, including the introduction of Lychaf. Mentor Tord, an expert in mutant beast research, offers benefits: 1 mutant beast pet, a personal research document, and a level 3 apprentice sorcery template. Obligations: to care for and feed the mutant beast. Mentor Cartel, specializing in cellular research, offers benefits: 1 free cellular enhancement surgery, 2 personal research documents for free, and a magic matrix template. Obligations: to provide your cells as experimental materials. Mentor Zimbardo, an expert in rune stone manufacturing, offers benefits: 1 rune stone, a rune analysis document, and a document on level 3 apprentice sorcery analysis. Obligations: to clean the laboratory and assist in runestone research, with no impact on health. Upon finishing the reading, Roman fell into deep contemplation. Lychaf's benefits were the most enticing, but Roman dismissed him first and began comparing the remaining mentors. At that moment, Emma approached him, pointing at a simulation question. "Roman, why did you choose A? What is wrong with C?" "Let me see." Roman took the question, reviewed it, and first articulated the knowledge points involved, then analyzed the problem-solving approach, finally pointing out the misconceptions Emma had fallen into. After he finished explaining, Emma cupped Roman's face and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. While attempting to solve the problem using Roman's method, she asked, "Have you decided which mentor to choose?" Roman shook his head with a smile. "The mentor chooses the student, but they must first find me appealing." Emma replied nonchalantly, "In truth, mentors do not care about the students. We are more akin to laborers. Their only requirements are to reach level 2 apprenticeships and to be theoretically competent." Roman pondered for a moment and remarked, "Are you suggesting that they do not intend to teach us anything, as long as we meet the minimum labor conditions? They are nothing but ruthless capitalists." Roman couldn't help but recall the sweatshops of the 18th century. Did they care about what skills child laborers learned? Certainly not. Their only concern was the cost of wages versus the profits from exploitation. An astute summary. Emma nodded in satisfaction, then said, "Now mentors are asking us to choose. To select who will exploit us. Roman, which one do you favor?" Emma chuckled lightly, leaning closer to Roman, pointing at the documents. "Avoid Lychaf at all costs. The physical enhancement surgery will turn you into a monster. Cartel 2, as cells are connected to the soul. Once you provide your cells, who knows what they might do. Although Zimbardo's runestones can be lucrative, they require substantial initial investment, and whether one succeeds depends on talent. The only viable choice left is Mentor Tord. Caring for mutant beasts is not dangerous, and the benefits are decent. Let us choose him together." After hearing her reasoning, Roman chuckled. "All right, it's settled then. We'll agree on this." "Yes," Emma said, blushing slightly, and murmured, "Shall we?" "No need," Roman gently declined. "I've heard that indulging before an exam can affect luck. Let us call it a day for now. Goodbye." He smiled as he left Emma's room. Once outside, Roman reopened the materials in his hand. Under the restraint of the judgment eye, the information was mostly genuine, yet he still harbored doubts about Emma's analysis. Her earlier demeanor reminded him of that tentacled senior brother, trying earnestly to recruit for a mentor, reminiscent of a dark agency recruiting for an electronics factory. The only difference was that Emma was more attractive and spoke more charmingly, but Roman would not be easily deceived. In his view, if a mentor were truly benevolent, why would they need to scheme and employ dark agencies to recruit? It was evident that the electronics factory was corrupt, unable to retain talent. Thus, he dismissed any mentors recommended by Emma. Consequently, his options were limited. 2 days later, Roman emerged from the examination hall with an air of ease. With the chip in hand, the theoretical exam was a breeze. He often mused that if his counterpart on Earth possessed a chip, they could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of life merely through examinations. Yet he quickly scoffed at the thought. The limitations on Earth were too stifling. No matter how successful one became, they remained merely mortal. bound by the constraints of lifespan, unable to transcend. Conversely, here, though fraught with peril, one could shatter the shackles of existence, attain the extraordinary, and reach higher echelons of life. Thus, Roman preferred this place. Shaking off his thoughts, Roman proceeded to the dining hall. As he was heartily enjoying his meal, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. It was Emma's voice. "You look like you had a smooth experience." "Kiki, Roman, you are truly amazing." Emma giggled, covering her mouth, then seized Roman's hand. "Come. Let me treat you. You must have never been to the VIP dining area." With that, she led Roman to the second floor of the dining hall. The Academy's meals were free and quite palatable, with a diverse array of options that were nutritionally rich. However, if one was willing to spend magical stones, they could dine even better. Humanity excels in creating class disparities. Compared to the first floor, the second offered a more refined dining environment, superior service, and most importantly, the food here was beneficial for a sorcerer's cultivation. For instance, the drink before Roman, once consumed, enhanced the activity of his mental faculties. Meditating at this moment would yield temporary boosts. Emma ordered a lavish spread, boldly declaring to Roman, "No need to hold back. Eat freely. This meal is on me." Roman did not immediately indulge, but took a sip of his drink and remarked lightly, "This meal must cost quite a bit, right?" Emma waved her hand dismissively, scoffing. "Just a few magical stones. It's nothing significant. Besides, this small expenditure can earn you a favor from Roman. It's a worthwhile investment." Hearing this, Roman ceased to be polite and dug in heartily, yet the more he ate, the deeper his confusion grew. Suddenly, he blurted out, "What benefits did you receive from Mentor Tord for you to go to such lengths to recruit for him?" Chapter 32. Making a decision. Roman's sudden inquiry caused Emma's smile to falter, and she furrowed her brow, asking, "What do you mean?" It was evident that Emma was making considerable efforts to win over Roman. If Roman intended to maximize his benefits, he should feign ignorance, accept the advantages, and wait for Emma to reveal her true intentions before severing ties. In response to the counter-question, Roman pretended to be conflicted, his face a blend of youthful emotion and calculated interests, and spoke in a tone of feigned helplessness, "Because I feel guilty. You first lent me enchanted items and then treated me to a meal, investing so much time in me. If I were to deceive you in the end, I would feel remorse." Roman's display of deep sentiment was merely to ascertain Emma's purpose. If she were indeed a dubious intermediary, she would likely retreat gracefully once her scheme was unveiled. If not, she would naturally defend herself. As soon as he finished speaking, Emma burst into laughter. "Roman, you are quite the performer. No need for further probing. I have not accepted any benefits from Tord, but I sincerely consider your future. My aim is simple. Should you succeed in the future, I hope you will join my family." Roman, puzzled, listened as Emma continued, "Among wizards from ordinary families, you can ascend to the rank of a second-level apprentice in such a short time. Your achievement indicates that you are extraordinary and worthy of my investment." At this moment, Roman questioned, "But is Tord suitable?" Emma playfully flicked his forehead and replied, "He is my uncle. Under his guidance, you will have my protection. Do you think it is suitable or not?" In that instant, regardless of sincerity, the atmosphere between them lightened significantly. Roman then made his decision, though Tord is commendable. "I choose Professor Zimbardo, for I wish to learn about the creation of runestone." At his words, a hint of melancholy crossed Emma's face, and she sighed. "Very well. I hope you will remember the assistance I have provided you." Phil Zimbardo, a first-level formal wizard, specializes in runestone crafting, advocates for fair trade, and is perpetually immersed in his experiments. As the information coalesced, a vivid image of a miserly, detached, yet rationally minded research fanatic who secludes himself in his laboratory began to take shape in Roman's mind. This was precisely the kind of mentor he sought. Through the chip, Roman had numerous avenues to acquire resources. Thus, there was no need to endure management or exploitation. Instead, he required an environment that was lenient and indifferent. Furthermore, following his paid tutoring, he sought a new revenue stream. And crafting runestones presented itself as an excellent option. Outside the laboratory door, Roman knocked politely, and a deep voice responded from within, "Come in. The door is unlocked." Roman entered to find a middle-aged man clad in a black robe busily working at a lab bench. He approached respectfully, stating, "Professor Zimbardo, I am Roman Finks. Here to report as directed by the Academy." Professor Zimbardo looked up and replied nonchalantly, "So you are Roman? Perfect score on the theoretical exam. Impressive. You are the first to achieve a perfect score since the Academy's inception." Zimbardo interrupted with a wave, "Spare me the humble brags. Tell me, Why did you choose me as your mentor, and what do you wish to learn? The two were akin to a gun and bullet, interdependent. The runestone encompassed both essential components, mental energy for engraving the model and the magic stone to provide power. Together, they formed a simplified version of sorcery. A simplified version? Zimbardo paused, then smiled, a fitting description. Runestones are inherently weaker than a wizard's sorcery due to their limited foundational elements. Nothing more. Sorcery involves not only the model and magic, but also the intricate manipulation of the primary consciousness and various enhancements at the soul level, which runestones lack, rendering them perpetually inferior. After reflecting on this, Zimbardo redirected the conversation to Roman. No wonder you achieved a perfect score. Your theory is solid and meets the requirements for studying runes. You should be aware of the benefits here. Once you decide, let me know. He handed Roman a small booklet and returned to his work. The chip, scanning records, transmitting memory zones. Ding. Task established, scanning initiated. This booklet contained a directory, roughly corresponding to 3 areas of benefits: runestones, rune materials, and templates for third-level apprentice sorcery. After gaining a general understanding, Roman did not make an immediate decision but posed a question. Now, I would like to use one of my inquiries. What runes are suitable for beginners and easy to learn from this directory? Zimbardo glanced at the directory, where the information was surprisingly scant, offering only names and brief descriptions, insufficient for making a judgment. Thus, Roman opted to articulate his needs directly. As Zimbardo received the directory, he chuckled. It seems you are quite in need of magic stones. If you seek my advice, I would recommend the Fireball rune. Not only is its drawing simple, but it also has a 2-dimensional structure. Upon hearing the suggestion, Roman readily accepted it, pointing to the directory. I would like a Fireball runestone and the corresponding analytical materials. As for the sorcery template and the 2 free inquiries, I shall save them for now. Ding. Information interface detected. Would you like to transmit? Transmit. After a moment of enlightenment, Roman retrieved the Fireball runestone and commanded once more, Chip, analyze the Fireball rune and simulate the engraving process. Chapter 33. The Art of Successful Creation. Initiating his journey as a secondary apprentice, Roman harnessed the overflow of his mental energy, enabling him to inscribe runes and perform rudimentary tricks. However, for him, this achievement held far greater significance. Upon his elevation to the rank of secondary apprentice, his mental energy overflowed, albeit by a mere 5 centimeters. But when combined with the chip, it empowered Roman to accomplish a multitude of tasks. For instance, gathering information. Previously, the chip could only collect external data through Roman's senses. Yet now, with the overflowed mental energy, he transformed into a super scanner. Any object that ventured within 5 centimeters of his body could be observed down to the level of nanomolecules, greatly facilitating intricate operations, rendering rune inscription a trivial matter. Thus, leveraging the chip and cross-referencing with Zimbardo's rune analysis, Roman effortlessly grasped the Fireball rune. At that moment, he extended a finger, manipulating strands of mental energy to intricately weave a complex geometric pattern. With a mere thought, the rune dissipated into thin air. This pattern mirrored the Fireball rune within the rune stone. Had Zimbardo been present, he would have been utterly astonished. While others would require at least a month of practice to render such a rune, Roman mastered it in mere minutes. Having thoroughly comprehended the runestone in his possession, Roman rose and departed from his dormitory, making his way to the marketplace. He produced the Fireball runestone, a token of goodwill, and inquired, "How many magic stones will you offer for this runestone?" The shopkeeper took the runestone, scrutinizing it through a magnifying glass for a while. Such exquisite craftsmanship can only be attributed to Professor Zimbardo. I am indeed interested in acquiring it. However, if I may be so bold, may I ask your relation to him? While Fireball runestones are not particularly rare, with a market acquisition price of 10 magic stones per piece, the name of Professor Zimbardo could command a higher price, 12 magic stones, to be exact. What do you think? Deal. Roman consented readily. Aware that the shopkeeper had slightly undervalued it, yet this price met his expectations, and he had no desire to engage in further bargaining. As a wizard, he prioritized utility over commerce. He would not squander his time haggling. Once the transaction was concluded, the shopkeeper, with an eager demeanor, remarked, "Should you come across any works by Professor Zimbardo in the future, please bring them here. I assure you a satisfactory price." Roman chuckled lightly. "I shall consider it." As he exited the shop and wandered back toward his dormitory, a voice of surprise called out from behind him, "Ah, Roman, you've become a secondary apprentice." William, beaming with delight, continued, "I just disembarked from the airship. But you, leaving without a word. Do you have any idea how astonishing the welcoming ceremony was? He rambled on extensively. While Joss sensed Roman's furrowed brow and irritable demeanor, yet he maintained decorum and refrained from reacting. She promptly interrupted William, extending an invitation. Roman, it is rare for us to reunite. Let us dine together this evening. I would also appreciate your insights on your ascension to secondary apprentice. Roman sighed inwardly. To a true wizard, time is invaluable and would never be squandered on frivolous social engagements. When acquaintances meet, they address matters directly, eschewing elaborate banquets or attempts to foster relationships, which are the ploys of mere mortals seeking collective strength through camaraderie. The power of a wizard lies within oneself, rendering such ineffective and superficial formalities unnecessary. Thus, Roman resolutely shook his head in refusal, stating, "No, I have matters to attend to. As for the methods of ascension, it is all documented in the textbooks. I have little to contribute." Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed. With differing worldviews, circles, and logics, there was no necessity to force an integration. Behind him, William's expression soured as he muttered, "So now he looks down on old friends. It's merely being a secondary apprentice. What else with the arrogance? His family is just a viscount. I invite him to dinner, and he dares to snub me?" In the viral ecology zone, everyone treated William with utmost respect, and Roman's sudden aloofness left him feeling profoundly disoriented. Meanwhile, Joss contemplated thoughtfully, remarking, "Perhaps this is what it means to be a true wizard. While we remain mere noble mortals, such a notion seemed audacious. Considering that successfully crafting the first runestone invariably requires hundreds, if not thousands, of failures, mastery comes through practice. Despite this, the success rate remains uncertain, as wizards cannot achieve meticulous observation. Wizard apprentices project their mental energy onto magic stones to delineate standard mental energy runes, yet the challenge lies in that very standard. Magic stones vary in shape and surface irregularities, with some flaws invisible to the naked eye. Hence, inscribing the mental energy runes is akin to drawing on stone with a fountain pen. The runes may become disjointed, akin to severed electrical wires, failing to form a conduit for magical energy. Before commencing the sketching, wizards typically invest considerable time studying the magic stones and devising the steps for rune inscription. However, Roman possessed a chip, enabling him to complete this task in an instant. Clutching the magic stone, Roman commanded, "Chip, establish a scanning task and initiate simulation operations." Analyze the operational procedures. Ding. Task established. Scanning commenced. Scanning complete. Simulation beginning within Zimbardo's rune analysis. The highest value lies in correlating different-shaped magic stones with their corresponding rune drawing techniques. Roman had once pondered, could a microscope not resolve this issue? Upon investigation, he discovered that the method for constructing microscopes had long been lost to time. The sole existing microscope within the academy was unearthed from the tomb of an ancient wizard and has since been regarded as a precious artifact, reserved for the most critical research. Utilizing it to craft runestones would be a gross misallocation of resources, thus impossible to attain approval. Other wizards, hindered by insufficient computational capacity, could not process vast amounts of information due to their brain's protective mechanisms. Consequently, their rune creation relied solely on instinct and accumulated experience. Just as Roman reveled in this realization, the chip provided an alert, simulation complete, generating operational procedures, estimated success rate, 100. Roman's heart swelled with exhilaration as he promptly commanded, "Commence sketching." Chapter 34. The Black Market. Half an hour later, a flicker of light emanated from the runestone in Roman's hand, signifying the successful creation of his work. Surrounding him lay a scattering of debris, remnants of failed attempts with magical stones. The materials for crafting runestones were simple, and the entry threshold was low. Even a second-level apprentice could begin production anywhere, provided they possessed the ability to channel their mental energy and had access to a magical stone. However, much like the web literature on Earth, while entry into the field was easy, achieving success proved to be an arduous challenge, with only a rare few ascending to the heights of mastery. The number of those who studied runes and eventually became rune masters was scant, rendering runestones an expensive commodity. After a considerable time, he marveled at his achievement. It was then that Roman inquired, "How long would it take for a novice like me to reach this level?" The shopkeeper, adorned with an affable smile, regarded Roman with a mixture of pity and amusement, responding, "Creating runestones requires not only hard work, but also innate talent. Professor Zimbardo failed over 500 times before successfully crafting his first runestone. Unless your talent surpasses his, do not expect to succeed in a short span." Having spoken, The shopkeeper handed Roman 15 magical stones, stating, "This runestone is of excellent craftsmanship and should fetch a premium price. However, given that it is merely a basic fireball spell rune, the premium is only 3 magical stones. Is this acceptable?" Roman's heart raced with excitement, his cheeks flushing at the prospect of nearly tenfold profit. Considering his initial investment was merely 2 magical stones. Observing Roman's reaction, the shopkeeper cautiously added, "If you have any objections, we can negotiate the price." Roman took a moment to collect himself and replied, "No, I am in a hurry. I will accept the price as is. Furthermore, I request that this matter remains confidential. If it is disclosed elsewhere, I will refrain from future transactions." The shopkeeper promptly assured him, "Rest assured, I have an even greater interest in keeping this source confidential. If you doubt my word, I can swear by the eye of judgment." With a cryptic smile, Roman countered, "I mean confidentiality with all parties, including those behind you." "Are you bold enough to swear that?" Running a shop in the floating city undoubtedly implied a powerful backing, perhaps a higher-level sorcerer. Should a high-level sorcerer discern the secret behind the runestone, it could lead to troublesome consequences for Roman. After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper, driven by his mercantile nature, ultimately agreed to Roman's proposal. Under the witness of the eye of judgment, he monopolized Roman's source of supply at the price of absolute secrecy. Roman cunningly ensured that the agreement referred specifically to the products of Professor Zimbardo, thereby placing him beyond the constraints of the contract while the merchant believed he had gained an advantage. Leaving the shop, Roman made his way to his dormitory, the clinking of magical stones in his pocket heralding a newfound path to wealth. Yet, his mood remained unsettled, overshadowed by apprehension. From his earlier conversation with the shopkeeper, he realized that without several months of practice, a novice could not hope to craft runestones. The fact that he had managed to produce one after only a few hours was indeed alarming. Fortunately, he had fabricated a story, claiming it to be Zimbardo's creation, and the shopkeeper had not questioned him. However, selling goods under Zimbardo's name might work for a limited number of transactions, but if the quantity increased, if his product were to reach the hands of a significant figure who knew Zimbardo, it would unravel everything. A second-level apprentice producing superior runestones compared to Zimbardo could lead to dire consequences, including being subjected to soul-searching. This implied that the runestones Roman crafted could not be sold through legitimate channels unless their origin could be adequately explained. Despite the constraints of the eye of judgment, the unpredictability of sorcery left room for evasion, especially when substantial profits were at stake. Thus, Roman resolved that until he could clarify the source of the runestones, he would refrain from selling them at any shop. "Roman, what are you pondering?" Roman replied coolly, "Did you seek me for something specific?" Emma chuckled. "Is it wrong to seek you without a purpose?" Roman shook his head and replied candidly, "Indeed, it is inappropriate. A sorcerer's time is precious and should not be squandered on trivial socializing. If you have business, let us address it." Emma pouted in dissatisfaction, retorting, "I do have a matter. I wish to purchase Zimbardo's rune analysis materials. Name your price." Upon hearing this, Roman smiled broadly, "No problem. Let us discuss it over a meal. I shall treat you on the second floor." Emma exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, Roman, it seems you have struck it rich. How generous of you." Emma, with a teasing grin, added, "If you insist on treating me, I might reconsider and prefer to let you owe me a favor." As they settled and dishes were served, Roman allowed Emma to eat first while he took out paper and pen, meticulously transcribing the rune analysis for the fireball spell. Once he filled a page, he handed it to Emma, saying, "Review this and let me know your offer. This is only a portion. Once we reach an agreement, I shall provide the remainder." Emma glanced at the paper and immediately displayed disdain. "A fireball spell? This is merely a basic exercise for novices. Too commonplace to command a high price. Only Zimbardo's name grants it any worth." Roman, however, shook his head and replied calmly, "I do not seek magical stones. I wish to know the recent addresses of the black market." "Why do you wish to go to the black market?" Emma asked, puzzled, then seemingly connecting the dots. She chuckled, "Are you planning to sell Professor Zimbardo's products? You could simply sell them to me." Roman remained silent, prompting Emma to continue persuading, "As for safety, you need not worry. I can swear by the eye of judgment to keep it absolutely confidential." Roman would not agree. If Emma were reliable, he would choose the shop instead. His decision to pursue the black market was precisely to ensure maximum safety. Therefore, he decisively rejected Emma's proposal, stating, "I only require the location of the black market. If you agree, I shall prioritize you for future acquisitions of Zimbardo's works." Roman would not yield. "No? Merely a verbal promise, believe it if you will. Should you refuse, I shall sell exclusively to the shop henceforth, as their offers are quite favorable. After some contemplation, Emma finally conceded, it is just the address of the black market. It is not critical information. So I will share it with you. Public classes only cover knowledge for apprentices below the second level, upon advancing to the second level. Both theoretical sorcery and information for promotion to the third level must be purchased with magical stones. Thus, for Roman to continue his studies, he needed to accumulate magical stones to access resources. Selling rune stones offered a shortcut, but the shop was unreliable, leaving him no choice but to sell in the obscurity of the black market. At the dining table, Emma provided the address of the black market. Upon reviewing it, Roman could not help but frown. The black market lay within the Pain Mountains, deep within the Mana district, teeming with packs of small canine beasts. Only third-level apprentices could hope to contend with them. Forget about airships, no routes existed. Thus, leaving the academy and traversing the Mana district would require the combat strength of a third-level apprentice, while Roman was merely a second-level apprentice, with only a handful of runestones, unable to bridge the gap in strength. Dejected, he inquired, is this the only black market? As a second-level apprentice, I cannot possibly reach it. Emma, sensing Roman's plight, took a sip of her invigorating drink and replied with a gentle smile, indeed, this is the sole location. But there is a way to get there. Surrounding the black market is a stronghold of the foraging teams, which has direct airship routes and a substantial number of first and second-level apprentices. Roman's eyes brightened as he recalled William mentioning supply transport missions. Emma continued, they are stationed there year-round, gathering numerous resources and have trading needs. However, the academy shop has not opened a branch there, compelling them to venture to the black market to sell their resources. Roman's spirits lifted at this revelation, as it meant that by reaching the foraging team's base, he could access the black market. Thus, a vague idea began to take shape in his mind, gradually becoming more concrete and clear under the powerful computations of his chip. Roman fell into contemplation, and for a moment, silence enveloped the two. After finishing her drink, Emma rose to bid farewell, but at that moment, Roman grasped her hand firmly. Emma, please wait. I require your assistance. He tilted his head, adopting a pitifully endearing expression, his eyes pleading with hope. What do you intend to do? She replied, an air of caution in her tone. Let me be clear, I will not sacrifice my own interests for you. It dawned on her that this was the first time Roman had taken the initiative to touch her. In response, Roman smiled confidently, I assure you, I would never do that. Moreover, I swear this venture will yield nothing but benefits for you. Intrigued, Emma inquired, oh, what is it? Do enlighten me. With a mysterious grin, Roman declared, lend me 300 magic stones, and I shall repay you with interest in 2 months. What? You mean for me to invest in you? What kind of benefit is that? Emma scoffed. I suggest you abandon such dreams. I acknowledge your potential, Roman, but there are countless geniuses beyond you. Rather than investing in you, it would be wiser to support Canon. Roman raised a finger, speaking with unwavering conviction, which momentarily stunned Emma. Wizards, whether in their training or research endeavors, often incur immense expenses, frequently finding themselves financially constrained. Thus, they resort to financing, promising to repay their investors once they achieve results. However, such investments are typically of limited liability, posing no threat to life. Should a wizard fail, it is akin to a company going bankrupt on Earth, leaving investors to bear their misfortune. Yet, Roman's vow to stake his life was an exceedingly rare and reckless act, significantly bolstering confidence in the investment. Emma pondered for a moment before asking, is your need for these magic stones related to the black market? She fell silent, unable to deny the flutter of temptation within her. However, 300 magic stones was no trifling sum. Should Roman perish, it would leave her severely wounded. Based on their previous interactions, she recognized Roman as a rational and cautious individual, one who would deliberate deeply over matters and would not frivolously gamble with his life. After careful consideration, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Fine, you have persuaded me, but acquiring 300 magic stones will take time. Agreed. Roman felt a surge of exhilaration and replied enthusiastically, no worries, just provide them in the coming days. I also need some time to prepare. At that moment, Emma added sternly, however, the contract must be amended. If you do not perish but fail to repay the magic stones, I do not want your death. That would leave me with nothing. Roman nodded in agreement. Then what do you desire? I will concede to your terms. With a wicked smile, Emma replied, become my slave. If you fail to repay me my magic stones, I will ensure you endure a fate worse than death. Roman sighed, exasperated. All right, your desire for revenge is quite formidable. Subsequently, the two swore oaths before the eye of judgment and bid each other farewell. Emma went to procure the funds while Roman set about crafting runestones. Hours later, Roman gazed upon the two runestones in his hand, pride illuminating his eyes. While other wizards had suffered multiple failures, wasting numerous magic stones and taking a week to achieve what he had accomplished in mere hours, it was undeniable that technological advancements could exponentially enhance productivity. The following day, Emma sought out Roman, presenting him with a parcel. Take this, it contains 300 magic stones. From this moment onward, our contract is officially established. Then, as if plagued by doubt, she cautioned, in 2 months, you must return 1,500 magic stones, understood? Without a word, Roman turned and walked away, leaving Emma to furrow her brow in concern. For some reason, she felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, although she had promised to return fivefold, aside from herself. Who else would dare to lend magic stones to you, Roman? May you find yourself perpetually alone. Emma cursed vehemently. If Roman had heard her, he would surely have retorted about the irrationality of women. He truly had matters to attend to upon acquiring the magic stones. He promptly made his way to Mentor Zimbardo's laboratory. Chapter 36. Preparations for departure in the laboratory. Roman pointed to the catalog and addressed Zimbardo. Mentor, I wish to acquire the runes, Lava Ray, Domain of Thunder, Toxic Oil Mire, and Grace of the Cat, along with their analyses. These 4 runes correspond to the functionalities of single target attack, negative hindrance, area attack, and auxiliary movement, significantly enhancing Roman's survivability in the mana zone. Roman nodded, affirming, I am certain. Seeing his resolute determination, Zimbardo ceased his persuasion and responded, since you are insistent, so be it. As a mutant practitioner, you have the right to trade. The total cost for these runes and their analyses is 100 magic stones. Roman promptly paid the 100 magic stones. Zimbardo accepted the payment, appearing somewhat reluctant, and finally advised. Allow me to suggest that you thoroughly comprehend the fireball rune before delving into others. Greed can lead to indigestion. However, he possessed 15 fireball runes. And with the aid of his chip, no one understood the fireball rune better than he did. After bidding farewell to Zimbardo, Roman proceeded to the library and addressed the librarian. I wish to transcribe the following 3 books: Overview of Cantrips, Comprehensive Analysis of Cantrip Models, and Application of Cantrips. Please open a transcription room. The transcription room, equipped with ergonomic chairs, a temperature-controlled magic array, and bathing facilities, resembled a modest inn. Since library books could not be borrowed, wizards were required to transcribe them, often taking several days for a substantial tome. To accommodate wizards' need for rest, transcription rooms were established. While there was a basic borrowing service, considerably cheaper, Roman opted for the transcription room, as he currently lacked financial constraints and prioritized privacy, which was crucial to conceal the chip. The librarian, awakening from a nap, opened his eyes and said impatiently, for 3 books, it will cost 30 magic stones for 1 hour. I require 1 hour, Roman stated, handing over 30 magic stones. The distinction between second-level and first-level apprentices lies not only in the overflow of mental power but also in the intricacies of magical cantrips. Second-level apprentices manipulate mental energy to outline spell models within the meditative space and then cast cantrips. Although cantrips possess minimal combat efficacy and are relatively simple in model design, they form the foundation for many formal spells. To advance to a 3rd-level apprentice, mastering cantrips is essential. For instance, the Fireball spell has a more complex model derived from the basic fire-starting cantrip, which allows one's fingers to ignite like a lighter. The 3 books Roman borrowed are referred to as the Cantrip Trilogy. Mastering them equips one with the knowledge to grasp second-level cantrips. In the transcription room, Roman opened the books and commanded, chip, scan, and record, transmit to the memory zone. Ding. Task established. Scanning initiated. Moments later, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. With the chip's formidable computational power, Roman effortlessly assimilated the information and transferred it to his memory zone. After just 10 minutes, having comprehended the content, Roman did not intend to return the books immediately. Instead, he attempted to construct a spell model based on the book's descriptions. He manipulated his mental energy to outline a simple geometric shape in the meditative space and then snapped his fingers, causing a small flame to leap into his hand. This dancing flame was no ordinary fire. It was a flame conjured from magical energy. Magic permeates the earth like air, and wizards leverage their mental energy to manipulate this magic for spellcasting. However, wild magic possesses a natural will and resists mental manipulation, resulting in low utility, thus confining its use to the simplest cantrips. The hallmark of advancing to a third-level apprentice is successfully constructing a magical matrix, enabling one to generate their own magic and liberate themselves from dependence on wild magic, allowing for the casting of more potent spells. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the clock emitted a piercing chime, signaling that an hour had elapsed, and it was time to return the books. Roman closed the tomes, exited the reading room, returned the books, and proceeded to the task hall. To reach the black market, one must first arrive at the nearby fortress. Accessing the fortress requires taking an airship, and boarding an airship necessitates accepting a task. The task hall bustled with activity as wizards hurried about. Some were submitting tasks at the counters, while others carried their task rewards to the shops, converting their earnings into power. Roman looked up at the enormous display screens hanging from the ceiling, which flickered with task information. At first glance, he thought he had entered an airport ticket hall. Chip, scan records, establish task filters, keywords, Wilderness Hunter Team, Western Fortress, Morning Mountains. Ding. Task established, scanning initiated. Shortly after, the chip provided a prompt. Ding. Filtering complete, results as follows. The chip listed 16 tasks, which Roman reviewed one by one, excluding those with exceptionally high rewards, as higher rewards typically indicated greater danger. Roman's objective was to locate the black market, not to earn rewards. Task No. 338. Control mutated beasts and participate in the underground engineering project at the Western Fortress for a duration of 2 months, with compensation equivalent to that of Wilderness Hunter team members. Requirements. Second-level apprentice, sufficient courage to pass the Wilderness Hunter team's assessment. Assessment content. Reach the designated location within a specified time. Reward. 50 magic stones. Roman accepted the address, which was a battlefield ruin outside the floating city, requiring passage through a city's remnants. He pondered, is this the assessment? And then affirmed, no problem, I will arrive on time. After a brief calculation, Roman estimated that if he departed now, he would reach the assembly point in at least 2 days, assuming everything went smoothly. Any unforeseen circumstances could prolong the journey. Thus, after completing the necessary paperwork, he immediately headed to the shop to procure essential supplies such as water, food, horses, and maps, and even acquired a massive sword resembling a door plank. The runes, Lava Ray, Domain of Thunder, Toxic Oil Mire, Grace of the Cat, sparkled like treasures. Unlike the Fireball rune, these runes were more intricate and challenging to create, some even possessing three-dimensional structures, making them exceedingly rare. Roman estimated their worth to be at least 10,000 magic stones. Yet with the chip's assistance, their crafting was effortless. Sealing the box and lifting it, Roman departed from his dormitory and made his way to the exit of the floating city, marking his first journey away from the Academy's ground. Chapter 37 Ruins Lower Lift Platform Number 3. Roman, leading a sturdy antelope, stood atop a colossal lift, descending slowly as the endless yellow sand stretched out beneath him. He tightened his robe, wrapped his scarf around his neck a few more times, and secured the knot of his hood, revealing only his 2 eyes. At that moment, he resembled a Bedouin in the desert, with the sole distinction that beside him was not a camel, but a robust antelope. Not far away, several similarly adorned wizards also led antelopes, silently gazing ahead without uttering a word. The antelope, with its muscular build, stood taller than an adult's shoulder when upright. They were gentle and resilient, remarkably suited for long journeys across the desert, possessing hardly any faults apart from their slightly sluggish speed. However, they were mutated beasts, fundamentally akin to the ghoul-like creatures. Thanks to a virus, antelopes could harness energy through photosynthesis, meaning they were perpetual motion machines as long as light was present. Unlike the mindless ghouls, the antelopes, having undergone domestication and genetic editing, had their appetite for flesh drastically minimized. A mere morsel of meat could render them obedient and docile. As his thoughts meandered, the lift reached the ground, and the wizards dispersed in all directions, akin to a droplet merging into the vast desert. During this time, wizards would occasionally pause or change direction, and as Roman continued on, he found himself alone amidst the vast sea of sand. On the swaying antelope's back, Roman retrieved his water flask and took a small sip, only to discover that his compass had malfunctioned, the needle spinning erratically. Have we nearly reached the border? Roman murmured. In the vicinity of the floating city, mana ecology was suppressed, and the magnetic field operated normally. However, once too far afield and entering the mana zone, the magnetic field would become chaotic, rendering the compass ineffective. In the vastness of the sandy sea, Losing the compass meant losing direction, a nearly insurmountable dilemma for any mortal. Yet Roman remained composed, for he was a wizard. At that moment, Roman concentrated, and an arrow materialized before him, breaking through the magnetic interference and pointing southward. This was a spell of directional guidance. Each activation allowed the arrow's illusion to exist for 24 hours. However, Roman remained uneasy and summoned his map, commanding, "Chip, scan the map, compare the surrounding features, compile information, and establish a navigation task." Ding. Task established. Scanning initiated. Comparison complete. Navigation commencing. Please proceed 5 kilometers to the right front. Accompanied by the prompt, akin to a low-tech navigation system on Earth, a second arrow appeared before Roman. Though the directional spell could address most situations, it was a zero-level trick and could falter at times. Thus, Roman supplemented it with the chip's map navigation, allowing the two to corroborate each other and ensure he would not lose his way. Before long, guided by the precise navigation, Roman spotted a boundary marker inscribed with Blood and Flesh Opera House, edge of safe zone, location 55 degrees northeast of the floating city, 56 kilometers. The devouring beasts possessed territorial instincts, and wizards had long been embroiled in conflict with them, each side having carved out its territories. Under normal circumstances, devouring beasts would not encroach upon wizard territories. Thus, the vicinity of the academy was referred to as a safe zone. Crossing this boundary marker signified departure from safety and entrance into the realm of the devouring beasts. Roman opened his map, a smile curving his lips, as he felt quite satisfied with his current progress. In less than half a day, he had traversed 3/4 of the distance. Merely crossing a city ruin remained before he could reach the rendezvous point. Chip, gather environmental data, while ensuring navigation, devote all computational power to analysis. Ding. Task established, collection initiated. Upon reaching the second-level apprentice status, Roman's surplus mental power allowed the chip to gather information beyond mere sensory limits. Wherever his mental reach extended, the chip could instantly commence analysis. Although his mental projection extended only a mere 5 centimeters, it enabled him to capture a greater array of scent molecules, sound vibrations, and light particles, significantly enhancing his intelligence-gathering capabilities with its formidable computational prowess. Guiding the antelope, Roman cautiously advanced, remaining vigilant against any sudden appearances of devouring beasts. To his relief, the journey remained tranquil, and by afternoon, he beheld the ruins of a desolate city. These remnants harked back to an ancient era, dating back thousands of years. The antelope meandered past crumbling walls and shattered columns, while Roman, alert to his surroundings, also examined the ruins. They shared a common characteristic: immense grandeur. For instance, a toppled pillar nearby required at least 5 people to encircle. It was not hard to imagine how magnificent it must have appeared in its prime, and such architectural marvels were plentiful in this city of ruins. Enduring the passage of millennia, though the structures lay in ruins, the remnants remained steadfast, showing no signs of erosion. Beep. At 2 o'clock ahead, a devouring beast was detected, 5 kilometers away and approaching, expected contact in 4 minutes. Hearing the alert, Roman remained unfazed. He was no longer the fledgling knight of yore, now a seasoned knight, equipped with over 100 runestones. Dispatching a devouring beast would be a trivial task. He urged the antelope into a complex terrain of ruins, securing it in a corner. Then, hoisting his colossal sword, he dashed deeper into the remnants. Meanwhile, the chip continued to emit alerts. Beep. The devouring beast was drawing near. 500 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. At that moment, Roman paused at a corner, waiting quietly as the chip's alerts grew increasingly urgent. 60 meters. 40 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. In the next instant, the devouring beast burst around the corner, its flank facing Roman. Gripping a runestone, Roman intoned, "Lava ray, activate." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than an orange beam of light shot forth from the runestone, piercing through the beast's side. The once vigorous devouring beast, mid-gallop, suddenly collapsed as if paralyzed, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground, motionless. Upon closer inspection, 2 gaping wounds marred its sides, the lava ray having incinerated its core, instantly slaying the creature. Indeed, true wizardry proved formidable. Roman's face beamed with excitement. He still had plenty of runestones, ample to see him through the ruins. Yet the very next moment, the chip blared another alarm. Beep. An unknown massive entity is rapidly approaching, position is illustrated. A map materialized. revealing a large luminous point drawing ever closer, causing Roman's expression to shift dramatically. A colossal form was advancing from the depths of the earth. Could it be a beast of monstrous proportions? Chapter 38. The Forged Devourer. A haunting roar reverberated through the air, distinctly different from the brief yips of lesser creatures. This growl was prolonged and sonorous, echoing like a lingering melody that refused to fade. Roman's countenance shifted dramatically as he sought out the wildebeest, urging it onward with gentle prods and nudges, fleeing into the distance. Roar, roar, roar. Soon after, an alarm blared from the chip. Beeps echoed, warning of numerous devourers approaching. Without hesitation, Roman commanded, display the map and mark their locations. In an instant, a holographic map materialized, with Roman denoted by a blue dot, surrounded by a throng of encroaching red dots. Among them, one particularly large and rounded light crawled across the map like a snail. While the chip helpfully labeled it as a beast level, if there was indeed a beast level present, this desolate ruin must serve as the lair of a beast horde. Roman deduced. Connecting this realization to his current mission, his gaze turned icy. Reaching the rendezvous point within 2 days necessitated traversing this city. Was this the handiwork of the scavenger team? To throw a beast level at him, a mere second-level apprentice, was not a test, but an act of murder. The power of a beast level far surpassed that of a third-level apprentice, easily crushing his second-level capabilities. Whenever a beast appeared, it attracted nearby lesser creatures, forming a horde. The scavenger team was clearly aware of this dynamic, yet still compelled Roman to traverse the very heart of the horde's den, revealing their malicious intent. With clenched teeth, Roman ordered, Chip, establish a mission and plot a safe escape route. Ding. The mission was established, and planning commenced. The route was generated, requiring 3 runestones. Roman resolved immediately. 3 it is, survival takes precedence. He then turned his mount in the direction indicated by the chip. Beep. 50 meters ahead, around the corner. 5 devourers lay in wait, ready the lightning domain runes. Upon hearing this, Roman reached into his pocket, controlled his speed, timed it perfectly, and hurled the rune stone. Simultaneously, on the other side of the corner, 5 devourers lunged forward, prepared to catch Roman off guard, only to crash headfirst into the icy blue electric net he had laid. Approaching the city's edge, Roman noted that just 2 more corners stood between him and escape. Once free, the pursuing devourers would dwindle, and with the aid of runestones, he could easily slip away. As he neared the city's periphery, the number of devourers began to diminish, allowing Roman to breathe a sigh of relief. However, a sudden chill washed over him. The sunlight seemed to wane. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he gazed upward in alarm. Time appeared to freeze. A creature the size of a Boeing 747 hovered mere meters above Roman's head, obscuring the fierce sunlight and casting a vast shadow that brought a wave of coolness. The danger of a beast level was indeed terrifying. Time resumed its flow as the beast glided over Roman, landing heavily before him and blocking his path. Roman quickly reined in his mount, pivoting to flee once more. At this point, he had abandoned any thoughts of the mission. With his current prowess, he could not hope to confront a beast level. His sole focus was survival, even if it meant exhausting all his rune stones. Yet, as he rounded a corner, he realized the futility of escape. Surrounding him, atop the remnants of the crumbling structures, stood a host of lesser devourers, surveying him from their elevated positions like archers atop a battlement. On the map, the red dots encircled him like a steel drum, and Roman could only muster a bitter smile, extinguishing any flicker of hope for flight. Thud, thud, thud. Behind him, the colossal beast approached slowly, sealing off his retreat as despair washed over him. No, it was impossible to fight back. Roman shook his head internally, a surge of hatred welling up within him. Scavenger team, just wait. If I survive this, I will seek vengeance upon you. Colin was part of the scavenger team. The mission belonged to them, and these devourers were summoned by their hand. It could be said that every life-threatening situation Roman had encountered thus far was intertwined with the scavenger team. This realization ignited a fervent desire for revenge within him. But in his current predicament, he could only seethe impotently. At that moment, the lesser creatures began to wave their tentacles in unison, their frequencies creating a subtle harmony that resembled a collective dance, imbued with an uncanny beauty. Roman recognized that they were exchanging information, coordinating their attack strategy to ensure a more synchronized, orderly, and efficient onslaught. Seeing this, Roman let out a resigned chuckle, to perish in the pursuit of truth. With such a magnificent farewell procession could be considered a worthy end. Yet, he had no intention of resigning himself to fate. Clutching his massive sword in his left hand and a rune stone in his right, he summoned his battle spirit, determination gleaming in his eyes. Ready to fight for his life. He would wait for the enemy's advance, then unleash all his runestones to deliver a crippling blow, hoping to disrupt their formation and seize the opportunity to break free. Though the prospect seemed bleak, it was worth a try. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air behind him. Turning his head, he was astounded to see a wizard standing atop the beast level, their gray robe billowing in the wind. The human stood on the devourer's back, completely unfazed. In Roman's astonished gaze, the wizard waved an arm, and the lesser creatures instantly scattered. A gray robe. A mere third-level apprentice? How could they command the devourers? If it were truly so, the devourers would have been eradicated long ago. How could they still wreak havoc? In that instant, Roman felt his worldview shatter. Unlike mutated beasts, the devourers had battled against wizards for millennia without any precedent of control. Even children knew the impossibility of mastering a devourer. Yet now, the devourers obeyed as if they were mere pets, provoking a violent cognitive dissonance within Roman. One might suggest that they merely resembled devourers, in truth being mutated beasts, far weaker than their terrifying counterparts. Had he launched a surprise attack earlier, he could have easily vanquished them. Chapter 39. The Spine Goo, a mutant beast? This resembles the devourer beast far too much. Roman's expression faltered, and he involuntarily exclaimed, I was just about to use all the runestones. This signifies a total failure of my sales endeavors. And to repay my debts and avoid servitude, I must urgently craft a batch of runestones to sell at the shop, praying not to attract the attention of the powerful. In this moment, Roman's emotions mirrored those of a warrior evading enemy pursuit, only to discover that the guns of his foes were mere toys. If that is the case, why should I hide? Why should I burden myself with such mental preparations? At that instant, 1,000 wild horses galloped through his mind. Noticing the amusement in Roman's expression, the sorceress covered her mouth and chuckled. They merely bear a resemblance. Their combat prowess is minimal, serving only to deceive. They are perfect for testing one's mental fortitude. She then extended her hand to Roman with a smile, declaring, I am Winnie, a third-level apprentice. I hereby announce that you have passed the assessment and are qualified to join the mission. Roman promptly swatted her hand away, responding curtly. Your hunting team truly carries a grand air, requiring an assessment for a mere task worth 50 magic stones. Winnie calmly explained, this mission involves confronting the spine goo, and the executor must possess exceptional mental resilience. If one cannot withstand such minor fright, how can they hope to face the spine goo? A chill ran through Roman as he inquired. The task description states participation in construction. It does not mention confronting monsters. Is 50 magic stones sufficient for battling beasts? Winnie nodded. The task description is accurate. You need only contend with the spine goo, leaving everything else aside. When facing the spine goo, it is not your life that is at stake, but your will and courage. The spine goo is a mana creature, resembling a centipede in size and shape, capable of creating incredibly lifelike illusions, which apprentices of the first and second levels cannot resist. The illusions pose no harm. Once the spine goo is eliminated, normalcy is restored, akin to awakening from a nightmare. Roman pondered, if it is merely the spine goo, I can treat it as a nightmare. 50 magic stones should suffice. Meanwhile, Winnie was reviewing the registration materials when she suddenly exclaimed, You are Roman? Was Colin your team leader upon enrollment? Roman's heart sank, cursing inwardly. Why does this person keep coming up? Truly a lingering specter. He feigned confusion, shaking his head in bewilderment. No, what of it? That settles it. Your denial holds no weight. Winnie remarked with a sly smile. Through prophetic sorcery, the source of that unfortunate incident has been traced. Without your personal vendetta, the ensuing tragedy would not have occurred, and Colin would not have perished. Roman hastily interjected, Wait. Colin's death was due to his own inadequacy in battle. He could not withstand the devourer beast. How can that be blamed on me? However, Winnie shook her head in resignation, yet love can often be blind and irrational. He holds you accountable for Colin's death, believing you are the root of the tragedy. Roman was taken aback, wondering if. At that moment, Winnie remarked playfully, Between men and women, the bonds between men are often more enduring and sincere, are they not? Roman's mind raced with 1,000 wild horses once more, and he decisively stated to Winnie, I will pay the penalty and withdraw from this mission. Farewell. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. With enemies towards the hunting team, the stronghold serves as their base, and Roman's visit is tantamount to seeking his own demise. It is wiser to abandon this course. There are many paths leading to Rome, and he would devise another plan in the black market. Yet the next moment, his meditative space was sealed, and he was abruptly spun around, his head crashing heavily against the ground. The third-level apprentice's power overwhelmed Roman in an instant, with her long legs pressing down on him. Winnie scolded, "Did I permit you to leave? What will happen to the underground project?" Covered in dirt, Roman protested loudly. "It is my right to abandon the mission. As long as I can pay the penalty, I can leave at any time. It is none of your business." Winnie seized his collar, her frustration evident. "Do you understand? Do you know how much the higher-ups value this? Being allowed to participate is a stroke of fortune for you. If you achieve even a modest success, besides the task reward, you will receive substantial bonuses." Roman retorted vehemently, "Do you think I wish for death? There are those within who desire my demise. And you still want me to join?" "I refuse." Winnie urged gently. "Mark is my brother. With me protecting you, what is there to fear?" "No, no, no." Roman continued to reject, attempting to mount his horse and leave. Then Winnie knocked him unconscious. "Humph. Refusing to heed the good wine, you shall suffer the penalty. Stubborn little thing." Watching the unconscious Roman, Winnie gritted her teeth. When Roman awoke, he found himself lying on the deck of an airship, the cool evening breeze brushing against his face. He sighed, once again lowering his impression of the hunting team. First Colin, then Winnie. What peculiar individuals populate this hunting team? If the team members are like this, the Captain Mark must surely be an oddity as well. Contemplating the need to deal with such a group in the future, Roman felt the weight in his heart grow heavier, instinctively wanting to take a deep breath. However, he was soon captivated by the night sky before him. The magnificent Milky Way flowed serenely, the profound void encompassing all. In the face of such boundless grandeur, all calculations and schemes appeared trivial, as insignificant as dust. What are Winnie, Mark, or Colin's lover in the face of the universe? Merely specks of dust. No wonder Sun Certain enjoys gazing at the stars. At this moment, Roman emptied his heavy mind, feeling a long-lost relaxation wash over him, followed by a surge of noble ambition. My goal is to engage with the black market. My interactions with the hunting team are of little significance, thus I need not concern myself with them. Should they obstruct my path, they can be eliminated. If they prove formidable, I shall let the devourer beast do the dirty work, and worst-case scenario, I can reenact the tragedy at the campsite. What are you looking at? A familiar female voice broke through his thoughts. Winnie approached with a plate of food, placing it beside Roman. "Eat up. We will soon arrive at our destination to meet Captain Mark." Roman questioned, as a second-level apprentice. "Am I so special as to meet the head of the hunting team directly?" Winnie smiled faintly. "Your position is crucial. There are few sorcerers capable of fulfilling it. To date, we have managed to recruit fewer than 10 individuals." Roman furrowed his brow. "Isn't it just about wielding enchanted items to control mutant beasts for tunneling? Any second-level apprentice could manage that. What makes it special?" He remained unconvinced. "Do you not have dedicated guards? Let them eliminate the spine goo while I get to work." "Right?" Winnie flicked Roman's forehead, exasperated. "Are you the only clever one? How could we not think of that? The underground is swarming with devourer beasts. We could never eliminate them all, let alone a mere spine goo. Is it truly that perilous?" Roman exclaimed, dumbfounded. Winnie scoffed. "What do you think? If it were as you described, you wouldn't even need to be here. We could simply assign a third-level apprentice to your role." Chapter 40. Captain Mark at this moment. The airship descended slowly. Roman hastily finished his meal and gazed down at the western fortress beneath him. It was a colossal hexagonal bastion, its walls soaring dozens of meters high, with magical arrays atop emanating waves of energy. The undulating structure of the walls ensured that any assault on a single point would be met with attacks from multiple angles. In an era devoid of air forces, this bastion was undoubtedly the king of fortifications. The devouring beasts were incapable of flight and could only launch direct assaults against it. However, this was not sufficient. To contend with the mightier beast and monarch classes, a forest of fierce and menacing mutated plants had been cultivated outside the walls. Within this forest roamed mutated beasts that cooperated seamlessly to form a barrier rife with lethal threats. Observing this, Roman murmured, "Constructing such a fortress must have cost a fortune." Beside him, Winnie nodded in agreement. Indeed, the higher-ups abandoned several outposts to channel resources here, and even Captain Mark came to oversee the operations personally. Curiosity piqued, Roman inquired, "Do you know the purpose for which the Academy desires this place?" Winnie shot him a glance of exasperation. "That's classified information. How could I possibly know? Once we land, you must be cautious and refrain from probing too deeply, or you might be apprehended as a spy." A foreboding feeling surged within Roman, prompting him to ask, "Such stringent secrecy. How does one access the black market nearby?" Winnie looked puzzled. "What black market?" Even if there were one, you couldn't go there. Entry and exit from the fortress are strictly regulated. The black market could not possibly exist within the fortress. To trade in runestones, one would need to leave, yet currently, that was impossible. Roman began to ponder the significance of his presence here. Was Emma's intelligence false? Although he had not sworn an oath to the Eye of Judgment at the time, the black market information seemed trivial. There was no reason for Emma to deceive him. This left only one possibility. The information had become obsolete. Initially, there had indeed been wizards venturing to the black market for transactions, but later it was prohibited, indicating that the black market still existed. With this thought, Roman felt a slight relief. At present, the utmost priority was to obtain the qualifications for entry and exit, as well as to discover a route to the black market. Just then, the airship landed, and as Roman was about to ask something, Winnie abruptly seized him by the arm. "Come on, I'll take you to report to my brother." The two disembarked from the airship, leaving the airfield and heading towards the central plaza. The plaza bustled with activity, wizards hurriedly traversing its expanse, with a scattering of black-robed wizards amidst the throng of gray-robed apprentices. During their passage, a familiar face approached Winnie, jesting, "Hey, Winnie, where did you find this handsome lad?" Winnie blushed, retorting, "Enough with the gossip. He is someone my brother intends to use." "Why do you look so familiar? Have we met somewhere before?" Roman recalled Colin's acquaintance and was about to turn away when the wizard suddenly exclaimed, "I've got it. You're the trigger of the Valley incident. I saw you in a prophecy spell." He cast a pitying glance at Roman before shaking his head and departing, muttering to himself, "Now Claude will surely be riled up again. That apprentice named William has had a rough time." Despite his low voice, Roman heard him clearly, his expression darkening as he turned to Winnie. "Is Claude Colin's lover? And what has happened to William, my friend?" Winnie replied coolly, "Claude is convinced that the killer of Colin is a new recruit from his team, which is why he harbors such animosity towards you." At that time, William had just joined the hunting team and was immediately targeted by Claude. After some maneuvering, he ended up working under Claude. Roman was puzzled. Why doesn't Claude just kill him? What alternative methods? He pressed further. Winnie blushed, exclaiming, "How would I know?" By this time, they had reached the main building. Winnie patted Roman on the shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. You hold an important position, and my brother has taken a liking to you. Claude wouldn't dare to act against you." Soon after, in front of an office, Winnie knocked on the door and called out, "Brother." The door swung open automatically, revealing a burly man who had just finished meditating, striding towards them. The man was robust, clad not in a wizard's robe but in leather armor, with trousers and combat boots. He resembled more of a warrior than a wizard. Approaching Roman, he stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "I am Mark, the captain of the hunting team. You must be Roman Finks?" Mark smiled warmly. "Before you arrived at the academy, Colin sent me a message highly recommending you." It seems his judgment was indeed sound. Achieving a promotion to a second-level apprentice in such a short time is quite impressive. At this, Roman shook his head sadly. "No, Colin's judgment is not as good as you think. Besides me, he must have also recommended my friend William, who is under Claude and progressing slowly." Mark's brow furrowed upon hearing this. He was aware of the relationship between Claude and Colin and immediately understood Roman's implication. "So, what is it that you desire?" Roman stated plainly, "I want William reassigned from Claude's team to another group." With a faint smile, he produced a lava ray runestone. "Here, take this. I believe it is worth more than you can imagine." Roman was puzzled. Weren't wizards typically self-serving? The underground operations served the academy, specifically the headmaster. Although Mark was a captain, he was merely a higher-ranking worker. How could the academy's interests concern him? He should be looking out for himself. Accepting Roman's runestone to reap benefits, yet he appeared genuinely invested in the academy's welfare. Nevertheless, Roman chose not to dwell on it, as it did not impact his interests. "No problem. I will certainly make the greatest contribution." Mark nodded at this, turning to Winnie. "Tomorrow, you will help Roman become familiar with his duties, and make sure he isn't assigned to Claude's team." Winnie agreed and then exited the office with Roman. In the central plaza, Winnie, looking quite pleased, remarked, "So, what do you think? I told you I'd have your back, and I certainly did. Just look at how timid you were back then." Then, she called out loudly, "With Mark and me around, who dares to cause trouble for Roman? Who dares to cause trouble for Roman? Who dares to cause trouble for Roman?" Her words drew the attention of passers-by. Roman internally scoffed. "Are you a yin?" He pointed toward the distance, declaring, "Trouble is coming." Winnie looked in the direction he indicated, where a third-level apprentice, eyes narrowed with malice, pushed through the crowd, shouting, "Make way! Make way!" Who is Roman? Who is Roman? Chapter 41 Farewell to William. The third-level apprentice parted the crowd and caught sight of Winnie. He immediately approached her, inquiring, "Winnie, is that Roman beside you?" Roman's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, unwaveringly meeting the apprentice's eyes. "I am Roman. What do you want?" Claude's eyes glinted with malice as he coldly asked. "I am Claude. Did you kill Colin?" Winnie stepped forward as well, rebuking, "Claude, don't go mad. Roman has nothing to do with Colin's death. How could that be true? My Colin was so formidable. How could he perish on a mere escort mission? There must be a conspiracy at play." Claude's face contorted with rage, his expression maniacal. Filled with a sickly obsession, he venomously declared, "Winnie, hand him over to me. I will explain things to the captain." Winnie scoffed, "Are you giving me orders? Who do you think you are? We are all third-level apprentices. Why should we listen to you?" Claude regained a semblance of composure and replied gravely, 500 magic stones for the person in your hands." Winnie still shook her head in refusal. "No, Roman is of great use to my brother. I warn you. Do not attempt any underhanded tricks. I will protect Roman." Claude, feeling defeated, shot a resentful glance at Roman and ominously said, "Kid, I will remember you. We have plenty of time. We shall see." With that, he strode away. Winnie patted Roman on the shoulder, exuding confidence. "Don't worry, with me around, he won't dare to do anything." However, Roman's expression was peculiar. First Carl, and now Claude. He had been pursued for revenge by two individuals of the same ilk. What sort of luck was this? The world was absurd indeed. After calming himself, Roman took a deep breath and asked, with the dangers lurking underground, "Doesn't Claude's unstable mental state pose a risk of him turning on his own?" Upon hearing this, Winnie looked exasperated. Precisely because the underground is perilous. All third-level apprentices are assigned to the escort team, leaving other positions understaffed. Otherwise, a mere second-level apprentice like you wouldn't be tasked with excavation work. Understanding her explanation, Roman shifted the subject. "What about William? Given Claude's current demeanor, he surely won't let him go." Winnie smirked dismissively. "Fear not, within the hunting team, no one can defy my brother's orders, not even that madman Claude. As for William, you will see him soon." She then pointed towards a building. "Come, I'll take you to the dormitory. You should rest well tonight and familiarize yourself with the work tomorrow." The room was modest, but despite its small size, it was adequately equipped. Roman did not voice any complaints, for he was not there to indulge in comfort. He quickly settled in, meditating while awaiting William's arrival. That evening, William knocked on Roman's door and, with a thud, knelt before him. "Woo-woo. Thank you, Roman. Your kindness will be etched in my memory forever." Roman helped him up. Curiosity etched on his face. "What did Claude do to you?" Upon hearing this, William began to weep even more. "I should never have chosen the hunting team. That Claude is no human. He is a beast, a madman." Roman scrutinized William, puzzled. "But you seem fine now. You have hands and feet. And you still have the strength to cry. It doesn't seem like you've suffered any torment." William wiped his tears and sobbed. "That madman somehow obtained an ancient evil formula that allows the victim to seize the soul of the killer." Roman was taken aback, beginning to comprehend Claude's madness, and asked, "And then, what did he want you to do?" Confusion washed over Roman until realization struck him. "You weren't. Woo-woo. I wasn't forced. He wanted me to do it voluntarily. This was to absorb Colin's lingering soul within me." William's emotions crumbled again, and he wept uncontrollably. Roman was momentarily stunned, suddenly considering a horrifying possibility. He forcefully kicked William away. "Get away from me. Don't touch me. Stay far from me." Taking a deep breath, he demanded, "Speak. What else does that ancient evil formula entail?" Claude said that after Colin's death, his lingering soul was divided into 3 parts, one with his former lover, another with the killer, and the third with the devourer. If he could gather all 3 souls, the possession ritual could be initiated to resurrect Colin. Roman inquired further, "So, collecting the lingering souls entails doing that?" William affirmed with a heart-wrenching cry, and Roman pressed his temples, cursing under his breath, "This is utterly insane." It was not difficult to imagine that if he fell into Claude's hands, he would be coerced into the same fate. Thus, he asked, "Tell me, what was your original responsibility?" William replied, "We were divided into several engineering teams, taking turns to excavate. Each team was further divided into smaller groups. I belonged to the mutant beast group, and Claude was my team leader. My job entailed caring for the mutant beasts. Some of them are extremely dangerous. And Claude would threaten me that if I didn't submit to him, I would have to clean the cage of the super tyrant every day." Roman nodded, indicating he understood, and calmly stated, "Now that you've switched teams, your situation will improve significantly. William quickly expressed his gratitude, nodding vigorously. Thank you, Roman. I swear by my family name that if you ever need my assistance, just command me, and I will go through fire and water for you without a second thought. After bidding William farewell, Roman fell into deep contemplation. His decision to save William was not born out of friendship, as their bond had yet to reach such depths. The fortress maintained stringent security measures, and as a hired hand, Roman's every move was under scrutiny, easily provoking undue speculation. Therefore, he required an inconspicuous pawn to act on his behalf, even to shield him in critical moments. The next day, Winnie guided Roman through a tunnel leading underground. Roman asked in confusion, "Are we heading to the construction site now?" Winnie shook her head. "No, your task is to excavate tunnels, but first, you must select a digging beast." In the next moment, the metallic door swung open, and the two entered a vast space filled with rows of enormous glass jars. Inside these jars were various bizarre mutant creatures, including the familiar lickers, tyrants, and many monsters that could only be found in books. Winnie explained, "This is the biochemical weapons storage room, housing all the biochemical weapons of the fortress. Do not be deceived by their grotesque appearance. They are our invaluable allies." Leading Roman to a row of massive glass jars, she said, "Choose one. It will be your partner for the next 2 months." Chapter 42. Recording genes. The cultivation tank was approximately the size of a locomotive, lying horizontally on the ground, containing a mutated beast resembling a pangolin. It possessed robust forelimbs, a streamlined body, and was covered in thick scales. Under stringent genetic editing, every part of its body was designed for burrowing, resembling a biological tunneling machine. The burrowing beast was so massive that it nearly filled the cultivation tank, allowing Roman to easily access some biological tissue with his mental power as his palm pressed against the tank. He then commanded, "Chip, scan the genes, establish a model. Compare the burrowing beast traits, and analyze the dimensions, strength, neural response speed, claws." Ding. Task initiated, scanning. In the next moment, a three-dimensional image of the burrowing beast appeared before him, gradually becoming more detailed as the chip processed the data, ultimately resembling the original occupant of the tank. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed. Ding. Model established, data across dimensions as follows. Subsequently, Roman performed the same operation on other burrowing beasts. After careful consideration, he pointed to one. This one. Following his command, his consciousness connected with a presence, and through the glass of the cultivation tank, he saw his external self. This was the perspective of the burrowing beast. Through the enchanted object, Roman could effortlessly share its perceptions and issue commands to it. It appears you have mastered it. Winnie remarked softly. Maintain the link, control it, and exit the cultivation tank. At that moment, the liquid level in the tank began to descend, and the glass door opened. Roman maneuvered the burrowing beast, inching it outward. Initially awkward in its movements, he soon found himself adept, thanks to the aid of the chip. Winnie, astonished, exclaimed, "You adapted so quickly? Its movement differs from that of humans. You are the first to adjust so swiftly. Others typically require several hours to reach your current proficiency." Roman smiled, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. "Chip, can the biological traits infer the corresponding genes?" Ding. Based on fundamentals of mutation, introduction to genetics, gene hypothesis. The chip possesses this capability. Excellent. With this, Claude is doomed. Roman's heart surged with excitement, his fists clenched momentarily before relaxing, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Winnie, how long until we descend?" The term descend referred to entering the underground to excavate tunnels. Upon hearing this, Winnie appeared troubled. "Had I known you would learn so quickly, I wouldn't have arrived so early. We still have 3 hours until assembly. Now that we have time to spare, what should we do?" At this, Roman expressed eagerness. "Could you perhaps show me around? After all, I am part of the mutation system. Opportunities like this are rare." "Of course," Winnie readily agreed, guiding Roman to another row of cultivation tanks and began her introduction. This is a super devourer, unlike the inferior products in the virus zone. They can achieve an exchange ratio of 5, 1 against the devouring extremes. This is the tyrant. Do you see its restraint suit? With the right commands, it can transform into a super tyrant. And here is the hunter. Before long, she teased, "By the way, Roman, why do you always touch the tanks? Is it a custom of the mutation system?" Winnie blushed, admitting, "So you feel that way too?" "I do. Every time I spend a long time with them, I can't sleep at night." As she concluded, her face flushed, and she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her legs, lost in thought. However, Roman paid little attention. He continued to place his hand on each cultivation tank, commanding inwardly, "Chip, scan the genetic sequences, deduce the biological traits." Ding. Task initiated, scanning. After a cursory exploration, 3 hours had passed, and the assembly bell rang. The entire arsenal suddenly became lively, as numerous apprentices clad in white protective suits approached the cultivation tanks. They performed a series of operations to release the mutated beasts contained within. In the next moment, the previously agitated mutated beasts fell silent, lining up like zombies with their faces pressed against talismans, marching towards the arsenal's exit. Observing this scene, Roman narrowed his eyes, issuing a mental command. "Chip, supplement task description. Prioritize identifying the gene sequences related to mental power during trait deduction." Ding. Instruction received. At that moment, when he shouted, "Pike!" Roman respectfully bowed, stating, "Nice to meet you. I am Roman." Pike, with a broad smile, encouraged him, "Keep it up, young man. I look forward to your performance." Turning to converse with Winnie, Roman chose not to join in. Instead, he discreetly approached a mutated beast and initiated another scan with the chip. These mutated beasts were in a controlled state, and scanning them now could provide the chip with valuable references based on their trait expressions, expediting the model establishment to identify the controlling genes. "Roman, I didn't expect to see you here." A familiar voice called out, and Roman turned to find William, dressed in protective gear, inspecting a tyrant's restraint suit. Roman inquired, "William, are you descending soon?" William appeared puzzled. "What lies below that makes you so apprehensive?" William shook his head. "I've never been down there, but I've heard that the devouring extremes swarm like locusts. Even our first and second tier apprentices are mere cannon fodder, and third tier apprentices have fallen there. Your predecessor just went mad last week." Roman smiled, patting William on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I will be fine." He then added earnestly, "You've been cleaning here for a long time. You must be familiar with these mutated beasts. Please compile a record of their habits and bring it to me tonight." Roman's request was still aimed at providing the chip with references to accelerate the deduction process. If successful, he could not only eliminate Claude but also secure the status of an intermediary. William, upon hearing this, immediately replied with determination, "No problem. I will take care of it right now." Chapter 43. Into the pit, guiding the excavation beast, Roman departed from the biochemical weapons warehouse, traversing the slope towards the depths below. The inclined passage was spacious enough to accommodate several excavation beasts side by side, while the ceiling loomed in impenetrable darkness, its apex beyond sight. Winnie stood beside him, articulating the key points of the mission. "Ahead of you, there will be mystical markings, impervious to illusions. Simply disregard any illusions and excavate in the direction of the markings, without concern for anything else." At that moment, Roman inquired, "I have heard that there are numerous devourers underground. Is that true?" Winnie nodded and replied, "Indeed, but that is not your concern. It falls under the purview of the guard team. Your sole focus should be to excavate, and excavate again." Roman silently shook his head. He was not comfortable placing his safety in others' hands. To quell his unease, he caressed the runestone in his pocket. Soon, they arrived at a vast subterranean expanse, the layout reminiscent of a train platform. At its edge, a dim tunnel stretched forward. Iron tracks were laid along the passage, upon which a colossal beast crawled, towing a flatbed train behind it. Beside the train, a contingent was gathering, led by a formal wizard accompanied by nearly 20 third-level apprentices. Surrounded by a throng of mutated beasts, tyrants, lickers, hunters, all present. Upon Winnie's arrival, the formal wizard smiled. "You're the last one we needed, Valkyrie," along with the new excavator. He then appraised Roman with a grin. "Greetings, I am Corey, captain of the Corey Engineering Brigade." Roman offered a polite smile. "Hello. I am Roman, participating in excavation work for the first time." At that moment, Winnie delivered a hearty pat on his shoulder. "Roman, do not be modest. Even if you lack confidence in yourself, have faith in my judgment. You undoubtedly possess exceptional qualities. I have a keen eye for talent." Despite her words, Corey remained composed, stating, "Considering this is Roman's first descent, let us set modest objectives today, allowing him to acclimate to the atmosphere." Subsequently, the brigade boarded the train, which ventured into the shadowy tunnel. The darkness was illuminated solely by the luminescent stones embedded in the cavern walls, emitting a ghostly blue glow through the consumption of stored magical energy. Whenever they encountered extinguished luminescent stones, Corey would command the train to halt and replace them with charged stones. As they proceeded, stopping intermittently, the train soon reached its destination. Corey called out, "Ahead lies the edge of the safe zone. Beyond it lies thousands of devourers. Stay vigilant. Do not fall. At that moment, the chip emitted a warning. Beep. Magical energy is diminishing. Roman sighed internally. Every inch of this place was forged in blood and fire. Indeed, every space bore witness to sacrifice. The brigade disembarked and began walking. Captain Corey assigned tasks. Winnie, your group is responsible for defense. Joel, your second group handles debris clearance. Parker, your third group commands the mutated beasts. Roman, the excavation work rests upon you. Should you encounter overwhelming illusions, do not hesitate to call for help. Roman responded loudly, following Corey as they advanced, listening to the distant roars of beasts. Chip, record the calls and compare them with known devourer sounds. Ding. Comparison complete. The sound does not belong to any known devourer. Roman concluded silently. It seems the devourers have evolved new varieties underground. At that moment, the cavern began to narrow, ultimately obstructed by a stone wall. Corey remarked coolly, "This is the end point of the Veep Brigade. Now it is our starting point. Roman, commence." Roman nodded, channeling his thoughts as the excavation beast surged forward, burrowing into the stone wall. Through the excavation beast's perception, Roman discerned a luminous point on the stone wall, roughly the size of the beast itself. He surmised, this must be the mystical marking guiding their direction. He adjusted the excavation angle to align closely with the marking. As the excavation deepened, soon, the beast's bulk was half embedded in the wall, expelling clumps of waste material. Upon closer inspection, Roman realized that the expelled material consisted of the debris generated by the excavation. At that moment, third-level apprentices from the second group utilized a spell to transmute waste into water, causing the debris to vanish, while the others formed a battle formation, following the excavation beast into the cavern. Roman also noted that the excavation beast's skin secreted a viscous fluid, reinforcing the walls and preventing the devourers from breaching. Confused, Roman turned to Winnie and asked, "Didn't you say there were many devourers? Why have we yet to see a single one?" Winnie pointed at the sturdy walls and chuckled. "Devourers cannot traverse walls. How could they possibly be here?" Roman pressed on, "Then where might they appear?" As the excavation beast continued its work, it seemed to breach a threshold, suddenly unveiling a vast chamber. Just as Roman was about to report, Corey preemptively commanded, "Roman, create space for the excavation beast. Let the mutated beasts advance for reconnaissance." The moment Corey's words fell, Roman concentrated, and the massive excavation beast shrank noticeably, akin to a deflating balloon. In the next instant, countless lickers and hunters surged from both sides, charging into the newfound space. Before long, the sounds of battle erupted, intermingled with the roars of mutated beasts and the growls of devourers. Subsequently, Corey hurled an artificial sun, illuminating a vast chamber wherein devourers swarmed, overwhelming the mutated beasts. Meanwhile, the mystical marking was situated on the opposite wall, at least several hundred meters away. Rapidly, the devourers dispatched the scouting mutated beasts and turned their attention towards the engineering brigade. Under the glow of the mystical sun, devourers swarmed the landscape. And what was more astonishing was their ability to strike from a distance. In the next moment, a rain of bone spears rained down upon the entrance. Given the narrowness of the entrance, the number of bone spears was limited and easily intercepted by protective spells, yet the expressions of those inside the cave were grim. Such a dense downpour of projectiles could be defended against in the tight confines of the cave, but once they ventured into the open, they would be overwhelmed from all sides. However, the mystical marking lay ahead. To safely reach the opposite side, they must eliminate this horde of mutated beasts. At this juncture, Corey clenched his jaw and commanded, "Upon my signal, all mutated beasts, attack. Release all tyrants from their restraints. Do not hold back. All third-level apprentices, prepare your most powerful spells. Once the bone spikes are exhausted, we shall seize our opportunity. Roman, conceal yourself and remotely control the excavation beast to continue digging. Also, remain vigilant against the illusions of the spine curse." Without a life source, the devourers would not proactively attack. They were akin to stones, usually disregarded until they obstructed the path, at which point they would be kicked aside. Therefore, with adept maneuvering, the excavation beast could boldly traverse the swarm of devourers. Understood. Roman nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. After issuing his orders, Corey surveyed the surroundings and grinned menacingly. "Warriors, the time for slaughter has arrived. Countless resources await us." Chapter 44. Sensory replacement. With a command from Corey, the tyrant surged forward, charging with its massive form. The sound of steel boots striking the ground echoed, thud, thud, Thud. The constricting suit shattered as the colossal figure suddenly rose several spans, transforming its iron fists into sharp claws. The once stoic tyrant became frenzied, roaring vehemently at the devourer beasts. In that moment, the super tyrant took shape. Behind it, the lickers and hunters followed as a secondary wave of assault. As the tyrant breached the enemy lines, they tore open a path, creating favorable conditions for the sorcerer's full-scale attack. In the next instant, the super tyrant collided with the horde of devourer beasts, brandishing its iron fists and razor-like claws, inciting chaos. Due to prior exertion, the bone spines of the devourer beasts had yet to regenerate, leaving them momentarily vulnerable to the tyrant's assault, forcing them into hasty close combat. However, even in close quarters, they exhibited no fear, bracing themselves with their sharp teeth and claws against the tyrant, fully aware that as long as their core remained intact, no matter the severity of their injuries, they could swiftly recover. Yet, under the relentless assault of the devourer beasts, the super tyrant soon found itself at a disadvantage. Just as the lickers and hunters arrived to support, with powerful hind legs, they leaped into the fray, but at that moment, the bone spines of the devourer beasts had fully grown, and the reinforcements faced a devastating counterattack. Dense bone spines soared into the air like howling missiles, piercing the charging mutated beasts. A rare few managed to evade the bone spines, but found themselves outnumbered and quickly overwhelmed in the ensuing brutal assault. Meanwhile, from within the cave, Sorcerer Corey, rather than being alarmed, felt a surge of exhilaration as he keenly seized the opportunity. He commanded, "Bone spines are cooling, all third-level apprentices. Attack." Nearly 20 sorcerers, poised and ready, immediately unleashed their powers at his command. Fireballs, beams of light, and bolts of lightning erupted in a vibrant tide, sweeping towards the devourer beasts. The devourers, having just gained the upper hand, were suddenly met with a fierce onslaught. Guided by precise mental acuity, the sorcery deftly avoided the mutated beasts, focusing on the densely packed devourer beasts. In an instant, the devourer beasts suffered significant losses, and the mutated beast retaliated. Regaining control of the situation, Corey observed this scene from the rear, nodding in satisfaction as it unfolded precisely as he had hoped. The mutated beasts absorbed damage while sorcerers unleashed their power from the back, leading to a continuous demise of the devourer beasts. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would ultimately be eradicated. However, Corey refrained from intervening. As a formal sorcerer, he needed to conserve his magical energy and remain vigilant for the emergence of formidable beasts. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the battle commenced, the burrowing beast had skirted the battlefield's edge, making its way toward the opposite rock wall. Utilizing a chip, Roman meticulously charted the safest route. Despite occasional impacts from the battle's aftermath, the burrowing beast remained unscathed under its thick armor. Ultimately, the burrowing beast safely reached the opposite rock wall and commenced its excavation. As Roman maneuvered the digging beast, he focused on the battlefield, instructing, "Chip, record the battle process. Simulate the strength of the third-level apprentices." Ding. Task established. Recording initiated. Such opportunities were rare, with a significant number of third-level apprentices unleashing their full power. Roman could directly perceive the combat capabilities of third-level sorcery, providing invaluable reference for his future training. Roman noted the variations in combat potency among the third-level apprentices, primarily reflected in casting speed, sorcery potency, and success rates. For the same spell, different third-level apprentices would yield differing levels of power. Some required gestures, incantations, and materials, resulting in slower casting speeds and weaker effects, occasionally failing altogether. Others had fewer steps, quicker speeds, greater potency, and higher success rates. For instance, Valkyrie Winnie could instantaneously cast certain spells without ever experiencing a failure. These invaluable insights significantly enriched Roman's database, fortifying his future studies with a broad perspective. He even speculated whether, with an ample supply of runestones, he could potentially surpass weaker third-level apprentices. Regrettably, if only Corey, the formal sorcerer, had taken action, Roman could have encountered a true sorcerer. But then, the situation abruptly changed. His teammates suddenly vanished, leaving Roman alone, surrounded by a horde of devourer beasts outside the cave. As the devourer beasts advanced towards the cave, bone spines occasionally pierced the ground beside him, sending sand particles flying into his face, causing a slight sting. Roman was astonished. He recognized this as an illusion from the spine insect. However, the vividness of the illusion took him by surprise. Had Winnie not forewarned him, he would have never suspected it was merely an illusion, instead attributing it to the spatial abilities of the devourer beasts. as the devourer beasts drew ever closer. More bone spines flew into the cave, landing near Roman, and in a reflexive motion, he instinctively dodged one. Furthermore, from the passage behind him, the sound of beastly roars echoed. 1, 2, 3 small canine-level beasts emerged from the darkness, encircling Roman from within and without the cave. In the distance beyond the cave, a massive shadow loomed closer. As its form gradually became clearer, Roman recognized it as a beast-level creature. Lowering its head, the colossal beast peered into the cave. Resembling a voyeur at the mouth of a small den, due to its gigantic eyes, Roman could distinctly see the bluish-green veins on its eyeball. The immense pressure from the beast could drive those with weaker psychological fortitude to madness, even knowing it was merely an illusion. Roman himself felt a weight in his chest. Yet despite this, Roman remained calm. "I have encountered illusions. Let this suffice," he declared. "Chip, perform a full-body scan. Eliminate interference." Ding. Task established. Scanning initiated. 5 senses affected by unknown force field interference. Commencing elimination. Elimination failed. Roman maintained his composure, continuing to issue commands. "Chip, initiate sensory replacement according to preset protocols." Ding. Command received. Mental energy overflow. Collecting environmental information. Sensory simulation commencing. Utilizing the chip, Roman harnessed his overflowing mental energy to gather environmental data, light signals, air vibrations, and molecular sense, all easily captured by his mental faculties. By leveraging formidable computational power to analyze the gathered signals, he could perceive the true environment. The spine insect's illusion targeted his senses, but Roman used his externalized mental energy to substitute for them, thus evading the illusion. At that moment, the chip signaled. Ding. Sensory simulation complete, correcting audiovisual centers. Overriding erroneous signals. In the next instant, the devourer beasts vanished, and his teammates reappeared in his line of sight. As the last devourer beast was defeated and its core extracted, Corey's team exhaled in relief, with many sorcerers collapsing to the ground, easing the tension of battle. Then, a sound of weeping broke through. Amid the earlier tension of battle, they had overlooked a fallen comrade. Roman turned towards the sound. Seeing a bone spine piercing through the chest of a sorcerer, the life essence slowly dissipating along the spine. It was evident that the devourer beast had been siphoning life essence from their victims through these spines, akin to straws. Chapter 45. The intermediary. As the battlefield was cleared and the bodies were gathered, Corey held a recording crystal to document the mission's outcomes. Despite their victory, his expression was far from cheerful, for the casualties were significant, amounting to nearly half of their forces. This somber atmosphere enveloped the entire team. It was not until they entered the newly excavated cave by Roman that Corey's demeanor shifted from gloom to brightness as he praised, "Well done, Roman, to have excavated so much even in a state of hallucination." The others were astonished and quickly approached to inspect the work, their faces lighting up with delight, for this would greatly enhance their evaluation. The higher the evaluation, the greater the additional rewards. Typically, they would need to eliminate at least 2 waves of beasts. If they encountered no beasts, they would have to continue digging until they did, or face penalties. However, this did not render the excavation efforts meaningless. If one sought greater rewards without risking their lives against the voracious beasts, they could attempt to dig more tunnels and complete additional tasks. Thanks to Roman's clandestine excavations during the battle, Corey's team received not only their base rewards but also substantial bonuses, translating into at least a 50 increase in contribution points. This good news momentarily soothed the pain of their losses. Winnie, filled with joy, lifted Roman and twirled him around, exclaiming, "Roman is amazing. You truly did it. To work under the influence of the spine worm's hallucination and still achieve so much. Your mental fortitude is remarkable." Corey concurred, indeed. It is rare for an apprentice wizard to combat the hallucinations of the spine worm while simultaneously controlling the digging beasts and achieving such distance. Nearly as if no hallucination were present at all. Roman, puzzled, inquired, "Then why did you order me to continue digging without regard?" Corey chuckled. "I wanted to see where your limits lie. In truth, many cannot manage. Merely coping with the hallucinations is a daunting task. It's akin to solving math problems in a haunted house. Despite knowing everything around is illusory, can an ordinary person perform normally?" Corey curiously asked. "Have you participated in many wars prior to becoming a wizard?" Roman nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly. "I took part in several noble wars, and then served in a corpse retrieval team until I became a wizard." In fact, when the hallucinations occurred, he too had inevitably ceased digging. His impressive performance was not solely due to his mental resilience, but rather because the chip dispelled the hallucination. Roman's exceptional abilities piqued Corey's curiosity, prompting him to fabricate a lie to evade further scrutiny. Corey remarked, "At your age, having such experiences is indeed rare." At that moment, Winnie affectionately draped her arm over his shoulder, boasting, "You should consider who brought him here. As a member of the scavenging team, I excel at recognizing my kind." Corey playfully teased, "Discovery alone is not enough. If you can convince Mr. Roman to stay, that would be truly impressive." Upon hearing this, Winnie pondered the validity of his words, promptly embracing Roman's shoulder and sweetly asking, "Hey, Roman, I like you. Will you stay and keep me company?" The other team members began to cheer, with someone exclaiming, "Come on, Roman, just agree. Her brother is Mark. By being with her, you could have it easy in the scavenging team. You wouldn't have to worry about resources for your training. This is a worthwhile arrangement." Thanks to Roman, the task evaluation garnered additional benefits, leading the entire team to feel positively towards him, hoping he would remain and allow them to continue reaping rewards. Everyone recognized that this proposal was indeed hasty and chuckled, refraining from further persuasion. Roman, however, had no intention of joining the scavenging team or even remaining with Corey's group. He planned to withdraw. Understanding the intent behind their overtures, Roman smiled and nodded, saying, "With your presence, Claude would not dare to act recklessly." Roman accepted the documents and swiftly browsed through them, secretly commanding, "Chip, scan the data and incorporate it into the database for task analysis." Ding. Task established. Scanning commenced. Scanning complete. Interfacing with existing tasks. At this juncture, Roman inquired, "What is the current progress on analyzing the mutated beast genes?" Current progress, 35. Ding. Data interfacing complete. Progress updated. Current progress, 56. Estimated completion time, 72 hours. Roman produced a fireball runestone and handed it to William, saying, "Well done on your task. This is your reward. Keep up the good work." William accepted it with great joy, for the runestone was worth 2 months of his salary, just enough to exchange for urgently needed knowledge. He immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Roman. If you have any further commands, I will brave any danger without hesitation." The psychological suggestion took effect, and a sly smile crept across Roman's face as he said meaningfully, "Since you mention it, I do have a task for you." William was taken aback. Sensing an ominous premonition from Roman's demeanor, he instinctively took a step back, stammering, "What is it?" "Let me be clear, if it's dangerous, I won't do it." Roman patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Fear not, there will be no danger." After giving him a few instructions, William departed, and Roman knocked on Corey the wizard's door again. When Corey opened it, he looked surprised and asked, "Oh, Roman, did Claude trouble you so soon?" Roman shook his head and smiled. "Actually, not at all. I wish to consult you regarding matters of the black market. Rest assured, I will compensate you." Saying this, he presented Corey with a runestone. Corey took a look and exclaimed in astonishment, "Lava ray. This is quite valuable." After a moment's thought, he stepped aside and said, "Come in. Normally, I shouldn't divulge this information to someone of your status, but given my recent shortage of magic stones." Once seated, Corey inquired, "What specific information do you seek?" Roman pondered briefly before responding, "I would like to know how I can gain access to the black market." Corey shook his head, stating, "You cannot gain access. For wizard apprentices, the existence of the black market is a closely guarded secret. Even Winnie is unaware." Upon hearing this, Roman questioned, "Then how do you sell the spoils obtained from your missions?" Corey smiled faintly. "I hadn't finished speaking. There are a few exceptional wizard apprentices responsible for purchasing the spoils from the team and selling them in the black market. They are known as intermediaries." Upon hearing this, Roman's heart leaped with joy, and he eagerly asked, "What must I do to become an intermediary?" At this, Corey shrugged, "You cannot become one. The existence of the fortress must remain confidential. Any wizard who can enter and exit the fortress has proven themselves as a warrior, possessing high loyalty and unblemished backgrounds. And you have only just arrived 2 days ago. It is impossible for you to gain their trust." Chapter 46. Persuading Corey Trust? Roman furrowed his brow, feeling momentarily helpless in the face of the stringent requirements in the 3-generation background check. Yet he was still unwilling to concede defeat, asking stubbornly, "Is there truly no other way?" Corey, with a resigned expression, replied, "I assure you, there is none. Qualification is merely one aspect. Additionally, the slots for intermediaries are limited, and it is impossible to add another for you." Roman pondered this for a moment before inquiring, "Could you tell me who the intermediaries are?" Corey smirked proudly. Of course. There are 6 engineering teams, each with one intermediary, and I happen to be the intermediary for the Corey team. He then proceeded to divulge the names of the other 5 individuals, concluding in a hushed tone, if you need to procure items or facilitate shipments, my rates are certainly more favorable than theirs. Roman, however, had no intention of seeking his assistance, or he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Instead, he asked, if we disregard the slots, is it possible to address the qualification issue? William had previously mentioned that the ancient relic that Claude had tormented him with was a result of his arrival at the fortress, implying that such an artifact could not be procured through intermediaries, as it was likely the intermediary would discover its significance and abscond with it. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that Claude himself was the intermediary, having stumbled upon the ancient inheritance in the black market. With Corey's elaboration, Roman confirmed this hypothesis. Roman contemplated eliminating Claude to become the intermediary, achieving 2 objectives with one stroke. Upon hearing this, Corey was taken aback and immediately thought of Claude, asking, what are you planning? Please, do not act rashly. We have all sworn an oath to the eye of judgment to refrain from mutual slaughter. Roman waved his hand dismissively, replying earnestly, I understand. I was merely inquiring, what if it were to happen by accident? At that moment, Roman posed another question. Can my performance in the pit today be considered a significant contribution? Corey shook his head, stating, not at all. You would need to maintain this level of performance every day for at least a week. However, as your exposure to the spine worm deepens, the ensuing hallucinations will intensify, leading to diminishing work efficiency, and you might even become trapped in those illusions, descending into madness. Yet, Roman appeared unfazed then. If I can sustain this for a week, would you consider being my recommender? Of course, I would compensate you. He then produced 2 lava ray runestones from his pocket, placing them before Corey. Corey was once again astonished. This indicated that Roman was confident in ensuring the natural demise of one of the intermediaries while overcoming the hallucinations caused by the spine worm. But where did he derive such confidence? Every intermediary was at least a 3rd-level apprentice, while Roman was merely a 2nd-level apprentice. How could he guarantee their elimination and evade subsequent investigations? The 2 lava ray runestones, alongside the previous one, collectively amounted to nearly 1,000 magic stones. Corey swallowed hard, his eyes betraying unmasked greed as he struggled to maintain his composure, asking, this exceeds the profits of being an intermediary. Tell me the truth. What are you truly seeking in the black market? For instance, Corey immediately presumed that Roman was a front for Zimbardo or some senior brother, tasked with handling resources that were inconvenient to manage directly. Even if Corey were to discover he was mistaken, he would not feel out of sorts, as Roman's answer was inherently uncertain. Even if not Zimbardo, it could be Emma or another individual. The internal factions within the academy were too complex for him to verify one by one. Thus, upon hearing Roman's words, Corey accepted the runestones and nodded. All right. I understand. Should a vacancy arise, and your contribution is in order, I will recommend you as an intermediary. Ecstatic, Roman beamed. Then let us swear before the eye of judgment. After the oath was completed, Roman added, I would also appreciate your assistance with one more matter. Corey frowned, feeling embarrassed to be led by a 2nd-level apprentice, and impatiently retorted, will you ever be finished? What is it? Roman smiled lightly. It's quite simple. A week from now, find an excuse to have me removed from the engineering team and assigned to Claude's team. Corey was momentarily stunned by this request, instinctively responding, no way. You bring benefits to our team. If you leave, we will suffer losses, so that's out of the question. Roman contemplated for a moment, suggesting, then let us adhere to the rotation system. Allow me to serve in each major team, including Claude's. The varying resistance to hallucinations among different excavators led to disparities in work efficiency, which could escalate into conflict over time. To balance these differences and mitigate tensions, the scavenging team mandated that excavators rotate regularly among the various groups. However, considering the animosity between Roman and Claude, and given that he had only been there for 2 months, Roman was granted special treatment and exempted from rotation, remaining in Corey's team. Corey, recognizing Roman's exceptional performance, was naturally reluctant to let him go. Thus, he firmly shook his head. No, that would compromise my interests. Although your offer is substantial, I am aware that killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is unwise. At this juncture, Roman sighed and employed his trump card. I will add one more rune stone and swear before the eye of judgment that should I maintain this for a week, I will immediately comply with any assignments upon my return. Corey's gaze sharpened, and he frowned, asking, are you serious? After a week, If I propose to the higher-ups, you must consent. Roman chuckled. Another deal struck. It must be said that the Eye of Judgment was a remarkable tool. It dismantled the chains of suspicion, fostering trust within the dark and treacherous realm of sorcery, enabling various collaborations in the efficient allocation of resources. Finally, Corey inquired, "Is there nothing else you require?" Upon hearing this, Corey couldn't help but chuckle, sighing. "All right, I am still quite curious. How do you intend to eliminate Claude? The disparity in abilities, the constraints of the Eye of Judgment, and evading post-incident investigations. These all seemed insurmountable obstacles. Yet Roman exuded confidence. Subsequently, the two feigned a heated argument, and as Roman exited, he slammed the door with a resounding bang, drawing the attention of curious neighbors. Corey chased after him, cursing Roman's retreating figure. "You little rascal, get lost. You're asking for trouble. If it weren't for my protection, you would have fallen into the hands of that psychopath Claude long ago. You really ought to see some consequences." Not long after stepping outside, Roman encountered William. They exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other perfectly, before parting ways. Chapter 47. Transgender Individuals. The following day, Roman descended into the pit, as usual. Upon seeing him, Winnie approached with concern, inquiring, "What happened between you and Corey? He threatened to have you rotated early this morning. Isn't that just pushing you into Claude's inferno?" Roman sighed in resignation. What else could it be among wizards? It's merely a matter of training resources. Winnie comforted him. "Don't mind him. Mark is my brother. He wouldn't dare do anything to you. In your situation, participating in the rotation requires a consent form, and you can simply refuse to sign it." Roman shook his head. "I've already signed it." Winnie, thinking she misheard, exclaimed, "What? You actually let yourself be assigned to Claude's group? He would relish the chance to eliminate you." With a bitter smile, Roman replied, "Is Corey any different? He is a full-fledged wizard and the team leader. Claude is merely a third-level apprentice. I must choose the lesser of two evils." Winnie gave him a playful smack on the back of his head, fuming, "But I'm here. My brother is Mark. Who would dare to harm you?" Ugh. This woman is truly troublesome. Roman furrowed his brow. The paperwork was all in order, and the reasons were legitimate. Ordinarily, no one would obstruct this matter. Yet, here was Winnie, the naive enthusiast. If her brother Mark were to intervene, it could lead to complications. But how to articulate the true reason without revealing too much to this well-meaning girl? As Roman grappled with his anguish, a thought suddenly surged in his mind. How can love be reasonable? He tilted his head in contemplation, then lowered it, blushing as he said, "I wouldn't want you to conflict with others because of me. Corey is a formal wizard. Don't be foolish." He added, "If you truly wish to assist me, deal with Claude instead. He is a third-level apprentice and far easier to handle than Corey." This declaration was nearly akin to a confession of affection. Although Winnie was not a lovesick girl, Roman's sudden admission stirred something within her heart. How can you say such things? That is utterly shameless." Winnie lightly tapped Roman's chest a few times. Her face flushed as she looked down, saying, "Once this pit descent is over, I'll go speak with my brother. He will surely have a solution." Roman quickly countered, "Please don't put your brother in a difficult position. This matter has likely gone through the proper channels, and even Mark might find it hard to alter. For my sake, it's not worth it. Roman would rather take risks than implicate me." Winnie found herself at a loss for words, her eyes shimmering with emotion. At that moment, a cough resonated nearby. Captain Corey, his face pale with fury, shouted at the two, and just as Winnie prepared to argue back, Roman tightly grasped her hand, silencing her. The two then proceeded deeper into the passage amidst an air of tension. Meanwhile, in the biological weapons warehouse, William wore a sycophantic smile. "Lord Claude, how much do you think this news I bring is worth in magic stones?" Claude, with a smirk that was neither fully genuine nor fully mocking, replied, "Are you certain what you say is true?" William nodded confidently, declaring, "I swear by the Eye of Judgment. Of course, you must compensate me." Claude responded with a cold laugh. "Deal?" Shortly thereafter, both men exited with satisfaction. William felt the weight of magic stones in his pocket, thinking to himself how fortunate it was to have a powerful ally. In just a few days, he had amassed wealth that would take a lifetime to accumulate. Truly, fortune favors me. "Colin, just wait a little longer. I will soon bring you back to life." He was a transgender individual, biologically male, yet psychologically female, benefiting from the democratic aura in an otherwise intolerant environment. However, this was not a land of acceptance. Wizards lacked the spirit of broad-mindedness. Claude was compelled to constantly suppress his true self, enduring the disdain of those around him. Thus, when Colin appeared and acknowledged him, He swiftly became Claude's beacon of hope. Colin's mischievous grin and strong, brave physique radiated an alluring charm. Yet, the blissful days were short-lived. As news of Colin's demise shattered Claude's world, he felt an overwhelming malice from the universe, directed not only at Colin but also at himself as a transgender individual. Nevertheless, Claude was a fearless warrior. After experiencing paradise, he could no longer endure hell. He resolved to take action against this cruel world. Utilizing his intermediary status, he procured an ancient legacy from the black market. At first glance, it appeared to be an ancient recipe, but being well-versed in cryptography, he easily deciphered its hidden messages. The text detailed a method to resurrect Colin, though it seemed absurd. Claude believed it without hesitation. Not only could he resurrect his beloved, but he could also torment his enemies. According to the legacy, Colin's soul was split into 3 parts. By gathering 2 of them, the remaining fragment could be drawn back. Once all 3 souls were united, a suitable vessel could be chosen, and Colin would be brought back to life. Thus, he chose to merge the 2 souls within himself and the killer. After several attempts and considerable resources, he sought to entice Roman, Josie, and William to join the hunting team. Ultimately, only William fell for the trap. Claude performed multiple rituals on William, all of which ended in failure, unable to connect with Colin's spirit. This indicated that William had little involvement in Colin's death. There was no strong causal relationship, meaning Colin's soul was absent from William. Just as Claude was becoming despondent, Roman's appearance reignited his hope. The prophecy had confirmed that Roman was the source of the tragedy, the direct cause of Colin's death. If he conducted the ritual using Roman, the outcome would surely be vastly different. Yet, for the moment, he could not act against Roman. William was a low-level apprentice. With a little manipulation of the enrollment contract, he could easily control him. However, Roman held a significant position, watched closely by superiors, rendering him untouchable. Claude was tormented by this dilemma, akin to having a delicious meal before him, yet being unable to partake. At that moment, William informed him that Roman would be rotating among various teams, including Claude's large group. This news was equivalent to a pillow arriving just as one was feeling drowsy. Claude had no doubts about William's honesty. Such information could be easily verified. Rather, William's early warning provided Claude ample time to prepare. In the chaotic battlefield, Claude, as a 3rd-level apprentice, would find it exceedingly simple to deal with a 2nd-level apprentice, particularly one ensnared in illusions. By creating a slight vulnerability in the defense line, he could injure Roman, temporarily drawing him out of the upper echelon sight and stripping him of protection. At that point, Claude could easily do as he pleased with Roman, under the guise of companionship or treatment. However, he needed to expedite the procedural progress to ensure Roman entered the rotation system. The only obstacle was Mark's sister, Winnie, who was close to Roman and most likely to thwart his plans. Yet, Claude remained undaunted. The hunting team was not Mark's domain. Rules were rules. As long as the process was legitimate, even Mark could not easily overturn the results. Chapter 48. Luring monsters. As Claude schemed in the shadows, Roman set his deadly trap. 2 weeks passed swiftly, with Roman serving successively in various teams. Thanks to the chip that granted immunity to illusions, his efficiency soared, earning him the title of Model Excavator. With Corey's machinations, the moment Claude perished, Roman would ascend as the intermediary. Tomorrow, Roman would serve in the Wayne squad, while Claude commanded the horde of mutated beasts, which was Roman's ultimate weapon. At this juncture, within the biochemical weapons warehouse, Roman donned protective gear and navigated through rows of cultivation tanks, inquiring of William, "This is a confidential area. Won't you face repercussions for bringing me here?" William shook his head. "Of course not, Roman. You're an excavator. It's entirely normal to inspect the excavation beasts. Other excavators would do the same." Casting a glance at the mutated beasts floating within the tanks, Roman replied nonchalantly, "You can carry on with your tasks. I can manage here alone." Oblivious to Roman's true intentions, William waved farewell, leaving Roman solitary. A sly smile crept across Roman's face as he approached a liquor, placing his hand upon the glass and commanding, "Chip, unleash psychic overflow, modify the viral genes." Beep. Task initiated. Target: liquor, desired trait, gradual loss of control, escalating ferocity modification complete. Roman repeated this operation on the remaining mutated beasts, lingering by the excavation beast for a moment to ensure everything was in order before departing with an air of nonchalance. The mutated beasts were not truly alive. They were more accurately described as puppets, with the virus as their true master. The virus could replicate itself, meaning that by altering a portion of its genetic structure, the new virus could overwrite the old, thereby transforming the entire mutated beast's characteristics. The transition from old to new required time, and through the chip's meticulous calculations, Roman successfully established a mutation model, turning each mutated beast into a ticking time bomb, set to erupt into chaos at a designated moment. Anticipating the ensuing havoc filled Roman with excitement. The next day dawned as usual, with Roman toting a burden and directing the excavation beasts towards the assembly point. Good morning, Roman. We're counting on you today. With Roman here, our gains are sure to be monumental. The mutated beasts exhibited subtle signs of agitation, an unusual occurrence under the sorcerer's mental control. Roman recognized this as a harbinger of impending chaos. The newly engineered virus was steadily replacing the old, and the new virus was immune to the sorcerer's influence. Yet Claude, tasked with commanding the beast horde, remained oblivious, his attention wholly fixated on Roman, his gaze brimming with desire. According to his theories, Roman housed a fragment of Colin's soul, embodying the hope of Colin's resurrection, a prize he was determined to claim. As Roman scrutinized the mutated beasts, Claude scrutinized him, and thus the procession commenced. At the excavation site, Captain Wayne deftly assigned tasks, the third-level apprentices dispersing to encircle Roman protectively. The captain clapped Roman on the shoulder, whispering, "Don't mind that lunatic Claude, with me present. He won't dare to act recklessly. Let us commence the excavation." Roman sighed inwardly. You will never grasp the extent of a madman's madness. Claws flailed and debris scattered as Roman urged the excavation beasts, who voraciously gnawed at the rock face, akin to mice burrowing into cheese. Before him, a countdown flickered, indicating the time remaining before the mutated beasts succumbed to chaos. 35 minutes remained. Where are the devourer beasts? Roman mused. In his calculations, the chaos of the mutated beasts, paired with the assault of the devourer beasts, would create a pincer movement, essential for his deadly scheme. Otherwise, the rampaging mutated beasts alone would not suffice to challenge the sorcerers. However, silence reigned, with not a single beastly roar audible, a rarity indeed. Yet Roman had anticipated this. He unfastened his burden, feigning clumsiness as it tumbled to the ground, then commanded the excavation beast to stamp upon it. Observing the squashed pack, Roman feigned exasperation and pressed onward. At that moment, Wayne inquired, "What's in the pack?" With a feigned air of resignation, Roman replied, "Just some food. I didn't have breakfast and thought I'd take advantage of the calm to eat a bit." From the crushed pack oozed a ghostly blue liquid that gradually evaporated. Unnoticed in the dim underground, had anyone perceived it, they would have deduced that it contained the mana flower. This was Roman's tool for luring beasts, as the mana flower, rich in life essence, would attract the devourer beasts, allowing him to exploit the ensuing chaos. Upon the mana flower's demise, it would vanish like dry ice in the air, leaving only food within the pack, thus ensuring no evidence remained for post-incident inquiries. At that juncture, Wayne offered Roman a rice ball, to which Roman expressed gratitude, nibbling cautiously while attuning his senses to the void, brimming with anticipation. Before long, a familiar beastly roar echoed, igniting joy in Roman's heart as he hastened his excavation efforts. Wayne's expression sharpened as he commanded, "Everyone, stay vigilant and be ready for battle." The chorus of affirmations rang out, while in a corner, Claude's lips curled into a smile. Beside him, remnants of the mana flower's essence clung to the fangs of a liquor in the tyrant's massive hand. He had performed a similar act to Roman, employing the mana flower's life essence to lure beasts, but with far greater ruthlessness, utilizing a dozen mana flowers, saturating the area with life essence and pushing the situation toward uncontrollable chaos. At that moment, the excavation beast's claws scraped against the stone, prompting Roman's instincts. He shouted, "Captain, there's an underground chamber ahead." Upon hearing this, Wayne promptly ordered, "Roman, cease digging. Everyone, prepare spells. Mutated beasts, charge on my command." A moment later, Wayne gestured, and Roman understood. The excavation beast extended its claws, digging vigorously. Mutated just as Wayne was about to command the mutated beasts to strike. The words shifted on his lips, "Everyone, fall back." Outside the newly opened cavity, a colossal eye loomed, resembling a voyeur's gaze, its ghostly blue veins clearly visible, identical to those in Roman's illusions. But this time, even the official sorcerers bore witness, indicating that the eye's owner was a beast-grade devourer beast. In a flash, Wayne unleashed a robust beam of light, striking the giant eye at the cave's entrance, eliciting a resounding cry of pain as the eye was sent tumbling. Wayne burst forth from the cavern, soon followed by a cacophony of explosions and mystical fluctuations. Before long, Wayne amplified his voice, proclaiming, "The pup-grade beasts are here. Mutated beasts. Attack. All third-level apprentices, engage. Roar, roar, roar." In the next instant, a horde of pup-grade beasts surged forth. Echoing across the mountains, Chapter 49, defeat and counterattack with a flurry of witchcraft, radiant blades danced through the air, and amidst the swarm of devourers, bursts of light erupted continuously. The third-tier apprentices clashed with the lesser beasts, while a multitude of mutated creatures rushed to reinforce them. On another front, Wizard Vane engaged in a fierce battle with a mighty beast, the outcome uncertain. Vane leapt nimbly to evade a ferocious pounce from the beast. In midair, he formed intricate gestures with his hands, pushing them forward as he intoned, "Solar Corona." A fiery dragon materialized, coiling around the beast and igniting it with searing flames. Fire proved to be a formidable weapon against the devourers. As long as they remained carbon-based organisms, flames could annihilate them, with the only variable being the intensity of the fire. At that moment, the beast unleashed its trump card, essence absorption. In an instant, a ghostly blue life essence erupted from Vane, while the beast struggled within the fiery dragon, greedily siphoning the life force. Vane's complexion paled as he began to exhibit signs of fatigue and lethargy. The devourers suppressed humanity not only through their formidable physicality, but primarily through essence absorption. Once the process commenced, both wizards and mortals alike would succumb to negative states, gradually weakening. The devourers could absorb life essence, not only restoring their wounds, but also augmenting their strength, ultimately becoming increasingly formidable. Wizards found themselves nearly helpless against this absorption. The two primary countermeasures were to escape the absorption range or to breach the devourer's defenses and destroy its core before being drained. However, the absorption radius of the mighty beast was vast, and with the confined space underground, Vane had little chance of evasion. He opted to destroy the beast's core, maneuvering the fiery dragon to burrow into the beast's wounds. It was a race against time to see whether Vane's life essence would be depleted first or if the fiery dragon would breach the defenses and obliterate the core. Meanwhile, in the cave behind him, Roman watched intently, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Chip, has the battle of the formal wizards been recorded?" Ding. "Recording complete." "Excellent. Now, to the matter at hand." Roman's gaze darkened as he turned to the battlefield of the third-tier apprentices, where Claude was orchestrating the mutated beasts. With a cold smile, Claude manipulated the lines of the mutated creatures, creating a gap in their formation. A small squad of devourers surged through the breach, invading the cave where only Roman remained. As a second-tier apprentice, Roman stood little chance against the lesser beasts, and with a high probability of being ensnared in an illusion, he seemed unlikely to evade them. Should Roman be harmed, he would lose his protection and become the second William. Yet, to Claude's astonishment, Roman not only resisted the illusion but also produced a runestone, skillfully hurling it towards the devourers. Then a mire. A viscous black swamp materialized, ensnaring the devourers and hindering their movements, the toxic sludge corroding their muscles. The situation was far from over. With a snap of his fingers, Roman ignited the mire, reducing the devourers to ash. Could he truly be immune to illusions? Was he not a mere second-tier apprentice? Claude gaped in disbelief. Roman's possession of runestones was not surprising. What baffled him was Roman's uncanny ability to pinpoint the devourer's positions with precision, akin to a universally acknowledged blind man catching a ball thrown his way. Surrounded by spineworms, Roman should have been ensnared in an illusion, his perception diminished to a minimum. How could he possibly engage the devourers? Yet, he abruptly halted his thoughts as Roman flashed him a menacing smile, engendering a sense of foreboding within Claude. The mutated beasts collectively descended into chaos, launching indiscriminate attacks on all living beings. In an instant, several wizards, caught off guard, had their hearts pierced by the claws of the lickers. While the remaining wizards scrambled in disarray, the devourers mounted a fierce assault, and the front lines crumbled in an instant. As the commanding officer, Claude found himself surrounded by the most mutated beasts. Thus, when the chaos erupted, he bore the brunt of it. The tyrant's iron fists, the licker's tongues, and the hunter's claws rained down upon him. Claude evaded left and right, overwhelmed by the onslaught, but a moment's lapse cost him an arm. The mighty beast, noticing this turn of events, leapt towards the third-tier apprentices, activating essence absorption. Many apprentices fell into negative states, and before they could react, they were devoured by the lesser beasts. As the situation deteriorated, the third-tier apprentices began to retreat towards the cave where Roman was located. However, instead of fleeing, Roman charged towards Claude, shouting, "Senior Claude, be cautious." Simultaneously, he commanded in his mind, "Chip, calculate the optimal throwing trajectory with all your power." Ding. Calculating air density. Calculating wind direction. Calculation complete. In the next moment, a parabolic arc materialized before Roman. He summoned all his strength and hurled a small bag of runestones in the designated direction, then focused his thoughts. Instantaneously, a tempest of electric serpents surged forth, creating an extensive domain of lightning, with Claude caught squarely within it, paralyzed alongside the Devourers. Seizing the opportunity, more wizards fled into the cave, while Claude and a handful of injured comrades met a grim fate, torn to shreds by the approaching Devourers. The Devourers continued their pursuit, flooding into the cave, where the third-tier apprentices fought while retreating. Roman, however, invoked the grace of the feline, galloping ahead with unmatched speed. In the distance, Vane, witnessing the retreat of his comrades, immediately dispatched a distress signal. With a sudden surge of magical energy, a multitude of Devourers were blasted away, revealing a green fire dragon wreaking havoc among their ranks. A nearby wizard exclaimed, "It's Captain Mark's asphalt dragon. Captain Mark has arrived. We are saved." In an instant, the morale of the fleeing group soared as they beheld Mark, a divine warrior, charging into the fray, cutting down the Devourers with ease. Not a single lesser beast could withstand his might for even a second. Within a minute, he expelled them from the cave and charged towards the mighty beast with unrelenting vigor. Under the combined assault of two formal wizards, the mighty beast fell swiftly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the retreating third-tier apprentices launched a counteroffensive, swiftly purging the underground space of the Devourers. At that moment, Vane approached, looking disheveled. Everything was proceeding normally until the mutated beast suddenly spiraled out of control, leading to a chaotic breakdown of our lines. Upon hearing this, Mark's gaze sharpened as he approached the mutated beasts, carefully inspecting them before coldly inquiring, "Who among you has recently interacted with the mutated beasts?" Chapter 50. The Grand Offensive. 3 days later, Roman emerged from his confinement, stretching lazily under the arid sunlight. The rampage of the mutated beasts had incited a wave of tension throughout the fortress, prompting a series of exhaustive investigations. Utilizing various prophetic spells, they successfully identified the mastermind behind the chaos, Claude, who had been orchestrating the mutated creatures. The investigation revealed that Claude had lured the beasts using several mana flowers, manipulating them to attack his colleagues, ultimately leading to his own demise. The underlying motive was traced back to a profound despair stemming from the death of his beloved, driving him to seek vengeance against society. It is noteworthy that the fortress lacked microscopes, and thus the genetic modifications went unnoticed. Consequently, no one suspected the beasts were out of control, attributing the calamity instead to the madness of their controller. Throughout the ordeal, Roman remained above suspicion, after all. The ability to incite such widespread chaos was beyond even the director's capabilities, let alone a mere second-tier apprentice like Roman. With his name cleared, Roman was released from confinement and regained his freedom, promptly making his way to the main building of the fortress to assume the role of intermediary for the fruits of victory. Summoning the Eye of Judgment and pledging absolute confidentiality regarding the fortress's information, Roman acquired a map indicating the tunnels leading to the black market. After confirming its accuracy, he set forth. Once again, he arrived at the familiar platform, entering an inconspicuous alley. After navigating a series of twists and turns, he ascended a flight of stairs and finally pushed open a stone door, stepping into the boundless expanse of the desert. Cloaked in a hood and scarf, concealing his features and leaving only his eyes visible, he followed the map forward. Hours later, he reached the designated location on the map. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but emptiness, save for the whistling wind. He then recited the incantation inscribed on the map, "I conceal my visage, bearing the resonant magic stone, to knock upon the gates of the market." As the final syllable escaped his lips, everything around him rippled like the surface of water. And Roman found himself entering a new realm, astonished to realize it was a public secret realm. This public secret realm was an alternate space, with entrances scattered across the globe. One could gain entry simply by uttering a secret phrase or presenting a token. Within, specific rules prevailed. Upon entry, Roman's soul was shackled by the decree. Guests must not attack one another, and the duration of their stay could not exceed 2 hours. Only 2 hours? I must make haste, Roman thought to himself. The market was not expansive, roughly the size of a football field. Vendors had set up tents or laid out stalls, many displaying signs indicating their willingness to purchase items. Roman entered a tent that specialized in buying runestones, presenting a lava ray runestone and inquiring, "How much magic stone do you offer for this?" The vendor glanced at the runestone and asked, "How many do you have?" After a moment's hesitation, he replied, 200 magic stones apiece. Roman nodded and further queried, "What is your maximum capacity for purchase?" The vendor pondered briefly before stating, "Approximately 3,000. Roman produced 15 runestones, saying, "Let us proceed with the transaction." With 3,000 magic stones secured, he moved on to the next vendor. Within 2 hours, he had sold over 200 runestones, amassing nearly 20,000 magic stones, garnering the attention of many. At that moment, he noticed a tent adorned with the emblem of a watchful sun, the insignia of the intelligence organization known as the All-Seeing Eye. With time still on his side, he contemplated briefly before entering. Inside sat an elderly man whose visage was obscured. Upon seeing Roman, he inquired, "What do you wish to know? A map?" The old man appeared slightly surprised before asking, "How detailed do you require it?" With a smile, the elder remarked, "This will not come cheap, 1,000 magic stones. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Without hesitation, Roman produced 1,000 magic stones, exclaiming, "Deal. Hand over the map." Upon receiving the map, he discovered it was a magical artifact that allowed for the toggling of various modes beyond basic geography, resource distribution, faction distribution, locations of devourers, akin to a strategic game, enabling him to switch as needed. Utilizing previously acquired knowledge, Roman swiftly pinpointed the location of the Western Fortress, situated at the periphery of the Toxic Cloud Hills. Above the Toxic Cloud Hills hovered a constant shroud of highly corrosive poison clouds, preventing airships from approaching. Meanwhile, the hilly terrain concealed densely populated ecological zones. Not only the hunting squads, but even the director dared not traverse these areas. Beneath the hills lay rich deposits of magic stones, and in that instant, Roman understood the purpose of the tunnel project, to reach the central region of the hills and seize the magic stone mines. Switching to the faction distribution view, he discovered a small faction residing within the hills, with the poison clouds serving as their barrier. They thrived by exploiting the magic stone mines, enjoying a comfortable existence. Now under the watchful eye of the Flesh Opera, with both aerial and ground access blocked, tunneling presented a viable shortcut. However, a thought struck Roman. The Academy possessed its own magic stone mines, but still expended considerable resources to seize another's. Could it be that? A realization dawned upon him, and he immediately addressed the elderly man. "I require information on the Lighthouse of Life, the Bone Ring, and the magic stone reserves of the Flesh Opera." To obscure his true intentions, Roman purchased intelligence on all 3 factions. The elder raised an eyebrow and calmly stated, 500 magic stones. Agreed. Roman promptly paid, and the old man handed over a dossier. Glancing through the material confirmed his suspicions. The Academy's magic stone mines had run dry. The foundation of the Academy rested on 2 pillars, the floating city and the magic stone mines, one providing sanctuary, the other supplying resources for cultivation. Both were indispensable. Without the magic stone mines, they could not produce magic stones, rendering welfare distributions impossible, thereby nullifying the contracts between mentors and students, leading to the Academy's eventual disintegration. Thus, it became imperative to swiftly claim new reserves, and the Toxic Cloud Hills presented an excellent opportunity. Once the poison clouds and ecological zones were breached, the small faction would be at the mercy of the Flesh Opera. But wait, Roman noted that on the diplomatic map, the small faction was a vassal of the Lighthouse of Life, an application-based power comparable to the Flesh Opera. With the Lighthouse's protection, anyone contemplating an incursion into the Toxic Cloud Hills would need to think twice. Should the Flesh Opera succeed in a surprise attack, it would incite a war with the Lighthouse of Life. A great war was imminent. A cold sweat broke out on Roman's brow as he realized the Academy must be aware of this information. To avoid inciting panic, they had likely suppressed the news. When the war erupted, he would undoubtedly become cannon fodder. This could not stand. He needed to prepare promptly. Resolutely, Roman made up his mind and silently recited a spell. Departing the black market, once more he found himself in the desolate expanse of the desert, surveying the area and noting the absence of marauding brigands. It was only natural. With entrances to the black market scattered globally, once one departed, the chances of robbery were virtually non-existent. Looking up, Roman saw an airship casting a shadow over him, advancing toward the Toxic Cloud Mountains. Today marked the completion of the tunnel, with Captain Mark personally leading an assault from the underground, dismantling the poisonous cloud barrier. While the aerial fleet launched a full-scale offensive, they had captured a significant vein of magic stones, Such a military operation of this magnitude was a rare occurrence. And although his own strength was minimal, merely having participated was enough to boast about for a lifetime. Yet, Roman felt no joy, rather. A heavy weight settled in his heart, for he understood that a far greater conflict was about to begin. Chapter 51. Ancient Legacy under the leadership of Mark. The elite of the Academy adeptly infiltrated the depths of the Poison Cloud Hills through a network of tunnels, launching a surprise attack that swiftly dismantled the Witch Formation and dispelled the toxic miasma hovering over the mountain range. Following this, the Airship Legion initiated a blitzkrieg, deploying a multitude of wizards. Under the relentless assault of the Opera House, the local factions stood no chance and were effortlessly swept away, surrendering the Poison Cloud Mountain region. Ultimately, amidst the awestruck gazes of Roman and other wizards, the floating city descended slowly, its spire piercing into the mountainside, marking the conclusion of this conflict. Years of preparation culminated in a mere hour. The following day, within the floating city, Roman received his reward. With his wealth now amounting to tens of thousands of magic stones, he regarded the few dozen offered with disdain and inquired, "Are there any long-term missions available?" The attendant at the counter, startled, responded with caution, "What do you ask this for?" With a calm smile, Roman revealed the 80 magic stones he had just received and softly stated, "Do not question the reason. Simply accept this. These stones are yours." The attendant's heart raced at the sight of the shimmering stones, equivalent to several years of her salary. After a brief hesitation, she decisively accepted and lowered her voice, saying, "I have sworn an oath to the Eye of Judgment. I cannot disclose much. To acquire tasks of this nature, you must go through your mentor." "Understood, thank you," Roman acknowledged, having obtained the information he sought. He turned to head towards Zimbardo's laboratory, but was halted midway by William. William produced a piece of parchment, visibly pained, and said, "Although the contents are not what I expected, could you reimburse me?" Unaware of the password, William couldn't decipher the secrets inscribed on the parchment. Yet he had assured beforehand that it contained ancient legacies. Now, it turned out to be a recipe, and as per their agreement, Roman was not obliged to pay. Roman took the parchment, scanned it with a chip, effortlessly cracked the code, and with a satisfied smile remarked, "Well done, 30 magic stones, right? Here are 60. Thank you for your efforts." Elated, William accepted the payment, but just as Roman was about to leave, he was called back again. After a moment of hesitation, William resolutely asked, "Roman, might you be free tonight? I would like to invite you and Joss to dinner. Of course, if you are busy, then it's no matter." Roman paused, tilted his head in contemplation, and ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, see you tonight." He then turned to depart. The true treasure lay in a myriad of invisible bacteria dormant upon the parchment, which would awaken and proliferate upon contact with Roman's overflowing mental energy. Under the chip's observation, the bacteria revealed intricate patterns, and upon comparison, it was discovered to depict a map of the northern wasteland, with one location prominently marked, likely indicating a hidden treasure site. Another reason to flee emerged. Roman mused inwardly. He arrived at Zimbardo's laboratory and gently knocked on the door. Upon receiving permission, he entered. Zimbardo set aside the runed stone in his hand and smiled. "Well done, Roman. The hunting team has specifically commended your efforts. Without your contribution, the project would not have been completed so swiftly." Upon inspecting the contents, Zimbardo expressed surprise, "All my rune analysis, and the complete set of materials for advancing to level 3 apprentice. This is quite costly. Are you certain you wish to exchange?" Roman nodded. "Indeed. I am not lacking in magic stones at present." "Very well," Zimbardo replied. "That will be 8,000 magic stones." Roman promptly settled the payment and received a memory crystal. He then said, "Mentor, I wish to use a question opportunity." Zimbardo nodded. "What would you like to inquire?" Roman organized his thoughts and slowly articulated, "How can I access long-term missions?" "You seem to have noticed," Zimbardo chuckled. "Indeed, the floating city will soon be under martial law. Our mentors hold the authority to issue missions that allow certain talented apprentices to evacuate. However," his tone shifted, "Roman, you do not qualify. Although your rate of advancement is rapid, you possess no other exceptional skills, thus lacking the eligibility for evacuation." Roman longed to astonish him by crafting a runestone on the spot, but reconsidered. Runestones were strategic resources, and revealing his abilities might result in being forcibly retained for military production. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Mentor, name your price. I believe everything has its worth." Zimbardo pondered briefly and asked, "Where do you wish to go?" "The virus ecological zone, the territory ruled by the bone-shattering king." Roman decided without further thought. 2,000 magic stones, Zimbardo said, examining the runestone in his hand. Puzzled, I expected you to choose the Phoenix territory. I didn't anticipate you would venture so far. The bone-shattering king reigns over an applied domain. There are no direct airship routes. Are you certain? Roman promptly produced 2,000 magic stones and decisively replied, Yes, I have made up my mind. Zimbardo handed Roman a scroll. Take this to the mission counter. They will know what to do. Ding. Data interface detected. Would you like to initiate transmission? Yes. In the next instant, a torrent of knowledge flooded Roman's mind. With the chip's formidable computational power, the information was sorted and stored in his memory zone, granting him an immediate comprehensive understanding of the Level 3 apprentice. A Level 2 apprentice can manipulate natural magical energy to cast spells. The hallmark of becoming a Level 3 apprentice is the ability to construct a pseudo-magic matrix using mental energy, thus utilizing more efficient artificial magic and liberating oneself from dependence on natural magic. By harnessing artificial magic to unleash powerful spells, a wizard truly reclaims their might. However, it is termed a pseudo-magic matrix because the raw material for the matrix is mental energy, yet it is employed to produce magic, resulting in the matrix being in a constant state of collapse upon its creation. Possessing a true magic matrix is the hallmark of a formal wizard. Roman's next step involves constructing a new matrix within the meditation space. Having absorbed the knowledge, Roman proceeded to the trading zone's shop, spending 3,000 magic stones to acquire all level 3 spell templates before heading to the dining hall. He had promised William to dine with him and Joss that evening. Upon entering the restaurant, Roman proceeded to the reserved private room. Upon entering, he found Joss and William engaged in lively conversation, though it was primarily William who spoke while Joss listened. With a smile, Roman remarked, You arrived before the appointed time? Are you that eager to reminisce? He glanced at Joss, noticing her badge, and added with a smile, Congratulations, Joss, on advancing to Level 2 apprentice. Chapter 52 Departure. Once Roman took his seat, he inquired of William, What is the purpose of gathering us here? William, who had initially worn a radiant smile, suddenly appeared despondent upon hearing the question. He lamented, My friends, this may be our last meal together. Jolted by his words, Josie asked, What is going on? Is the academy forcing you into a perilous situation? Both Josie and Roman fell into silence, uncertain of how to console William, as they were merely second-level apprentices, and any words might seem boastful. After a moment of contemplation, Roman posed a question. I have heard that if one withdraws from the academy, they are not provided with transportation and must traverse the Mana district alone. Are you prepared for that? William nodded, reassuringly stating, That is not a concern. Thanks to Roman, I have accumulated a fair amount of magic stones and have hired several third-level apprentices for my escort, so safety is assured. At that moment, Josie poured wine for William and raised her glass, proclaiming, A philosopher once said that man is the measure of all things. We are born free, and success is defined solely by ourselves. If the path of a wizard is not suited for you, relinquishing it is wise. I believe you can forge your own way. Thank you, Josie. William replied, deeply moved, and promptly drained his glass. Roman, swirling his goblet, mused, Perhaps leaving is for the best. It spares one from becoming cannon fodder. Josie, taken aback, furrowed her brow and asked, What do you mean by cannon fodder? Are we heading into battle? William echoed her confusion, Surely not. Did we not just achieve victory? Roman replied nonchalantly, Winning the first battle does not guarantee safety in the second. The academy has sealed its news. And I can only say this much. Not only you, William, but Josie, you should also consider your escape routes. At this, William expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. My dear brother, if you must flee, feel free to come to my home. I will ensure your safety. Josie, after some contemplation, resolutely declared, War is a ladder. Accumulating military merit will make resource exchanges much easier. I have decided to stay and seize this opportunity. William, with a mischievous grin, suggested, Why not take advantage of the current news blackout to stockpile supplies? When the war breaks out, prices will surely soar. Subsequently, the three exchanged various pieces of information, and under Josie's insistence, they raised their glasses once more, expressing their heartfelt hope that they could all carve their own paths. After the meal, Roman headed to the library, recording all the literature regarding third-level apprentices on his chip, thoroughly absorbing the relevant theories. Next, he sought a quiet place to enter seclusion and advance his skills. In the dormitory, the two met, and Roman handed her a bag. This contains 1,500 magic stones. Please verify. Emma weighed the bag in her hands and exclaimed with delight, "Oh my, Roman truly did it. I was wondering what punishment you would face for breaching our agreement." Roman shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "Well, I am repaying the debt as promised. Apologies for any inconvenience." "That's quite all right," Emma replied with a smile. "I have news for you. A larger war is on the horizon. The Academy has begun restricting entry and exit, and conscription is likely imminent." At this point, she paused, hoping to see fear reflected on Roman's face. However, she was disappointed. His expression remained calm as he replied, "Why wouldn't I have the right to seek refuge? Can't you?" Emma pouted, defiantly asserting, "Of course I can. I am a genius, and I'm not afraid to tell you that I will be promoted to third-level apprentice in less than 3 years. Can you compare to that?" What a joke, Roman thought. He had no obligation to divulge his methods for obtaining refuge. What if his wealth attracted unwanted attention? The following day, Roman approached the task counter and submitted the scroll he had received from Zimbardo. The attendant scanned it with a machine, stating flatly, "Task Executor Roman Finks. Proceed to the Shattered Bone Royal Court to execute a covert mission and gather local intelligence. Do you have any objections?" Roman promptly indicated he had none. Internally critiquing, to act as a spy in the realm of mortals? Surely it is unnecessary to assign a wizard to such a task. This assignment is rather lackadaisical. After procuring necessary supplies, Roman made his way to the air terminal. Compared to previous visits, the atmosphere was notably more somber. Uniformed patrols roamed about, rigorously checking each passenger's documentation. Some individuals were questioned multiple times. Even the airships on the tarmac had transformed. No longer were they civilian vessels covered in canvas, but armored aerial warships inscribed with runic formations. Their massive bodies were brimming with immense magical energy, capable of transforming into airborne artillery that could unleash devastating firepower upon command, a true instrument of warfare. Yet, Roman frowned, realizing that these once dominant aerial vessels were now tasked with civilian transport, reflecting the dire security situation. This situation sparked a flurry of discussions among the wizards nearby. "Did you hear? Just yesterday, 30 civilian airships were shot down, resulting in substantial losses of resources and wizards. Now, civilian vessels are barred from departing. My goodness! Is the Life Lighthouse truly that formidable? What will happen to the supplies at the outposts? Are they reliant solely on the armed airships for transport? How inefficient! I've heard there will be a comprehensive withdrawal, concentrating defenses at several fortified strongholds. The floating city is activating the toxic cloud formation to create an absolute defensive perimeter." Utilizing his chip, Roman absorbed every word of their conversation, perplexed by the apparent disparity in strength, especially since the Opera House had been well prepared. Why had they suffered such a crushing defeat? The wizard's dialogue provided clarity. The Life Lighthouse had developed a breed of flying mutant beasts that roamed the airways in swarms, attacking the Opera House's civilian airships. The initiative lay with the mutants, while the wizards remained woefully unprepared to counter such elusive aerial threats, akin to wolves facing submarines in battle. The Opera House, on one hand, was hastily developing countermeasures against the mutant beasts while simultaneously shuttering civilian air travel, consolidating their strongholds, and restarting the toxic cloud formation, opting to learn from smaller factions and retreat into a shell. Having just secured mineral resources, the Opera House intended to bide its time, digest the fruits of victory, and prepare for a defensive war to wear down the enemy. However, with external troops diminishing, this airship might encounter unforeseen dangers. A look of concern etched on Roman's face as he pondered the precarious situation aboard the airship. Chapter 53, Enchantment on that day. The airship came under attack from a horde of mutated beasts, possessing bat-like wings, centipede bodies, and countless tentacles. They collided violently against the airship's armor, spewing corrosive venom from their mouths and emitting piercing howls. This creature seemed familiar to Roman, prompting an internal monologue. "Chip, scan the image, compare with the ancient mutated beast. The Makini bat. Ding. Mission established. Commencing comparison. Comparison complete. With an 80 similarity in morphology, hypothesizing it to be an incomplete specimen." A sense of dread enveloped Roman. Experience had taught him that anything involving the ancient was never simple. Yet, beside him, a black-robed sorcerer calmly perused his tome, dismissively stating, "Do not panic. These are mere inferior specimens, far from the true Makini bats. They are only capable of harassing civilian airships. They are no match for military airships." At this, Roman turned his gaze back to the viewport, where the airship's protective magical array activated just as the Makini bats were about to strike, halted by a barrier of light. Following that, the airship's offensive magical array engaged. unleashing bursts of light upon the beast horde, scattering them like flies encountering insecticide. This scene reminded Roman of the submarines of the 3rd Division, which could bully unarmed merchant vessels but would be ruthlessly slaughtered by heavily armed warships. Just as he began to relax, the airship's intercom suddenly chimed. Ding dong. Due to a large expanse of toxic clouds ahead, the flight originally destined for the Blood King escort will terminate at Base 5. Passengers are advised to gather their belongings. How absurd. Toxic clouds. To blockade trade, they spare no effort, even directly obstructing public airways. The black-robed sorcerer closed his book with displeasure. Blockade. Upon hearing this, Roman instantly grasped the intentions of the Life Lighthouse. The toxic cloud mountains were barren, lacking everything but magic stones. Since magic stones could not replace all cultivation resources, they would still serve as a general equivalent in trade. A stringent blockade would sever trade routes, significantly diminishing the value of magic stones, allowing the lighthouse to exert pressure on the Opera House and seize benefits. However, the black market exists. Surely it cannot be completely sealed off? Roman murmured to himself, drawing the attention of the sorcerer beside him. He cast a glance at Roman and replied coolly, "The Academy's power is currently contracting, with several key defensive points all inevitably close to the black market. They will be prime targets for enemy assaults. Among these points is Base 5, which is not currently safe. As a second-level apprentice, you should tread carefully. To sever trade." They naturally had to eradicate the black market, but this was of little concern to Roman. He was preoccupied with another matter. Was Base 5 under siege? The sorcerer shook his head slightly. Not yet, but it is imminent. The enemy's main forces have yet to arrive. Currently, only small harassment units are present. I am heading to Base 5 to bolster its defenses. Are you as well? No, I have another important mission and must proceed to the Blood King escort first. However, given the current situation, I will likely need to replan my route. Roman replied with a hint of resignation. Due to the absence of direct airship routes to the bone-crushing court, Roman intended to disembark at the Blood King escort and then travel overland to the bone-crushing court. However, with the need to disembark early, his plans had been rendered unfeasible. After a brief assessment, Roman realized that Base 5 was adjacent to the virus zone and closer to his ultimate destination, the bone-crushing court, resulting in little overall increase in distance. Upon hearing this, the youth beside him chuckled. The Blood King escort? Are you fleeing? To be honest, the area around Base 5 is perilous. Why not stay and fight alongside me until it is safe to leave? Roman scoffed inwardly, outwardly refusing. I am not fleeing. I bear significant responsibilities and cannot afford delays. The youth, with a hint of mockery, retorted, what kind of task could be so important? Roman's gaze turned icy as he met the youth's stare unflinchingly. Must I divulge this to you? Those who can flee typically have backing or are favored by the Academy. The youth calculated that forcibly detaining Roman would likely lead to conflict with the sorcerer behind him, deeming it unnecessary for the sake of a mere second-level apprentice. At that moment, the airship began its descent, and Roman, with a grim expression, hurriedly exited the vessel. The youth, donned in black robes, was evidently a formal sorcerer who had almost coerced Roman into conscription, yet he had managed to deflect the situation by leveraging his connections. However, this location was no longer safe, not only to evade forced conscription but also because the attempt highlighted the precariousness of Base 5. In terms of combat power, how much could a second-level apprentice wield with only a handful of runestones? What role could he play on the battlefield, if even he was not spared? It was evident that desperation was rife, and the forthcoming conflict promised to be exceedingly brutal. Therefore, upon leaving the airship, Roman briskly made his way towards the base's entrance. Base 5, akin to the Western Extreme Fortress, was a hexagonal bastion surrounded by a ring of plant-based mutated beasts. The gatekeeper checked his credentials, allowing Roman to exit the fortress. Before him lay a forest of mutated plants, with a narrow path cutting through. As Roman stepped onto the woodland trail, he found himself flanked by towering mutated flora, feeling like a fly before a Venus flytrap, aware that a moment's negligence could lead to his demise. Fortunately, he traversed the forest without incident, successfully emerging from the mutated wilderness. Activating his directional spell, he set his course for the virus ecological zone. Once he arrived at the virus zone, Roman could procure a vehicle and officially embark on his journey to the bone-crushing court. Chip, activate alert mode, maximize sensory perception. Ding. Mental energy dispersed, collecting environmental data, analyzing. An unidentified life form appears ahead, drawing near, suspected. Human. Roman immediately halted. Dashing to the opposite side of a nearby earthen mound, deftly crouching down and quietly concealing himself, akin to a seasoned guerrilla fighter. With the overflow of mental energy, Roman became attuned to his surroundings, carefully peering over the edge of the slope, extending a finger as if it were a periscope to gather light from all directions. Soon, he made a discovery. "Chip, magnify the target." The light signals transmitted to the visual cortex of his brain, and through the chip's formidable computational power, the blurred details sharpened, revealing the target in vivid clarity. Before him stood a group of women, clad scantily, resembling wildlings, yet their skin and figures were quite appealing. Roman stared in disbelief. These individuals were clearly not sorcerers, yet how could mere mortals exist in such a place? Just as he pondered this, the women called out, "Wayward traveler, you must be weary and thirsty. Would you accept our matron's invitation as a guest of the tribe? To drink from our crystal-clear spring and savor our succulent fruits? We yearn to rest beside you, to hear tales of your travels, and when the stories conclude, to applaud for harmonious life." Their words were not overtly suggestive. Roman, having perused countless texts in his past life, should have felt no stirring within. Yet inexplicably, upon hearing their voices, he felt a parching thirst and an overwhelming impulse to abandon his hiding place and approach them. Crouched on the ground, his face flushed. He breathed heavily, and as the voices grew closer, his body's reactions intensified. His mind felt as though it had crashed, unable to think or decide. Nearly instinctively reminding himself, this is not normal. Struggling to maintain clarity, yet the urge within surged like a torrential flood, relentlessly washing away his remaining rationality, compelling him to rise and move forward. Just as his reason teetered on the brink of submersion. Ding! The body is affected by an unidentified force field. Endocrine disruption detected, respiratory processes obstructed, carbon dioxide retention leading to pathological response. The chip seized control, eliminating the influence. In the next instant, Roman returned to normalcy, gasping for air like a drowned man reaching the surface. Then, a sudden ferocity twisted his expression as he drew forth a runestone, summoning a great fireball of green flame and hurling it fiercely toward the women. "Damn it, how dare you enchant me?" Chapter 54, Annihilation before Roman. Approximately 30 women advanced slowly, spreading apart, unarmed, as they approached the earthen mound he occupied. They wore smiles, their delicate features captivating, their large, glistening eyes scanning the surroundings. To Roman, they exuded no threat. Rather, he sensed a whisper of tranquility. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was but an illusion. With a stony expression, he summoned a green fireball to hurl at them. The green fireball, larger and rounder than a standard one, trailed a long tail like a meteor as it descended. In an instant, the emerald flame surged like a tidal wave, bringing not only searing heat but also potent, corrosive toxins. Those women, upon contact with the green flames, instantly evaporated into mere puddles. Fortunately, they were sufficiently dispersed, and a small number escaped the fiery touch. However, the ensuing toxic gas caused them to collapse, paralyzed and convulsing. At this moment, Roman readied his bow, shooting arrows that pierced through hearts and shattered skulls, ensuring a grim silence enveloped the scene. As he surveyed the field of corpses, the light twisted, as if stones cast into water created ripples, revealing the true nature of these women. They bore a humanoid form, complete with limbs and heads. But their faces were devoid of features, and their limbs resembled bark and branches. Furrowing his brow, Roman felt a chill wash over him, realizing these were plant-based mutant beasts, likely the handiwork of the Life Lighthouse. The lockdown had commenced. According to his readings, these bark-skinned beings were engineered specifically to target humans. Although their combat prowess was limited, they could conjure illusions and charm their prey, all under the control of a maternal entity, which meant there was likely a mother creature nearby, perhaps even a sorceress. Roman pondered, should he flee or confront them head-on? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to face them directly, for ahead lay the very direction from which the bark-skinned beings approached. Continuing forward would undoubtedly lead to an encounter with more of them. Given that this was a lockdown, it was clear enemies would be scattered around the stronghold, leaving no room for evasion. Wherever he turned, combat awaited. Since conflict was inevitable, it was better to engage here. With this thought, Roman tightened his camouflage cloak, crouching low to the ground in silent anticipation. Ding! Detection of numerous, unidentified creatures approaching, likely bark-skinned entities. Upon hearing the chip's alert, Roman's expression hardened. He concealed himself beneath his cloak, blending the sandy fabric with the desert landscape. Then retrieved a runestone, placing it within easy reach, akin to grenades stacked within a trench. Before long, a colossal silhouette emerged in the distance, vaguely resembling an immense banyan tree, surrounded by numerous barkskin beings. This grand tree must be the mother creature, Roman mused. If I can slay it, the bark-skinned beings will disintegrate. Thus, he resolved not to engage with the bark-skinned beings, but to directly seize the king by eliminating the mother creature first. With their illusion shattered, the bark-skinned beings no longer appeared as women, reverting to their primitive forms as they scurried towards Roman. Upon encountering the remains of their companions, they halted, scattering to search meticulously, only to emit a piercing shriek. The great banyan tree behind them quickened its pace, its massive feet thundering against the ground, while the bark-skinned beings pressed onward towards Roman's earthen mound. However, he remained unperturbed. The bark-skinned beings possessed pervision and relied primarily on sound for perception. As long as he remained motionless beneath his camouflage cloak, he would not be detected. Indeed, the bark-skinned beings conducted a haphazard search without uncovering anything, continuing their advance. Meanwhile, the banyan tree approached the remains, surveying the charred earth. 3 large green fireballs crashed down heavily, and in the next moment, the green flames erupted, enveloping the banyan tree. Roman seized the opportunity, striking the banyan tree unexpectedly. Under the scorching and corrosive green flames, it emitted a haunting wail, prompting the bark-skinned beings to rally around their mother, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet all their efforts were in vain. With no water nearby, the bark-skinned beings could only beat at the flames, transforming themselves into moths drawn to the fire, ultimately igniting their own forms. The cries of the enemy were music to Roman's ears. He reveled in their futile attempts to salvage their mother, patiently awaiting the banyan tree's demise. Although massive, the banyan tree could not be instantly vanquished by 3 fireballs. Listening to its anguished cries, Roman's expression suddenly shifted. His meditation space trembled, and as the tree's screams intensified, the vibrations grew more violent. Ding! Warning! Warning! Due to unidentified sound waves, the structure of the meditation space is destabilizing, predicted to collapse in 1 minute. Without hesitation, he summoned 10 green fireballs, launching them forcefully at the banyan tree mother. The emerald flames surged, the mother-s screams growing increasingly unbearable, causing the meditation space to quake violently. In response, Roman took out another runestone, whispering, "Corrosive swamp." A black, viscous mire emerged at the tree's base, eroding its roots. Upon contact with the green flames, the mire ignited, intensifying its corrosive nature. Under this multifaceted assault, the banyan tree's screams became fragmented, gradually fading to silence as it turned to char amidst the inferno. At this moment, a profound thought struck Roman. All fear in the world stems from insufficient firepower. Ding! The meditation space experienced a critical halt, showing signs of minor fractures. The chip seized control of his mental energy, repairing the damaged areas, requesting authorization. Authorize. As the battle concluded, Roman felt an overwhelming fatigue, a compelling urge to lie down and sleep. Yet he knew he could not succumb. He must leave immediately. These creatures were the machinations of the Life Lighthouse, and the recent skirmish would surely draw the attention of a sorceress, making it unwise to linger. After expending his resources, Roman found himself with over 700 magic stones remaining. Having recently acquired a substantial quantity of runestones from Zimbardo, he converted all his magic stones into runestones, and with the previous surplus, Roman now possessed nearly 1,000 runestones, each equivalent to the power of a level 3 apprentice. This meant he could unleash nearly 1,000 level 3 spells in an instant. With such leverage, he felt emboldened against any level 3 apprentice. Nevertheless, he chose to retreat. For the adversaries were not limited to apprentices, it was highly likely that actual sorcerers were among them. Activating his knightly aura, he invoked the runestone, Grace of the Cat, and swiftly darted forward. However, before he could cover much distance, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. At that moment, the chip relayed an alert. Ding! Abnormal magical fluctuations detected, suspected to be sorcery. In the next instant, Roman swiftly pivoted, leveraging the enhanced reflexes from the Grace of the Cat, and leaped aside just in time. Several fireballs rained down from above, the flames exploding, engulfing the spot where he had just stood. Chapter 55. Counterattack. Roman swiftly sidestepped, and in the next moment, a multitude of small fireballs descended from the sky, flames bursting forth to engulf his previous position. According to the texts, this was a variant of the Great Fireball spell, which, through meticulous mental manipulation, dispersed the fireball into dozens of smaller orbs, allowing for more agile maneuverability. For instance, some fireballs fell while others hovered in midair, after Roman evaded the initial onslaught. They crashed down once again. The trajectory of these fireballs had been calculated to completely seal off Roman's escape routes. In a moment of dire urgency, he ceased to evade and activated the runestone once more, enveloping himself in a shimmering barrier. The next instant, the explosive flames consumed him. Due to the dispersion of the fireballs, their potency diminished, and the explosion was halted by the protective barrier, leaving Roman unscathed. However, his expression was far from pleasant. The chip's detection power had been operating at full capacity, and now, with an adversary drawing near without any warning until the execution of the spell, it became evident that the enemy had found a means to evade the chip's detection. Chip, search for any spells that can mask detection. Focus on level 3 apprentices. The enemy must have observed his battle with the bark creature, knowing he possessed runestones, while a fully fledged wizard could easily overpower Roman without the need for stealth. Only a level 3 apprentice would fear the runestones, opting instead to ambush from the shadows, thus confirming that the enemy was indeed a level 3 apprentice. Ding. Task established, commencing search. Search complete. Results as follows. Roman swiftly scanned the results, immediately identifying a spell known as perception masking. The caster, by remaining motionless, could refract no light, emit no sound, and release no scent. Since the chip's detection relied on environmental information, once masked, the chip would become effectively blind. Roman pondered. This means that as long as the opponent remains still, the spell will remain effective. Soon, a plan began to form in his mind. Meanwhile, in a nearby sandpit, Raynor stared into the thickening fog, his expression grave. The bark creature's illusion magic was potent, and even a level 3 apprentice could not remain immune. Against a level 2 apprentice like Roman, victory should have been assured. Yet, Roman had survived and even achieved a counterattack, subsequently evading Raynor's level 3 spell ambush, which left him greatly astonished. He was aware that Roman possessed runestones but was uncertain of their quantity. Nonetheless, out of caution, he presumed Roman had an abundance of them. Runestones allowed for instantaneous spell-casting, while a level 3 apprentice required incantations, gestures, and materials. If Roman had enough runestones, he would be no match in a direct confrontation, prompting Raynor to opt for an ambush. Initially, he thought a level 2 apprentice would surely be unable to evade a level 3 spell, yet Roman managed to dodge at the last moment, as if forewarned. One counterattack might be attributed to luck, 2 counterattacks demonstrated skill. It could be said that the one who first detected the other would be able to execute a lethal strike. With that thought, Raynor silently recited his incantation, concluding with Serpent's Breath. In the next moment, a vibrant, multicolored scene unfolded before him, his eyes transformed into a thermal imaging device, penetrating the fog's obscurity to reveal a solitary figure. Found you. Raynor's eyes widened with excitement. He then murmured the incantation, preparing a powerful lava ray. While in the thermal imaging, Roman remained oblivious to the impending danger. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Raynor was halfway through his incantation, he suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, as though expelling his entire lung. The sound carried far and wide, causing his spell to dissipate. Instinctively, he exclaimed, "No! It's poisonous fog! I'm exposed!" The level 3 apprentice spell, Poisonous Fog, had a wide area of effect but low lethality, typically considered a mere nuisance. However, it unexpectedly proved useful in this scenario. Ding. Target detected, located at 10 o'clock, 50 meters away. At that moment, Roman smirked cruelly. Found you. Raynor immediately rolled to the side, and the next moment, a massive green fireball crashed into the ground, the green flames shooting outward, narrowly grazing Raynor's arm. The toxic green flames spread along his arm, inflicting excruciating pain, causing him to howl in agony. However, Raynor, seasoned in battle, swiftly drew his blade to sever his arm in a desperate bid for survival, then murmured an incantation, attempting to re-enter a state of invisibility. He knew that confronting Roman directly with his plethora of rune stones would likely lead to his demise. Yet Roman would not allow him to succeed. As Raynor repositioned, he launched a range rune, Thunderstorm Domain. In the next instant, countless electric serpents danced through the air, forming a cage of lightning that enveloped Raynor. Bolts as thick as a man's arm struck him, rendering him paralyzed, causing his half-formed spell to dissipate. In that dire moment, he cried out in desperation, "I surrender. Please do not kill me. My mentor will pay a ransom." However, Roman appeared to be deaf to his pleas, producing a lava ray rune, the red glow illuminating his palm. Raynor panicked and shouted, "I can be your slave. I swear to the Eye of Judgment. You will soon have a level 3 apprentice slave." Still, Roman remained unfazed, releasing the red light that pierced Raynor, extinguishing his life entirely. Gazing at Raynor's lifeless body, Roman sneered, "If I were in your position, would you have spared me? Truly, a white wizard, with such a lackluster fighting spirit. You possess no awareness whatsoever." Had the roles been reversed, Roman would never have contemplated mercy. Instead, he would focus on taking a piece of his enemy with him before his demise. Then, Roman approached, rifling through the corpse and uncovering a map, a smile breaking across his face. It was a distribution map of the black market in the northern wilderness. Roman felt exhilarated. With this map, he would have no trouble selling his runestones, no matter where he was. After securing the map, he incinerated Raynor's body and departed. Half a day later, a white-robed wizard gazed upon Raynor's corpse, his face aged, with a hawk-like nose and a sinister gaze. He roared, "Who killed my good apprentice Raynor? Does no one know he owed me 200 magic stones? Who shall I demand them from?" He then placed his hand upon Raynor's remains. Murmuring an incantation, "Death's vengeance virus, descend upon the one who killed you, and he shall suffer the torment of plague. His body shall be covered in pus-filled sores. His limbs shall grow weak, and his immunity shall crumble." As he recited the spell, an inexplicable aura began to coalesce around him. Black mist rising from the corpse until it formed a sphere. Once the spell was complete, the wizard pointed in the direction Roman had fled, and the black sphere shot forth. Meanwhile, Roman had arrived at the edge of the viral ecological zone, clutching Raynor's map, lost in contemplation. Should I venture directly into the ecological zone, or should I explore the black market first? He murmured to himself. At that moment, a black sphere descended from above, crashing down upon him. Chapter 56. The cursed virus. A dense fog enveloped the surroundings, and Roman felt an intense chill coursing through his body, eventually settling in his lower abdomen. At that moment, the chip emitted a warning. Ding. Alert. Alert. Virus is invading. Virus. A jolt of panic surged through Roman. He acted decisively, reciting a spell to evade into the black market. The images around him warped. The power of the secret realm's rules entwining with his soul. He believed that once he entered the alternate space, not even the virus, or the plague god, could pursue him. However, it was too late. A force of repulsion emerged, casting Roman out of the secret realm. Accompanied by feedback from his soul, individuals carrying the cursed virus are forbidden entry. Cursed virus. Roman's heart sank. According to the texts, cursed viruses are bizarre and unpredictable. Different spellcasters have various methods of curse breaking. It was akin to facing a new mathematics problem in a college entrance examination, requiring Roman to invest time to decipher it. But did he have the luxury of time? He lifted his shirt to reveal large white pustules forming on his abdomen, his brow furrowed in distress. The chip's analysis revealed that the virus spread along the neural network, causing pustules to erupt wherever it traveled. Soon, a ring of them encircled his waist, resembling a serpent coiling around him. Then, an excruciating pain struck, despite Roman's resolute spirit. His face contorted in agony, cold sweat pouring down his brow. He attempted to puncture one of the pustules, but the pain pierced deeper, forcing a scream from his lips. The white pustules, the agonizing pain, and the serpent-like constriction echoed the symptoms of monkeypox and shingles on Earth. Given the current rate of spread, if no immediate action was taken, the consequences would be dire. Chip, how's the analysis progressing? Ding. Analysis complete. The viral gene sequence has been identified. Good. Locate each virus and annihilate it with precise mental manipulation, then eradicate it completely. Is that feasible? Ding. The origin of the virus remains unclear. A complete cure is unattainable. Eradicating the virus will only alleviate symptoms. Gritting his teeth against the unbearable pain, Roman commanded, then let us focus on alleviation. Chip. Formulate a treatment plan. Ding. Task established. Comparing data. Ding. Plan formulated as follows. Puncture the pustules, then cleanse with 75 alcohol, combined with mental energy to eliminate. At that moment, Roman had not yet reached the virus zone. The surroundings were desolate. There was not a drop of alcohol, nor even water to be found. Yet Roman remained unperturbed. He retrieved his water flask and mused. Perfect. I can test another function of the chip. Chip. Utilize atomic manipulation to convert water into ethanol. Ding. Task established. Commencing conversion. Through the manipulation of mental energy, the chip could not only annihilate the virus, but also control protons and neutrons at an atomic level, altering substances on a microscopic scale. Transforming water into wine or water into oil was trivial. Roman even attempted to replicate magical stones, though he was unable to extract their magical essence, thus failing repeatedly. Not only magical stones, but even potions and other extraordinary items eluded the chip's fabrication capabilities. If forced to create such items, it could only produce a multitude of visually identical liquids or ornaments. Sorcerers did not lack mundane items, so this function, while seemingly impressive, was in reality rather superfluous. However, it proved immensely useful now. With a mental push, Roman effortlessly acquired a flask of liquor. He punctured the pustule, enduring the searing pain, and doused it with alcohol, washing away the white pus to reveal raw, bloody flesh. Finally, he employed the chip's mental energy to eradicate the virus. After repeating this procedure on the remaining pustules, he soon cleansed the entire afflicted area. The pustule sites began to scab over, the pain subsided, and the viruses within him were vanquished. Observing the darkened scabs, Roman let out a sigh of relief. Although recurrences were likely, he felt considerably better, and most importantly, the viruses had been eradicated, allowing him to return to the black market. This black market was significantly larger than the one at the Western Fortress, bustling with more people. Roman sold several runestones, receiving 200 magic stones in return, before entering a slave trading establishment. The virus had been temporarily dispelled, yet the curse lingered, leaving Roman feeling feverish and weak. Unable to undertake many tasks himself, he required the assistance of servants. Upon seeing Roman, a staff member inquired, "Greetings, traveler. What type of slave do you seek?" The staff member's eyes sparkled with confidence, stating, "You've come to the right place. My slave-catching team frequently operates in that region, where warfare is common. Capturing knights and generals is quite routine." Roman nodded, responding coolly, "Show me the goods." Following the staff member, he arrived at several cages containing various burly men, most of whom appeared dazed, their eyes vacant, resembling soulless husks. The staff pointed at them, saying, "They are all knights or great knights, their bodies modified to withstand scarlet fever in the mana zone, and they have commanded multiple battles, possessing extensive management experience." After conducting a thorough assessment, Roman confirmed the staff's claims and promptly paid 100 magic stones for 5 great knights. His swift payment pleased the shopkeeper, who cheerfully remarked, "Our establishment offers a special deal. Full payment entitles you to complimentary armor, weapons, and a carriage." Exiting the slave shop, Roman collected the gifts and named his newly acquired slaves: Louis, Charlie, Jack, Phil, and Josen. Finally, he recited a spell, sending them forth from the black market. Subsequently, Roman searched for the tent of the Sun's Eye, entering to inquire, "How much for knowledge regarding the cursed virus?" Behind the counter sat an elderly woman, who smiled and replied, "The cursed virus varies from person to person. Here, we offer only foundational knowledge and incomplete case studies. It may not be of much assistance." Roman nodded firmly, stating, "I will take it. Name your price." The elderly woman's gaze turned playful. "You seem quite tormented. 50 magic stones." Roman recognized the price was steep, but he had no choice. The Academy's library resources were insufficient, necessitating additional research. Taking the crystal orb, he stepped out of the shop, only to find the virus erupting again, expelling him from the secret realm. At that moment, 5 knightly slaves and a carriage, a gift from the slave merchant, accompanied him. "Help me onto the carriage." This curse intensified. The pustules not only encircled his waist but surged towards his chest and neck, the pain becoming more acute, accompanied by dizziness and nausea. Lifting his shirt revealed a cluster of pustules, provoking a sense of dread akin to trypophobia. Inside the carriage, Roman punctured the pustules, disinfected with alcohol, and employed mental energy to sterilize. After this arduous procedure, his symptoms eased. Roman gasped for breath and could not help but ask, "Chip, have you gathered the information? Have you clarified the virus's origin?" Ding. Analysis progress. 25. Further case studies needed. Roman sighed deeply. Though progress was slow, it was progress nonetheless. If he could visit a few more black markets and gather more data, there was hope for eradicating the curse entirely. The slave knights drove the carriage slowly into the virus zone, having previously used Roman's runestones to fend off several waves of voracious beasts, ensuring his safety. With safety temporarily secured, Roman faced a new dilemma. His water supply was dwindling. Originally intended for 1 person, it now had to sustain 6, a precarious situation. If this continued, when the next wave of pustules appeared, he would have no alcohol. Without alcohol, he could not eliminate the virus, preventing him from entering the black market to acquire further information. He contemplated creating water from sand, but the conversion rate was abysmally low, completely insufficient to meet their needs. Thus, he needed to devise another plan. Yet here in the bone-breaking kingdom, the terrain was predominantly desert, making water a strategic resource controlled by the lords of the oases. Gazing at the oasis distribution map, Roman murmured to himself, in other words, I must conquer an oasis. Chapter 57. Submission within the swaying carriage. Roman held a map, weighing his options before rapping on the carriage wall, giving orders. Josen, do not proceed to the Bone Breaker Court. Divert to the Emerald Territory. Yes, Josen. The driver replied, and the carriage began to turn. The Emerald Territory was an oasis, rich in water resources and conveniently located near a black market entrance, facilitating the acquisition of knowledge regarding the cursed virus. At that moment, the chip emitted a notification. Ding. Due to the curse, physical condition deteriorating. Current metrics are as follows. Stamina, 7, 5, 10. 4. Reflex speed, 6, 4, 10. 2. Vitality, 8, 3, 10. 5. Mental strength, 2, 4, 5, 6. Life essence, 8, 2, 10. 1. Another decline. Roman felt a heavy weight in his heart, his fist clenched, his wrist numb and lacking its former strength. Irritated, he exclaimed, Chip. The human body is composed of microparticles arranged in a specific order. There should be records of the arrangement prior to the affliction. Can we not manipulate the molecules and atoms with mental power to restore the past? Ding. Impossible. That method has been attempted. However, the curse accelerates the entropy increase within the body, surpassing the mental power's ability to reduce entropy. Damn it. Roman slammed the carriage door. Now, aside from gathering information from the black market, he was at a loss. Everything in the world transitions from order to chaos. Much like food ultimately decays, corpses rot, and rooms become disordered. The microparticles that constituted Roman would also eventually succumb to confusion and decay. This irreversible increase in disorder is entropy. The curse not only brought forth the virus, but also accelerated the entropy increase within Roman's body. Even with the chip working to reduce entropy, it remained a mere drop in the bucket. Grinding his teeth, he inquired, Chip, calculate the current rate. How long until I lose mobility? Ding. Approximately 30 days. 30 days. It seems the plan must be expedited. Roman pondered, then shouted to the outside. Increase speed. We must reach the Emerald Territory before noon. In his heart, Roman loathed the one who cast the curse. He had never suffered such a significant loss in his life. Yet, there was a silver lining from the chip's analysis. He learned that the curse had a backlash mechanism. If Roman were to break the curse, the perpetrator would pay the price. Just wait and see. Roman vowed silently. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, and sounds of a scuffle arose outside, soon yielding to silence. Josen reported, Master, we just encountered a band of desert marauders. They have been subdued. How shall we proceed with them? Roman lifted the carriage curtain, observing dozens of robust men kneeling outside. He was about to order their execution when he reconsidered. Ahead lay the Emerald Territory. He would require them later. All captives shall be reorganized. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy. The carriage resumed its journey, and soon they spotted a massive stone marker. Beyond it lay a verdant meadow, nestled within endless golden sands. No wonder it was called the Emerald Oasis. Approaching, Roman read the inscription on the stone, Emerald Territory, death to illegal intruders. He replied calmly, knock it down. At that moment, over 20 heavily armored cavalrymen charged towards Roman, halting several dozen meters away. Their presence radiated knightly strength, with the leader being a formidable knight. The leading knight stepped forward and inquired, Who goes there? You trespass upon the Emerald Territory without cause. Do you seek war? Roman raised an eyebrow and asked, And who are you? The lord of this territory? I am Count Hawk, the lord of the Emerald Territory. Leave at once, or I shall have you killed. Roman nodded, his demeanor still unfazed. A lord, you say? Very well, if I take you down, the Emerald Territory shall belong to me. With a mere wave of his hand, Josen and the others unleashed their battle aura, swiftly advancing upon Count Hawk, delivering a punch. Roman's side boasted 5 great knights, while Count Hawk had only 1, placing the latter at a distinct disadvantage as he was sent flying by a single blow. Previously, Josen and his companions had concealed their strengths. Count Hawk was unaware of their prowess. Now, witnessing their might, he was filled with dread. Then, his gaze fell upon Roman, who stood alone at the back, appearing frail and sickly, and he began to perceive him as an easy target. If he could capture Roman, he could subdue these knights. Thus he ordered loudly, I shall hold off the great knights. You all capture that little brat. His subordinates obeyed, surrounding Roman with expressions of scornful derision. Roman, With his handsome features and pale complexion due to the virus, seemed to them a weakling, likely a sheltered second-generation heir relying on the protection of a few great knights. They were confident, calculating how they would soon capture Roman, teach him a lesson, and make him aware of the harsh realities of society. However, as Roman conjured a fireball that erupted before him, they immediately dropped to their knees. Roman then declared with authority, "Submit or perish." As his words echoed, disregarding Count Hawk's presence, the knights immediately proclaimed, "We submit. We are blind to our folly. Spare us, O wizard." Count Hawk, horrified, struggled to fend off the assaults of the great knights while yelling, "I concede. The Emerald Territory is yours, O wizard." Roman waved his hand, signaling the knights to cease their attack. For mere mortals, a wizard was akin to a celestial being, particularly a third-level apprentice who possessed the capacity to annihilate cities and obliterate nations, whether one was a noble knight or a great knight. The act of killing was akin to slaughtering chickens or dogs. Thus, when Roman displayed his sorcery, the enemy promptly knelt, and the battle concluded abruptly. Roman approached Count Hawk and stated coolly, "I am Roman, a wizard. Do you truly wish to cede the Emerald Territory to me?" The Count fell to his knees, nodding fervently, "I do, O wizard. I shall draft a document immediately, renouncing my title and territory, transferring it to you." Count Hawk's eyes sparkled with joy as he eagerly agreed, "Understood. I am but a puppet lord under your command. Whatever you command, I shall comply without hesitation." Seeing his compliance, Roman offered a sweet deal. "During the lease period, you shall continue to manage the territory. Additionally, I shall not exploit your generosity. How about 1 magic stone per year?" Count Hawk bowed once more, this time genuinely subservient. The so-called puppet lord merely meant that he now had a master behind the scenes. As long as he fulfilled his master's orders, his power remained intact, while the benefits were immense. Firstly, having a wizard residing in his territory offered unparalleled security. Neighboring lords would think twice before invading, considering the wizard's stance. Secondly, wizards are treasures in themselves. To a mortal, a single magic stone is invaluable, capable of being exchanged for countless gold coins, acquiring anything in the mortal realm. Moreover, runestones, magical ropes, and enchanted items were the stuff of mortal dreams. Even a wizard's refuse could fetch astronomical prices in gold. Should Roman even slightly share his treasures, the Hawk family would reap boundless rewards. Lastly, should he manage to unite his kin with Roman and produce offspring capable of wielding magic, the Hawk family would soar to unimaginable heights. Thus, Roman seamlessly ascended as the supreme ruler of the Emerald Territory, turning his gaze towards the nearby black market. Chapter 58. Garrison. With the assistance of Viscount Hawk, Roman swiftly took control of the Emerald Territory, encountering no obstacles. To avoid being deceived and to ensure his authority, Roman designed an independent supervisory system based on the existing administrative structure. The dozens of captured bandits were organized into a supervisory department under the command of 5 knights. They acted as imperial envoys, relying on Roman's military might to patrol the Emerald Territory, report to Roman, and monitor the execution of orders. This way, Roman's will was effectively enforced, preventing any semblance of insubordination. The Viscount intended to relinquish the Lord's residence, but Roman declined, requesting only a secluded manor and a handmaiden recommended by the Lord. The manor was soon put in order, and the maidservants, bowing in unison under the command of the newly appointed steward, Josen, exclaimed, "Welcome, master." With a wry smile, Roman noted the maid's striking beauty. Should one bear his offspring, her entire family's fate would be transformed. As Roman entered the manor, he instructed Josen, "Convey this, in half a day's time. Summon the members of the supervisory department and the Lord's Council for a meeting at the manor. Speak your mind swiftly. You are my personal steward. What is there we cannot discuss?" With a serious demeanor, Josen advised, "Master, I recommend dismissing these maidservants. Their backgrounds are questionable. If you require assistance, we can seek individuals of reputable lineage from the populace." Roman chuckled inwardly. He had only just established his foothold, and the struggle for power had already commenced. Although the slave knights were utterly loyal to Roman, it did not negate their inherent desire for power, a trait ingrained in human nature, beyond individual will. The slave knights controlled the supervisory department and possessed the authority to report directly, serving as a vital information channel for Roman, albeit potentially leading to a monopoly on information. To avoid being misled, Roman accepted the maids sent by the Viscount, granting them access to confidential channels. However, he refrained from expressing this openly, instead stating casually, "No need for that. We must reassure the Lord. From now on, Josen, you shall oversee all my daily affairs and provisions. This is a significant responsibility. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Josen respectfully replied, I shall not disappoint your expectations, master. Half a day later, notable figures from the territory gathered at the manor. In addition to the familiar Viscount Hawk and 20 knights, the Lord's party included the Viscount's 2 sons, Big Hawk and Little Hawk, as well as officials managing agricultural production. The supervisory department was represented by 4 slave knights and several inspectors promoted from the bandits. Viscount Hawk observed the supervisory department with a slight frown. Although Roman had promised not to interfere with territorial management, the establishment of this supervisory entity felt somewhat unsettling. Meanwhile, the members of the supervisory department remained calm, their eyes half closed, dismissing the glances from the Lord's council. At that moment, Roman and Josen entered the conference room, prompting everyone to rise in unison and bow respectfully. Master Wizard. Roman waved his hand casually, taking his seat at the head of the table, and stated, I trust you all know me by now. I am Roman, a wizard and the unseen king of Emerald Ridge. From this point forward, you shall obey my commands. In chorus, they affirmed, and Roman continued. I hereby issue my first command, Viscount Hawk, gather 10 knights to lead 1,000 peasant soldiers to garrison the rocky outcrop in the northwest. As Roman's words fell, a shiver ran through the assembly. The slave knights rejoiced, for mobilization signified the opportunity to achieve military merit, while the Lord's party furrowed their brows. The Viscount exchanged glances, and the official responsible for agricultural affairs spoke up. Master Wizard, the able-bodied are our primary labor force. Hastily conscripting 1,000 would adversely affect agricultural production. Before he could finish, the slave knight Jack interjected, the master provides you with a magic stone as rent each year. Is that not sufficient to purchase food? The agricultural official fell silent, realizing Jack's assertion was correct. A single magic stone could deplete the entire market's food supply, negating any impact on agriculture. The Viscount quickly admonished the agricultural official, what do you know? It is an honor to serve the Master Wizard. Even without magic stones, we shall requisition food if necessary. Roman understood that this was the Viscount testing the waters for a way out, but he chose not to expose it. Instead, he declared, since there are no objections, it is settled. Summon 1,000 men. Secure the rocky outcrop within 2 days. Jack, you will lead 10 inspectors with the troops and engage in battle if necessary. The assembly accepted their orders, at which point the Viscount's eldest son, Big Hawk, eagerly inquired, Master Wizard, are we to engage in war with the Bourne family? The Bourne territory bordered Emerald territory, and both sides had a history of conflict, being sworn enemies. The rocky outcrop lay directly on the border. Upon hearing that Roman intended to station troops there, the lords assumed the Viscount had persuaded the wizard to assist in eliminating their nemesis. As everyone dispersed, the Viscount hesitated, wishing to ascertain whether war was indeed imminent. This time, the boil had spread to his neck, nearly reaching his face. Soon he would have to conceal himself with a mask. Thus, he asked, Chip, based on the current analysis progress, can you estimate the timing of the next outbreak? Ding. Yes, approximately 3 days from now. 3 days. That should suffice, Roman mused. The rocky outcrop served as a hub for the black market, with entrances scattered throughout the vicinity, yet its proximity to the border rendered it perilous. Therefore, Roman resolved to station troops there, clear the area, and then proceed with exploration. As long as there were no other extraordinary entities present, 1,000 mortal soldiers should prove sufficient. Roman calculated internally. The following day, Viscount Hawk visited, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes mirrored the azure sky, her skin was as smooth as cream, and her form was robust and alluring, her curious gaze appraising Roman. The two bowed in greeting, and the Viscount introduced, Master Wizard, this is my wife, Ruth. Roman nodded casually and inquired, what brings you here? The Viscount, eager to please, replied, Master Wizard, I find myself with idle time and have come to request a task. Puzzled, Roman asked, did I not instruct you to raise troops for defense? Has that matter been resolved? The Viscount chuckled, not in that regard, but rather on a personal note. You may require a harpist to entertain you after your arduous experiments, and Ruth happens to excel in this art. Roman grasped his intent. He had come to offer his wife, audaciously so. It was the first time he had witnessed such shamelessness in reality. He perceived the aristocrat's idleness and stated, I happen to have a task for you. The Viscount perked up. Please, do tell. I shall ensure it is done well. Roman replied coolly, My arrival cannot remain concealed from the royal court, and I wish to avoid disturbances. Therefore, seal off any news about me, particularly from the direction of the royal court. Do you understand?" The Viscount patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, I will accomplish this task." Chapter 59. Toxic Fire Cloud. Ram-In now found himself gravely ill. Weakened and frail, his knightly powers utterly diminished. Without the aid of runestones, he was scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary person. As a mere second-tier apprentice, he was only marginally stronger than the average individual, making him an object of scorn within the wizarding community. Even with a plethora of runestones at his disposal, which could enhance his combat prowess to rival that of a third-tier apprentice, it would be of little consequence. These hidden strengths had to be meticulously concealed. Otherwise, he would become a target, losing the advantage of his deceptive appearance and potentially exposing the curse that left him so weak. Should his frailty be revealed, the foundation of his rule, upheld by sheer strength, would crumble in an instant, and those loyal to him would turn upon him with ferocity. Thus, Ram-In was determined to avoid any disturbances during this vulnerable time. Even if he could not evade confrontation, he aimed to postpone it until the curse was lifted and his strength restored, allowing him to once again engage with the wizarding circle. Observing the beautiful young woman regarding him with curiosity, he waved her off dismissively, opting to retreat into seclusion. Under the burden of the curse, he lacked both the inclination and the energy to engage further. Meanwhile, outside the manor, Count Hawk met with his two sons, sighing, "It is done. The wizard has accepted your mother." The expressions of the two Hawk brothers were mixed, for sending their mother to undertake such a task weighed heavily upon their hearts, especially in the absence of a sister. Yet, Count Hawk remained pragmatic. To acquire the wizard's bloodline, they needed female offspring, which their family lacked. Hence the necessity of their mother's actions. He consoled his sons, saying, "Do not fret for your mother, for a mortal woman being favored by a wizard can elevate her worth, and besides, this wizard is quite agreeable. Ruth holds him in high regard." With a long sigh, the brothers acknowledged their father's wisdom. They understood that if the endeavor succeeded, the Hawk family would soon ascend to greatness. Thus, they ceased their internal conflict and reported, "Father, there are developments in the Stony District. After discovering our troops, the Born Army has launched 14 probing attacks. I suspect a major invasion is imminent." Upon hearing this, Count Hawk's eyes brightened with excitement. "Excellent. The Born family is courting disaster. Let us report this to the wizard at once." A moment later, Ram-In set down the battle report without turning to the Hawk family and instead inquired of Jorson, "Is this information accurate?" Jorson narrowed his eyes, glancing at the Count, and coldly remarked, "Yet there is one detail you are clearly aware of but have chosen to withhold. What is your true intention?" He then knelt before Ram-In, stating, "My lord wizard, your steward harbors ulterior motives and seeks to undermine you." Ram-In had no interest in the squabbles of dogs, raising his hand to interrupt. "What exactly is the matter?" Count Hawk, unwilling to appear weak, retorted, "Do you truly believe the wizard cares about such trivialities? In the presence of your might, the Born family is not but a collection of insignificant pests." Ram-In nodded in agreement, saying, "The Count speaks the truth. I am indeed unconcerned with the martial prowess of mortals. However, are they all merely mortals?" As he spoke, his gaze turned icy, prompting Count Hawk to kneel once more. "No, my lord wizard, apart from several great knights, they possess runestones. I have suffered losses in previous engagements due to this." Ram-In nodded thoughtfully and commanded, "Jorson, summon Philip, Lewis, and Charlie, along with Count Hawk. We shall proceed to the Stony District." The rules of the Bone King's domain dictated that the oasis extended 12 kilometers in radius, and the Stony District lay approximately 11 kilometers to the northwest. The 6 of them departed from the Emerald Ridge, traveling for several hours until the Stony District came into view. At that moment, Ram-In gestured for them to rein in their mounts. Count Hawk asked, "My lord wizard, have you made any discoveries?" The others dismounted immediately, drawing their bows and swords, crouching low as they cautiously advanced. Upon cresting a rise, they beheld 5,000 soldiers, their battle cries echoing as they charged toward the Stony District encampment, behind which loomed the presence of several great knights. Jorson questioned, "If the enemy possesses several great knights, why do they not deploy them?" Count Hawk concurred, "Indeed, there is only a single great knight at the Stony encampment. 5 great knights could easily seize the position, yet they refrain from doing so, almost as if they are waiting for us." Ram-In interjected coolly, "It seems the upheaval in the Emerald territory has reached Born and their mortal forces are likely probing us, perhaps even attempting to encircle us." Jorson scoffed. "Cowards. Why retreat? My lord anticipated this. A single individual could annihilate them." Rom-En smiled faintly. "Hawk, witness the extraordinary might that transcends mere mortals, and consider how laughable the games of power truly are." He then produced a runestone, murmuring, "Toxic fire cloud," before gesturing toward the sky. In the next instant, a pristine cloud shimmered with a faint green light, which gradually intensified, resembling molten green lava. Noticing the celestial anomaly, the soldiers below looked up, bewildered. Then, with a thought, Rom-En directed the cloud over the Born army. And with a swift motion of his hand, a rain of green fire descended, igniting a vast inferno. The enemy, armed only with cold weapons, stood powerless against the onslaught, instantly engulfed in flames, writhing and screaming in agony. This scene evoked in Rom-En a vivid memory of white phosphorus munitions from Blue Star, a spectacle of devastation where flames consumed the enemy. The green flames released toxic fumes akin to diphosphorus pentoxide. Some soldiers, having narrowly escaped the flames, suddenly found their throats constricted, frothing at the mouth as they succumbed to asphyxiation. All forces, target the Great Knights. In the next moment, Jack led the charge from the stony encampment, cutting through the enemy ranks with relentless ferocity, as if traversing an unchallenged realm. Alongside Jack, 5 Great Knights rallied to the assault, and chaos ensued as they pursued the fleeing foes, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Chapter 60, Ancient Ruins. As the venomous fire clouds emerged, 6 formidable knights of the Born army resolved to flee. However, Roman would not allow them to escape. Under his deliberate control, the fiery rain concentrated upon the knights, and the green flames effortlessly consumed their battle aura defenses. In an instant, 3 knights were engulfed in flames. Including the Viscount Born, the remaining 3 barely survived and sought refuge behind a large rock, only to discover it was already crowded with fleeing soldiers. Faced with this predicament, the trio erupted with battle aura, ruthlessly slaughtering the encamped soldiers and seizing the sanctuary. Once the firestorm subsided, they breathed a sigh of relief, concealing their presence as they prepared to escape the battlefield. If they could manage to flee, they would report this incident to the royal court, prompting their intervention. The sorcerer had taken control of the Lord's puppet, dominating the territory. The royal court, having lost its vassals, would undoubtedly be displeased. Should the royal sorcerers intervene, Born could not only avert disaster, but also retaliate fiercely. This was precisely what Roman feared. Thus, his initial objective was the complete annihilation of the enemy forces, leaving no knight unaccounted for. Roman was unconcerned about the fleeing soldiers, most hailed from the lower ranks, unable to even enter the royal court, let alone be believed. However, the knights bore significant weight in their words, necessitating their removal. At this moment, they concealed their presence, donning the garb of ordinary soldiers, blending into the crowd to evade Roman's pursuit. He produced a rune stone, summoning a green luminous orb, which he hurled ahead. Before the orb could touch the ground, Roman launched several more, and the next instant, a vast expanse of oil marsh blanketed the suspicious area. The encamped soldiers were trapped like mice caught in glue, unable to move. At this juncture, Roman issued another command. "Archers, fire at will, saturate that area. Knights, stand ready for my command." As soon as the words left his mouth, a volley of arrows rained down, striking the immobilized soldiers in the marsh, who could only await their doom. The arrow storm surged in relentless waves, and those still clinging to life were swiftly dispatched by skilled marksmen, turning the ground into a river of blood. Suddenly, it appeared as though a critical threshold had been breached, as 3 battle auras manifested within the oil marsh, deflecting the incoming arrows. Observing this, Roman hurled a fireball directly at them, disregarding the explosion's aftermath, and waved his hand. "Knights, charge." In the next moment, 6 figures darted forward, and after a few breaths, the sounds of clashing metal echoed as 2 disheveled figures emerged from the inferno, pursued by Hawk and his 5 comrades. Upon closer inspection, one figure, Viscount Born, held his sword aloft, desperately defending himself. The one arm had been severed. The other was in an even graver state, with a significant portion of his body cleaved away. Having already suffered from a fireball, the 2 knights, gravely wounded, were quickly nearing death under the assault of the 6 vigilant knights. Just as Viscount Hawk raised his sword to behead Viscount Born, a shimmering barrier intercepted his strike. "Spare him," a voice resonated, and Roman turned to see a gray-robed sorcerer appear, his hood obscuring his face. He surveyed the surroundings and chuckled. I did not expect such a thrilling spectacle outside after spending a brief time in the black market. He then addressed Roman. Greetings, unfamiliar sorcerer. I have a connection with Viscount Bourne. Might you consider sparing him? Roman grinned menacingly. Who are you? What is your level of power? Without hesitation, the gray-robed sorcerer replied. I am an advisor to the royal court, a third-level apprentice. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Roman's eyes. The resources in the realm of mortals were scarce, and few sorcerers would choose to remain. If he held a position as an advisor to a mortal faction, it implied a lack of backing from sorcerer's powers. Thus, Roman smiled. A third-level apprentice, a level of strength I can respect. I shall grant you this favor. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed sorcerer felt a reduction in hostility and stepped closer to Roman. You speak so directly, quite reminiscent of a dark sorcerer. What is your name? To which Roman cheerfully replied, I am the one who shall take your life. In the next moment, the runestone activated, unleashing a molten ray that struck the gray-robed sorcerer with tremendous penetrating force. Taken by surprise, he activated a protective spell, conjuring a barrier before him. Yet, renowned for its penetrating power, the molten ray, enhanced by Professor Zimbardo, shattered the barrier, piercing through to the heart and creating a gaping wound. With wide, disbelieving eyes, the gray-robed sorcerer stammered, how could you? Such idle chatter. Roman scoffed. Do solitary practitioners possess such poor combat awareness? He then followed up with another fireball, obliterating the gray-robed sorcerer into ashes. At this moment, Viscount Hawk approached Roman, kneeling and presenting 3 severed heads. Report. Esteemed sorcerer, Viscount Bourne and his 2 companions have been executed. In this battle, we have eliminated 90% of the enemy forces, with our own casualties amounting to 400. Only 600 remain. Roman pondered aloud. Prepare to assault the Bourne territory. Let them take the lead. The families of the fallen must receive generous compensation. Roman resolved to evade the local sorcerer circles. Although the plan became more precarious after slaying a sorcerer, he was determined not to abandon it, opting instead to conceal his actions for as long as possible. Thus, the Bourne territory was to be razed, and no soldiers participating in the conflict could be left alive. Hawk nodded respectfully. Understood, esteemed sorcerer. I shall ensure the mission is executed. After dismissing Hawk, Roman sought a secluded spot, silently reciting an incantation, vanishing from sight. Roman discovered that this entrance led to the same black market as before, where he once again encountered the familiar all-seeing eye. Only a few days had elapsed since his last visit, indicating he could no longer procure curse-related information from the informants. However, Roman had alternative methods. After selling a batch of runestones, he set up a stall by the roadside, hanging a sign that read, High prices paid for information on curse viruses. The myriad of curse viruses, diverse and peculiar, were known to sorcerers far and wide, prompting many to approach with inquiries. Roman, generous in his dealings, welcomed nearly all, rapidly accumulating a wealth of information. Inwardly, he questioned, Chip? Using the prior data as a baseline, sift through this information. Ding. Upon comparison with previous data, it is determined that 64 of the acquired information is authentic. 26 is false, and 10 cannot be assessed. Roman nodded approvingly and issued an order. Incorporate the 64 of verified information as reference material for the analysis task. Ding. Database integration complete. Analysis efficiency is surged. Current progress stands at 96, with an estimated remaining time of 1 hour. Excellent, Roman thought, invigorated by the prospect, and decided to linger in the black market for another hour to observe the results. He ventured into the tent of the all-seeing eye, purchasing a summary on the Bonebreaker Court before preparing to leave and explore the market further. At that moment, an elderly woman at the counter called out to him. Young man, I see you have a considerable stock of runestones. You must be quite knowledgeable in this area? Roman furrowed his brow, realizing that his previous transactions at the all-seeing eye had drawn attention. To conceal his prowess, he shook his head. No, these runestones are not mine. I have limited understanding in this field. The elderly woman, undeterred, smiled. No matter. Perhaps you or your associates would be interested in ancient runes. Ancient runes? Roman perked up at the mention, intrigued. Chapter 61. Lifting the curse. Unlike the contemporary alternatives of witchcraft, ancient runes were predominantly focused on aiding cultivation, such as amplifying meditation, reinforcing the meditative space, and enhancing magical and mental prowess. Acquiring an ancient rune could significantly expedite one's training, particularly at the pivotal juncture of advancing to a third-tier apprentice. Contemplating this, Roman's eyes ignited with fervor. However, the old woman doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. I possess 3 incomplete runes. with a completeness ranging between 60 and 80. The remaining portions will require your own refinement. Upon hearing this, Roman furrowed his brow and inquired, if they are incomplete, how can you prove they are ancient runes and not merely a few hastily drawn lines to deceive me? The old lady chuckled. I can swear before the eye of judgment. Roman shook his head in denial. That is impossible. The eye of judgment lacks the capacity for identification, rendering it incapable of determining whether they are indeed ancient runes. Facing his skepticism, the old woman appeared to have anticipated his doubt. She handed him a piece of paper. Here's my oath. Take a look. Roman received it and fell into contemplation. The oath was straightforward. If Roman could prove the runes did not originate from antiquity, the old woman would perish. The gravity of one's life as a pledge significantly elevated its credibility, and Roman promptly agreed. It is a deal. With the transaction concluded, Roman had scarcely exited the tent when the chip notified him. Ding. Curse analysis complete. The method of removal is as follows. Roman hastily examined the information and murmured, vengeful spirit flower, concentrating honey, to craft a purifying soul candle, perhaps. It is well known that the essence of life is composed of soul and vitality, and the purifying soul candle can separate the two, yielding pure soul and vitality. The source of the curse within Roman was the vengeful energy of a deceased sorcerer, a fragment of the soul, thus making the purifying soul candle particularly useful. The materials were not difficult to procure. The candle was an essential item for the study of life's essence, easily obtainable in the black market. In the dimly lit laboratory, Roman commanded the chip, initiate experimental simulation. Ding. Task established, simulation commencing. Simulation complete, success rate 98. Roman felt a wave of calm wash over him as he took the vengeful spirit flower, placed it in a vessel, ground it into a paste, filtered the juice, and soaked the cotton wick. He then melted paraffin with an alcohol torch, and after a series of procedures, he added the concentrating honey to create beeswax. Finally, he placed the wick in a mold, poured in the beeswax, and after allowing it to cool, a purifying soul candle was formed. Roman secured the candle in a candlestick, sat beside it, closed his eyes, and awaited the emergence of the vengeful energy. By this point, 3 days had passed, and judging by the time, the curse should be manifesting soon. Uncertain of how long he waited, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him as dense white pustules spread along his neural network, invading his body. Roman gritted his teeth against the agony and ignited the candle, filling the laboratory with an intriguing fragrance. In the next moment, the white pustules ceased their spread, and strands of black mist emerged from them, coalescing into a face that bore a striking resemblance to the sorcerer Roman had slain. At that moment, the face appeared particularly dazed, detaching from Roman's body, gazing intently at the candle and gradually drawing nearer. As the head distanced itself, increasing amounts of black mist escaped his body. Roman observed quietly, and as the black mist ceased to emanate, he immediately activated the runestone. So incinerating flame, a white fireball materialized and, under Roman's control, charged directly at the black mist head. At the moment of contact, a piercing scream echoed. Roman had anticipated this. With a mere thought, the fireball erupted, white flames engulfing the area and submerging the black mist head. When the white flames dissipated, the black mist head had vanished without a trace, and a layer of luminous membrane enveloped Roman, shielding him from the flames and leaving him unscathed. Roman quickly glanced down. Noting that the pustules on his body were continuously drying and falling away, the excruciating pain easing, and the weakness in his limbs dissipating. As vigor flooded back into his body, the chip chimed once more. Ding. Vengeful energy eradicated, pustule virus eliminated, host constitution restored. The following data is as follows. Stamina, 10. 4. Neural reaction speed, 10. 2. Vitality, 10. 5. Mental strength, 4. 3. Life essence, 10. 1. Excellent. My constitution is restored, and my body has returned to its prime. Roman exclaimed, the next step is to strive towards becoming a third-tier apprentice. As Roman regained his strength, in a floating city thousands of miles away, a black-robed sorcerer was conducting a critical experiment. Continuous streams of magical energy flowed from his body into a vast sorceress array before him. The more energy he infused, the more unstable the array became. At this point, the sorcerer would cautiously pause, awaiting the array's stabilization before continuing to inject energy. After a while, the sorcerer resumed his infusion, and the array's energy fluctuated once more, rapidly nearing its critical threshold. Just as the sorcerer prepared to halt, an unexpected wave of agony struck him. Without the slightest preparation, The black-robed sorcerer instinctively let out a cry, forgetting to cease his magical input. The array's energy surged past the critical threshold, resulting in an explosive detonation at his location. The catastrophe the black-robed sorcerer had so diligently sought to avoid had indeed transpired, engulfing him in a violent surge of energy. At this moment, Roman remained oblivious to the events unfolding thousands of miles away. He sat up from his bed, stretching lazily, noticing the maids sprawled haphazardly around him, trembling and convulsing. Among them, Lady Ruth's golden hair was particularly striking. The prowess of the great knight rendered him exceptionally formidable. All the maids had inherited Roman's chromosomes, with Lady Ruth being especially fervent. The Viscount would soon learn of this development and eagerly anticipate the emergence of the sorceress bloodline, continuing to serve Roman with satisfaction. Yet, under the influence of the chip, Roman had altered the chromosomes, creating a reproductive barrier with humanity, making it impossible to produce healthy offspring. Thus, the Viscount's ambitions were destined to remain unfulfilled, unbeknownst to him, as he excitedly reported to Roman, "My Lord Sorcerer, in this battle, we have captured the territory of Bourne and taken the Bourne family alive. How should we proceed? I await your command." Roman yawned and asked, "What do you think?" The Viscount chuckled, as per tradition, "Let young Hawk marry the eldest daughter of the Bourne family, subsequently inheriting the title of Bourne's Viscount." Roman instantly lost interest in the convolutions of noble affairs, waving his hand dismissively. "You can handle that yourself. There is no need to report back to me." "Understood. My Lord Sorcerer," the Viscount bowed respectfully. Being a seasoned noble, the Viscount naturally knew how to proceed. After receiving his response, he thoughtfully inquired, "My Lord Sorcerer, are there any particular matters to note for future endeavors?" Roman was about to reply in the negative when a thought struck him, and he said, "In the future, I shall continue my seclusion and will not meet with outsiders. The royal court may send someone to seek you out. You must do everything in your power to conceal my existence. Do you understand?" Chapter 62. The royal court envoy. Several days later, within the meditation chamber, Roman commanded, "Chip, initiate a simulation task. Given the current meditation speed, how long will it take to construct the magical power matrix?" Ding. Task initiated. Simulation in progress. Simulation complete. It will take at least 3 years and 2 months. To advance to a level 3 apprentice, one must produce mental strength through meditation, gradually piecing together the magical power matrix, a process that typically consumes 10 to 20 years. However, thanks to the chip's optimization, Roman's meditation space possesses exceptional aptitude, requiring only about 3 years to complete, allowing him to rival geniuses like Emma and Cannon. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, for after a series of events, his progress had fallen drastically behind. Even with enhanced efficiency, it was impossible to outpace others in advancement. Thus, he had to seek alternative routes. Amidst his swirling thoughts, his gaze fell upon 3 fragments of ancient runes. Each bore a different degree of incompleteness, 20, 30, and 40, all possessing the potential to enhance mental strength and magical power, as well as improve meditation efficiency. Roman picked up the rune with a 20 deficiency and commanded, "Chip, simulate the incomplete portions of the rune." "How long will it take?" Ding. Based on current data, approximately 36 years. In contrast to modern runes, ancient runes are characterized by their uniform 3-dimensional structure, with intricately woven lines and layers upon layers of complexity, even featuring 4-dimensional projections within 3-dimensional space. The data provided by Zimbardo proved utterly insufficient. Realizing this, Roman muttered to himself, "I must engage with the local wizarding community." He exited the meditation chamber and inquired of Josen, "Where is Baron Hawk?" Josen replied respectfully, "The Baron is at the Lord's estate, receiving the royal court invoice." Curious, Roman asked, "What brings the royal court invoice here?" He stretched, reclining into a chair, and immediately Lady Ruth approached to massage him. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "How are their discussions progressing?" Josen scoffed, "I have heard the atmosphere is quite tense. The royal court demands that the Emerald Dominion withdraw its troops and dissolve the engagement, which the Baron, of course, refuses." Then, he abruptly halted, leaving Roman intrigued. "And then what happened?" Josen resumed, "Then the royal court requested to meet the master. Only upon meeting you will they consider the Baron's requests." Recalling the earlier announcement of his seclusion, Roman couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you really think the Baron would allow them to meet me?" Josen sneered, "That remains uncertain. These nobles are often swayed by self-interest. They might buckle under pressure and betray you." "Only we," Roman declared, grasping Lady Ruth's hand and shifting her massage position. "Will remain absolutely loyal to you." In that moment, as if validating Josen's words, a commotion erupted outside the estate. Shortly thereafter, a maid announced, "Master, Baron Hawk and the royal court envoy request an audience." Josen fumed. "Send him away." Did the master not instruct that he would not meet outsiders? He then knelt, respectfully stating, "Master, I shall drive them off for you." Roman waved his hand, dismissing the maid and Lady Ruth, and smiled, "No need. I shall meet with them." In Roman's calculations, given the chip and his high aptitude, advancing to level 3 should have been effortless. However, reality proved otherwise. To hasten his progression, he must decipher the ancient runes and, thus, could not isolate himself from external engagement. Soon, Roman found himself face to face with the royal envoy, who was clad in a sharply tailored tailcoat, resembling a butler. Based on the magical energy radiating from him, he was a level 3 wizard apprentice. This indicated that the royal court's visit was indeed aimed at Roman. Roman's gaze shifted to the Baron, who trembled, his head drawn in like a quail. Too fearful to meet Roman's eyes, he had defied the wizard's orders, unable to withstand the pressure, and disturbed the wizard's peace. Seeing this, the envoy spoke in a measured tone. "There is no need for you to regard Baron Hawk with such disdain in the presence of wizards. The will of mortals is of little consequence." Roman raised his hand, dismissing Baron Hawk with a cold remark. "Then what brings you here today? To avenge the royal court advisor I dispatched?" The envoy waved his hand, chuckling, "There is no need for such probing. We both know that if I were here for vengeance, I would not be seated in your presence." Upon hearing this, Roman stood and poured a glass of wine for the envoy, raising his glass. "Then let us toast to a cordial reunion, leaving past grievances behind." The envoy did not raise his glass, but instead laughed heartily. "You are quite amusing, Roman the wizard. I am Victor. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. However, I did not finish my previous statement. You have caused the royal court to lose a wizard. They will not seek revenge, provided that their losses are compensated." Roman chuckled dismissively. "I will not entertain any threats, especially under equal circumstances." "Victor the wizard, what do you intend? What can you do?" Victor took a sip of his wine and replied, "The tone of your speech resembles that of the bloodthirsty nobles of the Blood Court. If I report this information, what do you think will happen? Currently, during the Academy War, those seeking refuge are all promising seeds of talent. If the beacon of life were to learn of you, the reaction would be unpredictable." Roman lowered his head in silence, and Victor pressed on, "If you are willing to join the royal court, we will keep your information confidential. Otherwise, please leave. Should you insist on using force, your movements will be immediately exposed." At this, Roman replied calmly, "But the freedom and dignity of a wizard does not permit me to bow before mortals." Victor made a reassuring gesture. "There is no bowing, no coercive tasks. No one will force you to do anything. You may leave at any time." Roman inquired with curiosity, "Then what would I need to do?" Victor took another sip of wine. "Simply swear an oath to the Eye of Judgment, to never harm our Empress, Her Majesty, Queen Pars." Roman pondered for a moment and then resolutely stated, "If what you say is true, I agree to join the royal court." The atmosphere instantly lightened, and both parties became candid friends, exchanging insights regarding their respective practices. Through their conversation, Roman learned that due to an accident decades prior, Victor's meditation space had been compromised, forcing him to abandon his path to cultivation. He had resolved to live in seclusion, becoming the royal family's chief advisor to spend his remaining days. Although Victor's cultivation had stagnated, decades of experience still left Roman in awe, while Roman's extensive knowledge, enhanced by the chip's analysis, continually amazed Victor. As they prepared to part, both felt a sense of reluctance. Victor kindly remarked, "Prepare yourself. The royal court has arranged a manor for you. In a few days, a carriage will come to collect you." As Roman watched Victor's retreating figure, his gaze turned contemplative, silently vowing, "I hope the royal court does not disappoint me." Chapter 63. The Queen's visit. The sound of wheels echoed as the emerald ridge diminished behind them. Roman lifted the curtain of the carriage, while Josen and 4 other slave knights guarded their surroundings, with hundreds of knights escorting them from a distance. In the presence of a wizard, these knights were insignificant. Roman could effortlessly eliminate them. Their purpose was merely to showcase the royal court's attitude, indulging the wizard's vanity with ostentation. However, these mortal lords were oblivious to the fact that a wizard's vanity does not rely on display, but rather on the ability to single-handedly defeat thousands. At that moment, Josen approached to report, "Master, the maidens of the original estate and Madame Ruth are kneeling ahead, pleading for you to take them with you." Roman scoffed coldly. Having been favored by the wizard, they could at least marry a knight baron. What more could they desire? Such greedy creatures, after a few favors, they start to overstep. Dismiss them. Joseon immediately complied. In a world of martial prowess, regardless of gender, those of low combat ability would become mere breeding machines and lowly laborers. Who they ended up with mattered little. The young and handsome Roman was naturally the prime choice. However, Roman's relationship with them was nothing more than a fleeting encounter. Akin to the technicians and customers in a brothel, what sort of feelings could they possibly share? There was neither love nor loyalty, only calculations of benefit. To take them into his harem? They were unworthy. Before long, Joseon returned to report, "Master, what should we do with the inspectors recruited from the bandits?" Upon hearing this, Roman replied indifferently, "Execute them all. They have taken advantage of our power to commit numerous misdeeds. It is time for them to face retribution." Once the cleanup was complete and the Emerald Ridge vanished from sight, Roman opened the royal court's information he had purchased on the black market. His attention drawn to the royal queen. In essence, peak knights remained great knights. Their life essence and battle aura had not changed. The only distinction was their ability to harness the external forces of wizards. For instance, Queen Pals possessed ancestral magical items, allowing her to easily defeat any great knight in combat. Similarly, Roman, who fought using runestones, also belonged to the peak knight category, albeit his runestones were exceptionally powerful, yielding effects comparable to a third-level apprentice. As his thoughts wandered, the carriage entered the Bone Fragment Oasis, which was nearly 10 times larger than the Emerald Ridge. Akin to a city on Blue Star. On the lush green grasslands, vast rice fields formed a picturesque scene reminiscent of the misty waterways of Jiangnan. Farmers harnessed the corpses, connecting fishing rods to plows, dangling meat before the corpses to entice them to till the soil. This was far more efficient than using oxen. The corpses continuously produced more of their kind, with a dozen corpses plowing together, ensuring agricultural productivity was not lacking in power, resulting in an exceptionally high grain yield. Records indicated that the Bone Fragment Oasis was the sole grain-producing area in the entire royal court. Feudal lords could only trade their local specialties at the royal court to obtain food. For this reason, it also housed the royal court's only trading market. At that moment, the scenery outside shifted as the carriage traversed a wide stone path, flanked by vast, level grasslands, with a forest faintly visible in the distance. A knight commander approached and said, "Wizard, this land, including the distant forest, is all your estate." In the barren desert, a forest was a rare treasure. Queen Pals had directly granted one, demonstrating her sincerity in courting favor. Roman nodded, responding amicably, "Queen Pals is thoughtful. Please convey my gratitude to her when you have the chance." The carriage halted before a grand mansion. Similar to the Emerald Ridge, a throng of maids lined up, bowing gracefully upon seeing Roman, murmuring softly. The royal court boasted approximately 215 wizards, most like Victor, who had chosen to retire in ease. After the outbreak of the Academy War, a few more fled second and first-level apprentices had joined their ranks. Among them, there were no formal wizards. Those wishing to retire could join wizard families, avoiding the backward mortal world. Upon reading this, Roman pondered. Although the retired wizards had third-level apprentices, their comfortable lives dulled their fighting spirit, leading to diminished combat abilities. As for the fleeing first and second-level apprentices, they were even less formidable. Yet I have slain genuine third-level apprentices. With an abundance of runestones, my combat prowess should be among the finest here. As his thoughts whirled, Butler Joseon returned to report, "Master, Queen Pals requests an audience. Her carriage awaits just outside the estate." Roman set down the information, contemplated briefly, and then said, "Let her in." He adjusted his attire and stepped onto the steps to await her arrival, this reception far surpassing that of the Emerald Ridge. It was not merely due to the queen's status, but rather a mark of respect for peak knights. The chip calculated that a great knight utilizing magical items could wield combat power rivaling a third-level apprentice, hence Roman adopted a cautious demeanor. The carriage stopped before the mansion. The door swung open, and a woman around 30 leaped out. Clad in a red hunting outfit with a single ponytail, her sharp features exuded a spirited aura. Though not conventionally beautiful, she was neither unattractive, hovering around a score of 60 to 70. Yet, steeped in power, her allure was significantly enhanced, effortlessly evoking primal desires for conquest with every gesture, a quality that placed her leagues ahead of Madame Ruth. However, to Roman, a wizard, the beauty derived from power held no sway. In his eyes, Queen Pals was merely passable, perhaps even inferior to Madame Ruth. From the steps, Roman looked down upon Pals, offering a friendly smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Lady Pals. I look forward to your guidance henceforth." With that, he extended his hand, and they exchanged a brief handshake. Pals narrowed her eyes and smiled. "No matter how arrogant the other wizards may be, they all refer to me as Your Majesty, yet you call me by my name." Roman replied with a faint smile. "Here, you are merely a peak knight, not a queen. In the eyes of wizards, there are no kings, only the most direct combat power. The queen's side, you wizards pay no heed to secular authority, if not for necessity. I would prefer to avoid contact with you." Roman nodded. "Indeed, the jesters and sycophants in the palace are far more entertaining than I am. Speak plainly, Pals." In response, the queen produced an invitation, saying, "There will be a banquet this evening, and I hope you can attend." Roman took it, clicking his tongue. Is there any significance to this? Wizards do not squander time in such frivolities. The queen's side, other wizards will also be present. They wish to meet you. Surely that is acceptable? Chapter 64. The transaction. In pursuit of engaging with the local circle of sorcerers, Roman resolved to attend the queen's banquet. Each visit to the black market required him to don a disguise, yet he was still recognized by the all-seeing eye, leading him to deem the black market unsafe. Thus, establishing connections with local sorcerers and engaging in trade became an imperative option. As evening descended upon the palace, all notable figures gathered. On the elevated platform, Pals introduced Roman to the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, today the bone-shattering court welcomes a new sorcerer, Roman. With his addition, our court shall undoubtedly grow stronger." The formalities extended for quite some time, during which Roman stood beside Pals, enduring the scrutiny of the crowd. The lengthy introduction primarily served to ensure that these individuals would remember Roman, steering clear of him in future encounters to prevent any undue underestimation or deception towards him. While Roman might gain prestige, it would ultimately tarnish Pals' reputation and the court's dignity. Once the introductions concluded, the banquet transitioned into a period of free mingling. Under the intense gazes of the assembly, Pals led Roman towards a secluded alcove. Despite the bustling activity in the banquet hall, an unspoken barrier seemed to deter attendees from approaching the alcove, as if an invisible force repelled them. The alcove was spacious, encircled by a ring of seating where a handful of sorcerers occupied their places, forming several small clusters. One cluster comprised young individuals, likely refugees from the academy, while another group appeared more seasoned, seemingly enjoying a leisurely existence. Among them was Victor, leading a diverse assembly of varying ages, presumably closely allied with the queen, perhaps even swearing direct allegiance. Upon Roman's arrival, the sorcerers approached him with friendly greetings and introductions. Roman, drawing upon his extensive knowledge, quickly engaged in lively conversation with them. Observing this, Pals discreetly withdrew to attend to the nobility outside the alcove, acknowledging that her paths diverged from those of the sorcerers. At that moment, an academy sorcerer introduced himself. "Greetings, Sorcerer Roman. I am Campbell, a level 2 apprentice of the Life Beacon." Roman's youthful demeanor and thought process aligned closely with that of the academy sorcerers, leading to his swift acceptance into their ranks. Once introductions were made, the other sorcerers retreated to the side, forming clusters to drink and converse merrily, some even whisking maidens away to secluded corners for more intimate encounters. As the atmosphere settled into a comfortable rhythm, Roman believed the banquet would conclude peacefully, only to be interrupted by a sudden query. "Roman, how is Mentor Zimbardo? Any news?" A recognition emerged from the crowd, identifying him as a sorcerer from the opera house, causing Roman to feel a surge of panic, his complexion paling. This was indeed the domain of the white sorcerers, inherently adversarial to the black sorcerers, and now that they had identified him, what fate awaited him? Yet, the voice belonged to a friendly figure who gestured for Roman to remain calm, and the assembly of white sorcerers exhibited no hostility, no need for alarm. "I too am from the opera house. In truth, we differentiate not between black and white, but rather between refugees escaping war." The voice continued, "Greetings, I am Raj, specializing in mutations at the opera house." Upon hearing this, Roman mentally commanded, "Chip, cross-reference the facial recognition database with Academy records to verify this individual." Ding. Task initiated. Comparison underway. Ding. Comparison complete. This individual had indeed appeared in the Academy's trading district. The misunderstanding dissipated, and the atmosphere relaxed. Roman sighed in relief, stating, "I was doing perfectly well in the Emerald territory when Victor approached me, threatening to expose my identity should I refuse to come to the court. It turns out there was nothing to worry about." With that, he cast an annoyed glance at Victor, who cheerfully raised his glass in a distant toast, clearly pleased with himself. Campbell interjected, "We were all lured here under similar pretenses. At the time, we had no idea that if the rival academy truly exerted pressure on us, we would scarcely survive." Roman understood the implication. In mundane territories, deploying even a single formal sorcerer would render them invincible, effortlessly locating and eliminating any fugitive sorcerers. However, the absence of such actions from both academies indicated that the war had not yet spilled over into the realm of mortals, maintaining a semblance of order. Aside from Roman and the laid-back sorcerers, for any sorcerer wishing to progress, the demand for magical stones was insatiable. Each possessed their own collections, while Roman, as a newcomer, had yet to amass any. If he could pique their interest, selling a portion of his stock could alleviate his financial burdens. "My interests depend on your wares. Just ask Raj, my mentor teaches runes. Thus, I am not short on magical stones. If the items are suitable, I shall purchase them." This declaration undoubtedly invigorated the apprentices, who eagerly presented their lists to Roman. He accepted the papers and commanded, "Chip, scan the records. Filter for suitable items." Ding. Task initiated, scanning in progress. From the 3 incomplete ancient runes, Roman first targeted the one with the fewest deficiencies, named Watcher of the Earth Spirit, which possessed the ability to enhance mental strength. When employed, an Earth Spirit would manifest beside the user, silently observing as if standing guard. In modern times, one merely required mental strength and magical stones to craft rune stones. However, the ancient runes demanded more intricate preparations, often necessitating the addition of rare materials. Many of these materials had long since become extinct, compelling rune masters to experiment tirelessly to identify suitable substitutes. Ultimately, the chances of discovering a viable alternative remained exceedingly slim, resulting in a scarcity of decipherable ancient runes. Among the 3 runes, the materials for Watcher of the Earth Spirit were the least demanding, requiring merely 3 components: the gastric fluid of the flower petal beast, the essence of life, and the soil of the earth vines. The latter 2 were readily accessible. The devourer beasts roamed freely, and the essence of life was abundant. The earth vines thrived in areas rich in mana, and with sufficient magical stones, sorcerers would eagerly undertake the task. However, the gastric fluid of the flower petal beast posed a challenge. This creature possessed king-level strength and had been eradicated by ancient sorcerers, rendering it utterly extinct, along with its gastric fluid. At that moment, the chip chimed with an alert. Ding. Filtering complete. Recommended trades are as follows. A list materialized before Roman. Rather than making an immediate decision, he inquired, "I wish to learn more about the ancient devourer beasts. Do you possess any relevant materials?" As soon as he finished speaking, the apprentices surged forward like eager salespeople, clamoring, "I have class notes. I have fossil specimens. I have relevant books." Seeing this, Roman was not one to hesitate, promptly producing magical stones to purchase their offerings, capturing the attention of the surrounding sorcerers. His generosity even intrigued the laid-back sorcerers. Though they preferred to take things easy, no sorcerer would decline magical stones, and many began to delve deep into their reserves, hoping to exchange a bit of their wealth for Roman stones. In that moment, Roman savored the delight of a capitalist. Chapter 65, Assassination. As the banquet concluded, the atmosphere was filled with merriment. Roman successfully negotiated numerous transactions, demonstrating his financial prowess while acquiring several valuable items. Among these treasures were the ancient Mana Biological Compendium and the special research report on biological digestive systems, along with a remarkable amber fossil encasing an ancient devourer beast. Although it was not a flower petal beast, the fossil provided insights into the commonalities of ancient organisms' digestive systems when combined with the ecological context of that era. In the carriage departing from the venue, Roman felt elated, contemplating whether to summon a maid for the night, not for mere pleasure, but to reassure Queen Pals of his safety. It is well known that for the continuation of their lineage, beings only engage in procreation when the environment is secure enough. Much like the Emerald Rich, the majority of these maids were likely loyal to Pals. By leaving a trace of his DNA with one of them, he subtly indicated his faith in the safety of the royal court. Having reaped substantial rewards that day, Roman felt compelled to reciprocate. Just as Roman was torn between selecting a card or a sheep card, a notification from his chip interrupted his thoughts. Alert. Anomalous sounds detected. Cross-referencing database. Dragon-slaying crossbow fired. Damn it. Roman cursed, activating his rune stone. In an instant, dozens of steel crossbow bolts pierced the carriage, each 2 meters long and as thick as a forearm, transforming the vehicle into a porcupine. The 5 slave knights reacted immediately. Jorson, Philly, and Jack dashed toward the direction from which the bolts had been launched, while Lewis and Charlie remained behind to extract the bolts and tend to their master. They knew Roman was still alive. If their master perished, they would follow him to the grave. As they unleashed their battle aura and dismantled the carriage, they found Roman seated calmly inside, eyes closed, resembling a meditating monk, enveloped in a luminous membrane that repelled the penetrating bolts. At that moment, the carriage had just arrived at the estate's entrance, where the maids were lined up to greet him. Upon witnessing the attack, they rushed forward in alarm to offer assistance. This reaction, however, implicitly cast suspicion upon the maids as potential assassins, revealing a palpable distrust. "My lord," one of the knights reported. The assailant struck and vanished without a trace. However, we can ascertain that there was only one attacker, a formidable knight. "Why?" Roman inquired. Roman shook his head, stating, "This merely confirms the attacker possesses the strength of a great knight. It could also be a sorcerer. For instance, I am both a great knight and a sorcerer." Upon hearing this, Jorson expressed his confusion. But if it were indeed a sorcerer, wouldn't he using sorcery be far more convenient? Setting up a dragon-slaying crossbow would require days of preparation, while sorcery could be executed without any prior setup. This remark prompted Roman to ponder deeply, a multitude of possibilities flooding his mind. However, after a moment's reflection, he shook his head, dispelling those thoughts. "There is no purpose in dwelling on this now. Jorson, inform others that I have sustained minor injuries and that my life is not in danger. I simply require rest. You will handle the negotiations for those transactions, and I will ultimately make the final decisions." "Understood. I will ensure the task is completed," Jorson responded vocally. At this juncture, Roman added, "That was the official statement. Privately, you should imply that my meditation space has been compromised, posing a risk of collapse to my cultivation, creating a dual narrative." Roman sought to establish a convincing faade. Being attacked on his first day would undoubtedly set off alarm bells and incite various speculations, stirring the currents of intrigue within the royal court. By feigning damage to his meditation space, he aimed to glean insights from the reactions of those around him to identify the assassin. Queen Pals was the first to react. She hurried to Roman's residence that very night, addressing the doorkeeper, "Jorson, please inform your master that I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Upon hearing this, Pals waved her hand, and Victor, accompanied by several sorcerers radiating an aura of magical pressure, appeared. The queen then coldly remarked, "What if I were to force my way in? Is Roman's compromised meditation space a declaration of war against the royal court?" At the entrance, the 5 slave knights stood resolute, their swords drawn, prepared for battle. Jorson calmly responded, "My master has declared that he will not receive any visitors. If there is a message, I shall convey it on his behalf." Both parties remained intractable, tension escalating to the brink of conflict. Yet, at that moment, Queen Pal smiled down, gesturing for the sorcerers to withdraw, and stated, "Then relay to Roman that the position of prince is reserved for him, with a 10-day limit for his response. Otherwise, the wolves shall pounce upon the wounded lion." With that, she turned and departed, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Prince? Who was unaware that Pals boasts numerous princes? The notion of sorcerers serving as concubines for mortals is an immense disgrace. Shortly thereafter, Jorson reported back to Roman, inquiring, "Was this assassination orchestrated by the queen?" Roman shook his head, replying, "Did you not observe the throng of sorcerers behind her? What need would she have for a dragon-slaying crossbow to eliminate me? Furthermore, if it were indeed her doing, what would be her motive? To acquire a sorcerer prince? Or is the intent genuinely to eliminate me?" Regardless of the answer, there are still inconsistencies. Although she remains a suspect, the likelihood is minimal. Let us bide our time and allow events to unfold. In the ensuing days, the royal court remained eerily tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, several sorcerers sought transactions, which were successfully executed under Roman's covert guidance. At that moment, Roman perused a tome of sorcery notes, which detailed a sorcerer's insights into their craft, presenting unique thought processes that captivated him. What thrilled Roman the most was the mention of a second-tier transformation spell that could allow the caster to assume another's identity, including replicating their physique and voice with uncanny accuracy. A few days prior, based on the information received, Roman had gained a preliminary understanding of ancient organisms. But the knowledge was limited. These low-level apprentices could not delve too deeply. To pursue more profound knowledge, he would need to venture into the black market. Yet the lack of a disguise left him in a quandary. unable to publicly announce a desire to procure one. However, fortune smiled upon him when he unexpectedly discovered this transformation spell within the sorcery notes. He immediately commanded, "Jorson, go to the prison and procure several death row inmates for me, ensuring their appearances differ greatly from mine, preferably those who are fatter and less attractive." It is not uncommon for sorcerers to experiment on death row inmates, and Jorson returned within a morning. To secure an intact skin, Roman suffocated the inmate and then silently recited the incantation. Stripping away the deceptive faade, we confront the bloody truth. In our quest to possess the truth, we once again don a guise. Accompanied by the convoluted incantation, a crimson orb materialized, enveloping a corpse. Moments later, the red light receded, revealing the flesh of the corpse stripped away, leaving only gory muscle behind. At this juncture, Roman shed his garments, allowing the red light to adhere to him. After a brief interval, the crimson glow dissipated, transforming Roman into a corpulent, bald thug, utterly unrecognizable from his former self. This disguise would last for 3 days. Beyond that, it would begin to decay and revert to its original form. In that moment, Roman adopted a menacing tone and commanded Jorson, "I will be away for 2 to 3 days. During my absence, proclaim that I am in seclusion. Understood?" Chapter 66. The Black Market for Potions Deep into the Night. Roman stealthily departed from his estate, making his way to the black market. This time, he opted not for the familiar Emerald Ridge, but instead ventured further to the Crescent Mountains, where a new black market awaited. After a day and night of arduous travel, Roman arrived at a small town at the foot of the Crescent Mountains. Thanks to his menacing appearance, he encountered no obstacles along the way. Even the guards at the town's entrance trembled as they allowed him passage. In that moment, Roman considered his fearsome visage a blessing, as it deterred potential adversaries. Yet, he quickly dismissed that thought, contemplating that with sufficient strength, there was no need for such superficial defenses. After a brief respite, he departed from the town, heading towards the mountains. Consulting his map and conducting a thorough search, he eventually located the entrance. Suddenly, a roar echoed, and several mutated beasts lunged at him. Instantly, Roman summoned his battle aura, wielding his massive sword with precision, swiftly dispatching the creatures. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were a rare species known as the chloraith lizard. Their venom glands, when processed, could be exchanged for half a magic stone at apothecaries, though few alchemists possess the skill to do so. The black market for potions indeed lives up to its reputation, Roman murmured to himself. His choice of location, aside from the need for secrecy, was influenced by the Crescent Mountains' specialization in potions and materials, making it a convenient place for exploration. The entrances to the potion black market were predominantly located in areas where medicinal herbs thrived, allowing wizards to gather materials and conveniently sell them nearby. Essentially, the potion black market served as a hub for herbs and potions, and it was likely to hold detailed information on the flowering beast. With a stroke of luck, he might even find alternative materials directly. Filled with anticipation, Roman whispered an incantation, causing his form to vanish from sight. Meanwhile, hidden in the grass from a distance, a pair of eyes brimming with murderous intent fixated on the vanishing Roman. The owner of those eyes gritted their teeth in excitement, exclaiming, "I found you, little creature. Last time you evaded me, but you shan't be so fortunate this time." Unbeknownst to Roman, he was captivated by the dazzling array of apothecary shops. Much like runes, alchemists were exceedingly rare, with a high failure rate in potion making, rendering the trade profitable. Compared to the Emerald Ridge black market, the potion black market was more expansive and bustling with activity, which meant it was considerably harder for the all-seeing eye to pinpoint his identity, thus enhancing his safety. Draped in a Bedouin robe that concealed him completely, Roman observed that many wizards around him donned similar attire, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a masquerade ball. Along the way, these wizards set up stalls and tents, peddling their potions and materials amidst a cacophony of haggling voices. When it came to magic stones and resources, the wizards shed their usual elegance, transforming into the fervent merchants of a bustling market. Rather than inquiring immediately, Roman took a leisurely stroll, mentally instructing his chip, record the trademarks of each booth, comparing them against previous black market data to identify high repetition rates. Ding. Task established. Scanning initiated. Comparing with the database. Results as follows. With only 2 hours to explore the black market, Roman was under pressure to locate information on the flowering beast. Chain merchants typically had extensive connections and numerous channels, significantly enhancing search efficiency while ensuring product quality. Each trademark represented a unique wizardly emblem, the energy signatures of which were impossible to forge. By comparing the trademarks, Roman quickly found his answers. Shortly thereafter, in one apothecary shop, Roman approached a clerk and stated, "I am researching the ancient flowering beast and wish to purchase related study materials." As a king-level creature, the flowering beast possessed notable medicinal value, and thus, extensive research existed. However, they had become extinct, making such studies difficult and costly. The relevant materials are not inexpensive. Are you sure you wish to proceed? With hundreds of runestone fragments at his disposal, Roman was not short on magic stones. He calmly nodded. "Yes, please state your price. I will buy it." Once the transaction was complete, Roman received a crystal ball, and the chip promptly chimed. Ding. Data interface detected. Initiate transfer? Yes. After acquiring the knowledge, Roman hurried to the next shop, soon obtaining another set of data, which was recorded into the chip's database. He continued this process across several establishments until he finally commanded, "Chip, compare and consolidate the information. Input into memory." Ding. Task established. Beginning integration. Before long, a wealth of information flooded into Roman's mind. The flowering beast had 2 hands, a gaping maw, and a lower body resembling a budding flower. During feeding, its lower half would split open like petals, allowing its inner feeding organs to devour prey, draining their life essence and expelling waste while generating a gas known as bromine mist. Bromine mist? Upon encountering this term, Roman's interest peaked. The data did not mention the creature's gastric juices, but the bromine mist reminded him of the foul odors produced during digestion. The food of the devourer was solely life essence, implying that a chemical reaction occurred between the flowering beast's gastric juices and life essence, resulting in the bromine mist. Bromine mist could form a protective barrier, shielding against attacks, and in modern times, it was widely utilized in magical shielding items. Thus, an idea blossomed in Roman's mind. Could he replicate the gastric juices through chemical reduction reactions? As he delved deeper into his thoughts, Roman grew increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this idea, for it was recorded that in ancient times, artificial bromine mist had been created, a technique that had been passed down through the ages. The records indicated that there was no difference between artificial bromine mist and that produced by the flowering beast, save for the method of production. If he could study the relationship between bromine mist and life essence, might he not be able to create the gastric juices of the flowering beast? With this realization, Roman sighed. It seems I must delve into potion studies after all. In the realm of potions, Roman was a novice with zero knowledge, but equipped with his chip, he could instantly transform from a novice into a master. With only half an hour remaining, Roman embarked on another round of extensive purchases, this time focusing on foundational knowledge of potion making and a complete set of high-end laboratory equipment. After all, he had no shortage of magic stones. He intended to procure the finest, most comprehensive, and advanced tools available. Just then, calamity struck. A searing ray of lava shot towards Roman with such velocity that the chip failed to issue a warning in time. In a split second, Roman instinctively raised his box to absorb the impact of the lightspeed attack. Among spells of the same tier, the lava ray possessed exceptional penetrating power, and even a large box would struggle to withstand it. However, Roman's box was no ordinary container. In an instant, a layer of light film materialized on the surface of the box, effectively deflecting the lava ray. It was, after all, inscribed with a defensive enchantment. The enchantment, crafted by a formal wizard, held the potency of an official sorcerer, rendering the Tier 3 apprentice's lava ray ineffective against the barrier. What a valuable investment this magic stone is. Roman thought fervently, immediately springing into action. He produced a runestone, conjuring a fireball that erupted and engulfed the direction from whence the ray had come, creating a sea of flames. Chapter 67. The study of rhythm. With the assistance of his elder brother, he successfully ascended to the rank of a Grand Knight, leveraging the formidable influence of his wizard sibling to navigate the royal court with ease. However, this period of fortune was fleeting, as he soon received the devastating news of his brother's demise, a blow that struck him like a thunderclap. The royal court was populated with numerous Grand Knights, and he was merely one among them, yet he had enjoyed privileges far exceeding his actual prowess due to his brother's status. Following the wizard's death, the other Grand Knights swiftly transformed into ravenous wolves, voraciously devouring the benefits he had previously enjoyed, even preparing to strip him of his Grand Knight status. In a realm where power and privilege were intertwined, his combat capabilities were at the bottom tier among the Grand Knights. as he had attained his rank through sorcery rather than through the crucible of battle, leaving his foundation precarious. To borrow a phrase from the Blue Star, his inner strength was superficial. Any Grand Knight could easily overpower him. Consequently, public opinion within the court deemed him unworthy of the title and its accompanying privileges. The stark contrast between his former status and his present condition fostered a deep sense of imbalance within him, igniting an intense hatred towards the wizard responsible for his brother's death, compounded by a profound fear. He pondered whether Roman would discover the truth of his relationship with his brother and eliminate him as well. Desperate to flee, he found himself surrounded by an endless desert, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Roman. By slaying Roman, not only would he dissolve the looming threat, but he could also prove himself as a peak knight, restoring his previous status and potentially climbing even higher. In a court that revered strength, no one would dare to challenge him. Rather, they would fear his power and seek his favor. Hence, he devised an ambush using a dragon-hunting crossbow, which yielded exhilarating results. Roman's meditation space was compromised, much like his brother's had been. At that moment, he perceived the wizard as less formidable than he had imagined, prompting him to intensify his efforts and orchestrate a second assault. He sold his brother's spellbook to Roman in exchange for magic stones to acquire runestones, upgrading his instruments of attack. From his brother's teachings, he learned that the lava ray was an exceptional tool for assassination, impervious to a third-tier apprentice. He decisively opted for the lava ray runestone. He then lay in wait, biding his time until an opportunity presented itself. Soon, a friend from prison informed him that Roman was conducting experiments on death row inmates, leading him to recall the human skin suit mentioned in the spellbook and surmise that Roman intended to disguise himself for escape. To heal his injuries, Roman would need to access the mystical realm, something the mortal court could not provide. Only the black market could supply the necessary resources for recovery. Thus, he deduced that Roman would venture to the black market. Although his reasoning process was flawed, the conclusion struck true. Upon discerning Roman's intentions, Deeker arranged for surveillance along the route, drawing on his extensive knowledge of the royal court's black market acquired from his brother, effortlessly predicting Roman's destination. He meticulously set up layers of ambush, ready to launch his first decisive strike with the runestone. After firing the lava ray, he did not linger to witness the result, but activated his battle aura and retreated to safety, evading the ensuing fireball explosion. At that moment, Deeker unleashed a counterattack, striking the stone wall. Having tampered with it, the wall collapsed, burying Roman beneath the rubble. Watching Roman become entombed, Deeker erupted with laughter. "I did it. I did it. I have slain a wizard with the body of a mere mortal." Ha ha. Yet, in the next instant, his laughter abruptly ceased as Roman appeared behind him, delivering a punch that rendered him unconscious, severing his meridians and nullifying his battle aura. With a sigh, Roman discarded the remnants of the runestone in his hand and remarked coolly, "I sacrificed a substitute runestone only to uncover a mere mortal as the assassin. You should consider yourself fortunate. To compensate for my loss, you shall serve as my experimental subject." I was struggling to procure materials from the death row inmates here. With that, he hoisted Deeker and headed towards the small town at the foot of the mountain. Once an assassination occurs, a second is inevitable. Throughout the journey, Roman remained vigilant, activating the substitute runestone at all times. The substitute runestone could create a tangible decoy, allowing the original to transform into a transparent shadow, existing a few meters away from the decoy. Only when the decoy was destroyed would the original manifest. With this tactic, Roman successfully lured Deeker out of hiding. In a temporary rented room in Crescent Moon Town, Roman bound Deeker securely, surrounded by experimental apparatus. He produced a spherical device resembling a beast core, connected to a tube, the other end of which held a needle. He grinned. "This is a life essence extractor, designed to mimic the devouring beast. I intend to use it to siphon your life essence." Extracting life essence could be fatal. Deeker's eyes widened in terror, shaking his head frantically, muffled cries escaping as he struggled against the gag. Roman reassured him, "Fear not, I won't drain you all at once, so you need not worry about dying immediately." Hearing this, Deeker calmed slightly, but his eyes widened in horror the very next moment. A piercing scream echoed as Deeker's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his body writhing in a futile struggle. "Oh, I forgot to mention. The agony of soul separation surpasses that of bodily separation by tenfold." Roman smirked wickedly, adding, "Based on the life essence content of a Grand Knight, I estimate I can extract it at least 100 times, so savor every moment before your demise." With that, Roman turned to busily attend to his work at the experimental table, leaving Deeker in a state of despair. Life essence comprises both soul and vitality. Coursing through the human body, extracting a portion is akin to amputation, yet the pain is 1,000 times more excruciating. To describe it, it would be akin to plunging a leg into a meat grinder, the agony far exceeding human endurance. Being shattered 100 times before death would be the most horrific form of execution for Deeker, yet all he could do was struggle in vain. Meanwhile, at the experimental table, Roman inserted the probe of the extractor into a sealed test tube, manipulating the device to inject the essence into the vial. Subsequently, a complex incantation rang out as Roman employed the art of motion detection to analyze the components of the life essence. This was a fundamental spell for alchemists. According to acquired knowledge, rhythm is the external manifestation of chemical elements in this world. By detecting rhythm, one could ascertain the composition of substances and study related reactions. However, Roman perceived that this understanding was still far from true chemistry, as rhythm research remained at a macroscopic level, distant from formulating chemical equations or identifying ionic and covalent bonds. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Roman's basic comprehension. Drawing from the sorcery feedback, he inscribed various symbols on a piece of paper. In a chemical analogy, he identified elemental constituents, noting that the substance contained hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, and various other elements. After completing his records, Roman opened another box, revealing hundreds of test tubes filled with a green gas. These were the products of the reaction between bromine mist, the gastric fluid of the flower calyx beast, and life essence. Roman employed his previous techniques, confirming the rhythm of the bromine mist, and commanded, "Chip, compare the rhythms of the bromine mist and life essence." Filtering out the absent components, then cross-reference with the database to identify similar materials. Chapter 68, Guardian of the Earth Spirit according to the rhythms. The wizards developed extraordinary chemical elements on the supernatural side, yet further extraordinary chemical formulas and reaction equations have not emerged. The microscopic realm of science can be observed through microscopes, and with the aid of chips and mental power, yet the supernatural cannot be examined in such a manner. It can only be perceived through observational sorcery, which has long been obliterated alongside the ancient wizards, lost to the annals of time. Despite millennia of excavations, no corresponding sorcery templates have been unearthed, hindering the advancement of microscopic research. The most direct consequence is the inability to obtain reaction equations, rendering pharmacology an enigmatic discipline. However, progress has not been entirely absent. Through relentless excavations, numerous chemical formulas of extraordinary substances have been uncovered. Although the origins of these elements from the rhythms remain a mystery, they now articulate many common extraordinary substances. Ding. Comparison complete. The newly identified extraordinary rhythms of bromine mist are as follows. The newly discovered extraordinary elements do not belong to the life essence, but certainly relate to another reactant, the gastric fluid of the flower calyx beast. While this may not be exhaustive, it encompasses the vast majority of elements. Subsequently, Roman retrieved a substantial tome titled Compendium of Extraordinary Substances, which documented the chemical formulas of extraordinary materials obtained through years of archaeology. He flipped through its pages and commanded, "Chip, scan the records, compare the missing elements, and list the possible substances." Ding. Task initiated. Scanning in progress. During this interlude, Roman turned to Deeker, only to find him devoid of breath. Having endured countless inhuman tortures without a single mark upon his body, perishing from sheer agony. At that moment, a notification from the chip sounded. Ding. Comparison complete. Results are as follows. The chip enumerated 5,000 compounds, each lacking several missing elements. Roman issued a further command. Chip, compare the components of other devouring beasts' gastric fluids, filtering for the substances with the highest similarity. Ding. Filtering complete. Results are as follows. In an instant, the original 5,000 compounds narrowed down to 300. Roman nodded in satisfaction, pausing the experiment to address Deeker's remains. At the experiment station, he produced a magic stone and inserted it into a groove, activating the binding sorcery array. Thereafter, he opened a box containing rows of test tubes, each radiating the ethereal glow of life essence. He extracted a test tube and poured the life essence onto the sorcery array. Within the binding array, the life essence did not dissipate, but instead manifested as a mist, evaporating above the array. At this juncture, Roman intoned an incantation, and the misty life essence gradually compressed, liquefying into a small droplet that perched upon the glass vessel. He then added a small spoonful of earth from the creeping vine, the soil flecks a vivid red. As it approached the life essence, they seemed to possess a gravitational pull, drawing closer to one another. Upon contact, the red soil flecks absorbed the essence's ghostly blue hue. And during the detection of rhythms, the original two rhythms vanished, giving rise to an entirely new and unfamiliar rhythm. The emergence of a novel rhythm signified the birth of a new substance, and a chemical reaction had occurred. Roman designated this new material as essence red earth. Thus far, everything aligned with the ancient runic records, leading to the most crucial step. Roman divided the new substance into several portions and retrieved the 300 extraordinary compounds he had procured, adding them separately to the essence red earth. Then detecting the rhythms while simultaneously commanding in his mind, Chip, analyze the rhythms. Should the similarity to the ancient records exceed 70, record immediately. Ding. Task initiated, detection commencing. This was a tedious process. Many reactions tended to persist for extended durations. Roman toiled from dawn until dusk, and finally, in the early hours of the following day, narrowed the range of compounds from 300 to 20. Their rhythms exhibited over 70% similarity to the records. Some in liquid form, others gaseous, suspended within the binding array. At this point, Roman began to eliminate further options. He retrieved 30 medium magic crystals, compared to magic stones. Medium crystals were larger, rounder, denser, and heavier. Each medium crystal contained the essence of 1,000 low-grade magic stones, storing more magical power. Thus, Roman was prepared to expend 30,000 magic stones in pursuit of a possibility. Burning away 99% of his assets, Roman bore no trace of anxiety upon his visage. He feared not the loss, for with the chip's assistance, he could manufacture runestones in abundance and rise once more. He extracted a medium magic crystal and placed it within the binding array of compounds, allowing the crystal to come into contact with the materials, enveloping it. He then slowly extended his hand, coming within 5 centimeters of the crystal, and commanded in his mind, Chip, scan the structure of the magic crystal, manipulate mental power, and begin sketching the runes. Threads of mental power extended, gradually enveloping the magic crystal and penetrating its interior, forming intricate patterns. Moments later, the rune was completed. Just as Roman focused intently on his observation, the runestone suddenly exploded with a resounding pop, disintegrating into dust, a failure in production. Under the chip's meticulous operation, the drawn runes were impeccably standard. The failure could only be attributed to the materials. Consequently, Roman shifted his attention to another compound, repeating the previous steps, yet again failing, followed by a third attempt. Thus, Roman endeavored a total of 16 times, each culminating in failure, and doubt began to creep into his mind. He was not concerned about the magic crystal, but feared he had misdirected his research from the outset. Perhaps the chemical properties of extraordinary materials bore no relation to rune sketching, but were governed by an entirely different mechanism. Yet, Roman shook his head and persisted in his hypothesis, for pharmacology had also thrived in ancient times, and the ancient runes bore a significant shadow of pharmacology, with rhythm serving as the foundation of the discipline. Therefore, he remained steadfast in his belief. The materials of ancient runes would inevitably involve rhythms. With this thought in mind, Roman rekindled his determination and resumed the creation of runes. Finally, with the 19th material, the rune shimmered, refraining from disintegrating into dust, instead radiating an eerie glow atop the experiment table. In an instant, Roman was overcome with elation, carefully removing the runestone, wiping away the residual liquid, and drawing a deep breath before proclaiming, Guardian of the Earth Spirit. In the next moment, the ground beneath him writhed, giving rise to a blurred silhouette draped in a cloak, emanating specks of light that coalesced into Roman's being. At that moment, he suddenly perceived an influx of countless specks of mental power within his meditative space, akin to swarms of fireflies on a summer night. Upon cursory examination, such a surge in mental power quantity would require at least a year of meditation to accumulate. In other words, in that fleeting instant, Roman's training advancement had surged forward by an entire year. The ancient runes were indeed formidable. At this juncture, he hastily maneuvered the mental light points, transforming dots into lines, and lines into planes, sketching intricate structures that interlinked and combined to form a grand design. When the light points were exhausted, the chip chimed in with a notification. Ding. Magical matrix sketching at 23. Roman exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him as he smiled. Advancement to level 3 apprentice secured. Chapter 69. The peril of the royal court in the dim light of early dawn. Roman was invigorated after a night spent deciphering ancient runes, and he eagerly made his way to the black market to procure materials for his impending ascension to a level 3 apprentice. However, fate had other plans. As unforeseen complications arose, to synthesize mana stones into mana crystals, he required the synthesis magic circle exclusive to the black market. This magical apparatus functioned much like a vending machine. Insert the mana stones, pay a hefty fee, and the crystals would be produced automatically. The fee was exorbitant, demanding a staggering 20 of the converted mana stones, while the energy loss of the magic circle itself was a mere 4. This meant that the black market profited a substantial 16 from each transaction. Although Roman was not short on mana stones, their acquisition was still costly, and losing 16 with every synthesis was a painful blow. Determined to avoid extortion by middlemen, he resolved to construct his own synthesis magic circle. Yet, when he began to inquire about purchasing the necessary diagrams, he was met with a warning from the black market. Engaging in the trade of prohibited items detected. One warning issued. A second offense will result in expulsion and permanent loss of entry privileges. Outraged, Roman cursed the black market for its monopolistic practices. It seemed that black market customers hailed from all corners of the continent, rendering offline transactions nearly impossible. As a trading platform, the black market had effortlessly established its monopoly. Roman contemplated the black market of Emerald Ridge, reasoning that if the potion black market could synthesize mana stones, others likely could as well. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that such a monopoly must have been fortified by an alliance among the black markets to minimize competition. Left with no other recourse, he reluctantly accepted the middlemen's exploitation. Compounding his troubles, the synthesis magic circle was not merely augmenting production costs. It had effectively halted production altogether. The soil of the earth vine could only be harvested after a year of contact with ordinary soil, and at that moment, the transition period left him with insufficient supplies. The new batch had yet to form, and the old had been entirely sold out. Thus, the potion black market was left with only a scant amount of earth vine soil, far from meeting the demand. Given that the potion black market was the largest distribution center, it was dire for other markets. With a heavy heart, Roman departed the black market. In his modest room in the town, he lay on his bed, staring blankly at the cobwebs on the ceiling. He pondered deeply. Must he truly wait an entire year for the earth vine soil to mature before he could ascend? He needed to devise a method to obtain it. Where could he source it? Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind. He recalled that the soil in Queen Pal's garden bore a striking resemblance to the earth vine soil. With this realization, he promptly commanded, "Chip, search the memory bank and establish a comparison task." Ding. Task established. Spectrum comparison yields a 97 similarity to earth vine soil. In the next moment, an image materialized before him. Upon seeing that familiar shade of red, Roman leapt from his bed with exuberance, bursting into laughter. Haraha! What a stroke of luck! He swiftly packed his belongings and set forth on his journey back to the royal court. Roman furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. If they sealed it off, why not send someone to inquire? Who would dare refuse my request? Sensing Roman's displeasure, Josen immediately knelt and hastily explained, "I dispatched someone to inquire." But they were stopped by the queen, who conveyed the message. "If you wish to know, you must ask her directly." Intrigued by this, Roman decided he would approach the queen, coincidentally having matters of his own to discuss. Just as he prepared to leave, the royal guards arrived with a message. "Esteemed Wizard Roman, Her Majesty the Queen invites you to the palace for a discussion. The royal court is in peril and requires your esteemed wisdom." Upon hearing this, Roman smiled wryly. Given the urgency, it must be a significant matter. Inform pals that I shall arrive shortly. Moments later, within the palace, the royal wizards convened. Queen Pals, appearing weary, sat at the head of the assembly. Upon seeing Roman, she remarked icily, "Wizard Roman emerges from his seclusion. Your diligence and training is commendable, unlike others who squander their days in hedonistic pursuits, accomplishing naught when faced with real challenges." Her words struck a chord, and the assembled wizards hung their heads in shame. Indeed, the royal court had provided them with every comfort, yet when calamity struck, they were rendered helpless. As Pal's scolding continued, the wizards, who typically ignored her, now resembled quail before her piercing gaze, unwilling to retort. A few wizards, brimming with indignation, considered rebuking her, but the thought of the queen's formidable prowess swiftly quelled their rebellious spirits. At that moment, Roman chose not to indulge her, leisurely taking his seat and calmly stating, "While Pal's is in high spirits, it seems she cannot handle a little pushback." Her discomfort was palpable, and instinctively, she sought to retort. Roman, reclining in his chair with a casual demeanor, remarked, "Let us discuss the matter at hand and avoid wasting time." You may not be superior. So why the pretense? His words fell like a cold shower, restoring Pal's composure. She inhaled deeply and instructed, Victor, please enlighten Roman on our current predicament. With that, she leaned back, closing her eyes to regain her equilibrium. Victor, coughing up blood, spoke hoarsely. Indeed, yesterday morning, an anomaly occurred at the giant stone oasis, enveloping the entire area in an unknown radiant light. The fate of the creatures within remains uncertain. The giant stone oasis? Radiance? Roman's interest piqued at this revelation. The oasis was the very location of the parchment's legacy. This incident could signify a significant disturbance at the site. At that moment, Victor conjured an image, revealing a luminous dome resembling a pot lid, casting vibrant colors over the oasis, obscuring the situation on the other side. Victor continued. The royal court responded immediately, dispatching troops into the light. From common soldiers to knight commanders, none have returned. Observing the image, Roman inquired, Yet you entered and emerged alive. What did you encounter within? Coughing, he replied. Upon entry, I felt my body undergoing a mutation at the genetic level. I quickly cast protective spells to temporarily halt the transformation before retreating. I encountered nothing but this. Cough, cough. At this juncture, Pals interjected. The radiant dome is expanding and will soon reach the royal court. When that occurs, we shall be in grave danger. Roman, however, was unconcerned for the court's fate. His thoughts lingered on the relic. Thus, he queried, with such a significant occurrence, have you not reported this to the Academy? Chapter 70. Promotion to Level 3. The emergence of the colorful light left Roman feeling apprehensive. Faced with such a large-scale disaster, the royal court was powerless and had no choice but to seek assistance from the Academy, leading to his greatest fears. Should the Wizard Academy dispatch personnel, they would undoubtedly uncover the hidden treasures and claim them as their own. Roman, being weak and isolated, could hardly mount a defense and would have no choice but to surrender the treasures. He had long regarded the hidden treasures as his personal property and would not allow any loss. Thus, he needed to ascertain the Academy's response before devising a strategy. Upon hearing Roman's inquiry, Pals, with a hint of resignation, remarked, a few months, perhaps, not too bad. Roman exhaled slightly in relief and then asked, what plans does the royal court have? Pals continued to grumble, while another injured Level 3 apprentice argued, Pals, you cannot say that. I have ventured deep into the colorful light. All the mutated beasts within have undergone secondary mutations and possess the strength of devouring beasts. Who among us can contend with them? His words garnered a chorus of agreement as the wizards defended their positions. Only the Academy's elite can confront the devouring beasts. We old bones have nearly forgotten our spell templates. What can we use to fight? Indeed, we have taken up residence here to enjoy our twilight years. It is only natural we cannot fight back. The agreement stipulates that in the face of life-threatening tasks, we have the right to refuse. Pals, if you are so capable, why don't you take the lead? The elderly Level 3 apprentices exchanged remarks, deflecting responsibility, while the fleeing wizards buried their heads in silence, resembling ostriches. Although they hailed from the Academy, their combat prowess was akin to that of Level 1 or 2 apprentices, rendering them even less formidable than the laid-back wizards. Moreover, as mere refugees, they felt no allegiance to the royal court and were understandably reluctant to risk their lives. It could be said that the wizards of the royal court were aged, weak, and battle-weary, only capable of tormenting mortal knights. When faced with the extraordinary, they would immediately wither. Thus, at present, the only capable wizards who were neither retired nor lacking the strength of Level 3 apprentices were. Roman noticed that everyone in the room was looking at him and quickly grasped the situation. This was precisely what he had hoped for, so he feigned helplessness, sighed, and said, First, we shall establish a quarantine zone and evacuate the surrounding civilians while awaiting reinforcements from the Wizard Academy. Furthermore, I have a few ideas regarding this colorful light and intend to investigate. If my assumptions are correct, we should be able to resolve this easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room relaxed, and everyone expressed their admiration for Roman's noble intentions. Pals even descended from his throne to give him a hearty embrace, exclaiming, on behalf of the millions of citizens of the royal court, I thank you, Wizard Roman. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. We shall certainly fulfill them. Days later, Roman led an army of 30,000, departing the royal court with great fanfare. Beside him were several cargo wagons, each the size of a container, filled with the soil of the earth vines. To collect this soil, Roman had excavated the entire royal palace, leaving no trace of intact greenery when he departed. The thought of Pal's ashen face brought a suppressed chuckle to Roman's lips. 2 days later, the Grand Army arrived at their destination, where the multicolored light formed a wall against the backdrop of the dusky desert, with swirling colors creating mesmerizing vortices that twirled slowly across the surface. At first glance, it resembled a kaleidoscope, but prolonged gazing could induce dizziness. At that moment, Roman waved his hand, summoning 5 knighted slaves, and commanded, "Divide the army into 3 parts, one to monitor the colorful light and record its coverage, another to defend against external threats and enforce a quarantine, kill anyone who approaches, and the last as a reserve force, ready to reinforce at any moment. If we can seize this window of opportunity to thoroughly explore the ruins, we can reap the greatest benefits." However, he realized he must first elevate himself to a level 3 apprentice. Although the laid-back wizards were at the bottom tier of their rank, their cultivation still posed a threat, and even they had sustained injuries within. Exercising caution, Roman resolved to strengthen his abilities first. After arranging his troops, he entered a tent and silently recited a spell, conjuring a cloud of gas before him. This spell enabled wizards to communicate within a limited range. Roman manipulated the threads of his mental energy, forming a symbol within the gas that flickered with light. The next moment, Victor's voice emerged, "Cough, cough." "What is it, Roman?" Roman urged, "How long until the synthesis of the wizard array diagram is delivered?" "I have already dispatched a knight with it. It should arrive today, but I cannot guarantee its usability, so be cautious." With that, Victor severed the communication. In addition to the soil of the earth vines, the synthesis of the wizard array diagram was another promised reward from the royal court. The diagram was not rare, but its value was worlds apart from that of a finished product. Even if the diagram closely resembled the final product, there would often be imperceptible differences that could lead to failure in production. In truth, the best approach would have been to find an existing wizard array and scan it with a chip for duplication. However, the finished wizard arrays were monopolized, and Roman could not obtain one in time, forcing him to make do with the diagram. Nevertheless, Roman remained confident, for he possessed a chip. If the runes could be drawn, then the wizard array would surely be within reach. Therefore, once the knight delivered the diagram, Roman commanded within his mind, "Chip. Scan and record, transfer to memory bank." Ding. Task established. Beginning recording. Familiarizing himself with the diagram, Roman retrieved a gray magic slate. Its surface smoothed and functioning similarly to paper, capable of preserving mental energy. Guided by the chip, Roman manipulated his mental energy to sketch the inscriptions on the slate. In little time, he completed the wizard array. Taking a deep breath, he felt a twinge of nervousness. While the chip was powerful enough to ensure the inscriptions matched the diagram, who could say whether the diagram itself was flawless? At last, a normal light indicating success appeared, and the wizard array was successfully formed. Roman sighed in relief, having resolved the issue with the magic crystal stone. With the gastric fluid of the flower petal beast, life source material, earth vine soil, and medium-grade magic crystal, Roman gathered the materials and commenced mass production of ancient runes. 3 days later, Roman concluded his meditation, opening his eyes with a burning intensity. At that moment, the magical matrix within the meditation space was slowly rotating, producing specks of magic energy. In that instant, he had ascended to level 3 apprentice status. Chip redesigned the attribute panel and retrieved the data. Ding. Data as follows. Stamina, 10. 4. Neural reaction speed, 10. 2. Vitality, 10. 5. Mental strength, 15. 1. Life source material, 12. 1. Pseudo-magic matrix, 100. True magic matrix, 0. Structural deficiency rate, 0. Today, both his mental strength and life source material had increased, which was a positive development. Yet Roman felt a weight in his heart. The magic matrix deteriorated by 2 each day. This rate far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Chapter 71. Entering the colorful light as a third-level apprentice, Roman meditated to generate mental energy, constructing a pseudo-magic matrix to produce artificial magical power and wield formidable sorcery. However, the raw material for the pseudo-magic matrix was mental energy, while the product was magical power, an inherent conflict in their nature. Hence, from the moment of its construction, the matrix was in a state of perpetual disintegration. The rate of disintegration varied from person to person, yet it seldom exceeded 1. Roman's disintegration rate of 2 was nearly unheard of. At that moment, Roman inquired, "Chip, why is the disintegration rate so rapid?" He further asked, "If this hypothesis holds, is there a solution?" The response came, "Insufficient data, no solution available." Undeterred, Roman pressed on. Can prolonged meditation mitigate the disintegration speed? The chip replied, simulation task initiated. Simulation complete. Daily meditation of 17 hours reduces the disintegration rate to 1.8, a mere reduction of 0.2 felt utterly insignificant. Roman muttered to himself. Indeed, the pursuit of rapid power comes at a price. Upon becoming a third-level apprentice, wizards were required to engage in magical meditation to construct a true magic matrix. However, due to the constant disintegration of the matrix, they also needed to undertake mental energy meditation to slow this decay. For someone like Roman, extensive daily mental meditation encroached upon the time allotted for magical meditation, thereby hindering his advancement. Consequently, he felt no joy in his promotion. Instead, a heavy heart accompanied him as he exited the tent, his expression clouded with gloom. Outside, Josen stood guard and immediately stood to attention upon seeing Roman. Roman disregarded him, turning his gaze toward the vibrant light display, murmuring, "I hope you bring me good fortune." Subsequently, Roman equipped himself with the necessary gear and runestones, stepping toward the domain of colorful light. Behind him, Josen expressed concern, "Master, please exercise caution. If you lack confidence, do not proceed. We can find another place to enjoy ourselves." Should Roman perish, these knightly slaves would follow him to the grave. Conversely, if Roman thrived, they too would rise to prominence. Thus, they were fervently averse to any mishap befalling him, a sentiment Roman well understood. In this way, even in death, they would survive, and with their prowess, attaining the status of lords would be well within their reach. Coming to his senses, tears of emotion welled up as they knelt before Roman, one knee to the ground. Pleading, "Wizard Roman, please allow us to continue our loyalty to you." Roman offered a faint smile, replying, "Let us discuss this upon my return. For now, I issue my final command. Maintain the blockade in this area. No one is permitted to approach. Do you understand?" "Yes. We will ensure the task is completed." The 5 knights responded in unison. Roman did not glance back at them, but turned to step into the colorful light. Just as he crossed the threshold, a warning from the chip sounded. Warning. Unidentified radiation detected. Genetic mutations commencing. Roman immediately recited an incantation, forming hand seals, and concluded with, "Secondary energy shield." In an instant, a layer of light enveloped him, and the chip chimed in. Mutation halted. "Would you like to mobilize mental energy to repair the mutated genes?" "Repair," came Roman's command. "Repair complete. Anomalies in the surrounding environment detected. Would you like to initiate a deep analysis?" Upon ascending to the rank of third-level apprentice, his mental energy could extend outward for 10 meters, allowing him to gather more information and enhance his analytical capabilities. Roman surveyed his surroundings. At first glance, the colorful light area appeared no different from the outside, both covered in yellow sand, with distant lush oases of colossal rocks. The sole distinction lay in the vibrant light walls behind him and above, scattering illumination in every direction. Noticing the environmental abnormalities, Roman ordered, "Commence deep analysis." Task initiated. Collecting environmental signals. Analysis underway. The chip reported, "Analysis complete. Detected vacuum light speed. Gravitational constant. Planck's constant. Magnetic field disturbance." Roman's expression grew grave upon hearing this. These physical constants differed markedly from those outside the colorful light, indicating a shift in the laws of physics within this realm. Under such conditions, genetic mutations were entirely plausible, as the light from outside, distorted by the new physical rules, scattered and refracted to create the current tableau. This meant that to restore normalcy to this area, the source of the rule alteration must be identified and eradicated. Roman produced the map provided by the royal court, which indicated that the colorful light emanated from a mill located within the Great Rock Oasis, expanding outward from that epicenter. Thus, the windmill was the origin of it all. Roman pondered, there is even a possibility that it serves as an entrance to the relics. With this thought, he closed the map, tightened his satchel, and proceeded toward the oasis. After several hours of travel, the surrounding vegetation grew increasingly abundant, with bizarre plants unlike any he had encountered in the outside world. Roman plucked a leaf and commanded, "Chip, analyze the genes and assess their value." Task initiated. Analysis commencing. Having accumulated extensive knowledge of potions while preparing runestone materials, Roman was nearly as proficient as a master alchemist. Merging this knowledge, the chip swiftly provided a result. Analysis complete. Possesses hemostatic and regenerative properties. Can replace 15 types of medicinal herbs. Remarkable. A treasure indeed, Roman exclaimed. surveying the wealth of medicinal flora around him, envisioning a fortune to be made by selling these plants on the black market. However, he currently lacked a need for magical stones and had no intention of seeking new sources of income. He merely marveled at the bounty before continuing on his quest. His priority lay in locating the relics, not in collecting herbs, for he would not halt his progress for trifling gains. Soon, Roman approached the central part of the oasis, where verdant trees began to obscure his view. The laid-back wizards of the royal court had warned him that the mutated beasts here had been augmented, nearing the combat power of apex predators. Consequently, Roman slowed his pace, mentally commanding, "Chip, maximize detection power and activate alert mode." Collecting environmental signals, analysis commencing. In tandem with the chip, Roman silently recited an incantation, softly uttering, "Sonar domain." Suddenly, he raised his head, observing an empty space above him. Yet through sonar and the chip's thermal imaging, a gigantic spider, the size of a human rear, was descending toward him. Chapter 72. The dribbler like a spider the size of a small automobile. It descended from the sky, its menacing claws poised to strike. Roman instinctively looked up, yet found nothing amiss. However, through sonar and thermal imaging from the chip, the grotesque form of the spider became vividly apparent. The chip recorded its genetic code, analyzing the reasons for its invisibility. Ding. Scanning complete. Commencing analysis. An unidentified magnetic field has been detected, causing light to refract. So that was it. Just as Roman evaded a charge from the spider, he conjured a fireball with a flick of his wrist, obliterating the creature into fragments. He picked up a spider leg, scoffing, "But this is rather weak, isn't it? Aside from its invisibility, it possesses little else of note. It must merely be a minor minion." At that moment, the chip emitted another warning. Beep. Alert. Alert. A multitude of unidentified creatures is approaching. Roman swiftly cast a sonar spell, detecting a swarm of spiders encircling him from all directions. They intertwined their webs, creating a trap akin to a snare, ensnaring him. With a calm demeanor, Roman softly chanted an incantation, his hands weaving intricate signs, concluding with "cloud of explosion." In an instant, a dense white mist spread outward, enveloping the encroaching spiders. Following this, Roman snapped his fingers, igniting the mist and triggering a mushroom cloud that shot skyward. Flames surged in all directions, consuming the spiders until, at last, only remnants remained. Roman, situated at the epicenter of the explosion, was shielded by a layer of light, unscathed. This area of effect spell could harm both foes and allies. Yet with proper precautions, it posed little risk, making it ideally suited for combating mindless creatures. After vanquishing the spiders, Roman continued on his path towards the mill at the center of the colorful light. However, he soon encountered a broad, tranquil river that obstructed his route. A small boat floated at the riverbank, and upon consulting his map, he discovered that the only bridge had been destroyed. If he were to cross by boat, he would surely encounter monsters lurking beneath the surface, leading to inevitable conflict. Alternatively, taking a longer route downstream would waste time and might also bring forth more beasts. Since he would have to face monsters regardless, it seemed more prudent to cross directly. Chanting an incantation, several pale blue orbs materialized, coalescing and swelling as if fueled by restless energy. The orbs floated around Roman, and as he concluded his incantation, they transformed from pale blue to a deep azure, their forms solidifying, the internal tumult subdued. Yet this was mere illusion. Once the spell concluded, Roman pointed towards the water, and the orbs plummeted into the depths like underwater explosives, erupting into towering columns of water. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions generated intense water pressure, creating shockwaves that rippled through the river, stirring up a froth of white bubbles. Roman stepped back, confident that whatever lurked below would be disturbed. Rather than remain passive in the boat, waiting to be ambushed and allowing the monsters to exploit their home advantage, he chose to take the initiative and drive them ashore, thereby turning the tables. Before long, an ear-piercing shriek pierced the air, causing pain to radiate through Roman's ears. He felt something ooze down his face and upon inspection, found blood trickling from his ear. The chip promptly began to repair the damaged area and analyze the sound. Ding. Comparing with the database, a 97 similarity to the dribbler was noted. The dribbler is a mutated creature, originating from fish-based viruses, resembling a humanoid form while exhibiting aquatic traits. Driven by an insatiable thirst for biological fluids, capable of thriving in water. Just then, his hearing restored, Roman was met with a gurgling sound, as if something beneath the water was expelling air, causing a flurry of bubbles to rise. In the next moment, dozens of vaguely humanoid creatures crawled ashore. Their limbs elongated and webbed, each one distinct in appearance. The dribblers, known for their communal living, exhibited various mutations. Some sported sharp crab pincers, others elongated tubular appendages, while some had their upper bodies transformed into grotesque masses, moving sluggishly. As they emerged, a colossal figure surfaced from the river. It was a massive red giant salamander, stretching 20 meters in length and approximately 3 meters in girth. The accompanying giant salamander. Roman's heart raced. The giant salamander served as the mount for the dribbler leader, indicating the presence of a commander. With leadership, the dribbler's combat prowess surged exponentially. And coupled with the unknown mutations brought forth by the colorful light, they could rival even the most formidable beasts. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. Roman steeled himself, silently invoking a spell that summoned a green fireball, hurling it fiercely towards the enemy ranks. In response, a shrill cry erupted, and nearly 100 dribblers scattered, diminishing the fireball's impact, resulting in the demise of only one pincered dribbler. Immediately thereafter, the dribblers launched a counterattack. The tubular dribblers raised their cannons, firing volleys of green liquid towards Roman. He swiftly dodged and activated his protective runes. One of the liquid projectiles struck the rune, emitting a hissing corrosive sound. Meanwhile, the chip issued a warning. Ding. Based on the remaining energy of the shield, it is estimated to withstand 3 more liquid strikes. Although Roman possessed several runestones, they were ultimately finite, and the uncertainty of future encounters weighed heavily on him. Consequently, he refrained from withstanding further damage, leaping over a large boulder for cover. Though the boulder provided temporary shelter from the acidic liquid, the dribbler archers persisted in their assault, continuously bombarding the stone, leaving Roman hesitant to expose himself. Simultaneously, the mass-like dribblers advanced slowly, inching closer to Roman. Upon reaching a certain proximity, one detonated with a thunderous boom. Acidic liquid splattered everywhere, coating Roman's face. Fortunately, he activated his defenses just in time, or he would have been reduced to a skeleton. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed the area of effect spell, Cloud of Explosion, which detonated in a series of explosions among the enemy ranks. However, as the smoke cleared, the dribblers emerged unscathed, having taken refuge beneath the giant salamander, whose tough hide served as an excellent shield. At this juncture, the archers re-emerged, pressuring Roman, while the mass-like dribblers continued their relentless advance. Roman responded with a lava ray, targeting the mass, but the pincered dribbler interposed itself, raising its claws like a shield to deflect the attack. Subsequently, the pincered creature retreated, allowing the mass to press forward. Encroaching upon Roman, a tactical synergy unfolded. Meat shields, self-explosions, tanks, and range suppression. A seamless orchestration of strategy. Within the same tier of spells, the lava ray possessed the highest single-target damage, yet at this moment, it proved ineffective against their cohesive tactics, leaving Roman momentarily at a loss. As he observed the advancing mass, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he commanded, "Chip, scan the environment and identify how the enemy communicates." Ding. Task initiated. Scanning. Scan complete. The communication method is low-frequency sound waves. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Roman's face. This should be manageable. Chapter 73. The Queen Leech sound propagates through the medium of air. Thus, any disturbance to the air can influence the reception of sound. Consequently, Roman murmured an incantation, formed a hand seal, and softly uttered, "Noise spell." This particular sorcery was tailored to counter the acute hearing of the voracious beasts, generating a cacophony of meaningless clamor to disrupt sound wave detection while simultaneously inducing a frenzy. The sound waves radiated outward, saturating the air with dense whispers, interspersed with shrill roars and soft murmurs, which reached Roman's ears, inciting waves of irritation that made him wish to smash everything in sight. He hastily recited another spell, enveloping himself in a soundproof barrier, allowing his emotions to stabilize and his thoughts to regain their rationality. However, the drippers were not privy to such a tactic. Their auditory organs were exceptionally keen, designed to receive an abundance of whispers, which amplified their frenzy and shattered their already tenuous grasp on sanity. Thus, the drippers succumbed to madness, turning on one another and attacking any moving object within reach. Crab-claw drippers swung their pincers at their brethren, while archers raised their cannons, and the flesh balls detonated with reckless abandon. Roman paid no heed to these minor characters. He whispered another incantation, cloaked his form, and entered a state of stealth, skirting the battlefield's periphery, making his way towards the giant salamander. The giant salamander served as the commander's mount, akin to a flag that signified the commander's position. Drippers excelled in tactical coordination, yet the average dripper possessed a feeble intellect, relying heavily on their commander for combat effectiveness. Should Roman eliminate the commander, the remaining forces would be scattered and easily vanquished. Sensing Roman's intent, the giant salamander turned its massive body towards the river, but Roman was determined to prevent its escape. He quietly chanted, concluding with shadow vines. In an instant, the shadows around him sprouted dark tendrils that ensnared the giant salamander, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Roman unleashed a lava ray, piercing the creature's eye and traversing its skull. The colossal giant salamander collapsed, and Roman wasted no time in approaching, placing his hand upon its body and muttering an incantation as his hands vibrated at a high frequency. The commander had taken refuge within the giant salamander, relying on its tough hide to withstand Roman's magical effects and awaiting the moment to regain control. Yet, Roman would not permit such an outcome. The high-frequency vibrations conducted through the solid mass of the salamander, disorienting the commander within. With a cold smirk, Roman silently invoked another spell as a triangular dripper let out a furious roar, charging towards him in an attempt to disrupt his incantation. However, Roman remained unperturbed, knowing that the commander was hidden inside the giant salamander, leaving the combat to its subordinates, who were undoubtedly weak. With that in mind, he hurled a fireball, which exploded violently, leaving behind a charred, dismembered corpse. With their leader slain, the remaining drippers scattered like birds fleeing a predator. Roman chose not to pursue, instead tossing a few depth charges into the river. After ensuring no threats emerged, he boarded a small boat and safely crossed to the other side. Upon reaching the riverbank, Roman veered around a thicket and stumbled upon an abandoned village, where he beheld a vast expanse of humanoid plants. Delicate vines intertwined to form human-like figures, resembling natural scarecrows, each exhibiting varied postures, some running, some standing upright, others lying down, evoking the unsettling image of humans transformed into vegetation. Could they truly be humans turned into plants? A hypothesis surfaced in Roman's mind as he commanded, "Chip, analyze the genes and compare them with the mutated genes within me." Ding. Task established. Comparison initiated. Comparison complete. Mutation similarity. 97. Indeed, if I had not activated the shield, I too would have become a plant being, Roman mused. His curiosity piqued about what kind of energy could distort the laws of physics to create such a scale of mutation. Should news of this phenomenon reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite frenzy within the entire realm of sorcery. The aberrations defying ecological conventions, not to mention those mutated beasts rivaling voracious beasts in power, would be worth a fortune. After a moment of contemplation, Roman pressed onward. The great stone oasis was not expansive, and soon, the windmill came into view. Recently painted in a pristine white, the immense windmill turned slowly in the gentle breeze. Surrounding it, lush green grass flourished, and nameless wildflowers swayed lightly as if exchanging secrets. Nearby, a babbling brook flowed, accompanied by the creaking of a water wheel. Together with a distant rainbow-like light, they painted a serene and tranquil tableau. Yet, Roman remained vigilant. The deeper the silence, the greater the lurking danger, a peril that kept ferocious beasts at bay. Employing thermal imaging and sonar detection, Roman scanned his surroundings, but to no avail. It was not that he failed to detect anomalies, but rather that the sheer multitude of irregularities overwhelmed comprehension. For instance, the mill was filled with an indescribable mass that writhed intermittently, leaving Roman perplexed. Similarly, the grass beneath his feet appeared not to be ordinary grass, but rather a part of a living organism resembling body hair. Furthermore, the brook and the water wheel brimmed with inexplicable entities, leading Roman to feel as though he were blindfolded while attempting to grasp an elephant. However, he quickly ceased his musings and summoned a fireball, intending to provoke a reaction once more. This time, however, the entities seemed to sense the impending danger and reacted before the fireball was cast. The windmill ceased its rotation, and the mill's door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders, his handsome features and well-proportioned physique were draped in ancient robes. Upon seeing him, Roman acted without hesitation, launching a fireball at the stranger. To his astonishment, the man did not flinch or evade. Instead, he raised a hand and dispersed the fireball effortlessly. Then, addressing Roman with a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "I am Marcus, hailing from ancient times. This is a beautiful scene, and I trust you feel a pang of remorse as you contemplate its destruction. I have long since perished. Now, I am but a remnant of a soul. If you can fulfill my final wish, I shall bestow upon you my hidden treasures." After taking a few steps back to signify his lack of hostility, Roman remained skeptical, retorting with a cold laugh, And what of the grass beneath my feet, the flesh within the mill, and the worms in the brook? In response, Marcus patiently elucidated. They're the spirit leech, an ancient being. My existence now relies upon them. At that moment, his form flickered, momentarily fading before solidifying again, his expression urgent. I have little time left. Listen closely. Here lies a seal containing radiation from the void, and the barrier protecting it is the spirit energy pool. Spirit energy pool? Roman inquired with confusion. What is that? Marcus explained. Spirit energy is a form of mental energy that can bypass execution processes, interfering with the material world. The spirit energy pool stores this energy, isolating the void radiation to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon the world. The current calamity is a result of that void radiation. If you can reseal it, everything can return to normal, and you will also obtain my treasures. Roman lowered his gaze in contemplation, asking, What must I do? Quite simple. Marcus replied. You need only shatter the spirit energy pool to release the spirit energy. It will carry my will and instinctively seek out that radiation to re-establish the seal. Roman nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, I shall do as you instruct, but you must ensure that treasure is preserved for me. Marcus smiled, of course. The sorcerer values equitable exchange. Begin, young one. I shall guide you. Roman shook his head, declaring, No need for guidance. I simply need to eliminate you. As the words left his lips, he waved his hand, summoning a whirlwind that swept up clouds of white sand, which upon closer inspection was all salt. Roman sneered. Who do you think you're fooling? The Queen Leech. It truly resembles her. Chapter 74. Salt the Queen Bloodworm is an ancient mutated beast originating from a biomimetic experiment. The devourer beast absorbs the essence of life, and the wizards once dedicated themselves to studying its principles. The byproduct of this research was the Queen Bloodworm. By absorbing DNA, the Queen Bloodworm can acquire the memories of living beings, much like it absorbs the essence of life. The individual before us, named Marcus, is a Queen Bloodworm that has absorbed the memories of the Ruins Master, mimicking them with remarkable accuracy, yet Roman sees through its disguise. The most direct reason is that Roman detected the presence of numerous bloodworms in the grass beneath his feet and in the distant river. How could one trust a monster? Roman's lengthy discourse was merely a ruse to buy time and set a trap. Given Marcus's formidable resistance to spells, as evidenced by its ability to withstand a direct fireball, it would not be easy to eliminate it. However, Roman remained unfazed, for the bloodworm had many natural enemies. Having ascended to the rank of a third-level apprentice, Roman's mental energy could extend up to 10 meters beyond his body, granting him control over all matter within this range. Although Marcus lay beyond this distance, Roman could still devise a means to vanquish it. While conversing, he activated his mental prowess, utilizing his chip's supercomputing capabilities to alter the molecular structure of the soil beneath him, transforming it into sodium chloride or table salt. To mask any anomalies from Marcus, Roman left a thin layer of soil on the surface while converting the 10-meter depth into pure white salt. As their conversation concluded, Roman abruptly turned hostile, summoning several tornadoes that swirled around him, sweeping up the salt-laden earth below. Unaware of the impending doom, Marcus dramatically shook his head and proclaimed, What a pity. You are a clever child. Had you not exposed me, I might have granted you an opportunity to live a while longer. Know that after your demise, I must reconfigure the illusions to lure the next batch of wizards. In response, Roman scoffed coldly, dismissing the notion. Setting aside whether an ancient being can adapt to modern wizardry, do you believe that absorbing human memories makes you one of us? Marcus frowned, a strange sensation surging within, compelling it to clench its fists. This feeling was unfamiliar, yet oddly exhilarating. Was this the fury of humiliation? It murmured to itself. With a stoic expression, Marcus conceded. You are correct. I have my shortcomings. However, after absorbing your genes, I shall rectify my deficiencies, becoming more akin to a human. As soon as the words left its mouth, Marcus transformed, its mass swelling to 10 times its original weight, morphing into an indescribably grotesque giant. With a piercing shriek, the grass and stream appeared to come alive as the ground teemed with bloodworms. Roman smirked disdainfully. At that moment, the tornadoes continued to absorb the salt beneath him, shifting from gray to white, and, guided by his thoughts, surged forth to meet the tide of bloodworms. In the next instant, the two forces collided. The tornadoes swept through like a tiger among sheep, engulfing the bloodworms in their wake and mixing them with the salt to create a pool of foul liquid. As he observed the tornadoes wreaking havoc, Marcus was filled with dread. What sorcery is this? How can one conjure salt from thin air? It then controlled its massive form, leaping 100 feet into the air to pounce upon Roman. In a flash, the tornadoes rampaged, while a void surrounded Roman. Faced with the onslaught, he had no time to react. If he could eliminate Roman, the tornadoes would dissipate, and victory would belong to the bloodworms. As Marcus descended, it thought it had secured its triumph, but Roman suddenly looked up and flashed a grin. A sense of foreboding washed over Marcus. But there was no time to ponder as it plummeted toward Roman. In that instant, Roman vanished with a pop, like a bubble bursting. Marcus searched its memories and recognized this as a substitution spell. It scanned its surroundings, trying to locate Roman, only to feel a burning sensation beneath it. Looking down, it saw the ground covered in salt. With a shriek, Marcus attempted to leap away from the danger, but from the shadows, tendrils emerged, ensnaring it tightly. Marcus screamed in terror as Roman seized the opportunity to summon additional tornadoes, completely sealing off Marcus's escape route. Finally, the enormous form of Marcus collapsed, witnessing the queen's demise. The remaining bloodworms scattered in panic. Once Roman confirmed his safety by launching a few fireballs, he stepped through the pool of foul liquid and made his way to the mill. Pushing open the wooden door of the mill, he discovered a large hole in the center of the floor. Roman ignited a torch and tossed it into the abyss. The torch vanished, and after a brief moment of silence, Roman cast the featherfall spell and leapt into the pit. The cavern was deep, the walls coated in the viscous residue of bloodworms, likely created by the queen bloodworm. As Roman pondered the implications, he descended steadily, soon reaching the bottom of the cavern. Activating his illumination spell, he found himself in a metallic corridor. From the remnants scattered about, it was evident that this had once been a prison for bloodworms. Choosing a direction at random, Roman walked deeper into the passage, only to discover an array of experimental apparatuses lining the walls, indicating that this place had once served as a laboratory. An ancient wizard's laboratory. From experience, Roman knew that laboratories were often treasure troves. His heart raced with excitement as he approached a metallic door adorned with intricate magical arrays. As he studied the array, preparing to have his chip analyze it, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. At last, a wizard has arrived. It seems you have vanquished that bloodworm. Turning swiftly, Roman saw Marcus's figure. Instinctively, he began to chant a spell, ready to attack. However, Marcus raised a hand in a gesture of peace, speaking slowly, I am merely a shadow. I mean you no harm. My true identity is the spirit of this laboratory's array. The spirit of the array? Roman inquired. Do you control everything here? Marcus nodded. Indeed. I oversee the array and the energy pool within this place. Marcus continued. However, I cannot access the energy pool. It is protected by a defensive array. Only by becoming the master of this place can one command it to open. According to the established protocol, the first wizard to arrive here becomes the master of the laboratory, entitled to all within. In other words, you are now the master of this place. Chapter 75, The Psionic Sorcerer. As the words of the array spirit faded into silence, Roman's breath quickened with anticipation. Ancient laboratories typically housed a wealth of arcane knowledge. Even if he had no immediate use for it, selling it on the black market or at the academy would yield substantial profits, even in the absence of such knowledge. The myriad instruments, the laboratory's intricate setup, and even the metallic walls surrounding him could divulge a plethora of valuable information. Roman commanded the array spirit, retrieve all the data. I wish to understand everything about this laboratory, including the composition of the floor stones, the water flow of the toilet. Every detail must be known. Yes, master, replied the array spirit with a wave of its hand. In the next moment, several luminous screens appeared around them, densely populated with information that threatened to overwhelm the senses. Roman issued another command. Chip, scan the records and transmit them to the memory zone. Ding. Task established. Scanning initiated. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. With the chip's assistance, the data was categorized and directed to various regions of his brain, allowing Roman to swiftly comprehend the laboratory status, including the origin of the colorful lights outside. Due to the long-neglected psionic pool, energy leakage had occurred, comparable to a nuclear fallout, affecting the surrounding realm. As the leakage intensified, the area of the radiant lights continued to expand. According to the data, psionic energy was an extraordinarily formidable force, originating from consciousness and manipulated by it, disregarding the laws of physics and strength to directly influence the objective world. For instance, a dilapidated car, which should have been inoperable by all rational standards, could be made to start if Roman willed it so. Psionic energy enabled it to function. Under the influence of psionic energy, physical laws became distorted, biological genes mutated, and even humanoid leech queens emerged, forming a unique psionic ecosystem. Conversely, if the psionic energy were to vanish, the dependent ecosystem would collapse. Thus, in a bid to expand their living space, the Leech Queen sought to breach the psionic pool and amplify the leakage. However, the psionic pool was protected by a magical array, and the Leech Queen could not break through. She aimed to lure Roman into becoming the laboratory's master, leveraging his authority to dismantle the psionic pool. Upon grasping the situation, Roman realized that the immediate priority was not to acquire the hidden treasures, but to prevent further leakage of psionic energy. If left unchecked, the expanding area of radiant lights would soon attract the Academy's sorcerers, leading him to relinquish the treasures without a fight. Thus, he promptly commanded, "Array Spirit, lead me to the psionic pool." In the next moment, metallic hydraulic doors opened in succession, revealing a clear path to the depths of the laboratory. Following the guidance, Roman swiftly arrived at his destination. The psionic pool appeared unremarkable, resembling a large metallic vat, with a distinct crack from which wisps of colorful light emanated. "Is this the source of the leakage?" Roman inquired. Upon hearing this, he smiled broadly. "This is simple. As long as it is an objective material, it shall not pose a challenge." He commanded, "Chip, regulate the overflow of psionic energy, adjust the arrangement of microscopic particles, and seal the crack." Ding. Task established. Commencing operation. Ding. Operation completed. Before long, the slender crack was restored to its original state. The Array Spirit marveled. "How remarkable. There are no magical fluctuations. It seems that sorcerers have made great advancements in recent years." Roman silently scoffed. "It's merely my advantage." Then he inquired, "Having been open for so long, considerable psionic energy must have been lost. How long until the outside returns to normal?" Upon hearing this, Roman exhaled in relief. It appeared there was no need to worry about the disaster zone expanding or the treasures being seized. His heart swelled with excitement. Now, it is time to digest the hidden treasures and reap the fruits of victory. Haha. With his gaze surveying the surroundings, he commanded, "Array Spirit, you mentioned that the original master left behind treasures. Lead me to them." Roman furrowed his brow. "But why was that not mentioned in the earlier data?" The Array Spirit explained. "The information was encrypted. It only appeared in my database after you resolved the leakage incident." "This sounds like a test." Roman muttered to himself before resolutely declaring, "Then I shall open the secret realm. I wish to enter." "Yes, master." The incantation is. The Array Spirit recited a secret phrase and added, "I wish you success, master. What lies within is beyond my jurisdiction. I apologize for my inability to assist." Roman silently recited the incantation, and the scenery around him began to distort. Soon, he found himself before a stone platform upon which rested a memory crystal, emanating a soft glow. Roman refrained from touching the memory crystal, instead observing his surroundings and discovering that he was in a narrow stone chamber, roughly the size of 2 restroom stalls. He cast a light spell to illuminate the chamber, searching thoroughly. Apart from the memory crystal, it was utterly devoid of anything, even an exit. Thus, he picked up the memory crystal, and the chip promptly signaled, "Ding. Data interface detected. Would you like to transmit?" Transmit. In the next moment, a deluge of knowledge surged into his mind concerning a sorceress subclass known as the psionic sorcerer. As the name suggests, the psionic sorcerer is a practitioner who harnesses psionic energy, wielding unparalleled advantages over ordinary sorcerers. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Psionic energy is a mental force easily influenced by emotions and consciousness, leading to uncontrollable leaks. Given the uncontrollable nature of the subconscious, such leaks are inevitable. The consequences of these leaks are exemplified by the radiant area outside, which is why psionic sorcerers cannot become mainstream. Subsequently, Roman focused on the psionic matrix, which, much like the magical matrix, can generate artificial psionic energy, serving as the hallmark of a psionic sorcerer. The materials for a psionic matrix consist of natural psionic energy. Once the framework is established, it remains stable and does not collapse on its own. With this understanding, Roman increasingly believed that the psionic leakage was indeed a trial. For natural psionic energy is exceedingly rare, with the only sources being those within the psionic pool. Should the psionic pool leak excessively, even if one were to acquire a psionic matrix, the absence of psionic energy would render the matrix impossible to establish, becoming a tasteless yet regrettable relic. The inheritance explicitly stated that the sacrifice of 5 sorcerers would unlock the next tier of inheritance, which pertained to formal sorcerers. However, sacrificing 5 sorcerers was not feasible at present. It was best to first assimilate the psionic matrix. How should I draw upon the psionic energy from the pool? Roman pondered, closing his eyes as his consciousness delved deeper, soon sensing a surge of energy. With a thought, the psionic energy flowed into his meditative space, and he began to outline the matrix. Chapter 76, Retribution Before Long. Within the meditative space, the psychic matrix began to rotate slowly, producing strands of spiritual energy. At this moment, Roman commanded, Chip, initiate analysis tasks to detect the effects of spiritual energy. Ding. Task established, commencing analysis. Upon completion, impurities were cleared from the magical matrix, and the disintegration rate began to decline. 18, 17, 15, 14. The numbers continued to decrease, ultimately settling at 0. 2. Roman felt a surge of joy. The instability of the magical matrix had become a grave concern, affecting the spiritual energy. This would assist me in purifying the magical matrix and alleviating the aftermath of rapid upgrades. At this moment, Roman eliminated all flaws, truly becoming a third-level apprentice. However, a sudden discovery transformed his elation into dismay. After the baptism of spiritual energy, the meditative space appeared rejuvenated, as if dust had been wiped away, revealing long-concealed traces. On the inner wall of the space, a mark shimmered brilliantly, and Roman was certain that this mark was not a part of the meditative space's structure. Its form and specifications bore the remnants of a pustule curse. Could it be the residue of a pustule curse? Roman speculated, then commanded, Chip, utilize psychic energy. Is it possible to eliminate it? Ding. Yes. Shall I proceed with immediate removal? Wait. Roman was about to select yes when his peripheral vision caught sight of the spiritual energy storage tank, and he halted, sneering. Not yet. This appears to be a tracking mark. Observe how it flickers, as if transmitting a signal. He then inquired of the erased spirit. What is the explosive power of the remaining stored spiritual energy? Only 10 kilometers? Roman murmured, recalling the atomic explosion. The nucleus possesses a strong interaction force, and both disassembly and amalgamation release tremendous energy, a phenomenon known on Earth as a chain reaction. However, in this realm, the psychic energy's disassembly of atomic nuclei and adjustment of proton numbers elicited no energy reaction, akin to simply splitting an apple. The principles of physics differed. Chain reactions would not occur, and Roman's aspirations of crafting a hand-rolled nuclear bomb were rendered moot. Not only nuclear weapons, but even gunpowder and chemical energy were unattainable. This signified that in this world, all formidable power belonged to sorcery. For instance, at this moment, should Roman seek to create an explosion, he could only rely on this tank of stored spiritual energy. Notions of gunpowder or neutron antimatter were utterly futile. The disparity in physical laws necessitated a corresponding change in the application of energy, prompting him to issue a command. This time, the erased spirit hesitated before responding, Master. Would that mean I would cease to exist? Roman was taken aback, asking, Are you afraid? Have you developed self-awareness? If so, then I shall cancel the order and devise another method. Roman was not one to indulge in excessive compassion. The erased spirit was merely a program, originally devoid of emotion and incapable of fearing death. Yet now, the spirit exhibited fear, presenting immense research value. The pursuers would not reach him in the immediate future. Even if they arrived promptly, Roman had other cards to play. Abandoning such a unique erased spirit would be unwise. Yet the spirit shook its head in denial, stating, This is the behavioral pattern of Marcus, inscribed within the sorceress array's runes, enhancing my chances of survival. Very well, it seems it is still a program. Thus, the command shall remain unchanged. Roman felt somewhat disheartened as he exited the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, the colorful aura had dissipated, revealing a cerulean sky devoid of clouds. Within the realm of radiant light, spiritual energy dispersed, and living beings withered, turning to ashes. Given time, this place would inevitably be engulfed by yellow sands, resulting in the loss of a green oasis for the royal court. However, in comparison to greater calamities, this was but a minor misfortune amidst overwhelming fortune. Roman inquired with a smile, In these past few days, have there been any intruders? The knights shook their heads in unison, indicating that none had dared approach. For upon witnessing such a multitude of troops, ordinary folk had retreated far away, too fearful to come near. Yet, Josen appeared to recall something, stating, Just yesterday, we encountered a massive assault from mutated undead beasts. After suffering some losses, we managed to repel them. Mutated beasts? Roman's alertness surged, plunging him into deep contemplation, and he remained silent for a lengthy period. Josen furrowed his brow, suggesting, Master, After the radiant light vanished yesterday, Queen Pals severed our supply lines. Currently, our military provisions will only last 3 days. His actions are likely intended to draw us out. The curse backlash must be unbearable for the spellcaster. If the attack by the mutated beasts was orchestrated by the sorcerer, they will undoubtedly target you now. For 6 days, Roman had been under his watchful gaze. He could not possibly restrain himself. While the 5 knights did not comprehend Roman's intentions, they felt compelled to carry out orders under the sorcerer's intimidation. Roman's assumptions were correct. At this very moment, upon an unnamed sand dune, Jefferson employed the eagle-eye technique, gritting his teeth as he observed Roman's every move. Since that incident, Jefferson's abilities had significantly diminished, and his mental state began to falter. Ignoring his injuries, he expended all available resources to exact revenge upon Roman. The laboratory explosion caused extensive damage, subjecting Jefferson to substantial fines. After lifting the curse, he was left with no remaining fortune, compounded by his severe injuries, rendering him incapable of combat. Thus, a typical sorcerer would not resort to such measures. Even if his revenge were successful, it would yield no benefits for Jefferson, only depleting his remaining strength and resources. His only remaining force was an avatar, possessing the power of a formal sorcerer, yet he felt confident, believing that Roman was merely a third-level apprentice, easily subdued. Upon tracking Roman to the Great Stone Oasis, he discovered that Roman had already entered the radiant light. Consequently, he lay in wait, employing mutated beasts to probe the perimeter, ensuring there were no other sorcerers present. Once Roman reemerged, despite his unstable mental state, Jefferson maintained caution, refraining from immediate attack and instead opting to bide his time. In the following days, the military, guided by Roman's instructions, established a fortified camp, bolstering defenses as if preparing for a formidable adversary. Finally, on the 4th night, Roman abruptly opened his eyes, silently proclaiming, "They have come." Within the meditative space, the mark ceased its flickering and illuminated steadily for the first time in several days, signifying only one explanation: the enemy was approaching. Roman gestured, and Josen immediately understood, stepping out of the tent. Shortly thereafter, a piercing alarm echoed through the camp. In the next moment, a series of sorcerous flashes erupted throughout the military encampment. Chapter 77. The offering. The alarm bells echoed through the camp, followed by a series of flashes from arcane spells. Both the defensive wards set by Roman and the aggressive enchantments unleashed by Jefferson were in play. At that moment, the vigilant soldiers, realizing the enemy was a group of sorcerers, hesitated, gripped by fear. Yet, in the next instant, a volley of arrows rained down, transforming the indecisive soldiers into mere pincushions. The 5 knights bellowed, "All who retreat shall face execution, and their families shall be obliterated. Those who survive or die in battle will be rewarded with gold and land." As soon as the command was uttered, the enforcement squad advanced, blocking the soldiers' escape routes. Even if they had the chance to flee, thoughts of their families compelled them to press forward, albeit reluctantly. However, they were akin to moths drawn to a flame, swiftly slaughtered by Jefferson as if they were mere livestock, posing no substantial threat. Roman remained unfazed. He had formed the enforcement squad to ensure the soldiers fought to the death, never expecting them to inflict harm. A delay of even a minute would constitute a victory, allowing him to escape the camp and reach a more advantageous battlefield. Having cast multiple spells to enhance his agility, Roman dashed toward the laboratory. Noticing this, Jefferson burst from the camp in pursuit. Meanwhile, the 5 knights breathed a sigh of relief. Within a mere minute, 7,000 of their soldiers had perished, a staggering casualty rate that sent chills down their spines. In the laboratory, Roman's consciousness plunged into a meditative state, issuing a command. "Chip, utilize psychic energy to erase the mark." Ding. Task established. Operation commenced. Erasure complete. With a cold smile, Roman relayed instructions to the spirit array, then intoned a spell, disappearing from sight. Shortly thereafter, a massive breach erupted in the laboratory as Jefferson entered, marveling. The place where the signal mark vanished is a relic site. To escape pursuit, he deliberately led me here. How cunning. Given Jefferson's precarious financial situation, discovering such a relic could significantly alter his fortunes. Thus, he surmised that Roman intended to ensnare him in a treasure hunt to delay his pursuit, buying time for his escape. After a moment's contemplation, he sneered. Just then, the spirit array materialized before him, inquiring, "Are you the only one here?" "Very well, I understand." The spirit acknowledged, then vanished. Unaware of the spirit's intentions, Jefferson was left in a daze as a blinding light engulfed him. The surge of psychic energy, imbued with immense force, effortlessly shredded Jefferson's protective spells, reducing him to mere fragments. This avatar, possessing the prowess of a formal sorcerer, had met its end. Simultaneously, 1,000 miles away, Jefferson's true self suddenly clutched his head in agony, a potion slipping from his grasp and plummeting into a boiling cauldron, where the two substances reacted explosively. Unbeknownst to Roman, who was currently in the secret realm, he surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. In contrast to his previous experience, the secret realm had transformed dramatically. It was no longer a cramped stone chamber resembling a restroom, but rather a vast expanse the size of a football field. At that moment, aside from the stone slab flooring, the space was utterly barren. Roman recalled the conditions for unlocking the next legacy: to sacrifice 5 sorcerers, each at least a third-level apprentice. He mused, if a sorcerer dies here, would that count as one? He was unaware that the explosion had merely eliminated an avatar. After scanning the area thoroughly and finding nothing, Roman sighed in frustration. How can I possibly lure 5 third-level apprentices here to kill them? Setting aside how to attract them, whether I can even defeat them is a question. Being merely a third-level apprentice himself, Roman, despite possessing a chip and psychic energy, was not invincible. The second-generation heirs of noble families had far greater advantages, and defeating 5 sorcerers in direct combat was out of the question. He needed to outsmart them. What to do? Roman pondered. Compared to them, my advantage lies in having discovered this place first, possessing more information, thus gaining the initiative. If there is a spirit array here. At that moment, he recalled the method of eliminating Jefferson's avatar and contemplated whether he could orchestrate an explosion to obliterate the incoming sorcerers. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Realizing there were no explosives at hand, and his psychic energy had been depleted, thoughts of chain reactions or explosive mines were futile. With explosions ruled out, Roman sought alternative traps. And a plan suddenly surfaced in his mind: the sorceress array. Roman was no stranger to sorceress arrays. He had dabbled in their creation during his work with fusion arrays, though he was not a master. Nevertheless, he understood that a sorceress array could serve as a trap to execute this murder. With this resolve, Roman silently recited the incantation, exited the secret realm, and made his way to the black market, embarking on preparations with fervor. Pals understood that sorcerers cared little for hypocritical honors. Banquets and accolades merely wasted their time and disrupted their peace. However, the reason for such a charade lay in her awareness of a political principle. Whether sorcerers desired recognition was their affair, whether the queen granted it was hers. Bestowing honors signified one attitude, while withholding them conveyed another. Thus, Pals had prepared herself for refusal, yet this time, Roman unexpectedly agreed, leaving her perplexed as she organized the ceremony and banquet. Roman set his sights on several third-level apprentices within the court, intending to cultivate favorable relations with them, ultimately luring them to the secret realm as offerings. These apprentices were contented sorcerers, having long regarded the court as a second home. By contributing to the court, Roman naturally garnered their goodwill, lowering their defenses. Thus, during the award ceremony, Roman emerged as a hero of the court, significantly enhancing his reputation and befriending numerous complacent sorcerers. The next step was to entice 5 sorcerers to the secret realm. These sorcerers, having grown lethargic over the years, would pose little challenge for him to eliminate. Absent any unforeseen complications, Roman anticipated that within a month, he would unlock the second legacy. Yet, fate had other plans. One day, an envoy from the Blood King's court arrived at the Shattered Bone Court, bearing a momentous announcement. A truce had been reached between the 2 sorcerer academies. Due to the ongoing conflict among the academies, 2 mortal factions had found themselves at odds, but now that the war had concluded, negotiations were inevitable. This development should have been of no concern to Roman. His mission was to serve as a spy for 3 years, meaning he was bound to remain outside regardless of the war's outcome. Chapter 78. The escape from the secret realm. Roman has alleviated the crisis at the royal court, becoming a household name and a celebrated hero. Wherever he goes, he is met with the adoration of the people. This newfound attention unsettles him, however. He endures it for the sake of fostering a good relationship with the idol wizard, and he begins to see the fruits of his efforts. Yet, the arrival of Emma renders his endeavors futile. When war breaks out, Emma receives a mission to flee to the Blood Royal Court, where she becomes a magical consultant, tasked with monitoring the court's movements. At the same time, as Roman's fame spreads, Emma hears his name upon her arrival at the Shattered Bone Court. It is noon, and Roman is taking a nap, stretching languidly in bed. Sunlight streams through the intricately carved window, accompanied by a gentle breeze that billows the pure white curtains like a maiden's delicate hand, softly brushing against Roman's cheek, momentarily distracting him. Propping his head up, he gazes vacantly out the window. At that moment, a soft female voice inquires from behind him, "What are you thinking about?" The owner of the voice has evaded the maids and knights, appearing directly in Roman's bedroom, which Roman perceives means she is a sorceress of equal rank. Given the familiar voice and scent, Roman easily deduces her identity. He turns to Emma, exclaiming with exasperation, "Could you not visit me normally, allowing me to prepare? I am hardly dressed, and isn't that rather awkward for you?" At this moment, Roman is clad in a pristine white robe, which is slightly oversized for comfort, exposing his fair shoulders and delicate collarbone. The lack of inner garments and the aftermath of sleep have rendered his appearance quite unseemly. Emma, however, laughs heartily, rolling onto Roman's bed and inhaling deeply, her face turning crimson as she declares, "As long as I am not embarrassed, it is you who should feel awkward. No matter what happens, I do not feel at a loss, so there is nothing to fear." Roman regards her with disdain, retorting, "Is this the reason you used an invisibility spell to intrude upon my room? I must say, you are truly tedious." "Of course not," Emma counters. "I was uncertain of the shattered bone court's stance, so I came to find you discreetly without alerting the servants outside." Roman recalls that upon enrolling, he had signed a contract stipulating that unless granted permission for a mission, he must not leave the academy. Otherwise, he would be deemed a traitor and face execution by the Judgment Eye. However, should he leave now, it would derail the progress of the sacrificial plan he had been formulating. Initially, he had intended to deceive the idle wizard under the pretense of treasure hunting, using that opportunity to conduct a sacrifice. But now, leaving would mean abandoning this scheme, necessitating a complete overhaul of his plans. Nonetheless, Roman does not give up and inquires, "When precisely are you leaving? I wish to see if I can resolve matters before your departure." Emma teases, "In the next couple of days. If you have anything to address, you must act quickly." Calculating in his mind, Roman shakes his head. This time frame is insufficient, signifying that the plan to sacrifice the idle wizard must be abandoned. The idle wizard possesses adequate skills yet remains weak in combat, making them easy to control. Missing this opportunity, where else could he find suitable offerings? Emma pours herself a glass of red wine, takes a sip, and continues, "The war has left both sides battered, and neither wishes to prolong it. Thus, they have decided to jointly develop the magic stone mines, but there exists a divergence." Roman interjects, "The distribution of mining shares, which they cannot agree upon, correct?" Emma nods, "Exactly. They have resolved to determine the quotas through another means." "What means?" Roman inquires curiously. At this juncture, Emma adopts a serious demeanor and states, "A secret realm survival competition will be held among third-level apprentices, with the distribution ratio decided by the number of survivors. Coincidentally, before I arrived, I heard that you have already been promoted to a third-level apprentice. So I wanted to inform you in advance that if you achieve outstanding results, you will gain access to all resources necessary for advancing to a formal wizard, without any conditions attached. That final point is crucial. In the academy, formal wizards, aside from their roles as mentors, also join wizard families as a condition for obtaining promotion resources. The cost of this is the loss of freedom, as they must adhere to family directives. For instance, Mentor Zimbardo must submit runestones to his family every month to receive resources from them. Roman cannot accept such terms. Thus, he initially did not consider relying on the academy for promotion, instead placing his hopes on the relics. Yet now, with the drawbacks of relying on the academy seemingly dissipating, he finds himself tempted. Who knows what lies within the ruins? Perhaps it is worth exploring the academy's advancement methods. Preparing for both possibilities cannot be detrimental. Roman nods, "Indeed. Having power behind you is quite advantageous." Emma entices, "You could join my family. Not only would you be exempt from participating in the battle, but you would also receive promotion resources for free." Roman chuckles in refusal, "I am a beast, not livestock. Freedom is 100 times more precious than promotional resources." Seeing his resolute stance, Emma ceases her persuasion, rising to take her leave. As she departs, Roman calls upon his 5 knights, stating, "In a few days, I shall be leaving, never to return. For the remaining days, you shall pledge your loyalty to Pals." Upon hearing this, Josen and the others, though heartbroken, are prepared for the inevitable. With sorrowful expressions, they ask, "Master, is there no way you could stay?" Roman shakes his head gently, "It is not possible. Please assist me in tidying up. I must step out for a moment. I will be leaving directly in a couple of days, so let us bid farewell in advance. Until we meet again, my knights." With that, Roman shouldered his pack and departed the shattered bone court. making his way to the black market of the Emerald territory to commence his procurement. After completing his purchases and leaving the black market, Roman sought out a secluded cave. Commanding the Chip commenced the creation of a treasure map based on the simulation plan. Chapter 79. Return to the Academy before long. Under the meticulous manipulation of the Chip, the treasure map was completed. Inspired by the parchment obtained from Claude, Roman crafted a recipe, concealing its code and overlaying it with a layer of heat-sensitive luminescent bacteria. These microorganisms formed the map, marking the location of the secret realm's entrance, thus lowering the barrier to deciphering and attracting more third-tier apprentices in search of treasure. Could you not visit through conventional means? Roman inquired, his brow furrowed, as Emma's trespassing into the estate greatly displeased him. Emma, unfazed, patted his shoulder and said, "It's just entering your bedroom. I searched thoroughly and found nothing scandalous. Why the grimace?" Roman chose not to dwell on this matter and instead asked, "Is there something you need?" "It's not yet time to leave." Emma reclined on Roman's bed, rolling about and burying her head in the covers, remarking, "The scent has faded. You should sleep more to let it intensify." Her ambiguous words prompted a stern response from Roman. "What do you mean? I have no intention of playing cards with you. Not with me, but with pals." Emma retorted with a sly grin. "She desires the wizard's DNA to bear a child of wizardly lineage." The Chip had previously scanned Pal's body, and calculating the time, it seemed she was now in her fertile period. Emma pouted defiantly, asserting, "Pals and I hit it off immediately. We are close friends. What's the harm in helping her a little? If you refuse, consider it as if I never asked." "Huh. Very well," Roman continued with a cold smile. "I shall speak directly with Pals to avoid you skimming off the top. The Queen has long been in contact with wizards and might possess some heirloom." With that, he rose to leave for the palace, prompting Emma to urgently grasp him, pushing him back onto the bed. "Don't be like this, Roman. Do me this favor. That matter is extremely important to me. If not, propose another condition." Faced with Emma's plea, Roman bowed his head in contemplation before replying, "Agreed, but in exchange, you must promise me one favor in the future, provided it does not jeopardize your cultivation or life." As a competent wizard, Emma had little to lose aside from these two matters, so she quickly acquiesced. "No problem, let us begin." She then started tugging at Roman's clothing, to which he exclaimed, "What are you doing? I'm not pals. I'm not involved with you." Emma smiled enticingly. "She only needs the chromosomes. It would be the same if I brought them to her. Rest assured, I'm quite skilled." Roman pushed her away, stating, "In that case, I'll handle it myself. I don't need your help." With that, he walked into the bathroom, leaving Emma stunned. Inside the bathroom, Roman retrieved a test tube, commanding the Chip, "Initiate internal operations. Modify genetic genes." Ding. Task established, modification commencing. The reason he refused Emma's assistance was due to the unpredictable nature of sorcery. Roman feared the genes might be traced, indirectly subjecting him to a curse. Shortly thereafter, Roman exited the bathroom, handing Emma a frozen test tube. "Take this. It's sufficient for Pals to fulfill her wishes." Emma accepted it, pouting in displeasure. "Do you really dislike me this much?" Roman wiped his hands, replying nonchalantly, "This is my secret. I cannot disclose it." 2 days later, the delegation departed, with Roman accompanying Emma on their return to the academy. At the city gate, Queen Pals did not emerge to greet them, as it was said she was with child and needed to rest, known only to a select few. Another 2 days passed, and as Roman descended from the airship, he surveyed the majestic floating city. Although the war had ended, its scars remained evident. Twisted steel plates and charred metal exteriors spoke volumes of the fierce battles waged. Few had survived, yet undoubtedly, they were all elites. At this moment, the pair arrived at the mission hall, adjacent to the commercial district, the most bustling area of the academy, yet now it appeared desolate. Noticing this, Roman remarked, "With fewer people, each individual will obtain more cultivation resources. Just look at the current prices in the shops. They are remarkably cheap." However, Emma held a differing view. Chuckling lightly, "This year's enrollment was advanced. I believe it will soon become lively again." After exchanging a few more words, Roman bid farewell to Emma and headed towards the experimental area. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a voice called out, "Excuse me, are you?" Roman asked, then recognized the voice as familiar, guessing, "Is that you, Joss? You survived." A fleeting expression of regret crossed Roman's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Responding calmly, "The pursuit of truth is often accompanied by sacrifice. It is unavoidable. Additionally, congratulations on your promotion to a third-tier apprentice. Few achieve such progress in such a short time." Upon receiving his well wishes, Joss spoke with a complex tone. Yet, the price of hastily gained power is steep. I must now cover myself with a robe when I venture out. With that, she lifted her long sleeves, revealing a rough hand emerging from within, which reminded Roman of Tigil. However, he felt no surprise, as his mental scan via the chip had already disclosed that Joss beneath the dark robe was beyond description. If one had to describe it, it could only be likened to a grotesque amalgamation of tentacles and orifices from which her voice emanated, though visually repulsive. Roman understood that this would significantly enhance her combat capabilities. The increase in tentacles and orifices would greatly accelerate her spell casting and incantation speed. Moreover, her mental space would likely mutate, strengthening her sorcery. Thus, Roman reassured her, you must have heard of the secret realm's escape in battle. Your form will be a tremendous advantage. Upon hearing this, Joss fell into silence, prompting Roman to conclude the conversation and proceed to Zimbardo's laboratory. Roman inquired with confusion. I do not recall owing you anything. Chapter 80, Practical Training. Upon hearing this, Zimbardo let out a cold laugh, halting his work to address the puzzled Roman. You have breached our agreement. Your mentor's benefits included a rune stone, a rune analysis, and a level 3 sorcery analysis, all of which I have provided. As per our arrangement, you were to clean the laboratory for me, yet you have not done so even once. Thus, you are in breach of contract. Roman, bewildered, replied. But you never instructed me to clean. I thought it wasn't necessary. Zimbardo shot him a sidelong glance. Is it really necessary to give such instructions? You have scarcely spent any time at the academy throughout the year. Regardless of your excuses, you have indeed breached our agreement. You must be aware of the consequences of breach before the eye of judgment. Roman nodded and said, I understand. The penalty is either magic stones or death. I choose to pay with magic stones. Please state your price. He was well aware of Zimbardo's intentions, merely seeking to exploit a moment of oversight. With his current wealth, Roman thought that as long as Zimbardo did not overreach, he would gladly pay the fine. Seeing Roman's readiness to comply, Zimbardo smiled with satisfaction. Considering you are but an apprentice, I shall impose a fine of 50 magic stones, which you may pay in installments, interest-free. Roman scoffed lightly, swiftly producing 50 magic stones. Mentor, it seems you are experiencing some financial strain lately. Consider this fine a token of filial piety. Observing the cheerful Roman, Zimbardo felt a pang of regret for having lost out on a greater sum, yet curiosity piqued within him. Roman, it appears you have come into some fortune lately. Care to share the details? After a moment's thought, Roman decided it was time to reveal a little. I have mastered the fireball rune, and earned quite a bit from it. Zimbardo's expression shifted to one of skepticism as Roman demonstrated the creation of the fireball rune right before him. Upon careful inspection, Zimbardo's astonishment was palpable. In just a year, you have become proficient in its production. A talent such as yours makes it no wonder you are unconcerned about the 50 magic stones. At this juncture, Roman inquired, Mentor, what exactly is transpiring? Is it truly so desperate that you would resort to such means for 50 magic stones? With a resigned sigh, Zimbardo explained, it is all due to that cursed war. Your senior peers have fled, leaving me short-handed, unable to supply rune stones, and thus liable for penalties. He then cast a glance at the rune stone in Roman's hand. Lamenting, had I known of your brilliance earlier, I would have kept you here to assist me. How splendid that would have been. Roman chuckled softly, relieved at having concealed his true potential. He then asked, Mentor, is it true that there are rewards and resources for advancement from the secret realm escape? At the mention of this, Zimbardo became animated, speaking with fervor. Indeed, it is true. Moreover, there will be a practical training session before the war, which also comes with generous rewards. Practical training? Roman queried with intrigue. Could you elaborate? Certainly. Zimbardo nodded, gesturing for Roman to sit down. To enhance the chances of success in the secret realm escape, the Academy has arranged specialized training and assessments, with only those who qualify allowed to participate in the trials, along with substantial rewards. So hurry and enroll. The rewards are plentiful. Roman replied nonchalantly, Mentor, why are you more enthusiastic than I am? I haven't even decided to participate yet. Zimbardo, looking somewhat helpless, confessed, to be honest, it is a requirement of the Academy. If an apprentice passes the assessment, the mentor's debts will be alleviated. So I beseech you, Roman. Understanding dawned upon Roman, and he smiled, saying, if you need assistance, you must ensure it is free of charge. Zimbardo readily agreed, assuring him, no problem at all. I guarantee you will not be charged magic stones. As Roman stood to leave, Zimbardo called after him, if you perform exceptionally well, I shall divulge a crucial piece of information that will undoubtedly be advantageous to you. With a snap of his fingers, Zimbardo cast a second-level illusion spell, summoning a whirlwind that gathered dust into a pile and swept it away into the garbage bin. After a restful night, the following day, Roman made his way to the mission hall to register for the practical training. Upon arrival, he found the hall filled with wizards, all aspiring participants of the secret realm escape and practical training. In the midst of the crowd, Roman spotted Emma and approached her in surprise. "Did you not say you wouldn't participate in the secret realm escape? What brings you here?" Emma smiled. "I have changed my mind. There is an item in the final reward that I desperately need. By the way, how about we team up?" Roman shook his head. "Let us discuss that later. The specifics are still unclear." At that moment, Captain Mark appeared, clearing his throat and addressing the crowd. "I trust you are all aware of the purpose of the practical training, which is to enhance your strength before the secret realm escape commences. However, it is crucial that you understand. Only 50 participants will be selected, and there are far more than 50 level 3 apprentices present. What shall we do?" A voice from the crowd shouted, "Allocate participation based on assessment scores." This suggestion garnered widespread agreement, with many voicing their support. Roman watched in astonishment. While the stakes were life and death, the apprentices were filled with fervor, and he finally grasped the essence of dark wizards. They were a band of battle maniacs, convinced they would not perish in the competition, exuding confidence. War is an opportunity, chaos serves as a ladder. The common folk of the Qin dynasty rejoiced at the prospect of battle, likely embodying this very mindset. Roman smirked at himself, recognizing his own position in the matter. With his advantages, he too felt an unwavering confidence, dismissing the notion of defeat. Mark, witnessing the fervor among the crowd, nodded in satisfaction. "I share the same sentiment. Only those who prove themselves worthy shall represent the Academy in the competition. Now, follow me as we commence the first assessment." The crowd followed Mark to a spacious warehouse, where a cage in the center contained 10 ordinary individuals armed with rudimentary weapons such as knives, swords, and wooden clubs. Mark pointed at them and declared, "The assessment is as follows. Within 10 seconds, you must kill all the individuals in the cage, unarmed. Each must meet a different end." At this moment, one wizard hesitated, asking, "Who are these mortals?" Mark shot him a disdainful glance. "You are eliminated. What does it matter who they are? Just kill them." "Enough with the hesitation. Be gone." Dejected, the wizard left, and Mark continued, "Are there any others like him? If you cannot bring yourself to act, leave now." As Mark surveyed the crowd, he noticed a few wizards displaying reluctance. He pointed at them, bellowing, You, and you. Out with the sanctimonious. I prefer wolves that howl, not self-righteous souls." Only when the remaining wizards bore indifferent expressions did he nod in approval. "I appreciate those who are fierce. I abhor the sanctimonious. It seems you all fit the bill. I can now speak the truth. They are all death row inmates, condemned to die. So fear not. Take action without remorse. Now, let the assessment begin." First up, Joss. Chapter 81. The Solitude of the Sorcerer. Upon hearing the summons, Joss, shrouded in a black cloak, silently stepped forward and entered the iron cage. Inside, 10 ragged prisoners, armed and trembling, glared at the cloaked figure with bloodthirsty intensity. Outside the cage, Mark spoke in a calm tone. "Within 10 seconds, eliminate them all in various ways. Weapons and sorcery are forbidden. You must rely solely on your bare hands. Begin." As the prisoners raised their weapons, tendrils emerged from beneath Joss's cloak, swiftly piercing through the heart of one unfortunate soul. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Has she mutated entirely? It must be so, for the sake of strength. Her determination is remarkable. Such extreme transformation, even in the blood and flesh opera that revered combat prowess, was exceedingly rare. Mutation often bore side effects, unpredictably impacting lifespan, potential, or magical ability. The more mutations one underwent, the more severe the repercussions. In that moment, within the iron cage, Joss wielded her myriad tentacles, showcasing an array of lethal techniques. Some strangled the life out of their victims, others dislocated jaws, and still others exploded heads, each death more bewildering than the last. The entire process lasted mere seconds, and Mark nodded in satisfaction. Satisfactory. Next, following her, the apprentices stepped forth, each possessing knightly prowess, with a few being great knights. The prisoners, mere mortals, despite their desperate resistance, could not escape their fates. Although the examination seemed superfluous, Roman understood its significance. The foremost quality of an exceptional warrior is not their combat skill, but rather their willingness to kill. Warriors are meant for slaughter, Those without a murderous intent cannot be relied upon in battle. Swift and decisive. Eliminating 10 individuals in various manners, Mark filtered out the qualified warriors. At this juncture, Mark called out, "Next, Roman." Upon hearing this, Roman entered the cage. Before him stood 10 ragged prisoners, their eyes glinting with malice as they gripped their weapons, prepared to fight to the death. A chip activated, calculating the optimal killing strategy. Ding. Task established. Commencing simulation. Simulation complete. The plan is as follows. Simultaneously, a command rang out from outside the cage. Begin. Roman dashed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself amidst the prisoners. With a hand shaped like a blade, he sliced through the air, sending a head soaring into the sky. Blood gushed forth, awakening the prisoners to the realization that only through rebellion could they grasp a fleeting chance at survival. They charged at Roman with ferocity. In a matter of seconds, Roman advanced, delivering a powerful blow that shattered ribs and pierced through chests. The prisoners were soon vanquished entirely. The entirety of the process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any excess, and in Mark's eyes, it was imbued with a peculiar beauty. Emma approached, casting a glance at Roman that seemed to say, "Watch me," before stepping into the iron cage, ready to unleash her own carnage. Just then, Joss leaned toward Roman, whispering, "Roman, your combat skills are impressive. Your efficiency in killing is nearly on par with mine." This was not mere boastfulness. Emma's complete mutation had already elevated her above humanity in combat, and for Roman to be comparable in this regard was indeed a compliment. Roman's gaze widened in surprise. Pondering, could it be that the tentacled creature harbored such sentiments? Joss's subsequent inquiry revealed his misinterpretation. "Do you ever feel lonely?" Lonely? Roman was perplexed. He had never contemplated such a notion. Beneath her cloak, Joss spoke with a tone of despondency. "Not long ago, my family was annihilated in the Noble War. Although I avenged them, I still feel a void. One night, while gazing at the stars in the desert, the realization that I was utterly alone in the world struck me, and I felt an overwhelming suffocation. It was unbearable. My family is gone. William is dead. If you were to perish as well, I would face the world alone. Can you understand, Roman?" Roman longed to say that she would have ample time to make friends and escape her loneliness, but he realized that Joss's demeanor likely deterred any sorcerer from approaching her. "If you seek advice, consider this. Humanity feels loneliness due to its frailty, unable to confront the world alone. Societies, communities, and intimate relationships arise. Yet we are sorcerers. Our power resides within ourselves, requiring neither society nor unity. We can be selfish and solitary, standing alone against the world." Upon hearing this, Joss pondered, then asked with confusion, "I understand the reasoning, but why do I feel distressed when alone?" Roman contemplated for a moment before continuing. Human emotions are fundamentally governed by endocrine responses. Just as removing the amygdala would eradicate our capacity for fear, the emotion of loneliness is no different. Thus, you might investigate your endocrine system, excise the corresponding glands, and amplify dopamine secretion. You would feel significantly better. Upon hearing this, Joss felt as if a cloud had lifted, and Roman's explanation proved far more useful than abstract reasoning. The inexplicable melancholy she experienced was merely due to chemical imbalances. With this newfound understanding, Joss's despondency lightened considerably, her tone brightening as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Roman. Without you, I might have remained trapped in this state for quite some time. Though I am no longer human, I still possess human emotions. It seems the enhancement has its flaws." "What flaws?" Emma's voice chimed in, her lips pouting in discontent. "What were you two discussing so fervently? Even my brilliant performance failed to capture your attention. Do you find the tentacled creature more alluring than I?" Roman chuckled, replying, "Why do women always pose such peculiar questions? What is there to admire in the slaughter of mere mortals? Boring." At that moment, the assessment concluded, and Mark announced, "The situation is better than I had imagined. Most of you have passed the evaluation. If there were no limits on participation, I would certainly take you all to compete. Alas, there are restrictions, and some of you must be eliminated." He then led the successful sorcerers to the sorcery training chamber. "Now, I shall teach you how to employ sorcery in battle. Some of you have recently ascended, while others are battle-hardened veterans. The newcomers should learn diligently, while the seasoned ones can review. Do you understand?" Chapter 82. Magic Locking in the Sorcery Practice Room. Casting a third-level spell necessitates 3 distinct steps: spell preparation, magic locking, and mental control. Spell preparation encompasses gestures, incantations, and materials aimed at constructing a spell template within the meditation space. Subsequently, The magic locking process projects it to a designated location, with the mental power subject to continuous adjustment. From these 3 dimensions, one can assess a wizard's proficiency in spellcasting. The higher the proficiency, the shorter the spell preparation time, the more precise the magic locking, and the more flexible the mental control. Then, Mark chanted the incantation, forming hand seals to summon a fireball that struck a distant target, resulting in an explosion. Just as he finished, a student raised their hand to inquire, "How can we reduce the spell preparation time?" In response, Mark elaborated, "During spell preparation, both gestures and incantations serve to expedite the construction of the spell template. There are no shortcuts to this goal. Only through rigorous practice can one achieve mastery." Enabling instantaneous casting. On the platform, Mark spoke eloquently, captivating the apprentices below, although the information was written in their textbooks. Hearing it from the renowned warrior, Mark imparted a significantly different meaning. Roman, equally engrossed, pondered numerous thoughts and commanded, "Chip, if I entrust mental control to you, can we achieve instantaneous casting?" Ding. Simulation initiated. Simulation complete. Conclusion. Instantaneous casting is feasible. A smile crept upon Roman's lips, a private triumph. This was akin to acquiring another trump card. Although he could achieve instantaneous casting through the runestone, it still paled in comparison to true sorcery. The most prominent distinction lay in the precision of magic locking, capable of accurately striking foes and guiding flexibly, whereas the runestone offered no such control. The disparity was evident. At that moment, another student raised their hand to ask, "Captain Mark, I heard we can receive 5 free spell analyses. Is that true?" Mark nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. But only through assessment can it be free. Otherwise, it would incur a debt." Another student stood to inquire, "How should we select the 5 spells?" Mark gestured for them to sit and replied thoughtfully, "That is an excellent question. My answer encompasses 5 key considerations: offense, defense, mobility, healing, and control. Select 1 spell from each category and focus on mastering them." As he finished speaking, many newly promoted wizards nodded in agreement, while others pondered and continued to ask, "Captain Mark, could these 5 functions be allocated to 5 different wizards, forming a small team to enhance each function's potency?" I do not recommend that approach. Firstly, in the secret realm, teleportation is random. Teams cannot regroup instantly, making them susceptible to being picked off. Secondly, you are wizards. Your power resides within yourselves. You are lone wolves, not sheep. Mark's words ignited a flurry of debate, met with both agreement and disdain. Beside Roman, Emma expressed her discontent. "Humph, what a contemptible view of human nature. Such self-righteousness." Roman cautioned, "The crux lies in the random teleportation of the secret realm, rendering division into teams impractical. We will only be able to fend for ourselves. What is there to fear?" Emma retorted stubbornly, "I possess enchanted locating items. We can use them to find each other." Roman shook his head, expressing skepticism. Plans often fail to keep pace with changes. Mark's advice offers a higher tolerance for errors. At that moment, Mark announced, "You may select your templates now. Assemble here at the same time tomorrow. You are dismissed." Upon hearing this, Emma quickly forgot their earlier disagreement, took Roman's hand, and exclaimed, "Free spells. Let us go take a look." The apprentices rushed towards the academy shop, tickets in hand, resembling a throng of eager shoppers at a supermarket sale, fearing that valuable items might be snatched away. Roman, puzzled by this frenzy, turned to Emma and asked, "Magic is knowledge, which can be resold. Why are they so eager?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon Roman. "I see now. They are all vying for memory crystals, hoping to swiftly grasp spells and enhance their combat prowess." Emma then inquired, "Aren't you going to join the fray? If you wait too long, the memory crystals will be gone." Roman shook his head. "I already possess a set of spell combinations. There is no need to acquire more." Before the war and subsequent chaos, he had already depleted the shop's inventory of spells, so he was not in need. However, to Emma, Roman's ascension outside the academy was a mystery, even if he had been fortunate enough to access the black market. The absence of a source for magic stones rendered the acquisition of spells impossible. Emma, frustrated, exclaimed, "How can you compare yourself to me? My family background is incomparable to yours. Honestly, I've always been curious. You come from humble origins, yet your rate of resource accumulation rivals that of wizarding families." Emma nodded in understanding. "I know. I won't pry further. In truth, I have my own secrets, so you need not look at me that way." The coldness faded from Roman's expression, and the two fell into silence as they wandered through the shop for a while before bidding each other farewell. The following day, in the sorcery practice room, 3rd-level apprentices could generate artificial magic. This process involved conscious participation, allowing awareness to influence the artificial magic. With magic locking being one such method of influence. Following Mark's instruction, the students closed their eyes and envisioned the magic as a bundle, repeatedly imagining concepts such as locking and feedback. Before long, the students felt their consciousness extending forward, akin to radar, sweeping 360 degrees until encountering something and subsequently locking onto it. Their awareness instinctively registered the distance and direction of the target. Roman compared magic locking to chip detection, concluding that aside from its accuracy, magic locking lacked significant advantages. It was easily disturbed, had a weak information-gathering capacity, and offered no distance advantage. When confronted with area spells, the increase of ambient magic posed a risk of obstructing magic bundling. Furthermore, when magic coalesced into a bundle, it could only touch a very limited area of the target, failing to ascertain its shape, temperature, or material. This limitation rendered magic locking incapable of operating beyond the line of sight, as long as the target remained stationary. One could not discern whether it was a stone or a living being. Other students also recognized these issues and raised their hands to inquire, Captain Mark, is this so-called magic locking akin to how bats sense obstacles? It seems rather ineffective. Chapter 83. Hunt a week later, outside the floating city, within the safety zone. This labyrinthine terrain proved highly unfavorable for magical tracking. Upon encountering obstacles, the magical energy would reflect, thereby limiting the detection range. However, there existed one exception to this rule: the wizards, who emanated radiation that could be detected despite barriers within a certain radius. Before long, Roman made a discovery. He halted, locking his magical energy onto a mound of earth 100 meters away, from which emanated waves of radiation, shining like a sun in the darkness. Under the guidance of his mental prowess, a fireball formed a parabolic arc and accurately struck behind the mound, igniting a sea of flames. 2 fire wraiths struggled out from the inferno, rolling on the ground and howling in agony. Witnessing this, Roman silently prepared his second spell. The whales sounded the horn of a full-scale assault, and the enemy began their counterattack. A spear, propelled with tremendous kinetic energy, hurtled directly towards Roman, its speed rendering him unable to evade. Yet, in the very instant of impact, Roman completed his incantation. A shimmering barrier appeared, deflecting the spear. In the next moment, a barrage of arrows and spears followed, all repelled by his shield, leaving Roman unscathed. At that moment, he internally chanted, "Psychoenergy Matrix, activate." The magical matrix was optimized with psychoenergy, extending the magical beam's range and significantly enlarging the scanning radius, surpassing that of an ordinary wizard, nearly encompassing the entire battlefield. With each inch gained, his power grew. Roman swiftly locked onto several radiation sources. He then recited an incantation, causing waves of sorcery to ripple outward. Sensing impending doom, the enemy intensified their barrage of spears and arrows, which rained down upon his shield, creating numerous fissures. It was apparent that in mere seconds, the shield would shatter. Yet, at that moment, Roman completed his spell, summoning a burning cloud of fire that enveloped the radiation sources. The enemy reacted instantly. In the magical detection, the radiation sources dispersed in all directions, but it was too late. With a thought, Roman commanded the fiery cloud to rain down flames, creating a vast conflagration. 1, 2, 3, 9. Roman counted softly, but when he reached 49, his voice faltered and his brow furrowed. Having enhanced his magical detection through the psychoenergy matrix, Roman's magical lock covered the entire battlefield, almost revealing the entire map. In such circumstances, hunting these knights should have been effortless, with no room for oversight. Yet, an anomaly appeared. Neither environmental analysis nor magical detection yielded any results. In the next moment, a charred corpse was overturned, revealing a concealed pit beneath. Where a single intact knight lay, the dragon slayer bolt glinting coldly. At that realization, a sigh escaped Roman, in the fleeting moment between life and death. Even the most fragile of lives can burst forth with dazzling brilliance. At that moment, the dragon slayer bolt was released from the crossbow. Propelled by the determination forged from the sacrifice of 49 knights, aimed directly at Roman. At such a close range, it could effortlessly tear through Roman's protective magic and pierce his body. Success. The knight's pupils contracted, elation swelling within as he believed he had finally obliterated the wicked wizard at the cost of his comrades, attaining victory. However, joy swiftly morphed into despair, not far away. Roman suddenly vanished, his shadow solidifying and expanding before rising and shedding its darkness. The desperate strike, exchanged for the lives of all his comrades, had merely shattered an illusion. His true self remained concealed within the shadow. With a tranquil demeanor, Roman stated, "You have done your utmost. It is enough to atone for the fallen. Rest in peace." With the collection of 50 badges, a beam of light shot skyward, and in the next moment, Mark appeared to announce, "Roman, the hunt took 3 minutes and 41 seconds. You currently hold second place." At a distant resting point, the apprentices erupted in exclamations of awe, mesmerized by Roman's performance. Not only was his casting speed remarkably swift, but he had also discerned the enemy's ambush, preparing a decoy in advance. Had it not been for the final Dragon Slayer bolt, Roman would have undoubtedly secured first place. Emma, the current leader, approached him with admiration, her excitement palpable. "Oh my, Roman, how did you perceive the enemy's ambush? I would have fallen right into their trap." Feeling the warmth of her touch, Roman squinted and replied, "Utilizing the corpse as cover and seizing the opportunity to ambush was quite natural. Participating in a few more battles would certainly teach one such strategies." "That is impressive. I am first, you are second. We have secured the top 2 positions," Emma exclaimed. Roman chuckled, shaking his head. "It is premature to draw conclusions. Gunnar and Joss have yet to compete." At that moment, Mark called out, "The 50 knights are in position. Gunnar, it is your turn." Gunnar cast a challenging glance at Roman and Emma before stepping into the arena. Facing the onslaught of arrows and spears without activating any protective magic, a wizard exclaimed in astonishment, "Is he throwing his life away? His body remains unaltered. How will he withstand kinetic weaponry?" Just then, Gunnar revealed a cruel grin as his body began to shimmer and morph into a pool of mercury. The arrows and spears struck him but caused no harm whatsoever. Roman recalled their first encounter, astonished. He has fused the magical item into his body. How daring! Magical items can unleash spells instantaneously, but they require time to charge. By melding a magical item into his body, he effectively transformed it into part of himself, enabling him to utilize artificial magical energy without additional charging. Moreover, due to the influence of consciousness, the use of the magical item became more versatile, allowing for a multitude of tactics. Observing that the attacks were ineffective, the knights retreated and concealed themselves throughout the battlefield. In response, Gunnar moved to the center, transforming into a mercury sphere, unleashing countless strands of mercury in all directions. These strands, dense as a spider's web, spread across the battlefield. Any knight who inadvertently brushed against them would find themselves ensnared and shredded into pieces. Gunnar, the hunt took 3 minutes and 5 seconds, ranking first. Chapter 84. Instinct in the heart of the battlefield. Cannon stood proudly, challenging Roman with a defiant gaze. Roman was perplexed. What was there to boast about in achieving first place without any reward? Then he considered another possibility and turned to Emma. Emma, sensing his gaze, immediately deduced his thoughts and teased, "So, how about it? Am I not charming? If you don't step up your game, you might just find yourself in someone else's embrace." Roman chuckled, feigning indignation. How infuriating. To be surpassed by Cannon. No way, I must prove I'm better than him. Emma laughed delicately, playfully patting Roman on the shoulder. "All right then. If you truly surpass him, regardless of the outcome, I shall allow you to join my family." "Really? How splendid." Roman feigned gratitude, then expressed uncertainty. "But why? Cannon is superior to me. You should choose him." Emma cupped Roman's face in her hands and planted a firm kiss on him, saying, "What does it matter how skilled he is? He is still driven by primal instincts, devoid of any sorcerer's rationality or wisdom. Your pretentiousness is much more pleasing to the eye." Like Roman, Cannon hailed from a noble mortal lineage, benefiting from exceptional talents that made him a key focus for the Academy's nurturing. However, being merely a boy of 15 or 16, he had yet to adapt to his new status and still possessed mortal traits. Reproduction was a vital instinct among mortals, driven by desire to forge intimate connections with the opposite sex. Yet, within the eyes of sorcerer offspring, such relationships born of reproduction appeared exceedingly ludicrous. Sorcerers were essentially immortal, and the urgency to perpetuate their genes was not pressing, rendering jealousy incomprehensible. Despite the flirtation between Emma and Roman, should any conflict of interest arise, they would not hesitate to wield daggers against each other. The camaraderie among sorcerers often resembled a gold cup shared in revelry, yet blades were not spared in rivalry. Jealousy was a rare occurrence in their interactions. Casting a sympathetic glance at Cannon, Roman mused, "He has survived this long solely due to his formidable strength. There can hardly be anyone more naive than him." At that moment, he heard Josie's voice. "Don't be angry, Roman. I'll pull Cannon down from his throne shortly. With me around, no one can bully you." There truly was someone. Roman sighed inwardly, sensing the chaotic writhing of tentacles beneath Josie's black cloak. Hinting at her inner excitement, he vaguely felt that her words were directed not at him, but rather at Emma beside him. Emma, with a knowing smile, leaned closer to Roman and said, "Shall we switch roles and reenact this?" Roman pushed her away, replying, "Don't be so tedious." He then addressed Josie, "No need. Just do your best. Even if you don't succeed, there's no need to feel burdened." Simultaneously, he commanded in his mind, "Chip, scan Josie's body." Just as Josie was about to speak, Mark's voice rang out, "Next up, Josie, hurry to the stage." He then looked at Roman in surprise. "And you don't really fancy her, do you? Your attitude towards her was even better than towards me." Meanwhile, as the chip completed its analysis, Roman seemed to have an epiphany and remarked, "In the pursuit of strength, the body undergoes mutations, resulting in abnormal glandular secretions that affect emotions, leading to uncontrollable behaviors, much like Cannon's reproductive impulses. Power gained through haste comes at a price." Roman recalled the collapse of his magical matrix during his ascension to a third-level apprentice, evoking a sense of empathy that compelled him to express concern. However, Emma's focus lay elsewhere. She covered her mouth and exclaimed with excitement, "There's no need to hide. It's perfectly normal for sorcerers to have unique inclinations. I won't mock you." Roman chose to ignore her, thinking, "Let the misunderstanding be. It cannot be helped," and redirected his attention to the battlefield. At that moment, Josie was wreaking havoc. Dozens of tentacles rapidly forming seals, with mouths chanting bizarre incantations. The close coordination of tentacles and mouths allowed her sorcery to achieve instantaneous effects. The battlefield was rife with explosive spells covering nearly the entire area, and Josie's magical detection was exceptionally precise, relentlessly targeting and annihilating knights. Roman had previously suggested the removal of her glands, but Josie had clearly disregarded his advice. He speculated that it was not a matter of her inability to act, but rather that her emotions amplified her meditative space, enhancing her magical detection or accelerating the construction of sorcery templates. As thoughts raced through his mind, everything abruptly fell silent as Mark announced loudly, "Josie. 3 minutes and 5 seconds, tied for first place with Cannon." Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Josie stood proudly on the battlefield, staring intently in Roman's direction. Though her face was obscured by her cloak, Roman sensed the complex emotions behind it, an exhibition of strength directed at him, coupled with a challenge towards Emma. The other apprentices looked on, gossiping animatedly. What have these slackers been doing for the past week? They can't even master a magical lock. And their casting preparations take longer than an old lady's foot binding. They should hurry and leave to avoid further embarrassment. The expressions of those apprentices darkened as they slinked away. Mark addressed the remaining sorcerers. "Aside from those few slackers, you all performed admirably, truly worthy survivors of battle. I hope you can maintain this level of excellence in the final assessment." "The final assessment?" Cannon inquired with curiosity. Mark nodded, grinning wickedly. "Let me give you a heads up. In the final assessment, your opponents will be 50 great knights wielding runestones. Unlike the easily defeated knights and prisoners, great knights equipped with runestones possessed combat capabilities almost on par with third-level apprentices, making it all too easy to be countered if one was not cautious. Nevertheless, the apprentices displayed no signs of fear. Instead, their spirits soared, eager to test their mettle." Pleased with their enthusiasm, Mark nodded in satisfaction and announced the dismissal. 2 days later, Roman received a message from Zimbardo, summoning him to his laboratory. Upon entering, Zimbardo greeted him with an enthusiastic embrace, exclaiming, "Roman, you've done exceptionally well. You didn't let me down. 2 days ago, you secured third place, allowing me to clear my debts." Roman, puzzled, asked, "Did you summon me for something?" Zimbardo smiled mysteriously. "I promised that if you performed excellently, I would share a piece of intelligence with you. Intelligence that is absolutely valuable." Upon hearing this, Roman chuckled. "Then do tell. What is this invaluable intelligence? I have spell casting practice to attend to." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zimbardo began by shattering the magical matrix in the mental matrix and reconstructing them into a new matrix. You can enhance both your magical and mental capabilities through a meditation technique. Zimbardo nodded, affirming that is the official explanation. However, following that path will stagnate your progress, leaving you forever as a first-level sorcerer, unable to advance. Chapter 85. The Flaw Matrix Stagnation in Cultivation? Roman exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Zimbardo nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed, the shattered magical and spiritual matrices have merged into an advancement matrix. and the array patterns provided by the Academy possess significant flaws. Roman's expression turned grave. Acquiring resources from the Academy to advance to a formal wizard was his predetermined plan. The emergence of complications left him immensely anxious, prompting him to inquire, Minor, if what you say is true, this must be confidential. How did you come to know of it? The corrupted bird and the Eye of Judgment were mortal enemies, vying against each other within the multiverse. The feathers of the corrupted bird epitomized their struggle, possessing the power to nullify contracts. Roman, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, uncertain of the veracity of Zimbardo's claims, especially as the current situation was not conducive to confronting the Eye of Judgment. After weighing his options, he continued, why would the Academy do this? Surely, having more powerful wizards aligns with the interests of the higher-ups? Zimbardo sneered coldly, retorting, if you ascend, you'll stand on equal footing with the higher-ups. Who then will they exploit? He continued, it can be stated that, apart from the 3 supreme wizard families at the top, all formal wizards here have found themselves in a dead end. Zimbardo's words were coherent and logically sound, leaving Roman momentarily at a loss for counterarguments. Yet, he understood that Zimbardo's willingness to share this information was not out of benevolence. The urgent matter at hand was to discern Zimbardo's intentions. He replied nonchalantly, I see. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Zimbardo smiled. The Academy's advancement array has defects. Would you like to know how a flawless array appears? Roman smirked coldly. So this information comes at a price? Zimbardo nodded, stating matter-of-factly. Of course, the free portion has been exhausted. Now we enter the paid segment. For merely 300 magic stones, I shall divulge the information. 300 magic stones was no trifling sum. However, for Roman, it was simply a matter of selling a few runestones. Insignificant compared to the value of the advancement information. Nonetheless, he refrained from immediately acquiescing and instead asked, you mentioned that the flawless array is monopolized by the 3 major families. How do you know this? Zimbardo explained, I cannot claim to know, but I am aware of their common characteristics and how they differ from the flawed arrays. After a brief moment of contemplation, Roman decided to purchase the information but sought to haggle, feigning hesitation. What you've mentioned hardly warrants 300 magic stones. If it were about a complete array, it might be justifiable, but what you've shared is merely common knowledge, isn't it? Zimbardo, upon hearing this, let out a derisive laugh. It is indeed common knowledge, yet it is knowledge that has been monopolized and restricted. Ordinary wizards cannot access it, not just the Opera House. But the entire Academy in the Northern Wasteland operates under this premise. Roman retorted sharply, refusing to back down, yet you forget about the black market. There are wizards beyond the Northern Wasteland who do not adhere to such rules. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match, each countering the other until they finally settled on a price of 150 magic stones. Upon receiving the memory crystal, Roman exited the laboratory. At that moment, a notification from the chip echoed in his mind. Ding. Data interface detected. Would you like to proceed with the transfer? Yes. Initiate the transfer immediately. A torrent of knowledge flooded in. Zimbardo had not only shared his conclusions with Roman but also the research and experimental processes. Even without a definitive answer, Roman benefited immensely. The flawless array was an open structure, allowing formal wizards to build upon it to further construct a secondary matrix, thus advancing to secondary wizards. In contrast, the Academy's array was a closed structure, incapable of any supplementary upgrades, rendering progression to secondary wizards utterly impossible. In essence, to ascend to a formal wizard, one could not rely on the Academy. Alternative methods were imperative. However, as Zimbardo pointed out, the advancement matrix was monopolized by the wizard families, and without any familial background. Roman found himself at a loss on how to proceed. Was he truly destined to become a mere consort to Emma? A thought crossed Roman's mind. But he quickly dismissed it, reasoning, it is too soon to contemplate such matters. The immediate priority is to explore the relics of the psychic wizards. Advancing can wait. To explore the relics, he would need to take measures during the secret realm escape. With this in mind, Roman made his way directly to the shop. At the counter, Roman inquired, do you possess a type of stone that emits radiation capable of simulating the magical locking mechanism to detect the radiation fluctuations of a wizard? The attendant nodded. Indeed, we have such stones. They are called radiation stones, derived from magic stone deposits. Many apprentices procure them for the purpose of luring enemies. He retrieved a stonecutter's tool and began to polish a radiation stone. In no time, he crafted a stone box perfectly sized to hold a treasure map. Next, He produced several cylindrical bamboo tubes, inserted the treasure map, sealed them, and wrapped them in luminous powder before placing them inside the radiation stone box. The luminous powder would charge in the darkness, and upon opening the box, it would emit a dazzling light, revealing a scroll quietly resting inside, glimmering with golden radiance. Any individual would instinctively recognize that this scroll was extraordinary. A week swiftly passed, culminating in the final assessment. The great knights wielded rune stones, while the wizard apprentices utilized the flaws of the rune stones to maximize their strengths, launching magical strikes from beyond visual range through magical locking. Runestones had a low entry threshold, allowing for instantaneous activation and considerable power. However, their limited range confined them to the line of sight, preventing them from replacing true magic despite their myriad advantages. In this context, the outcome was inevitable. Under magical locking, each great knight was systematically called out, often succumbing to magical attacks from above before even glimpsing their adversaries. The wizards easily secured victory, with a total of 52 wizards passing the assessment. Mark eliminated the two with the poorest performance, culminating in a group of 50 third-level wizard apprentices. It could be said that the remaining 50 wizards represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within the academy. Mark announced loudly, "The secret realm escape begins tomorrow. I have nothing further to say. Remember to conceal yourselves, eliminate your enemies, and survive until the end. The grand rewards await you." The crowd responded with fervor, brimming with determination as they anticipated the morrow. On the following day, Roman and the assembly of wizards descended from the airship, greeted by an expansive wasteland. There, the 50 wizards of the Life Lighthouse stood in readiness, silently facing off against the Blood and Flesh Opera House. The respective deans of both sides advanced, summoned the Eye of Judgment, exchanged vows, and announced the commencement of the secret realm escape. Amidst the enemy ranks, Roman spotted a familiar figure. "Is that the wizard who cursed me?" He was clearly a formal wizard. How has he become a third-level apprentice? Chapter 86. The deployment of treasure chests. A formal wizard appeared on the battlefield filled with third-level apprentices, akin to a tiger among sheep, effortlessly dominating the scene. This signified that the escape had not even commenced, and the Opera House had already suffered a complete defeat. Moreover, this individual bore a grudge against Roman, making it highly likely that he entered the fray with the intent to confront Roman. Unbeknownst to him, Roman had no knowledge of what lay within the secret realm, nor could he prepare in advance. Once Jefferson was allowed inside, death would be certain. Thus, Roman decisively reported this matter to Mark, who, upon hearing it, expressed astonishment. "This is impossible. Both deans have sworn on the Eye of Judgment to ensure that all participants are third-level apprentices. There can be no violations unless one is reckless." Roman, anxious, retorted, "But what if the opposing dean is indeed reckless? Wouldn't that guarantee our defeat?" Mark remained unconvinced, explaining, "In addition to the dean, the participants must also swear an oath to the Eye of Judgment. If any discrepancies arise, they will perish on the spot. So you need not worry." Roman was left speechless. Unless there were tainted feathers involved, defiance against the Eye of Judgment would result in immediate death. Thus, his concerns seemed unfounded. Subsequently, both sides of wizards stepped forward and, under the supervision of their deans, took oaths, which included rules of engagement such as refraining from attacking teammates and remaining united against external threats, alongside affirmations of their status as third-level apprentices. Seeing this, Roman let out a slight sigh of relief and commanded inwardly, "Chip, analyze the known information and speculate on the reasons for the decline in power." Ding. Task established. Analysis commencing. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the Life Lighthouse formation as someone shouted. Roman turned to see the wizard in question stepping forward, striding boldly into the space between the two formations, raising his hand to point at Roman, proclaiming loudly, "You are Roman, right? I will kill you. Prepare your neck for a clean cut. My name is Jefferson. Remember it." As his words fell, all the wizards from the Opera House, including Roman, displayed disdain, regarding Jefferson as nothing more than a buffoon. Behind Jefferson, the Life Lighthouse wizards wore complex expressions. Some sneered, others looked resigned, while a few exhibited contempt. Jefferson took in the reactions, scoffing, "Do not gloat. Previously, I fell victim to your underhanded tricks, which led to my decline in power. Yet I can still utterly crush you." "A decline in power," gasped the wizards of the Opera House, realizing this implied that Jefferson had once been a formal wizard. In the eyes of apprentice wizards, every formal wizard was a towering figure to be revered. Despite his diminished status, his foundational skills remained intact. To say nothing of his speed in casting spells, magical energy locking, and mental control, which were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of third-level apprentices, making him a formidable opponent for all. A tiger may fall from grace, yet it does not mean it can be easily bullied. Initially, they thought the White Wizard lacked combat prowess, leading the Opera House to underestimate him. Now, with such an exceptional figure emerging, they grew serious. Just as Jefferson believed he had succeeded in posturing, his dean suddenly appeared before him and slapped him to the ground. Jefferson covered his face, trembling as he replied, "Why, yes, Father." After the interruption, the two deans chanted incantations, and the surrounding space rippled like water, revealing two spatial rifts. It was then that Mark shouted, "Form a line, enter one by one, and you will be randomly teleported. Remember what I said. Conceal yourselves, eliminate the enemies, and survive until the end." The crowd agreed and lined up, entering sequentially. Ding. Analysis of the reasons for the decline in power completed. Speculations as follows. As Roman was about to enter, he had no time to review the chip's notifications, so he commanded, "Transfer the results to the memory bank." At that moment, behind him, Josie extended her tendrils, wrapping around Roman and whispering in his ear. Once inside, "Do not worry about Jefferson. I will come find you shortly." This left Roman perplexed. When had he ever expressed concern for Jefferson? This woman was utterly self-absorbed. Moreover, the slimy sensation of her tendrils and the countless mouths that opened and closed sent shivers down his spine. Crossing through the rift, a vast forest unfolded before him, surrounded by towering trees that significantly obstructed visibility. Not far behind him, a luminous barrier shot skyward, resembling an infinitely tall wall. This was the poison circle. Outside lay hell, while within was the safe zone. The escape would last for 3 days, with the outcome determined by the number of survivors after this period. To incite the wizards into action, the poison circle would continuously shrink, ensuring the intensity of conflict. Thus, hiding away was not a viable option. Roman opened his pack, checked the treasure chest and runestones, and then proceeded towards the direction away from the poison circle. His participation in the escape was secondary to the rewards. His primary aim was to deploy treasure chests for other wizards to find. To achieve this, he needed to carefully select the deployment locations. Firstly, he had to stay clear of the poison circle, as it was shrinking continuously. If the treasure chests landed outside, they would be virtually impossible to retrieve. Secondly, to increase the likelihood of discovery, the area must be densely populated. The only location meeting both criteria was the center of the poison circle. Roman found a towering ancient tree, climbed it, and surveyed the surroundings, commanding inwardly, "Chip, scan the environment, analyze the center of the poison circle, and generate a map." Ding. Task established. Analysis commencing. Analysis complete. Map generated. The map was not comprehensive, containing numerous blank spaces. Yet Roman gleaned substantial information from it. The radius of the poison circle was approximately 20 kilometers at the current rate of contraction. It would shrink to 2 kilometers after 3 days. This 2-kilometer area was ideal for placing treasure chests. With a clear target in mind, Roman quickened his pace. Yet, before he could take 2 steps, the chip suddenly alerted him. Warning. Warning. Detection of magical energy fluctuations, suspected to be magical locking. Please respond immediately. The range of the magical beam was narrow. If one moved swiftly enough, it could somewhat disrupt the locking process. Roman took out a treasure chest and tossed it ahead, then retreated rapidly in the opposite direction of the magical beam, attempting to escape its detection range. The treasure chest was crafted from radiation stones, capable of simulating the radiation fluctuations of a wizard, serving as a perfect decoy to mislead the magical locking. Just as he anticipated, the magical energy fluctuations dissipated, and in the next moment, a wave of magical energy surged forth, with a fireball striking the location of the treasure chest. At that moment, Roman activated magical locking, focusing on scanning the direction from which the magical beam originated. Thanks to the enhancement from the psychic matrix, Roman's scanning range far exceeded that of an ordinary wizard, and he quickly made a discovery. Within his magical perception, a radiation source was rapidly approaching the treasure chest. Chapter 87. Strategy for the treasure chest. Roman concealed himself in the shadows, akin to a lurking serpent, deliberately diminishing the intensity of his magical illumination to avoid detection. The magical lock mechanism operates in 2 modes, scanning mode and locking mode. The former emits a lower power level, thereby not alarming the target, albeit at the cost of being unable to guide spells. The latter, while more powerful, risks alerting the target, as evidenced when Roman was previously locked on, triggering an alert from his chip. This system bears resemblance to the radar warning sensors of Blue Star fighter jets, which activate alarms when a combat radar locks onto them. However, under ordinary radar scans, there is no response, much like the current situation where the wizard remains oblivious to Roman's surveillance, progressing steadily towards the treasure chest location. In truth, the wizard had not entirely lowered his guard. As he approached, he continued to employ magical scans to detect potential ambushes. Alas, this vigilance proved futile. Under the amplification of the psychic matrix, Roman's detection range surpassed that of ordinary beings, as long as he remained outside the detection radius. It was akin to aiming an 8-power scope at a 4-power scope. The latter's alertness was rendered moot. Upon the wizard's arrival at the treasure chest's location and witnessing the scattered radiation stones, he comprehended the situation, but it was too late. He futilely attempted to evade, leaping into action, at which point Roman switched to locking mode, completing his spell preparation, and unleashed a beam of molten energy. The molten ray surged forward at the speed of light. The moment the wizard perceived it, his head was entirely severed, leaving behind a headless corpse. To mitigate the risk of another ambush, Roman proceeded cautiously, maintaining his magical scans. After a short distance, he halted once more. Before him, a series of magical explosions erupted, the center of which had devolved into chaos as both sides endeavored to seize and defend the area, hoping to vanquish their foes with the encroaching poison circle. Roman had only 5 treasure chests. Having just destroyed one, he was wary of engaging in the battle ahead, fearing that his chests might be used as bait and consequently lost. Thus, to ensure the safe deployment of the remaining chests, a more prudent strategy was imperative. At that moment, signal flares ascended in the distance. The White Wizards valued teamwork and would not easily abandon comrades in peril. Thus, each wizard possessed a signal flare. Such a phenomenon would be inconceivable among the selfish Black Wizards, indicating that only the life beacons would possess signal flares. With a swift pull of the trigger, the sky erupted in brilliance as Roman cast down a treasure chest and concealed himself in a patch of grass, activating magical detection to scan the vicinity of the chest. In his magical perception, the chest radiated vibrant waves of energy, akin to a blazing flame that beckoned moths to its light. Shortly thereafter, a second wave of radiation emerged. Approaching the corpse, upon discovering his comrade's demise, the wizard shook his head in resignation, preparing to depart. Yet, in the next instant, he sensed the radiation emanating from the corpse, hastily uncovering the chest hidden beneath it. Thus ensued a tale of serendipity, where a young boy stumbled upon treasure, successfully retrieving the chest. Having tasted success, Roman swiftly replicated his strategy, hoisting the wizard's body and relocating to a different spot to ignite another signal flare. Soon, 3 treasure chests were successfully dispatched. As long as he could manage the last one, he could withdraw triumphantly. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As reinforcements arrived, Jefferson, damn it, why are you all calling for help? A bunch of useless fools. The Academy allowed you in to slay enemies, not to seek salvation. Were it not for the oath binding me, I would have annihilated you all. Jefferson grumbled as he appeared, his gaze landing upon the headless corpse, momentarily frozen in shock. Ah, it's already dead. Then I can leave. In that instant, he suddenly noticed the coldness of the corpse's wounds, devoid of any residual heat from the molten ray, and observed the lack of battle signs nearby. Alarm bells rang in Jefferson's mind. He immediately activated magical detection to scan the surroundings, now entirely convinced that the corpse was a trap. Ignoring the chest's radiant energy, he focused intently on locating the enemy. As a former official wizard, Jefferson's detection range far exceeded that of ordinary beings, nearly rivaling Roman's. With a brief scan, Roman was revealed. "I've found you, little one. This wave of radiation feels strangely familiar," he sneered. The next moment, he softly chanted an incantation, transforming into a projectile that shot directly towards Roman. Not good. I've been discovered. Realizing the rapidly approaching source of radiation, Roman swiftly activated his feline grace, evading to a distance. The next instant, an explosive impact created a massive crater where he had been hiding, Jefferson standing triumphantly within it. "Aha, Roman, I finally found you. You broke the curse. I was gravely injured. You killed my doppelganger, and my powers dwindled. Though this is our first meeting, we have crossed paths several times from afar. Is it not a fortuitous connection?" "What?" A sense of dread washed over Jefferson as he suddenly felt the ground beneath him soften. "What is this? How can you cast spells in an instant?" he exclaimed in anger. With a snap of his fingers, he unleashed a fire spell, igniting a fierce blaze in the crater that engulfed Jefferson. Yet Roman felt no joy. Instead, a foreboding sensation gripped him. This is too easy. Why is there no scream amidst the flames? Opting for caution, Roman decided to vacate the area, but in the next moment, a colossal iron fist loomed overhead, descending with ferocity towards Roman, accompanied by Jefferson's frenzied shouts. Sinner! 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 Die, you wretch! Chapter 88, Deception and Counterattack, the Divine Iron Fist. Jefferson commanded a colossal hand, akin to a small mountain, tightly clenched into a fist, relentlessly pounding the ground. The earth trembled as if it were a drum, resonating with a thunderous roar. The area where Roman had once stood was transformed into a massive pit, filled with rubble, while Roman had mysteriously vanished. Jefferson activated his magical scan, yet found nothing. Roman's radiation had disappeared, as if he had been crushed to death. Could he truly be dead? Jefferson murmured, feeling that everything had unfolded too easily. After a moment's hesitation, he concluded that for such a formidable foe, he must see the body to confirm the kill. Thus, he maneuvered his gigantic hand to begin digging. Meanwhile, several hundred meters behind Jefferson, at the location of the bait wizard's corpse, Roman emerged from beneath the earth. Having retrieved the treasure chest hidden beneath the body, he combined the two radiation sources, deceiving Jefferson's magical detection. Observing the wizard digging in the distance, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Roman's eyes. Prior to the appearance of the Divine Iron Fist, the chip had alerted him to the fluctuations of witchcraft, prompting Roman to activate the Earth Escape runestone and position himself beneath the corpse to swap out the treasure chest. The chest itself served as a radiation source, which Jefferson had initially recognized but dismissed as a trap or bait, choosing to ignore it during his magical scan. In a hushed tone, Roman recited incantations, his hands weaving intricate seals as waves of magical energy surged around him, gradually coalescing into a spear. Despite the assistance of the chip, the preparation for the spell still consumed 20 seconds, underscoring its formidable power. At that moment, Jefferson's massive hand finally reached the bottom of the pit. All that lay within was rubble, devoid of the expected severed limbs. Jefferson's expression darkened as he pondered Roman's whereabouts. Unless Roman had teleported beyond the detection range, which was improbable given their proximity in the vast detection area, a third-level apprentice could not achieve such a feat, eliminating all impossibilities. Jefferson considered one last possibility, the radiation source that was meant to serve as bait. Switching the magical beam to a locking mode, he focused his scan on the direction of the corpse. Although the radiation source appeared unchanged, Jefferson astutely discerned a shift in the radiation fluctuations. He immediately began chanting spells and forming seals, attempting to preemptively launch an attack. However, it was too late. Roman had completed his spell preparation and with a sweeping gesture declared, "Forbidden Law Spear." The magical spear shot directly towards Jefferson, who hastily activated the runestone to enhance his agility, seeking to evade the forbidden projectile. At that moment, Roman commanded, "Chip, take control of the mental power and commence guidance operations to ensure the Forbidden Law Spear strikes its target." Ding. Task established, guidance initiated. As Jefferson maneuvered, the Forbidden Law Spear adjusted its trajectory, with the distance between them steadily diminishing. Upon realizing he could not shake off the spear, Jefferson ceased his evasions and activated a protective rune. A shield enveloped him as he awaited the impending collision. Observing this, Roman nodded to himself. While Jefferson may have acted foolishly, his fundamental tactical acumen was commendable. When confronted with magical assaults, one should prioritize evasion before resorting to shields, as many spells can bypass protective barriers, such as Roman's Forbidden Law Spear. The glowing spear pierced through the shield and embedded itself within Jefferson's body. At first glance, he appeared unscathed. Just as confusion washed over him, a sudden tremor coursed through his being, blood oozing from his nostrils as he clutched his head, howling in agony. His expression twisted in torment. His meditation space was collapsing, and within 10 minutes, the magical matrix and mental matrix contained within would also shatter. At that point, Jefferson would be reduced to a mere mortal. The chip provided various explanations for Jefferson's decline in power, but all confirmed a singular truth. The collapse of the formal wizard matrix had destabilized his meditation space. Like a crumbling edifice, a single nudge from Roman would suffice to bring it crashing down. Jefferson writhed on the ground, struggling and wailing, his former nobility as a wizard evaporating in an instant, leaving him feeling more wretched than the physical pain he endured. The disparity in his identity was far more excruciating. Roman observed this scene in quiet satisfaction, relishing the cries of his enemy, softly reciting spells as waves of magical energy surged about him. After shattering his spirit, the next step was to extinguish his life. At that moment, sensing imminent danger, Jefferson instinctively activated a signal flare, calling for reinforcements. Upon witnessing this, Roman hastened his spellcasting, conjuring a massive fireball and hurling it toward Jefferson. The shield still enveloped him, but upon collision with the fireball, it shattered in a violent explosion, engulfing Jefferson in flames. Just then, a magical beam swept through the air, causing Roman's expression to harden. Reinforcements had arrived for Jefferson. Due to the considerable distance, the magical lock was insufficient to ascertain friend from foe, necessitating this measure to prevent Roman from delivering a fatal blow. Jefferson, barely clinging to life amidst the flames, felt the approaching presence of his allies. With no time left to cast further spells, Roman ceased his assault and activated Cat's Elegance, swiftly retreating. In the dense forest, Roman traversed a zigzagging path, moving away from the direction of the magical beam. In no time, he successfully evaded detection. Meanwhile, the reinforcements spotted Jefferson, their surprise palpable. Jefferson, being the son of the Academy's head and a fully fledged wizard, possessed formidable strength, yet now lay in such a pitiful state. The reinforcements felt a chill run down their spines, relieved they had not attacked earlier. They could have met the same fate as Jefferson. Gazing at the charred remains of Jefferson, one wizard shook his head, thinking, he is beyond saving. Startled upon realizing it was Jefferson, the reinforcement wizard exhaled in relief, saying, "So you are still alive. Allow me to assist you." He then invoked the healing touch to alleviate Jefferson's wounds. After a moment, he remarked, "This is the best I can do, the rest is up to you." Jefferson nodded, his spirits crushed, replying, "I understand. You may leave now. I can manage on my own." The reinforcement wizard expressed concern, "But your injuries?" Jefferson interrupted sharply, "I said I can handle it. You need not worry." He then produced a vial of potion and injected it into himself. In the next instant, a horrifying transformation ensued. Black veins spread across his body, grotesque tumors sprouted, and his form expanded several feet, with bone spikes erupting from within. A massive eye emerged from his chest. Though he barely resembled a human, Jefferson had morphed into a monster. The nearby wizard exclaimed in shock, "That is the G-virus, rumored to be a half-finished, unstable product." Jefferson disregarded him, approaching the deep pit to retrieve a piece of fabric that had fallen from Roman, chewing it thoughtfully before choosing a direction and leaping forth in pursuit. The wizard, momentarily dumbfounded, realized he was no longer involved and prepared to leave, when suddenly, numerous tendrils erupted from the ground, wrapping around him before he could react, constricting tightly. It was akin to a crushed tomato, blood splattering everywhere. Josie appeared from behind, calmly stating, "I have arrived late. Roman is being pursued by a great monster, and I must go to his rescue." Just as she was about to depart, she noticed a radiation source beneath a distant corpse. Chapter 89, Attracting Monsters, A4000, Word Grand Chapter. Roman felt an extraordinary sense of ease. Just moments ago, he had completed the deployment of all treasure chests. Now, he merely had to wait for the treasure hunters to unwittingly ensnare themselves, allowing him to unlock the secret realm and acquire its hidden treasures. With the primary objective achieved, it was time to pursue secondary goals, ideally to accumulate military merits and exchange them for advancement resources. Though the Academy's promotion system had its flaws, it remained an important reference, serving as a supplementary means of advancement that could prove beneficial. The central district was ablaze with fervor. Perhaps he should head there. Gazing into the distance, he observed the tumult of battle, the echoes of magical explosions resonating like thunder. A moment's calculation revealed that some blast rivaled the power of a 105 howitzer. As the toxic perimeter gradually constricted, the concentration of wizards intensified, and the fighting would inevitably grow more fierce. Concealing himself while eliminating enemies, Roman excitedly licked his lips and resolved to join the fray. With a surge of magical energy, he initiated his magical lock-on, scanning the surroundings like a specter weaving through the forest. His destination was the plains at the heart of the woods. If he could seize and hold that ground for 2 days, the Academy would claim victory. Soon, several radiation sources entered his detection range, prompting Roman to halt, his brow furrowing slightly. Within the magical scanning zone, he detected a wizard from the Opera House. However, rather than feeling inclined to team up, he was seized by a flicker of murderous intent. Among them was Cannon, leading a number of wizards toward the central district, seemingly intent on providing support for the ongoing battle. This infatuated young man had consistently tried to undermine Roman during their earlier training sessions. Though his tricks were juvenile and harmless, they were as irritating as a persistent fly. To make matters worse, Emma stoked the flames, egging Cannon on to incessantly provoke Roman. As a result, Roman endured a relentless barrage from runestones for a full minute, managing to withstand the onslaught thanks to his defensive runes until reinforcements arrived. After the skirmish, he was the sole survivor of the reconnaissance team. Following that incident, the relationship between him and Emma plummeted to an icy low. Bound by a non-aggression pact, only enemy wizards could eliminate Cannon. Regrettably, his distress signal flares had already been expended. Otherwise, he could have drawn monsters to Cannon. Using him as a pawn, Roman lamented silently, then quietly followed, waiting for the opportune moment. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred, and a rapid alert from his chip filled his ears. Ding! Anomalous airwaves detected, suspected to be an arrow attack. Assume control of mental energy, activate runestone. In the next moment, a shield manifested before him, clanging as multiple objects struck it like raindrops, continuing for quite some time before finally ceasing. Upon steadying his gaze, Roman discovered that the incoming projectiles were not crossbow bolts, but a multitude of bone spurs littering the ground. Adjusting the magical beam, he scanned the direction from which the bone spurs had been launched. However, after several thorough scans, he found nothing amiss. Just as frustration began to mount, his chip provided another alert. Beep. Anomalous sound signal detected. An unidentified object is approaching from the 10 o'clock direction. Indeed, in critical moments, the chip proved invaluable. Roman smiled in satisfaction, then commanded, increase computational power to track the position. Ding. Mission established. Approximate location as follows. At that moment, a point of light appeared before him, steadily drawing closer. He smirked coldly, chanting a spell to summon a massive fireball, which he hurled with all his strength. Boom. Flames erupted before him, the shockwave rampaging through the forest, a colossal mushroom cloud soaring skyward, followed by an inferno spreading across an area the size of half a football field. Cannon decisively shook his head, exclaiming, "Reinforcements are irrelevant. Our immediate priority is seizing the central district. We must heed Emma's call for support and disregard those reckless loners." As he spoke, a vision of a graceful figure flashed before him, igniting a fire within his heart. His subordinates echoed his sentiments, rallying to follow him onward. Meanwhile, Roman held his breath, observing the roaring flames before him. Despite the immense power of the explosion, he was certain that the enemy would not perish so easily. Thus, he quietly retreated, seeking to create distance in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Before long, from amidst the ocean of flames, a colossal figure emerged, a creature towering several meters high, with a single giant eye protruding from its shoulder and chest. Its distorted head bore a faint resemblance to Jefferson. Man, it uttered slowly, its mutated vocal cords struggling to articulate the name. Illuminated by the firelight, large portions of its body were charred and rapidly scabbing over, muscle regrowing at an astonishing rate. Remarkable regenerative ability. Roman marveled inwardly. So it was Jefferson. No wonder the magical lock-on had failed to detect him. Jefferson's meditative state had shattered. He was no longer a wizard, and thus could not be locked onto by magical means, nor could he be targeted at a distance. However, within visual engagement, Roman felt no fear. In his satchel lay hundreds of rune stones, signifying his capacity to unleash hundreds of spells in an instant. Roman was confident that such explosive power could obliterate anything. At that moment, Jefferson let out a furious roar and lunged at Roman like a cannonball. Roman scoffed disdainfully, murmuring, "Magma ray." A dark yellow beam shot forth, striking Jefferson squarely in the face, severing his head entirely. Just as Roman prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed the headless corpse suddenly closing the distance, raising its iron fist to deliver a crushing blow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Roman swiftly braced himself for impact. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the ground was smashed into a deep crater, with Roman ensconced within it, encased in a pale yellow shield. At that moment, Jefferson grew even more ferocious, repeatedly raising his fist to rain down blows upon Roman in the pit. Boom! 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 Roman's shield shattered, prompting him to reactivate his runes while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of attack runes. Acidic liquid splashed, fireballs erupted, corrosive hands struck, and toxic mist swirled, all hitting the mutated Jefferson in rapid succession. However, to Roman's astonishment, even after losing a significant portion of its body, Jefferson appeared utterly unfazed, continuing his relentless assault on Roman. As time passed, the creature's wounds healed at an observable rate. The head that had been severed was nearly regrown, What manner of monster is this? Roman cursed inwardly. Its speed, destructive power, and regenerative abilities were formidable unless he reduced it to ashes. Roman had no effective means of dealing with it. At that moment, all he could do was amplify the output of his rune stones. Assault spells rained down upon Jefferson, each bearing the power of a howitzer. When the last rune stone was thrown, Jefferson was nearly bisected, with only a sliver of flesh clinging to the remnants of his lower half. Yet, even in that state, Jefferson regenerated in mere seconds, raining down heavy punches upon Roman's shield like a hailstorm. This cannot continue. My defensive runes are dwindling. Roman thought anxiously. Chip. Has the microscopic structure of this monster been analyzed? Ding. Scanning complete. 93 parsed. Complete analysis will require 1 minute. Roman internally screamed. I cannot afford to wait a minute. Can you dismantle the monster at the molecular level? At this moment, Roman and Jefferson were merely 10 meters apart, entirely within the chip's influence range. Roman resolved to use microscopic manipulation to obliterate the creature directly at the molecular level. He promptly commanded, dismantle it now. As if time had frozen, the monster's fist hung motionless in midair. In the next instant, its massive body crumbled like a sandcastle, disintegrating into countless particles that cascaded to the ground. Success. With this chip technique, I am virtually invincible within 10 meters. Roman felt a surge of elation and softly declared, I shall name this material disintegration as it collapses like sand. However, in the next moment, his smile faltered as the chip delivered another alert, dousing his joy like a bucket of cold water. Ding! An unknown energy field detected. Anomalous molecular activity nearby. Principle unknown. Immediate evacuation advised. What? Roman was taken aback, glancing down to see the remnants beneath his feet slowly converging, forming an organized structure. It was not difficult to imagine that this monstrous entity would soon be resurrected. What on earth is this abomination? It has transcended the realm of biology, hasn't it? Living organisms are composed of cells, and cells are made up of molecules. Yet, the chip has been dismantled to the molecular level, and one would logically assume it could not return to life. Yet here it is, reviving once more. It is evident that even if the chip were to be dismantled again, the outcome would remain unchanged. At this moment, a sense of retreat began to blossom in Roman's heart. With a sweep of magical energy, he fortuitously spotted the gradually retreating figures of Cannon and his companions, prompting a plan to surface in his mind. Humph. We are all striving for the academy. When faced with difficulties, we should work together to resolve them. It is profoundly unfair to confront such formidable foes alone. With this thought, Roman set off in pursuit of Cannon, moving at a deliberate pace, remaining inconspicuous, maintaining a distance while using magic to monitor the situation. Before long, a furious roar erupted behind Roman, and a colossal figure burst forth from the dense forest, swiftly approaching him, raising a massive fist to strike down. Roman had anticipated this and immediately activated the grace of a cat, evading the blow. He then commanded, Chip, initiate the predetermined plan, disable sensory functions. Ding. Task established, operation commenced. Just moments ago, the chip had completed the analysis of the monster's body and discovered that its ability to track Roman was solely due to its memorization of his scent. This meant that by incapacitating its olfactory system, the creature would lose its tracking capability. After dodging another straightforward punch, Roman turned and fled towards Cannon, while the monster, seeing Roman escape, let out a roar and pursued him, with its sense of smell impaired. The creature could only rely on its vision to identify its target until its olfactory functions were restored. After Jefferson's mutation, his intelligence had significantly dwindled, fixated solely on the singular goal of eliminating Roman. Thus, without the ability to smell, he misidentified Roman as the figure clad in robes ahead. Having analyzed the creature's body, Roman cleverly manufactured a cognitive bias through a series of maneuvers. As he rounded a sharp corner, Roman invoked a spell of earth burrowing, sinking into the ground, while the monster charged ahead, spotting Cannon and his group. Mistaking the robed figures for Roman, it launched an attack. Before Cannon and his companions could react, Jefferson barreled into their midst, swinging his enormous fist towards Cannon's face. Taken by surprise, Cannon was sent flying, crashing through dozens of trees before ultimately striking against a large boulder. Had this been any ordinary wizard, they would have met their demise. However, Cannon was no ordinary individual, having undergone mercury transformation, rendering conventional physical damage ineffective. Since becoming a wizard, Cannon had enjoyed a string of triumphs, aside from his encounters with Roman. He had never faced such treatment. Typically, he was the one ensnaring others, never the victim, and thus the sudden assault filled him with rage. Driven by overwhelming fury, he charged at the creature. At that moment, the monster, seeing the mercury sphere hurtling towards it, retaliated with a punch, only to have its fist enveloped by mercury. In the next instant, the mercury disintegrated, penetrating Jefferson's nostrils and mouth, entering his body, and then erupting into countless sharp spikes like a porcupine. The spikes burst forth from within, and the monster roared in agony, disregarding the chaos within its own body. Muscles taut. It unleashed a barrage of bone spikes in all directions. Cannon's minions, caught off guard, were unable to conjure their defensive spells in time, and they were pierced through, succumbing instantly. Witnessing several comrades perish in an instant, Cannon was filled with trepidation, departing Jefferson's body to revert to his human form, and he fled without hesitation. At this juncture, the mutated Jefferson let out a low growl, Roman, and then pursued Cannon's fleeing figure. It must be noted that Roman and Cannon were of similar age, build, and height. Their mere silhouettes were indistinguishable to the human eye, let alone to a creature of diminished intellect. Only through a stroke of fortune, wit, and the alignment of various factors could Roman navigate this perilous situation, a luxury that few others possessed. The monster's olfactory system restored, it realized it had been deceived and hurriedly followed the scent back along the path it had come. Roman, spotting the creature, flashed a smile and prepared to flee, intending to lure it towards the next team. But at that moment, dozens of tendrils emerged from the ground, ensnaring the monster and penetrating its body, pulsating as if siphoning something from it. Gradually, the creature began to wither and decay, transforming into dust that scattered with the wind. Behind Roman, a voice called out, "Roman, are you all right? That is truly wonderful." Chapter 90, Data Link. As the tentacles receded, Jefferson was rendered lifeless, a mere husk devoid of vitality. Roman, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Joss, how were you able to vanquish that creature? Even dismantling it at a molecular level would not prevent its resurrection, yet you managed to extinguish its life with a single siphon. How is that possible?" From beneath her hood, where darkness enveloped her features, Joss softly replied, "After our mutation, an energy manifests within us, granting us remarkable regenerative abilities. However, if that energy is siphoned away, our regenerative prowess dissipates." Upon hearing this, Roman's expression turned envious as he remarked, "So, Joss, you too possess the ability to evade death. Akin to Jefferson? The immortality reminiscent of demi-humans is something I greatly desire." Joss nodded, sensing Roman's envy, and elaborated, "However, it is not as splendid as you might imagine. This energy is derived from our emotions." "Emotions?" Roman's smile faltered as he speculated, "Are you implying?" "Indeed," Joss confirmed, her tone subdued. "To cultivate emotions, I have developed numerous glands within me due to my mutation, resulting in this grotesque visage and extreme emotional volatility." Roman contemplated this revelation, understanding now why she was reluctant to excise those glands. They were the source of her power. Yet, for a sorcerer, being emotionally volatile is a grave taboo. In Roman's eyes, sorcerers are the pilgrims of truth, expected to maintain objectivity and composure, for emotionality could extinguish reason and lead to ruin. After a brief hesitation, he ventured, "Your willingness to protect me stems from..." Joss interjected with a nod. "If emotions are left unchecked, they will eventually consume one's reason, transforming one into a creature akin to Jefferson. Thus, I sought an outlet." "An outlet?" Roman was taken aback, his surprise evident. "Are you insinuating that you feel something for me?" "No, you misunderstand," Joss hastily denied. A tentacle emerged from her dark robe, gently caressing Roman's cheek as she leaned closer. "When I am beside you, the restless glands are subdued, and my turbulent emotions are quelled. I experience a long-lost tranquility, which is why I wish to remain in your presence." The tentacle, dry yet delicate, had the texture of human skin. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the array of orifices adorning it, indistinguishable from those of a human. Her thin lips and pearly teeth resembled those of the girl he once knew, evoking memories of the old Joss. The gentle touch of the tentacle against his face bore the semblance of a kiss. A chill ran down Roman's spine, and he swiftly swatted the tentacle away, exhaling a sigh. "I understand, and while I do not mind our interaction, I must request you refrain from such gestures. Considering your current form, please comprehend." "I understand. Thank you, Roman." Joss's voice carried a hint of melancholy before she rallied herself. "Let us proceed. We have foes to slay and merits to earn." No sooner had she spoken than Emma's voice resonated through the air. "Wizards of the Opera House, this is Emma. I bear grave news. Our position in the Central Plains is on the verge of falling into enemy hands. The consequences of losing this stronghold are all too clear. So I implore the wizards lingering on the outskirts to rally and assist us. Otherwise, we shall all perish. This was a broadcast through the sorceress realm, capable of reaching every being within a 50-kilometer radius. Upon hearing this, Joss expressed disdain. Should we truly offer our assistance? This presents an excellent opportunity to eliminate Emma. Joss had always held animosity towards Emma, especially after she had indirectly betrayed Roman through the cannon. However, while Joss was swayed by her emotions, Roman remained resolute. Emma speaks the truth. Now is not the time to dwell on personal grievances. If we lose the central plains, we will all perish in the toxic circle. So we must provide immediate support. With a cold huff, Joss acquiesced. The central plains lay merely 2 kilometers away, enveloped by forest, with the surrounding terrain proving complex. The scant few sorcerers stationed at the Beacon of Life could not establish a robust encirclement. Thus, the two effortlessly traversed the blockade, taking advantage of the night, and approached the wizard stronghold at the Opera House. Roman surveyed the surroundings, noting how the Opera House wizards had conjured numerous boulders, creating a scattered defensive perimeter. However, he understood that mere stone barriers could not withstand an assault. The true fortifications extended beyond these rocks. Soon, a wizard emerged from the ranks, and upon spotting Roman and Joss, his face lit up with joy. "Welcome, wizards Roman and Joss. Your reinforcement is most timely. I am Hammer, and I shall escort you to Emma." Roman, puzzled by his exuberance, queried, "You seem rather pleased. Is the situation truly so dire?" "Surely, as black wizards, we excel in combat against white wizards." Hammer sighed heavily. "Initially, yes. However, circumstances have since shifted. I believe Emma can provide you with the specifics." With questions lingering in his mind, Roman followed Hammer to the center of the stone formation, where a massive magical stone pulsed with energy, its intricate runes aglow. Emma stood within the magical array, meticulously inspecting it. Upon spotting Roman, Emma's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "I knew you would not abandon me, Roman." She stepped forward, ready to embrace him. But Joss interjected with a cold scoff. "You must be feeling quite disheartened that Roman is still alive and has not fallen to the cannon. Emma, we need to address the matter at hand. How fares the battle? Are you being overwhelmed by the white wizards?" Emma sighed deeply before recounting the events. After a hasty teleportation, she found herself in the central district, embroiled in a fierce conflict with nearby white wizards. The battlefield was chaotic, with sorcerers engaging in one-on-one combat, each fighting for their own survival. In this melee, Emma and her fellow black wizards utilized their agile and adaptable sorcery to great effect, successfully driving back the white wizards from the central plains and fortifying their defenses with a magical array. However, the white wizards soon regrouped, restoring their organization and launching a counteroffensive. At this juncture, the white wizards' strength surged as they established a data link amongst themselves, allowing for efficient command and precise control over their magical output. This quickly overwhelmed Emma and her companions. The data link functioned as a mechanism for information sharing. Through mental connections, the white wizards could share their magical detection fields, granting everyone comprehensive visibility. With this newfound awareness, their magical ranges expanded significantly, enabling them to attack targets beyond their individual detection capabilities, guided by the data link. In stark contrast, the black wizards found themselves isolated, each fighting independently with no semblance of coordination, all aspiring to be lone wolves, which ultimately left them at a disadvantage, taking refuge within their defensive magical array. At this juncture, Roman questioned, "If the enemy can establish a data link, why can't we?" Emma chuckled ruefully, "Of course we cannot. Within a data link, a sorcerer's mind influences one another, thus the white wizards cultivate a unified ideology, emphasizing collectivism while rejecting mutation. Conversely, our minds are, to varying degrees, unstable. Can you imagine what would happen if those individuals were connected?" Roman fell silent, realizing that not only Joss, but many of the otherwise normal sorcerers would exhibit traits of antisocial personality disorder were they placed on Earth. The consequences of forming a data link would be unthinkable. Seeing that Roman grasped the gravity of the situation, Emma continued with a bitter smile, "And now, the magical array we rely upon will cease to function in a few hours. When that happens, we will inevitably lose the central plains, and we will all perish." Chapter 91. The Observer Leveraging Familial Connections. Emma received insider information prior to the onset of the massacre, allowing her to prepare a protective magical array in advance. This array erected a shield to safeguard the wizards within, yet it required the consumption of magic stones, and now, over half had been depleted, leaving it unable to withstand many more assaults. Upon understanding the situation, Roman nodded and inquired, "What are your plans now?" Emma responded with a confident smile. "I have a method to incapacitate the data link, but due to insufficient conditions, I have been unable to execute it. Now that you are here, Roman, the conditions are finally met." Curiously, Roman asked, "What method?" Emma acknowledged, "Indeed, if we eliminate the observer and negate their advantage in detection range, we shall prevail. However, we need to dispatch a wizard capable of long-range detection." Furrowing his brow, Roman retorted, "Can't you go? Why must it be me?" This suggestion aroused his wariness, prompting him to coldly add, "Let us not have another cannon, shall we? If I go, who will operate the magical array?" Emma sighed in exasperation. "You should not be so suspicious. The last time was merely a jest, and I have already apologized and made amends. Why can't you trust me?" Before Roman could respond, Josie interjected coldly, "Roman-esque life does not afford a second chance. With someone like you, being overly cautious is not unwarranted." Emma, undeterred, retorted, "Better to be cautious than to recklessly bite without regard for the greater picture." She then turned to Roman, exclaiming, "If you refuse, I shall seek another." After a moment of contemplation, Roman realized the gravity of the situation. Internal discord would be unwise, and Emma should be able to recognize this. Thus he acquiesced. Emma readily agreed, stating she could provide an advance payment. Josie attempted to dissuade them, but seeing Roman's resolve, she decided, "I will accompany you. I wish to stay by your side." Emma smiled teasingly. "Congratulations, you've acquired a fine pet that may prove quite helpful. But can you control it?" "None of your concern." Roman shot her a glare, yet his mood grew heavy. Josie's demeanor frequently reminded him of the term yandere. Adoring a yandere is a tale, but being adored by one is a calamity. However, amidst the chaos, now was not the time for such thoughts. Roman forcibly suppressed his worries and began surveying the surrounding terrain. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, startling everyone. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the perimeter of their position, signaling the enemy's renewed offensive. Without a moment to spare, Emma activated the magical array, enveloping their stronghold in a protective shield. Yet, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, more fireballs, corrosive liquids, lightning, and boulders rained down, draining the shield's energy. Gritting her teeth, Emma shouted to Roman, "I cannot hold out much longer. You must eliminate the observer immediately. We need a respite." Roman nodded solemnly, responding, "Understood. Josie, let us move." As they exited the stronghold and ventured into the wilderness, they activated their magical detection, scanning their surroundings. Roman considered splitting up to enhance search efficiency, but Josie declined, expressing her reluctance to be separated from him. With no other choice, he instructed, "You are quick to cast spells. Prepare area-wide magic and wait for my command to unleash it." He then commanded internally, "Chip, activate mental detection and analyze environmental data." Beep. Task established. Analysis commencing. Their detection ranges were comparable, yet Roman possessed a chip that, unlike magical detection, gathered information from a broader array of sources, thus expanding their scope of investigation. Everything in the universe is interconnected. Theoretically, if one could deduce these connections, omniscience could be achieved. Although the chip lacked such capability, it could indeed analyze environmental data and monitor the vicinity. The only drawback was that its conclusions were speculative and required verification through magical detection. After traversing the wilderness for a while, the chip emitted a warning. Beep. At 2 o'clock, approximately meters away, there are unnatural sounds. Further confirmation needed immediately. Roman adjusted their course toward the sound, fine-tuning the magical beam to scan the target area, relieved to find no radiation fluctuations, and continued their patrol along the predetermined route. They circled 30 meters around the perimeter, then 60, and finally 90 meters, confident that the enemy would eventually reveal themselves. Soon, the chip signaled again. And despite repeating their previous steps, Roman still found nothing. Until at last, the chip alerted. Beep. Ahead at 11 o'clock, a breathing sound detected. Classified as a large animal, a large animal? Roman scoffed coldly. Aside from humans, what large animals could exist here? It was undoubtedly the observing wizard. He gestured to Josie, indicating the presence of an enemy and to prepare for battle. At that moment, Josie questioned, "The enemy can also detect from afar, if you advance. Want to be discovered as well? In a one-on-one under the data link, we have no chance of winning." She then stepped forward, but Josie halted him, signaling to wait. She produced a box from her belongings. This box emits radiation fluctuations and can serve as bait to lure the enemy into attacking. Roman's eyes widened. This box contained the treasure map that should have been retrieved by the wizard rescuing Jefferson, yet now it lay in Josie's hands. Did this mean? A torrent of thoughts flooded Roman's mind, but he shook his head to dispel them, refocusing on the present. He asked, "Is the box made of radiation stone? There is nothing valuable inside, is there?" Josie shook her head. "Only a map. I have it with me. The box is useless. But my reach extends up to 50 meters, making it a perfect fishing line." Roman readily agreed, believing that bringing Josie along was indeed a wise decision. With tendrils wrapping around the box, they extended it slowly forward, both holding their breath in anticipation of reeling in a big catch. After several seconds, a surge of magical energy rippled from the distance. In the next moment, dozens of spells erupted ahead, a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Roman quickly estimated that the combined power of this barrage was nearly equivalent to 2,150 millimeters howitzers firing in unison, had they not activated the shield. They would have surely been thrown off by the shockwave. "Let us go. We shall eliminate that scoundrel." Chapter 92. The surprise attack. Sly lay concealed in the grass, utterly motionless, his heart swelling with pride as he beheld the continuous explosions of sorcery. Being an observer was a favorable position, one merely needed to remain hidden. Activate magical scanning, and share the findings to reap rewards afterward. To date, he had successfully guided several waves of bombardments, inflicting significant damage upon the dark wizards and thereby altering the tide of war. Throughout this endeavor, he had to do nothing but quietly assume the role of a hidden specter, wielding his magical scanning to play a pivotal role and garner the admiration of his comrades. However, not everyone could take on the role of an observer. The range of magical detection had to far exceed that of an ordinary wizard, lest one be easily discovered and subsequently eliminated. During an experimental mishap, Sly inadvertently benefited. His meditative space received an unknown stimulus that expanded his magical detection range, transforming him into a premier observer. For an observer, the further the detection range, the greater the damage inflicted, and thus, the more the enemies would harbor resentment, increasing the likelihood of being targeted for elimination. Yet Sly remained unperturbed. He had confidence in his detection range. Emma had dispatched wizards multiple times to search for him, but he had always detected them first and retaliated. In the fray of a third-tier apprentice battle, the truth remained. The longer the magical beam, the stronger it was. Even if the enemy possessed the same detection range, he felt no fear, for he was not alone. Through the data link, he had an entire firepower strike group backing him up, undeniably superior to the solitary dark wizards. With comprehensive dominance and the advantage firmly in his grasp, defeat was simply inconceivable. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, his magical beam unexpectedly swept over a radiating source, and he assumed it to be yet another routine opponent, sneering at the thought, another fool rushing to their demise. He promptly transmitted the coordinates through the data link, and soon, spells rained down like a torrential downpour, engulfing the radiating source. As the smoke cleared, the source vanished without a trace. Convinced that the enemy had been eradicated, Sly neglected to change his position according to operational protocols, instead opting for a more comfortable posture, continuing to lie at ease. Little did he know, the specter of death loomed ominously at that very moment. Hundreds of meters away, Roman's eyes were half closed, his lips slightly parted as he exhaled a colorless, odorless mist, which drifted toward Sly. In the grass, Sly's expression abruptly altered. Within his consciousness, his meditative space trembled, its structural integrity beginning to falter. Akin to a building on the verge of collapse during an earthquake, Sly immediately concentrated, attempting to stabilize his meditative space, leaving no time to focus on magical locking, causing his magical beam to dissipate. This was the fog of forbidden magic, which would destabilize the meditative space and interrupt magical locking and spell preparation. Once he observed that the effect was nearly achieved, he nodded to Joss, who promptly understood and quickly chanted a spell, unleashing a molten ray. Sly was taken aback, instantly realizing he had fallen into a trap. He prepared to call for a counterattack through the data link, but remembered he had already deactivated magical locking. Thus, he chose not to linger in combat, swiftly rolling away to evade the molten ray, which narrowly grazed him, severing one of his arms. Roman prepared to deliver a finishing blow, but Joss shook her head to signal him not to. Under Roman's curious gaze, she swiftly recited an incantation, her appendages weaving intricate seals. In the next moment, the front end of the molten ray erupted, branching out like limbs from a trunk, weaving an impenetrable net that ensnared Sly. As the sorcery dissipated, Sly's radiating fluctuations vanished from magical scans. When Roman approached, he discovered a corpse that had been transformed into a hive of wasps. "We've taken care of it," Joss exclaimed with immense excitement, then turned to Roman to inquire. Was this the only observer the enemy had? It should be. If there were more, the bombardment of sorcery would only weaken, not cease. As it would imply the loss of the observer and the targeting coordinates, Roman replied, puzzled. At that moment, night had fallen, and Joss's words reminded him of a poetic line. The sky as a blanket, the earth as a bed, mountains and rivers draw the curtains. The stars and moon share the same roof. It was an exquisite sentiment, yet when uttered from the lips of a tentacled creature, it sent a shiver down his spine. What if she intended to do something to me? Doubt swirled in Roman's mind as he prepared to refute her, but suddenly he found Joss's reasoning compelling. Could Joss be trusted? What about Emma? If forced to choose, he found himself more inclined to trust Joss. Thus, he nodded in agreement. You are right. Emma is quite scheming, and dealing with her is exhausting. Now that the situation has calmed, there is no urgency to connect with her. Upon hearing this, Joss was greatly encouraged. She took Roman's hand and suggested, there is a small thicket over there. Let us rest there. Are you perhaps harboring peculiar thoughts, young lady? Roman's words doused Joss's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. She reluctantly argued, but the enemy surely won't be without defenses. Roman chuckled, of course not. But have you forgotten? Their observer has already perished, and we possess the advantage in detection range. Joss had no retort to this analysis and had no choice but to follow Roman toward the forest at the edge of the plain. The forest, with its low visibility, provided a more suitable hiding place than the endless expanse of the plain. After a brief perimeter sweep, the duo effortlessly discovered another radiating source. Due to the disparity in detection ranges, when Roman identified the target, it remained oblivious until he completed his spell preparation and switched to locking mode. At which point the target finally became alert, but it was too late. The spear of forbidden magic shattered the meditative space, preventing the target from using sorcery to escape. In that moment, Joss unleashed a molten ray, completely severing any chance of survival. The entire process transpired in less than 2 seconds. The advantage granted by detection range was truly terrifying. Following this, the two repeated their previous steps, successfully eliminating yet another target. These wizards stationed at the periphery not only provided firepower, but were also tasked with blocking reinforcements, hence their scattered placement along the outer edges of the plain, ready to ambush any incoming aid. Reflecting on his initial successful passage, Roman felt that such arrangements were not without merit, albeit minimal, an effort to soothe his conscience. Thus, upon noticing that 2 firepower points had gone silent, the enemy commander immediately abandoned the blockade, regrouping the offensive wizards to minimize the chances of surprise attacks. By this time, daylight had fully broken, and Roman observed many unfamiliar faces within the encampment, attentively listening to Emma as she briefed them on the current state of affairs. Noticing their demeanor, Emma expressed her satisfaction, stating, as long as we hold this position for a day, victory will be ours. During this time, the enemy will undoubtedly launch a frenzied assault. And that will be our moment to reap military accolades. As if to validate her words, a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, signaling the commencement of the full-scale offensive. Chapter 93. Surrender. At this moment, the poisonous circle continued to shrink, gradually approaching the edge of the forest. In just one day, apart from the area defended by the Opera House, the remaining territories would become death zones. For the White Wizards, this was nothing short of catastrophic news, as they remained excluded from the safety zone, with the specter of death hovering ominously. Driven by the instinct for survival, they swiftly organized a new offensive. Having lost their observational hands, the efficacy of the White Wizards' data chain was significantly diminished, yet they refused to relent and devised a new strategy. At this juncture, Roman furrowed his brow, questioning the enemy's intentions. Were they seeking death? In his magical detection, a wizard was rapidly approaching their position, moving at a speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, evidently augmented by several speed-enhancing spells. Roman immediately ceased his contemplation, switching the magic to a locking mode, softly chanting an incantation, forming hand seals, and launching an enormous fireball towards the target. The target instantly realized it was locked on, activating a runestone to further enhance its speed and adopting a zigzag pattern in an attempt to thwart the lock. This maneuver reminded Roman of the extreme maneuverability of the MiG-25, which could fly faster than missiles, thereby evading them. Simultaneously, the wizards sheltered behind the barricade also detected the target and promptly prepared to cast spells to eliminate it, but the target had already fulfilled its mission. The data chain transmitted the information, and in the next instant, The makeshift shelter of 5 wizards became the focus of fire from over 20 wizards. In an instant, the protective magical formation shattered, resulting in 3 of the 5 wizards perishing, while the remaining 2 were severely injured and incapacitated. Meanwhile, the fireball struck the target, erupting in a thunderous explosion and obliterating it into fragments. The mood among the Opera House's wizards grew grave. The enemy's intentions were evident: to exchange the life of one wizard for the opportunity to concentrate fire and eliminate more dark wizards. Such a selfless spirit of sacrifice was utterly absent among the dark wizards. They were a group of refined egoists, devoid of any thoughts of collective contribution. Consequently, a momentary silence enveloped the battleground as the situation surpassed their expectations. Having eliminated a wizard with long-range detection capabilities, they believed the enemy lacked observational hands. Yet now, the adversary was utilizing expendable wizards as scouts to achieve a favorable exchange. This unscrupulous tactic left the dark wizards apprehensive. They were not concerned about defeat but rather about their own lives. If they lost their lives, what would victory mean to them? Some wizards began to entertain thoughts of retreat, but given the current circumstances, where could they retreat to? They could only fight to the death. Roman commanded internally, "Chip, take over the magic, assist in locking, and guide the spell to eliminate the target." Ding. The mission was established, and scanning commenced. With the chip's assistance, Roman struck again, taking down another wizard attempting to approach. However, an error occurred on Joss's end. Lacking the chip, she failed to lock onto the rapidly moving expendable target, allowing it to close in on their position. The lives of 3 expendable wizards cost the Opera House nearly 10 wizards, and in an instant, morale plummeted, as the shadow of death loomed over every wizard. Despite the unfavorable exchange rate, Emma remained unperturbed, for their power still surpassed that of the enemy. The defense remained as solid as ever, with an advantage that would suffice for another day. As for the possibility of morale dwindling into disarray, that was out of the question. With the poisonous circle closing in, no matter how selfish the dark wizards were, they had nowhere to flee, leaving them no choice but to fight to the death. Thus, Emma found it unnecessary to utter words of encouragement, merely conducting a brief inspection, acknowledging Qinming's prowess, before departing on her own. However, she was soon met with a stark reality when a voice echoed across the sky. "Wizards of the Opera House, we have decided to surrender. If you wish to avoid further casualties, we hope you will accept our conditions for surrender." Surrender? The wizards of the Opera House were taken aback, filled with confusion, as surrender seemed inconceivable in their eyes during such a brutal contest. As if sensing their thoughts, the voice continued. The wizards of the Opera House scoffed, recalling the oath sworn before the Eye of Judgment prior to entering the secret realm, during which any contracts established were rendered null. Thus, in this context, the Eye of Judgment held no authority, and trust between both parties was non-existent. Surrender was out of the question. At that moment, a box descended into their midst. Upon opening it, they were astonished. This is the feather of the filth bird. The filth bird annulled contracts, allowing them to establish mutual agreements and build trust, rendering surrender inevitable. The white wizards, through the pressure of war, had firmly grasped the psychological state of the dark wizards, and Roman could not help but admire the skill of the opposing commander. On the Opera House's side, no wizard opposed the surrender, for they knew that with the current casualty rate, continuing the fight would only result in a Pyrrhic victory. Enduring an exceedingly high mortality rate for a meager reward, the true profits would ultimately be claimed by the Academy. Under such circumstances, the wizards would not risk their lives for the Academy. Before long, a non-aggression pact was signed, and the Lighthouse wizards, bearing a white flag, entered the Opera House's territory. After days of conflict, both sides extended the respect due to their adversaries, silently awaiting the war's conclusion. Hours later, as the poisonous circle shrank to the edge of their position, a wizard formation enveloped them. Roman felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he found himself aboard a floating airship, surrounded by unconscious wizards sprawled about. Some wizards, like Roman, rose in confusion, surveying their surroundings as if the past 3 days had been a mere dream. As he spoke, he distributed a sheet of paper detailing the prices for military merit exchanges. With this thought, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him, and Roman wore a contented smile. Not only he, but even the other wizards in the cabin appeared exceedingly pleased. Upon returning to the Academy, Roman collected the resources he required, bidding farewell to Joss and Emma as he began to seclude himself for consolidation. Chapter 94. The exploitation system. Roman grasped a magic crystal, the runes upon it shimmering with a faint glow. Following the war, through the exchange of military merit, Roman had acquired a plethora of precious materials and knowledge, sufficient to restore the incomplete ancient runes. After perfecting the mental strength runes, 2 fragments of the ancient runes remained, one of which was designed to assist in refining the magical power matrix. Prior to initiating the promotion ceremony, a wizard needed to meditate to augment their magical power, which would then be used to refine the magical power matrix, substituting the original composition of mental strength. It was akin to replacing the bricks of a red brick house with cement. Presently, Roman's magical power matrix was still composed of mental strength and was perpetually on the verge of collapse, constituting a pseudo-magic power matrix. Only through refinement could it be rectified. With the ancient magic power runes at his disposal, Roman could achieve results with half the effort. With a thought, the ancient runes emitted a ghostly blue light, and Roman commenced his meditation. In the next moment, the meditation space was alight with swathes of magical light points, akin to fireflies on a summer night, coalescing into a river under his conscious control, washing over the magical power matrix. Originally transparent like crystal, the matrix gradually absorbed the magical power, taking on a mottled hue, until soon the magical light points were completely expended. At that moment, Roman commanded in his mind, "Chip, display the refining progress." Ding. True Magic Power Matrix, 23. Pseudo-Magic Power Matrix, 77. Excellent. One piece has mitigated 1/5 of the progress. Roman felt a rush of joy at this pace with just 5 runestones. He could complete the refinement, while others toiled through meditation, accumulating bit by bit over several years to breach the barrier. Roman had resolved it in mere days. If this were to leak out, it would certainly incite madness. Therefore, he instructed the chip to record the runes and then incinerate them, ensuring their uniqueness. At that moment, Zimbardo sent a text message. After reading it, Roman exited the room and made his way to the experimental area. Upon seeing Roman, Zimbardo greeted him with enthusiasm. "Come, let us share a drink. I bring good news." Zimbardo's uncharacteristic demeanor raised Roman's suspicions, and with a hint of wariness, he replied, "Drinking can lead to mischief. I shall abstain. Let us get to the point. Our time is precious." Zimbardo shook his head, poured himself a drink, and sighed, "Roman, among dark wizards, while we may not be as united as the white wizards, there is no need for constant vigilance. Your coldness and distrust sadden me as your mentor." Roman casually found a chair, stretched, and retorted, "Spare me the platitudes. I have my own way of navigating the world. Do you presume to guide me in this as well? State your business." Zimbardo nodded. "Very well. I initially intended to foster a closer rapport, but it seems that is unnecessary. I shall be direct. Due to your exceptional performance in the secret realm, a family wishes to recruit you and has offered generous terms." Roman paused at this, then scoffed disdainfully. "Generous terms? They seek to stifle my potential with their flawed promotion matrix and exploit me under the guise of a system, turning me into their lapdog? Just as you are now." All along, Roman had harbored deep suspicions regarding institutions such as the academy and families, viewing them as entities of exploitation, devouring the resources of the lower tiers to sustain the upper echelons. In the name of management, they constrain freedom, offering meager compensation to extract surplus value, perpetuating disparities that fostered infighting while obscuring their ulterior motives. Thus, despite being within the academy, Roman remained wary of this organization, believing it to be a tool for the exploitation of surplus value. From the outset, he had no intention of following the conventional path of completing tasks, accruing contributions, and slowly exchanging them for resources to enhance his cultivation. Instead, he sought to establish clandestine sales channels through runestones, amassing resources in an alternative manner, which facilitated his current pace of advancement. In truth, although Roman was part of an organization, he adeptly evaded its exploitative grasp through his chip and personal capabilities. Consequently, he resolutely declared, "I refuse to join any family. The might of a wizard lies within oneself. To diligently practice magic is to break free from the shackles of organizations and achieve independence and freedom. If I were to sell myself for a mere handful of cultivation resources, as you have done, what value is there in growing stronger? A stronger dog is still a dog." At these words, Zimbardo's face flushed with anger. After all, he was a formal wizard. Yet here he was being insulted by a third-tier apprentice, a blatant affront. Yet, in that moment, he found himself at a loss for a retort, his face reddening as he raised a trembling hand, pointing at Roman, muttering, You, were it not for the prohibition against violence within Floating City, he would have swiftly dealt with Roman. Unfazed by his mentor's fury, Roman stood firm. He had no desire for Zimbardo's favor, and thus his words carried weight. After a lengthy pause, Zimbardo finally regained his composure and gasped, "In that case, I shall not press further. I merely wish to correct your misunderstanding. The family will provide intact promotion resources, not flawed versions, but those with the potential of a third-tier wizard. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a surge of force, casting Roman out of the laboratory. In the corridor, Roman lowered his head in contemplation, undeniably stirred for a fleeting moment. The potential of third-tier promotion resources implied that, with diligent cultivation, he could ascend to the rank of a third-tier wizard. Such a position would grant him the stature of a dean wherever he went. Yet, Roman remained unyielding, for the family's investment of resources would not be squandered, and they would ensure that their members remained under control. Once Roman joined, regardless of how powerful he might become in the future, the family would inevitably find a way to restrain him. It would be wiser to remain a lone wolf from the outset. Thus, if Roman wished to ascend to the rank of formal wizard, he faced two paths: 1. To utilize the flawed promotion matrix, or 2. To explore the relics of the psychic wizards. The former was out of the question. Roman could only place his hopes on the ancient relics. As he pondered this, Roman murmured to himself, the time approaches. It is nearly time for the map to reveal its secrets. May it bring me fortune. Once he had vanquished 5 third-tier apprentices, he would unlock the next step of the relics and obtain true inheritance. With this thought, he turned towards the academy shop, intending to procure supplies for his expedition. However, midway, a tentacle suddenly landed on his shoulder. Roman, I possess a hidden map of the ancient wizards and wish to invite you to explore it with me. Would you be willing? The voice of Josie resonated in his ears, though shrouded in a cloak and concealed from view. Her tone conveyed a heart full of anticipation and longing. Chapter 95. Do not go. Upon hearing Joss's voice, Roman was struck by a sudden headache. Joss's intention to seek treasure implied she would become Roman's prey, sacrificing her life to the mystical realm of psychic energies. Joss was hardly an ideal offering. Her unwavering loyalty rendered her an exceedingly rare piece on the chessboard. Only in Roman's presence could Joss navigate the tumultuous emotions wrought by her mutations, finding a long-lost tranquility within, which in turn birthed a sense of happiness. Emotions require tangible vessels. Thus, this happiness projected itself onto Roman. For Joss, Roman was akin to a drug to an addict, an irreplaceable element in her existence. With this bond, Roman felt a deeper trust towards Joss. Though the tentacled creature was terrifying, he cherished her hard-won loyalty even more. Consequently, he was resolute in preventing Joss from becoming a sacrificial offering. Taking a glance at the map Joss presented, he discerned its flaws, concluding that the so-called hidden treasure was likely a ruse. Joss, puzzled, inquired, "What seems to be amiss?" The paper's material and the writing style reflect a style from ancient times. Could it truly be a forgery? Roman mused internally. Of course it is a forgery. How could something replicated through molecular chip manipulation be genuine? Yet, he refrained from voicing this. Instead, he entered a nearby shop, purchased a piece of parchment, and, wielding a quill and a blend of sorcery with technology, crafted a replica, which he presented to Joss with a sense of pride. See how closely it resembles the original? Though there are differences, given a little time, I could create an identical copy. He continued, moreover. Consider this. The escape realm has evidently been exploited by sorcerers for quite some time. Any treasures would have long been unearthed. It is improbable that fortune would favor us, indicating a potential conspiracy. Joss, unwilling to concede, retorted, even so, that does not prove the treasure map is false. If there exists even a sliver of possibility, it is worth exploring, is it not? Roman scratched his head, realizing he had underestimated the allure of ancient legacies. Just the faintest glimmer of possibility could incite sorcerers to act recklessly, undeterred by the specter of death. Thus, he resorted to a heartfelt ploy, feigning disappointment as he lamented. If that's the case, we cannot attend the auction together, and the gift I intended for you will be lost. Startled, Joss eagerly pressed, "What auction? What gift?" Roman, gazing despondently at the ground, remained silent under her relentless questioning until he finally said, "Forget it. We cannot go anyway. Let us seek the treasure instead. Who knows? We might truly discover something." Joss was agitated. This was the first time Roman had shown her kindness, the first time he had intended to give her a gift. Such a monumental event seemed thwarted by her actions, leaving her profoundly dissatisfied. Emotion surged within her, her unique physiology amplifying her discontent, pushing her to the brink of a breakdown. She extended her tentacles, ensnaring Roman and shaking him vigorously, her voice tinged with urgency. "Roman, please tell me. I do not wish to search for treasure. Just tell me." Despite their secluded corner, Their commotion drew the attention of passers-by. Noting the opportune moment, Roman looked up with a gentle smile. I exchanged military merits for a piece of information. A black market will host an auction featuring detailed data on the Tranquility Rune. This ancient rune can alleviate the emotional turmoil of mutated individuals, and I thought to acquire it for you. Oh, Roman, you are so kind, Joss exclaimed, overwhelmed by emotion. Roman's willingness to forsake the quest for treasure in favor of gifting her something touched her deeply, her feelings magnified by her endocrine system into an overwhelming sensation of gratitude. More tentacles emerged from beneath her robe, wrapping around Roman in a warm embrace, while she swayed shyly, reminiscent of a bashful maiden. The embrace was not overly tight. Yet Roman found it quite uncomfortable as her tentacles, adorned with numerous mouths, inadvertently made contact with his exposed skin, resembling the caresses of a lover. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to struggle. Ugh. This is unbearable. Please let me go? Ding. A task was established. Operations commenced. Soon. Joss felt a lightness envelop her, her previously tumultuous emotions settling into a serene calmness, akin to the clarity of a sage after the storm. At that moment, she noticed Roman's struggles and promptly released him, apologizing, I am sorry, it was not my intention. Roman waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no harm done. Then confirmed their arrangement, so it is settled. In a few days, I will contact you, and we shall attend the auction together. As for the treasure, let us forget about it. Roman was deceiving her. While the auction indeed existed, he had no intention of fulfilling his promise. Once he acquired the psychic relic, he would abandon the academy, regardless of whether he obtained the advancement materials. Given the current circumstances, unless he surrendered his freedom to join a family, Roman could no longer access additional cultivation resources. The sorcerer families would not permit a prodigious sorcerer to roam freely. If he desired to retain his autonomy, his only course was to sever ties with the academy and become a rogue sorcerer, procuring resources to grow stronger from the black market. Observing Joss's eager anticipation, Roman sighed inwardly, wishing her good fortune after their parting. Just as emotions were reaching their peak, a sudden, sharp cough interrupted the moment. Turning to see Emma approaching with an expression of disdain, she remarked, I've been watching you two for 10 minutes. I never imagined you, Roman, would have such peculiar tastes. Beside Emma, Cannon wore a look of contempt. Humph, a pervert and a monster. What a fitting pair. Joss, let us leave these two repugnant individuals. Roman smirked derisively. Look who's talking, Voldemort Cannon. Your recent exploits have been quite remarkable. You seem rather pleased with yourself. During their harrowing escape in the realm, Cannon had been lured into a trap by Roman, suffering a humiliating defeat and retreating to a corner to hide until the end. In a rapidly shrinking poison circle amidst the chaos of battle, surviving unscathed was nearly impossible, yet Cannon had achieved it. Thus, despite his minimal contributions, he gained notoriety in the moniker Voldemort, a title that served both as praise and mockery. However, Roman's deliberate mention of his military accomplishments bore a more sardonic undertone. You wretched. Cannon was provoked, ready to unleash a tirade, but recalling the presence of his crush, he stifled his outburst, forcing a contemptuous smile. What of military merit? Compared to the ancient relics, it's nothing at all. Your gains pale in comparison to mine. I am the true victor. A slight provocation had him revealing his trump card, displaying such a lack of cunning that even Emma rolled her eyes in disbelief. Ancient relics? Roman's heart raced. An ominous premonition swelling within him, yet he maintained a facade of scorn. What a charade. If there were truly ancient relics, would you not keep it to yourself? Why would you disclose it? Fool. Cannon scoffed coldly. Of course, had it not been for the requirement of at least 2 individuals to pursue the treasure map, and Emma's insistence on bringing you along, I would not have sought you out at all. Chapter 96. A failed persuasion. First it was Joss, then it was Ganon. Both had stumbled upon Roman's treasure chest, eager to explore its hidden riches and become his offerings. However, should they be slain, the consequences would be dire. Joss, along with Emma and Ganon, hailed from powerful wizarding families, and to eliminate them would invite the wrath of these esteemed clans. These wizarding families were akin to the 7 giants of a certain great nation on Blue Star, forming a ruling class that elected the head of the academy, jointly governing all affairs therein. In other words, to offend them would be tantamount to offending the entire academy, and the repercussions would be severe. Though Roman had already resolved to betray the academy, provoking them through murder would lead to an entirely different fate than a quiet defection. The former would attract only symbolic pursuit, with Roman's prodigious talent potentially granting him clemency, while the latter would incite unrelenting vengeance. Roman's ideal offering should have been a wizard from the lighthouse, as he had once detonated a distress signal to ensure they could access the treasure. Only to discover their incompetence allowed it to be taken with ease. Should the lighthouse pursue the matter, Roman would be forced to delay his defection and remain within the Academy's confines. With the two schools at odds, he would find sanctuary until the storm passed, allowing him to escape without repercussions. The difference between killing Emma and Ganon and slaying a white wizard dictated the safety of Roman's escape. Thus he fervently wished to dissuade them from their treasure hunt. He reiterated his arguments to Joss, asserting that the treasure map was likely a forgery, yet Emma scoffed. Roman, you are far too cautious. Your conjectures may hold some truth. The treasure location is fraught with peril, but where lies the path of truth devoid of danger? Wealth can only be sought amidst risk. Without daring and striving, how can one grow stronger? Roman disregarded Ganon, quietly observing Emma in silence. Unable to contain her indignation at such insult, Joss exclaimed, "Words of reason cannot sway the damned. Roman, let us depart and allow them to become greedy offerings." She then cast aside her own map, sneering, "Not only you, but I too have acquired a map. What do you suppose my reward would be if I submitted it?" "No." The three protested in unison. Roman, feeling a sense of urgency within, maintained a calm facade. "Joss, wait a moment. Let us hear what Emma has to say." Should they submit the map, the Academy would undoubtedly dispatch official wizards to explore, leaving Roman with little to do with the treasures. Thus, he was resolute in preventing such an action. Turning to Emma, he inquired, "Why invite Joss and me? Wouldn't it be better for you and Ganon to claim the treasures for yourselves?" "Because I share your concerns. I believe the map may be a trap. However, I have investigated the treasure site and discovered that an inexplicable disaster once occurred there, which warrants our attention. The treasure lies within the bone-shattering court. And having spent 2 years in the area, I heard that you were responsible for averting the disaster. Therefore, to mitigate risks, I require you as my guide." A wave of helplessness washed over Roman, and he sighed softly, attempting his final gambit. "Once we find the treasure, how do you intend to divide it? Will it lead to a battle of mutual destruction? Both of you hail from influential families. I cannot afford to kill." Emma smiled faintly. "Rest assured, prior to our venture, we shall sign a non-aggression pact to ensure absolute unity, preventing any attacks upon one another." Yet Roman shook his head dismissively. "As long as there are filthy birds' feathers, no treaty can truly bind you. I would be left with no choice but to passively accept your assaults." Joss nodded in agreement. "Indeed. You both have robust backgrounds and do not lack for filthy birds' feathers, but I and Roman are different. We lack the capital to breach any agreements." At this moment, Emma clarified, "The treaty will include a supplementary clause forbidding preemptive strikes, yet permitting retaliatory action. Will that suffice?" Roman found himself at a loss for words. As the casting of spells by third-level apprentices would produce magical fluctuations easily detectable to those nearby, making surprise attacks difficult. Now, he could find no further arguments to dissuade them, and with a resigned sigh, he asked, "When do you intend to depart? I must assess whether time permits." Ganon seized the opportunity to interject. "We cannot rule out the possibility that lighthouse wizards may also have acquired the treasure map. So we must depart swiftly to secure the treasure site. Let us set off in 2 days." There was but one route from the Academy to the bone-shattering court. Roman had initially planned to set out later, arriving early to adjust his previous arrangements to better suit the current situation. However, with time pressing, he was compelled to abandon this plan and reluctantly agreed. "Very well, I shall meet with you in 2 days." After parting ways with Emma and Ganon, Joss expressed her displeasure. "Roman, you promised to accompany me to the auction and present me with a gift. Are you backing out now? It's all that wretched woman's fault." She cursed bitterly, her tentacles beneath her robe beginning to writhe, indicating a loss of emotional control. Roman hastily commanded the chip to adjust and spoke soothingly. "Do not be anxious. The two endeavors are not mutually exclusive. We can seek treasure first, then attend the auction." Joss gradually calmed, then inquired, "Then why, when I suggested searching for treasure, did you insist on the auction? Do you prefer to seek treasure with Emma rather than accompany me?" Roman sincerely shook his head, denying, "No, prior to departure, we must investigate the treasure site. We require time for this, which conflicts with the auction. However, Emma has already taken this step, allowing us to depart early without clashing with the auction." Upon hearing this explanation, Joss finally settled down, entwining her tentacles around Roman's arm and cooing, "Come, Roman, let us reside together from now on." Recalling the mass of tentacles beside him, Roman felt a chill run down his spine. Though wizards surpassed humans, his aesthetic sensibilities remained unchanged, rendering him momentarily unable to accept He firmly rejected, "No, Joss, as wizards, we each harbor our own secrets. Please understand. I require a measure of personal space." Emma, Ganon, and Joss would strive to avoid bloodshed as much as possible, but in dire situations, they would not hesitate to draw their blades. Yet, that was merely the worst-case scenario. Roman had deployed 4 treasure chests, and the remaining 2 had likely fallen into the hands of the lighthouse wizards. If he could seize them, his offerings would be secured. At that time, leveraging his previous arrangements, he could deftly manipulate Emma and the others, leading to a flawless resolution. With this thought in mind, Roman departed the room and headed to the store to commence his procurement. 2 days later, at the airship port, Roman and his companions prepared for departure, boarding the airship. As there were no direct routes to the bone-shattering court, they disembarked beneath the Blood King's domain, shedding their robes and disguising themselves as wandering nobles. Joss, still shrouded in a cloak, employed a disguise spell to masquerade as a mercenary. On the official road connecting the 2 courts, they rode on horned steeds, wielding swords and clearing the path of leeches and zombies. After a day and a night of travel, they finally arrived at the bone-shattering court. Entering an inn, Roman and Emma had previously stayed there. To avoid recognition by acquaintances, they had Ganon approach the counter, stating, "We require lodging 2 rooms." Simultaneously, he chuckled inwardly. Roman with the tentacle monster in one room, and I with Emma in another. How delightful. Chapter 97, The Pursuit. After swaying on horseback for an entire day, Roman and his companions arrived at the inn utterly fatigued. As pampered wizards, it had been a long time since they had endured such hardship, save for their days of enrollment. Despite their physical exhaustion, Ganon was brimming with energy, concocting a clever scheme. Logically, the 4 wizards should have each booked their own room. Yet Ganon had only reserved 2. Josie and Emma were at odds and would certainly refuse to share a room. Emma had no qualms about Roman, but Roman harbored distrust towards Emma, leading to the likely conclusion that Josie would share with Roman, while Ganon would be paired with Emma. In the solitude of the long night, it was only natural for something to unfold. Should Ganon seize this opportunity to display his capabilities and win Emma's favor, it might even lead to a proposal. Emma was not only strikingly beautiful but also came from a prestigious background. If the proposal were successful, future resources for cultivation would be secured. Unbeknownst to Ganon, Roman, and the others, they were distracted by another matter. Josie whispered, "The magical aura has detected 5 sources of radiation approaching the inn." Roman and Emma's expression shifted, as all 3 possessed extraordinary long-range detection abilities. Before long, they discerned the targets. Emma coldly remarked, "They must be competitors. Have they discovered us?" Roman gently shook his head, saying, "Not yet, otherwise their pace would have changed," showing clear signs of hesitation or retreat. "What should we do now? Engage them here?" Josie inquired. Emma shook her head with a smirk. "No, that would create too much commotion. Do not forget, we are on white wizard territory. We must remain inconspicuous in all our actions." Roman suggested in a hushed tone, "Let us depart from here and find another location to ambush them. We must hurry, as the enemy will soon realize our presence." Emma questioned, "Where shall we go? Are we to camp in the desert?" Roman nodded. "Wherever we go, we must first leave this town, maintaining the advantage of being hidden while they are exposed." They decided against staying at the inn and prepared to leave immediately. Ganon, perplexed, inquired about the sudden change in plans. Roman replied nonchalantly, "We've detected white wizards. Likely with the same intentions as ours. They are competitors." Ganon's face fell in discontent, feeling he had lost the chance to share a room with Emma, suspecting Roman had meddled. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he refrained from further argument and mounted his horse, departing the town with the others. Not long after their departure, several white wizards entered the town inn, their robes causing common folk to avert their gaze. One wizard approached the counter, slamming a piece of magical stone onto the table. "We have taken over this inn. Ensure our horses are fed and provide us with the finest rooms." The innkeeper, trembling, quickly responded, "Yes, my lord wizard, I will attend to it immediately." With a wave of his hand, he signaled the servants to clear out the other guests and bring the wizards the best food and warm water. As the wizards savored their roast steaks, one inquired again, "Have any unfamiliar faces passed through here in the last few days? Perhaps noble travelers?" The wizard's brow furrowed as he exchanged glances with his companions, leading the innkeeper to a secluded room to use a soul-searching spell. Moments later, the wizard emerged with a portrait in hand, and behind the half-closed door lay a grotesquely twisted corpse. The innkeeper screamed and rushed forward, weeping uncontrollably. Another wizard stepped up, tossing a piece of magical stone towards her, saying coolly, "This is your compensation." A single magical stone was enough for her to live comfortably for a lifetime. I have never seen this man. After we surrendered, among the surviving dark wizards, I did not encounter him. Of course, many wizards were cloaked at the time, making it impossible to recall their appearances. During the last escape, Cannon had managed to survive without engaging in the Central District battle, resulting in few white wizards ever having seen him, and thus he remained unrecognized. Meanwhile, Roman and his companions had remained outside the inn, never having interacted with the innkeeper, leaving the white wizards with limited leads. Nevertheless, this did not prevent the white wizards from growing wary. The leader assessed, there must be more than just us discovering treasure in the secret realm. The dark wizards could also be involved. We must prepare for the worst. He cautioned, do not forget. Several dark wizards who participated in the escape possessed exceptionally long-range detection abilities, which directly neutralized our observing hands, leaving us at a significant disadvantage. If they were indeed dark wizards, it was likely that there were super-distance wizards among them. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how they had managed to leave before them. Another white wizard nodded in agreement, proposing, I suggest we halt our rest and make haste towards the entrance of the relic, securing the surrounding area. The group reached a consensus and promptly departed the inn. Their scanning areas partially overlapped, forming 3 interlocking circles that maximized their detection range, while keeping a close watch on the white wizards. The 5 white wizards left the town, heading towards the relic. The group gathered around Josie, maintaining their distance while discussing strategies. Emma stated firmly, these individuals are undoubtedly heading for the relic, and we must eliminate them. Roman knows this area well. Do you have any suggestions? We could split into 2 groups. One could march swiftly, taking a detour to the canyon, while the other follows closely behind to execute a pincer attack. The canyon's narrow terrain will ensure none escape, allowing us to annihilate them completely. The strategy was simple yet effective, and Emma's companions readily agreed before assigning tasks. At this moment, Roman volunteered. I wish to team up with Josie for the trailing mission. Emma hesitated, but Cannon immediately supported, I agree. Both Roman and Josie possess super-distance detection capabilities, making them ideal for this task. Although he could not share a room with the goddess, accompanying her on the journey was still a splendid opportunity. Thus, Cannon fervently advocated for the pairing. Josie was fiercely loyal to Roman and would not oppose, with the numbers favoring Cannon's proposal. Emma was left with no choice but to concede, though a nagging sense of unease lingered within her, though she could not identify its source. Following the consensus, Emma and Cannon activated their acceleration spells, vanishing into the distance. Watching their retreating figures, Roman chuckled softly and turned to Josie, saying, they have begun. Let us move as well and aim to take them down in one fell swoop. Chapter 98. Captives. Roman proposed a strategy of trailing and encircling, merely a ruse to mislead Emma and Ganon. In truth, he harbored other intentions. Utilizing an extensive detection range, Roman and Joss followed closely, ever vigilant yet maintaining a distance to avoid detection. If we were to represent their positions through detection ranges, they could be visualized as 2 concentric circles. Roman and Joss occupied the outer circle, while the white wizards resided within the inner circle. At this moment, the lead white wizard sensed something amiss and wondered aloud, strange, why is it so quiet around us? Shaking his head, he remarked, something feels off. It's as if we are being watched. The intuition of their leader? His companions exchanged glances, as past experiences had proven the accuracy of the lead wizard's instincts. One finally inquired, what are your thoughts, Chief? After a brief contemplation, the lead wizard replied gravely, we have yet to detect any enemies, if they're truly your foes. They must be wizards capable of long-range detection. Therefore, I propose we adopt a search formation. This will extend our vigilance and mitigate the disadvantages of our detection range. They promptly acted, dispersing into a pentagon formation, each member's detection range forming 5 externally tangent circles. This arrangement increased their spacing, allowing some members to slip beyond Roman's detection range. Moreover, should they encounter an ambush, they could swiftly provide support through their data link. Wizards capable of long-range detection were few, and their detection ranges limited. Thus, the emergence of the pentagonal formation presented a dilemma for Roman and Joss. Joss anxiously exclaimed, Roman, we've lost track of 3 targets. What should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Roman replied calmly, the enemy likely did not anticipate that we possess 2 wizards with long-range detection capabilities. Since they are dispersed, we shall also disperse. Joss expressed her concern. But the enemy is arranged in a pentagon. With our current detection range, we can capture at most 4 targets. What about the remaining one? If we launch an ambush, that elusive target could become a variable. Roman dismissed her worries. No need to fret. Their formation does indeed disrupt our surveillance, but it will significantly slow their pace. As their speed decreases, our opportunity will arise. Though Joss did not fully grasp Roman's intent, she was reassured by his confidence and complied, just as Roman had predicted. After the White Wizards altered their formation, their speed diminished dramatically to synchronize their spacing. What could have been a swift journey to ambush Emma in the sand dune canyon stretched into 2 days, forcing them to camp in the desert that evening. While camping, the 5 White Wizards regrouped, one of them inquiring, "Chief, are we truly maintaining a search formation even while camping?" His tone carried a hint of disdain. The unsubstantiated intuition had delayed their progress by a day, leading to discontent among some members. Unfazed, the lead wizard responded solemnly, "That is not necessary. While we sleep, we cannot remain vigilant, so we must gather together and take turns on watch. We will need 3 sentinels. I shall stand guard for the entire night, while the remaining 4 will each take a 2-hour shift." Leading by example, the chief willingly assumed the most arduous night watch duty, swiftly quelling his subordinates' grievances and methodically organizing their positions. Aside from those resting, the 3 sentinels formed a triangle, safeguarding their resting companions. In the event of an attack on the sentinels, the data link would ensure immediate awareness among all. However, the transformation from a pentagon to a triangle reduced their detection range, allowing Roman to regain a comprehensive view of the battlefield, capturing the enemy in its entirety. Thus, on this moonless night, shrouded in darkness, Roman revealed his predatory intentions. As the night enveloped the earth through the layers of shadow, Roman caught a glimpse of flickering campfires in the distance and turned to Joss, asking, "Have you memorized the spell?" Joss nodded, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Yes, but the casting time is somewhat lengthy. It will take approximately 2 minutes. Roman gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. "That is ample time. We can take it slow. No need to feel anxious." Joss, filled with excitement, replied, "Rest assured, Roman, I can manage this." The 2 then began to chant their incantations, the air around them vibrating with magical energy, yet the White Wizards remained oblivious due to the distance. Only the lead wizard felt an intensifying sense of unease, a sharp pain emanating from his pineal gland, signaling an impending crisis. Yet, the atmosphere remained tranquil, with no anomalies detected in their immediate vicinity. Summoning his courage, he ventured forward, deducing that danger lurked beyond their detection range and must be located ahead of time. Before he could advance too far, he identified 2 radiation sources, none other than Joss and Roman. At that moment, Roman, realizing he had been exposed, swiftly cast his spell, Fog of Forbidden Law. Instantly, an invisible, colorless mist enveloped the campsite, awakening the White Wizards, who were soon rendered dizzy, blood streaming from their noses, unable to wield their magic. Roman then intoned, "Joss, it's your turn." Joss concluded her spell preparation and declared, "Bridge of Translocation." As her words resonated, the space before them rippled like a disturbed water surface, creating a circular aperture that linked directly to the campsite. In that instant, Joss's 5 tendrils surged through the spatial opening, unexpectedly piercing the bodies of the White Wizards. Following that, the venom was injected, and the White Wizards lost consciousness instantaneously. Joss possessed an innate neurotoxin, exhibiting a potent paralyzing effect. Only those subjected to mutation could withstand the toxin. To leverage the advantages of their data link, the White Wizard Academy prohibited mutation experiments, rendering all White Wizards vulnerable to the venom, which sent them sprawling into a deep slumber. In mere moments, tranquility settled over the scene. Roman approached with his blade, confirming they were all in a deep stupor before sheathing his weapon and swiftly binding their wounds, administering a toxin to silence them. This meticulous procedure ensured that even upon awakening, they would be incapable of casting spells or performing incantations. Finally, Roman gestured to Joss, who immediately understood. Retrieving 5 boxes from her abdomen, she placed the incapacitated wizards within and sealed them with magic stones, activating the freezing array atop the boxes to encase the captives in ice. Once everything was completed, Roman inquired, "Joss, the boxes have become heavy. Will carrying them affect your mobility?" Joss shook her head. "Not at all. Roman, you can trust me to keep them safe." With a sigh of relief, Roman felt assured. He would no longer need to eliminate the Opera House wizards. He had meticulously planned for these 5 captives, utilizing every possible resource, including Joss's unique abilities. Now, Everything unfolded according to his design. With a final wave of his hand, flames erupted across the scene, incinerating all traces of their presence. Let us depart. We shall reunite with Emma and the others, he proclaimed.